They didn't follow me, did they? Fang Chen cautiously glanced back at the road. Only when he saw that not a single figure was in sight did he finally relax. He planned to leave this place as quickly as possible lest that gang of thugs discover him. Fang Chen was a senior in Jianghai City's No. 3 high school, not some rich and handsome prince, merely a student from an ordinary family. His parents were both factory workers, and he had a younger sister whose looks surpassed his own. His grades were nothing remarkable. In his class, he could only rank around 30th. He knew he had no particular talent for study. No matter how diligently he worked at best, he could hope to get into a third-tier university. He understood that attending a third-tier university would place a heavy burden on his family. Even a second-tier university was not much better after graduation. He would likely have no car, no apartment, and would have to toil as a mere wage earner. In a modern society overflowing with material desires, wanting to marry and have children would probably add yet another burden onto his parents' shoulders. Fully aware of this, Fang Chen spent his weekends in senior year doing part-time work to help support his family and to gain some early experience of society. It just so happened that today, he ran into the school beauty Zhang Yuxue being accosted by hooligans. Fang Chen did possess a measure of righteousness. Without a second thought, he grabbed a stone and hurled it, drawing the thug's attention toward himself so Zhang Yuxue could escape safely. When those punks realized they could no longer catch up to Zhang Yuxue, they were furious and turned back to chase after him. Right now, what Fang Chen needed to do was run for his life. Yet he had barely taken a few steps when a deafening boom suddenly rang out from the sky. He couldn't help thinking that damn heavens better not be planning to send down rain at such a time. But the sky did not look overcast at all. Fang Chen did not dwell on it, continuing to run forward. Only for another thunderous boom to explode above him as a streak of fire descended from the heavens, hurtling straight toward him. Startled out of his wits, he stopped where he was and watched as the fire slammed into the ground before him, gouging out a small pit. A chill swept down his back as cold sweat burst forth. He couldn't help thinking in terror that if he hadn't stopped in time, this thing would surely have punched a hole straight through him. A meteor! The thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. After glancing back to confirm that no one was chasing him, for the moment his curiosity began to stir, driving him to crouch down and take a closer look. When he saw what lay inside the pit, he froze once more, for the object embedded there was not a meteorite. Instead, it was a small, exquisitely crafted cauldron, entirely crimson in color. Strangely enough, despite having fallen from such a great height, the cauldron did not bear even the slightest trace of damage. What kind of material could withstand such a violent impact? After a brief daze, Fang Chen suddenly grew excited. If it could survive a fall like that without a scratch, it was surely something extraordinary. He did not even pause to consider why such an object would fall from the sky at all. He reached out and picked up the little cauldron, turning it over in his hands and examining it intently. Just as he was becoming absorbed in his inspection, a burst of golden light suddenly flared from within the cauldron. His hands felt as though they were being roasted over a blazing fire, and a flush spread across his face. He tried to throw the cauldron away at once, but found he could not shake it loose. The pain tore a scream from his throat as the world before his eyes grew increasingly blurred. An immense surge of information flooded into Fang Chen's mind. He could not tell whether it was in words or images, only that he had never seen anything like it before. Despite that, he inexplicably understood the meaning conveyed. This little cauldron was actually a spare alchemical furnace belonging to Taishang Laojun. The furnace had been damaged so severely that one of his disciples had secretly discarded it, only for it to end up crashing directly into Fang Chen. Once he grasped this, further information about the cauldron emerged in his mind. This time it felt as if someone were speaking directly to him. I am the cauldron spirit Wanbao. Because the furnace is grievously damaged, I am about to fall into slumber. I require a large quantity of incense energy to repair myself. At present I am in a state of severe disrepair, and can only refine items utilizing a human brain for data feedback. Then a cold mechanical voice intoned, Host physique 0. 9 out of 1, mental strength 0. 8 out of 1. Extractable bioenergy 0. 4. Mental energy 0. 3. Incense energy 0. I hope the host will refine diligently and gather incense energy as soon as possible to repair me. When that time comes, I shall give you a very great surprise. The voice continued. As for data energy, I must explain. Bioenergy requires food to replenish. Mental energy requires sleep. Incense energy requires. Fang Chen's head throbbed violently. He tried to converse with the cauldron spirit in his mind, but no matter what he did, there was no response. Most absurd of all was that such crucial information as how to upgrade the furnace had been left unfinished. The pain lasted for several minutes. Drenched in sweat and utterly drained, Fang Chen half knelt on the ground, feeling weak. Despite this, his eyes shone with excitement. He was no stranger to web novels, and he knew this was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Just as he was about to get up and hurry home to study it carefully, the 5 thugs followed the sounds to track him down. Shanlang was a small-time neighborhood hoodlum who frequently committed misdeeds. His favorite pastime was roaming with his gang to bully female students. He felt that luck had favored him today, letting him encounter a girl whose beauty was utterly stunning. Unfortunately, a damned brat throwing stones had ruined his fun, forcing him to watch helplessly as the schoolgirl escaped. Shanlang was furious and vowed to find that brat and give him a thorough beating. He had assumed that the punk had already gotten far away, and was about to give up the search and head elsewhere to continue his fun. Unexpectedly, Fang Chen's earlier screams had exposed his location in an instant. Delighted, Shanlang broke into a cold laugh when he once again saw the brat who had thrown the stone. "Heck, kid, you can really run, huh? But now that Grandpa has found you, what are we going to do? Should I take your left leg, your right leg, or your third leg?" Seeing the thugs coming toward him, Fang Chen hurriedly scrambled to his feet. He knew there was no way this matter would end peacefully today. A vicious beating was almost inevitable. He understood there was no retreat. Stubborn by nature, he would never kneel and beg for mercy. A youthful, hot-blooded, and slightly reckless thought surged up in his mind. He decided to fight this gang heathen. There were 5 of them, and only one of him. The disparity was huge. Attacking with bare hands would be courting death. He needed a weapon. His gaze swept across the stretch of road, searching for anything that might serve as a useful tool. Yet the long street was impeccably clean. The sanitation workers had clearly done too thorough a job. The closest thing to him was merely a tree branch. With no other options for the moment, Fang Chen could only stoop to pick up the branch and try to bluff them. "Don't come any closer or I'll poke your eyes out." "Ha! Are you brain dead? You think you can scare me with a twig? Today Grandpa is going to break your legs." Shanlang sneered. Seeing that they were not frightened in the slightest, Fang Chen's head began to ache. It was no wonder. Waving a tree branch was hardly different from being empty-handed. If this could scare anyone, that would be truly strange. Damn it, he had just picked up a treasure. With such a formidable artifact, if he still ended up being beaten senseless by a bunch of thugs, who could he even complain to? At that thought, inspiration flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Right. He had a treasure, so what was there to fear? He focused his thoughts on the Wanbao cauldron that had vanished from sight, but now hovered within his consciousness. A line of text immediately surfaced in his mind. Refinable item detected: ordinary willow branch. Cost 0. 2 points of mental energy. Proceed with refinement. This thing could be refined as well. Fang Chen was skeptical, but he had no other options. Surely an artifact's refined product would not remain a mere ordinary branch. Silently, Fang Chen repeated the word, refine, in his heart. In an instant, a mysterious space appeared within his mind. The branch that was clearly in his hand manifested out of thin air inside that secret space. Clusters of gray flame enveloped the branch, turning it over again and again. At the same time, the branch in his hand grew slightly warm. Within mere seconds, the dry twig in Fang Chen's grasp darkened into a glossy black, and under the sunlight it resembled a piece of coal slicked with oil. Primary ironwood rod, exterior black, as ink, metallic hardness, delivers amplified pain when striking a target. Duration 2 days. So this was the refined result. Fang Chen couldn't help thinking that it should at least look like a more imposing weapon. Could something like this truly be called a divine artifact? Shanlang had not noticed the change in the branch. Confident in his numerical advantage, he assumed the brat before him would not dare fight back. He strode forward, a lone face full of disdain, and swung his fist toward Fang Chen. Enough thinking. Seeing Shanlang's fist flying toward him, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and instinctively whipped the branch across in a counterattack. Shanlang didn't take it seriously at all. What harm could a mere branch do? What happened next left Shanlang full of regret. With a sharp crack, the branch smashed onto his body. His features twisted with agony, and the sheer intensity of the pain made his sphincter tighten, as if he were about to soil himself. How could this brat's strike hurt so much? A simple branch strike had hurt more than a steel pipe. Initially, Fang Chen had little confidence in the branch, treating it as a last-ditch gamble. But seeing Shanlang's agonized expression made his excitement surge. He understood that an ordinary twig could never evoke such a reaction in a human body. This meant that the information surfacing in his mind was real. Realizing this, Fang Chen's confidence soared. With weight now in his hands facing the thugs, he finally found his resolve. So they liked bullying honest people. Then he would let them taste what it felt like to be bullied. Habitually cruel, Shanlang now curled up on the ground, clutching his injury. The searing pain prevented him from calling out to his companions for help in time. When he noticed Fang Chen staring at him, Shanlang suddenly felt a chill. The boy's gaze was downright unsettling. Why was this brat staring at his lower body? Fang Chen was a man of principle. His long-held creed was to avoid trouble when none arose, yet never fear it when it came. If someone stirred up trouble, even if the opponent was stronger, he would still think, I may be an egg hitting a stone, but even if I crack, I'll smear you all over. Now, however, his role had shifted from egg to stone. How could he not take the opportunity to strike back? Fang Chen glanced once at Shanlong's crotch, then broke into a wicked grin. He swung his arm in a wide arc, whipping the branch down savagely. He missed the most vulnerable spot, but even so the blow landed squarely on the inner side of Shanlong's thigh. A blood-curdling scream tore from Shanlong's throat. His eyes bulged as though they might pop out of their sockets. Clutching his groin, he rolled on the ground non-stop. His companions still stood where they were motionless. Watching Shanlong's contortions, they burst into laughter, urging him to stop fooling around and hurry up to land some blows, so they could go drink afterward. These fools thought Shanlang was just putting on an act. Yet as his screams grew more and more horrifying, they gradually realized something was wrong. This reaction did not look like an act at all. Damn, Shanlong's in trouble. Brothers, hurry up and beat that little brat. Realizing things had gone awry, the 4 remaining thugs grew enraged. Though they did not understand how Fang Chen's branch could possess such power, their brother had been attacked, and it was only right that they avenge him. In that sense, their logic resembled Fang Chen's own approach. The thugs charged at Fang Chen from all directions, fists and feet lashing out toward him. Fang Chen was startled, but the situation was critical. If they knocked him to the ground, it would be over. Fists and feet showed no mercy. Even with an artifact-empowered branch to reverse the disadvantage, he would still end up taking several hits. That was far too costly. With that thought, Fang Chen raised the branch and lashed out at the nearest thug. This branch now hurt more than a steel pipe when it struck. Shanlong's companions had brought no weapons, and were barehanded, utterly no match for Fang Chen. None of the thugs had imagined that the unremarkable thing in Fang Chen's hand could cause such agony. By the time they grasped what was happening, it was too late. The once arrogant gang lay scattered on the ground, every one of them in visible pain. Some kneeling, some sprawled. After delivering a thorough beating, Fang Chen himself was spent. Refining the branch had consumed mental energy, and now exhaustion pressed down on him. Seeing that the thugs no longer had the strength to resist, he snarled, "You dogs, hit trash, dare bully students from my school. You're courting death. Tell me, will there be a next time?" No, there won't," the gang pleaded repeatedly. Fang Chen's strikes were not only defensive against those who rushed in close, he had also taken special care to target Shanlang in particular. This extra punishment left Shanlang feeling so wronged. He was on the verge of tears. This little demon. Why did he keep hitting him specifically? Humph. Seeing that they had yielded, Fang Chen gave a heavy snort. At the same time, he began to yawn repeatedly. The divine cauldron had warned him earlier that mental energy could only be replenished through sleep. Now that drowsiness was washing over him, he had no desire to waste words on this gang, and was about to head home to sleep when he suddenly remembered the flyers scattered all over the ground. Flicking the branch, Fang Chen said, "You dogs, hit trash, do you realize I was working just now? Because of your little stunt, I didn't finish my job. The loss is huge. You'd better think carefully about how you're going to compensate me." Shanlang and his cronies were speechless. Who was the real thug here? And for handing out measly flyers you might earn 20 or 30 yuan a day at most. Was that really worth compensation? Though that was what they thought, none dared show it on their faces. Since Fang Chen had spoken, if they failed to satisfy this young master, they would probably suffer another beating. After some desperate rummaging, the group managed to scrape together the only 800 yuan they had, and handed it over to Fang Chen. Seeing that the 4 of them carried only 800 yuan altogether, Fang Chen couldn't help feeling contempt. He had imagined thugs to have more cash on them. So this was all they amounted to. Of course, in his eyes, 800 yuan was still quite a lot. Getting it for free was not something he would refuse. It could serve as a bonus for ridding the public of pests. "All right, I'm leaving. You'd better hurry up and get lost too," Fang Chen said, his drowsiness growing more intense. He had no desire to tangle with the thugs any further. Only after Fang Chen disappeared from sight did Shanlong, his face full of frustration, help his cronies to their feet, so they could leave together, finally realizing that the branch in Fang Chen's hand was no ordinary object. Shanlang silently vowed that the next time he ran into Fang Chen, he would first seize that branch from his hand before teaching the brat a savage lesson. Around 10 minutes after everyone had left, Zhang Yuxue arrived at the scene with 2 police officers. Her heart was still concerned for the safety of that unfamiliar boy, but when they reached the spot, there was no sign of Fang Chen or the thugs. Zhang Yuxue felt a bit baffled. Where had they gone? Had they already fled? Had that boy managed to escape? Judging by the situation, he probably had. Since he knew her name, he was surely a fellow high school student. She could probably find out who he was by checking with the school administration office. While Zhang Yuxue remained preoccupied with thoughts of the hero, who had helped her, Fang Chen was already on the bed snoring thunderously. This was a dilapidated housing complex at least 30 or 40 years old, practically a relic. Abroad, such a place would barely be better than a slum. The exterior was grimy and the hallways were even worse. Dark, damp, and cold. The walls were entirely covered with scribbles from children using crayons and hard objects, forming an incomprehensible artistic scroll. Of course, those who lived here were truly poor, caring only about practicality, not aesthetics. Fang Chen had a beautiful dream. He saw a golden giant cauldron filled with countless treasures. He was gleefully pulling treasures out and transforming them into usable things. All around him people cast envious and admiring glances of various beauties, tried every means to strike up conversations with him. Luxurious cars, fine horses, elegant clothes, and sumptuous food were inexhaustible. As the dream continued, Fang Chen woke up. He found himself lying on the bed, a sudden doubt striking him. Could everything that just happen? As this thought arose, Fang Chen felt a wave of disappointment, but when he saw the black branch beside the bed again, he knew. It was all real. Thinking of this, he perked up entirely. With the Wanbao Cauldron, he could completely transform his bleak life, ascend to the peak of existence, and win the hand of a fair and wealthy maiden. Having these thoughts, Fang Chen began to try communicating with the information in his mind. He pulled up the data: physique 0. 71. Spiritual power 0. 81. Extractable biological energy 0. 2. Spiritual energy 0. 3. Incense energy 0. Fang Chen noticed his physique had decreased, knowing it was due to hunger, and his spiritual energy wasn't fully replenished either. Maybe he hadn't slept enough and hadn't fully recovered. But it didn't matter, wasn't sleeping his specialty. Just as he finished examining the information and pondering how to restore his physique, the living room door made a sound. Fang Chen walked out of the bedroom and saw a middle-aged man and woman entering. Their features resembled his, but with more wrinkles, and their dark, weathered skins spoke of a life of hardship. Fang Chen called them Dad and Mom, and the couple smiled and nodded at him. Behind Fang Chen's parents was a little girl dressed in a white cotton dress. The dress was somewhat worn and patched, but very clean. The girl was about 13 or 14 with delicate features like a porcelain doll, extremely cute. Clearly a future beauty. This was Fang Chen's younger sister, Fang Yanyu. Brother, I'm back. What were you doing at home? Fang Yanyu glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. Nothing. I was tired, so I came back for a nap. Fang Chen replied truthfully. Oh brother, if you're tired, sleep a bit more. I'm going to do my homework. Fang Yanyu gave a sweet smile and carried her school bag toward her own bedroom. Although the siblings each had their own room, the apartment was an old 2-bedroom unit. As the children grew, they needed separate spaces, so the family had partitioned one room into 2. Fang Chen's sister was different from him. Not only was she beautiful, but she also excelled academically. She was in her 3rd year of middle school and ranked among the top 3 in the grade, destined for a prestigious university. Despite their striking difference in grades, his sister was always kind to him. Fang Chen's mother chatted with him casually for a while, then picked up a bag of groceries and walked toward the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Fang Chen's father flexed his wrist and fixed his gaze on his son, asking little Chen, how have your studies been lately? Any improvement? Fang Chen knew that his family was modest. The only way to turn things around was to attend a good university and change his life. But he knew he wasn't cut out for studying, and he understood that truly changing one's life required a top-tier university. Otherwise, a regular degree would still depend on connections, only to disappoint his parents. So he had always treated studying perfunctorily. Since his father had asked, the son dared not admit he hadn't improved. No problem, Dad. Just wait for the college entrance exam and see your son's results. Fang Chen's father saw his son's confident expression and was slightly taken aback. In the past, when asked, Fang Chen would lack confidence or even avoid the question. Now, where did this sudden self-assurance come from? But confidence was a good thing. Of course, he didn't know that Fang Chen's confidence came from the miracle of the Wanbao Cauldron, and Fang Chen didn't just want a good university. He wanted to elevate himself and his family to a life above the ordinary. After speaking, Fang Chen's father pressed his lower back, took off his shirt, and said, Fang Chen, bring me the ointment plaster from my room and put it on. This job has worn out my back. It hurts terribly. Dad, wait a moment. I'll get it right away. Fang Chen said and quickly walked to his parents' room to fetch the plaster. But halfway it struck him what a fool he was. Didn't he have the Wanbao Cauldron now? He could use it to refine the plaster. Fang Chen's father saw him standing there dumbfounded, and asked curiously, Fang Chen, what are you standing there for? Bring it over. Dad, I suddenly remembered a nearby herb doctor whose plaster is really good for back pain. I'll go buy it now. Without waiting for his father, who was still half-naked waiting for the plaster. Fang Chen rushed out impatiently. Fang Chen's father shook his head muttering that his son was so grown yet still so impulsive, but deep down he was touched by his concern and thoughtfulness. After leaving the house, Fang Chen found a secluded spot and began to control the information in his mind. His brain quickly responded: refinable item, ordinary medicinal plaster. Cost 0. 2 points of spiritual energy. Refine. Fang Chen silently willed the refinement. The process was exactly like with the branch. Even though he held the plaster in his hand, he could clearly see in his mind a mysterious space where a gray flame tightly enveloped the plaster. After a moment, the plaster in his hand grew slightly warm and a new plaster was born. Primary healing plaster, basic internal injury treatment patch for external use. Apply and it takes effect within 5 minutes. After the branch incident, Fang Chen had come to understand the miraculous effects of the Wanbao Cauldron. Staring at the pristine white plaster in his hand, he was elated. No more back pain for Dad. After refining the plaster, more information surfaced in his mind. Food and living creatures could be refined using biological energy, while metal knowledge and most inanimate objects could be refined with spiritual energy. Unfortunately, no specific information yet appeared about incense energy. Having learned this, Fang Chen felt slightly disappointed that he still didn't know how to gather incense energy, but basic refinement was already immensely useful. He didn't need to advance to higher levels just yet. Fang Chen's father, seeing his son return so quickly, asked in surprise, "Fang Chen, you bought it already? I didn't recall there being a pharmacy around here. There's an old Chinese medicine practitioner nearby who sets up a stall occasionally. He said this plaster would cure any back pain, so I bought it for you to try. But promise me, Dad, don't blame me if it doesn't work," Fang Chen said with a smile. "Little Chen, these old medicine men can't be trusted. They just talk you into things. Don't buy from street stalls in the future," his father lectured. "Just give it a try, Dad. It wasn't expensive anyway," Fang Chen said with a laugh. Of course he couldn't possibly say he refined it himself. That would scare his father half to death. Fang Chen walked over and applied the plaster to his father's back. Within 5 minutes, just as his father was about to continue his lecture, he suddenly paused, realizing that the pain in his lower back had completely disappeared. He twisted his waist and let out a light exclamation. "It really doesn't hurt anymore. Dad, does it work?" Fang Chen asked happily, seeing his father's expression and knowing that the cauldron's creation was extremely effective. Fang Chen's father said happily, "Indeed, this medicine is miraculous. I thought it was a scam. Little Chen, tell me where you bought it. He'll get more later." Dad, that old man's stall isn't fixed. Maybe he won't come tomorrow. And when I went to buy it, he was already packing up to go home," Fang Chen replied, knowing that if his father tried to find it himself, he'd never succeed. "Oh, I see," his father said with slight disappointment. But inwardly he was very happy, twisting his waist in a funny dance as he went to his wife and said, "Look, the plaster little Chen bought really works. My back doesn't hurt at all." Fang Chen's mother chided him affectionately, "At your age you are still so unserious. If you're feeling so light, come help me with the housework." Seeing his parents joking with each other, Fang Chen's heart suddenly turned bittersweet. They had always loved him and his sister, living such exhausting lives for their children. He had once thought he wasn't cut out for studying and had given up on further education. If he insisted on going to a third-rate university, that would cost tens of thousands over several years, and he wouldn't be able to work. A heavy burden on his parents. But now it was different. With the Wanbao Cauldron, he would make this family happy in no time. Fang Chen lay in his bedroom, and just before falling asleep a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. As per the previous hints, as long as the biological energy and spiritual energy do not fall below 0.5, there should be no issues. Currently his spiritual energy is slightly higher than the minimum 0.5. If he sleeps now and wakes up later, wouldn't that be a waste of the extra 0.1 spiritual energy? Thinking of this, the small farmer's consciousness made Fang Chen feel a little pained. If he could extract energy in advance and store it, that would be wonderful. Just as this thought arose, a piece of information suddenly emerged in his mind. Extracted spiritual energy 0.1, a current biological energy 0, a spiritual energy 0.1, incense energy 0. Fang Chen paused for a moment, and when he reacted he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable excitement. It turned out that energy could indeed be extracted in advance. That's great. In the future he could completely store any energy that might be wasted and use it when needed. Due to the extraction of energy storage causing his spiritual energy to dip below normal levels, Fang Chen's sleepiness gradually returned. His eyelids felt heavy and utterly fatigued. He soon fell asleep on the bed, waking up at 8 o'clock the next morning. Shaking his head vigorously to clear his mind, Fang Chen began to retrieve information from his mind. Physique 0.61, spiritual power 11, incense energy 0, stored biological energy 0, spiritual energy 0. 1. Incense energy 0. This number satisfied Fang Chen, however, due to the low biological energy, he was now extremely hungry. Today is Sunday, and his parents only have 1 day off each month. His younger sister, being in her 3rd year of junior high, has a lot of extra classes, and only gets a break once every half month. Hence, despite it being the weekend, the house was still eerily quiet. Fang Chen opened the refrigerator, and there were no leftovers from last night's meal. It seemed he would have to make egg fried rice again. While rummaging through the fridge, he noticed the leftover meat from last night's cooking, which sparked an idea. Didn't the information prompt during the refining of the ointment say that biological energy could refine food? Could this meat be refined now? As soon as Fang Chen had this thought, he couldn't wait to try it out. Since it was food, he needed biological energy for refining, but fortunately the biological energy required to refine meat was very low, only needing 0.05. Fang Chen silently muttered, "Refine." The pieces of meat in the fridge were quickly absorbed into that mysterious space, instantly enveloped by flames. 3 seconds later, the Wanbao ding indicated that the refining was successful. Fang Chen took the meat out and information appeared in his mind. Beginner pork refined meat effect permanently increases host's physique limit by 0.01, replenishes physique by 0.01. Things were developing in the direction Fang Chen hoped, making him feel another wave of excitement. With this magical Wanbao ding, Fang Chen naturally had some lofty ideas. He wanted to become a superhuman. The refined ingredients could enhance his physique, and he was naturally overjoyed even if it only raised it by 0.01 times. However, qualitative changes arise from quantitative changes, and his strength would undergo tremendous enhancement. After realizing this, Fang Chen quickly made the meat into a dish to test the effect. The moment the meat entered his mouth, he was astonished. The taste of the refined meat was simply superb. It melted in his mouth, akin to the legendary divine meat. Fang Chen's appetite was greatly stimulated, and he quickly finished all the food on his plate. Wiping his mouth, he began to check the comprehensive information in his mind. The biological energy display showed it was already full, apparently due to just having eaten. This piece of meat was worth its weight in gold. Not only did it fill his stomach and replenish his biological energy, but it also gave Fang Chen an insight. Since there was food that could enhance physique limits, surely there was also food that could enhance spiritual energy. Fang Chen was quite clever. He thought that this refining was essentially enhancing the properties of the food. Since the meat could enhance his physique limit, then it followed that anything that could enhance spiritual energy should also have the ability to raise the limit of spiritual energy. Practice makes perfect. Fang Chen was determined to conduct some experiments. He had scammed 800 yuan from some delinquents yesterday, and today it would come in handy. This time he went out and bought a large amount of meat from the supermarket along with some coffee and Red Bull. He planned to put 1 piece of meat back in the fridge and eat all the rest to enhance his physique and biological energy. As for the coffee and Red Bull, they were the items for this experiment. After brewing the coffee, Fang Chen directly refined it, and indeed saw the following information in his mind. Pure coffee, refined coffee effect, permanently increases host's spiritual power limit by 0.01, increases spiritual energy by 0.01. It was indeed effective. Excited, Fang Chen tried the Red Bull next, and the results were the same as the coffee, though its overall effect was 0.002 higher. It seemed that even if 2 items were of the same type, different materials would yield different effects upon refining. After finishing the tests, Fang Chen couldn't help but recall the deliciousness of the previous meat. Although he didn't feel any hunger now, he still couldn't resist tasting the recently refined meat. To his surprise, he found it hard to stop eating. With a large amount of refined meat and Red Bull coffee, he almost finished everything. Fang Chen found it strange. He had unknowingly eaten about 5 to 6 kilograms of meat, yet his stomach felt like a bottomless pit without the slightest sense of fullness. He was well aware of his own appetite, so the problem must lie with the food. Could it be that the refined ingredients were different from before? After finishing the meat, when Fang Chen drank some coffee, he realized that the bottomless pit feeling didn't seem to be infinite. There were still limits. The Wanbao Ding issued a warning that he could not eat anymore. Fang Chen's data had significantly improved. Physique 0.81. 3. Spiritual power 0.71. 4. Storage biological energy 2. Spiritual energy 1.8. Incense energy 0. Although Fang Chen was not active now, he could feel that with the increase in physique and spiritual power, his body seemed much healthier than before. After checking the data, Fang Chen planned to conduct another test refining knowledge. This was a wildly imaginative idea. Fang Chen had not fully mastered the refining function of the Wanbao Ding. He needed to explore those unknown areas. Since yesterday's hint indicated that even inanimate objects could be refined, what about knowledge from books? If books could also be refined, wouldn't knowledge be freely obtainable? Wouldn't he have the final say on how many points he could score? With plenty of time before his parents returned, Fang Chen quickly ran to his bedroom, scanned the books on his desk, and picked up an English textbook. As he silently chanted refine in his heart, something strange occurred this time. The refining was unlike before, and the English textbook vanished into thin air along with 0.4 of his spiritual energy. Moments later, Fang Chen suddenly felt a wealth of data flooding into his mind. Knowledge that was often challenging to memorize forcefully entered his brain. Although this process was somewhat painful initially, he found the sensation incredibly satisfying. Fang Chen could now effortlessly read those English words. He had never imagined that one day he would find learning English so easy. To hell with English schools and crash courses. What were so-called geniuses compared to him? After absorbing the knowledge from the English textbook, Fang Chen was suddenly struck with inspiration. He actually wanted to directly absorb a high school English dictionary. He wanted to see how much a dictionary could enhance his abilities. However, a dictionary is still a dictionary. Absorbing such a large amount of knowledge would require significantly more energy than that of an English book. 0.3 more. But Fang Chen was now financially affluent, and even after that he still had 0.7 left. He did not plan to use up the remainder. He needed to store this excess energy for future exploration and research. After completing these tasks, Fang Chen took a short nap to replenish his energy. Upon waking, he extracted some spiritual energy to store it, then waited for his father and sister to return. On Sunday, Fang Chen obtained a lot of instructions and methods for operating the Wanbao Ding. However, he did not have any particularly good ideas for making quick money, as the Ding's function was merely refining and not turning stones into gold. Therefore, Fang Chen planned to first focus on his studies and continuously test refining new items to find ways to improve his home conditions. When he returned to school that day and walked to his class floor, he suddenly noticed something strange. Many students in his class had their heads poked out of the windows looking around. Fang Chen felt somewhat baffled. What were they up to? So peculiar. While Fang Chen was pondering this, a chubby student approached him. The chubby boy had short hair and looked naive, but occasionally a glint of intelligence flashed in his eyes, indicating he was not as simple as he appeared. The chubby boy was Fang Chen's close friend named Chung Lan. Because of his weight, Fang Chen often called him Chung Fatty. Chung Lan walked up to Fang Chen and hugged his neck, wanting to quietly ask him something. However, this embrace puzzled Chung Lan. Usually when he hugged Fang Chen like this, their heads should touch, as Fang Chen was much smaller than him. But today felt completely different. Fang Chen's body was noticeably stronger than before. He couldn't seem to hug him properly. Chung Lan was curious about what could have made Fang Chen feel so much sturdier, but Fang Chen spoke first. What did you come here for? Fang Chen's interruption caused Chung Lan to forget what he had intended to ask. After pausing for a moment, he remembered why he sought Fang Chen. Smirking slyly, Chung Lan asked, "Tell me what happened between you and the school beauty Zhang Yuxue." Welcome to all book lovers to read the latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works are all here. Fang Chen pondered when he heard Chang Panzai mention Zhang Yuxue. Could it be that Zhang Yuxue already knew it was him? It shouldn't be. She seemed to not know him at all. How could she possibly know he was in this class? He did not immediately answer Chang Panzai, but instead countered, "How do you know Zhang Yuxue is looking for me? Stop pretending. This morning Zhang Yuxue came to ask if you were here." Chang Panzai rolled his eyes, his face filled with envy, and said, Tiske. Truly the absence of 3 days makes one view another in a new light. Come on, confess, how did you manage to strike up a conversation with Zhang Yuxue? Zhang Yuxue, being one of the 3 school beauties, needed no introduction regarding her appearance and background. She was the goddess of the entire school, and anyone who spoke to her would not only be thrilled but would also attract jealousy from others. Now she had personally come to find Fang Chen. Because of this, all the students in Class 9 were peeking to see if Fang Chen had arrived. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt very happy. Like everyone else, Zhang Yuxue was one of his goddesses, although he had never thought he would have any interaction with her. However, now due to his heroic act of saving her, the goddess had taken the initiative to seek him out. At this thought, a crazy idea surged in Fang Chen's heart to pursue Zhang Yuxue. Such a thought would have been unimaginable for Fang Chen before obtaining the treasure cauldron, but now that he possessed it, he was assured that his future would be completely different from that of ordinary people. Even if Zhang Yuxue came from a prestigious family, he was confident he could match her. "Fatty, how could I possibly share such a secret with you?" he chuckled. Fang Chen decided not to mention the heroic rescue. He was determined to keep Chang Panzai in suspense. That's how people are. The more you try to keep something from them, the more they want to know, and the less they know, the more impatient they become. You stingy jerk. But since you're here for class, someone in Class 9 is bound to inform Zhang Yuxue. Chang Panzai pretended to be disgusted. Really? Upon hearing that Zhang Yuxue had come, Fang Chen's heart became lively. Just as Cheng Panzai had said before, Fang Chen even stepped through the classroom door. He heard someone in the class loudly calling out that the school beauty had arrived. Following everyone's gaze, he indeed saw a beautiful figure approaching from the corridor. It was Zhang Yuxue. Zhang Yuxue appeared to be around 175 centimeters tall, with a slim figure dressed in a black and white school uniform. However, beneath the uniform was an undeniable fullness and a slender waist. Zhang Yuxue truly lived up to her name, with skin as radiant as jade and as white as frost. Her features were exquisite, with willow-like eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and alluring red lips resembling a fairy stepping out of an ink painting. When Fang Chen saw Zhang Yuxue, his heart raced uncontrollably. He knew that she was coming specifically for him. Cheng Panzai cleverly stepped aside, and no one else approached, as they could tell that Zhang Yuxue did not want anyone near her. They did not wish to provoke her dislike, so they naturally refrained from getting close. Seeing Zhang Yuxue standing in front of him without making a move, Fang Chen waved and smiled. "Good morning, beautiful Zhang. Seeing you standing here safe and sound puts my mind at ease." Zhang Yuxue was a bit surprised at Fang Chen's demeanor. Usually boys would be quite nervous upon seeing her, but apart from a few, she had never seen any other boy so confident in front of her. Recalling how he had bravely saved her, Zhang Yuxue thought that Fang Chen must be a cheerful boy at heart. At this thought, Zhang Yuxue took the initiative to say, "Fang Chen, thank you so much for Saturday. I never expected that sneaking out from home would put me in such a situation. If it weren't for you, I would have been bullied. Actually, I had looked for the police after escaping halfway, but when I brought them to the scene, they couldn't find you. Now that I see you here safe, I feel relieved. I want to thank you, and if you have any wishes, I can fulfill them, as long as they're not too demanding." "Really?" Fang Chen smiled, subconsciously recalling the scene of summoning the dragon in Dragon Ball. Zhang Yuxue nodded. "Then can you go on a date with me? Just this Sunday, what do you think? I'll ask the teacher for a day off." Fang Chen said instinctively. With the treasure cauldron, Fang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, and his desire to pursue Zhang Yuxue became quite evident. However, after saying that, the once confident boy felt a twinge of worry in his heart, fearing that Zhang Yuxue might be put off and reject him. Zhang Yuxue's face flushed slightly as she said, "I knew you boys would think about such things all day, but since you came to save me on Saturday, if I don't agree to your request to go out for a meal, I would feel like I'm being unreasonable." "Then it's settled. But you can't go back on your word," Fang Chen replied with a smile. Zhang Yuxue responded, "Who would back out casually? Rest assured, I'm leaving now because there are too many people here, and I still need to go back to study." After Zhang Yuxue left, Fang Chen felt secretly excited. Going on a date with the school beauty. If other boys found out about this, they would probably be so jealous they might tear their hearts out. Joyful events uplift the spirit. Fang Chen hummed a little tune as he walked into the classroom. Cheng Panzai, who had witnessed the whole interaction, approached him with a face full of jealousy, and asked, "Fang Chen, quickly tell me what the school beauty said to you just now. If you don't tell me, then you don't see me as your brother." Fang Chen smiled. "Do you really want to know?" Cheng Panzai pouted and said, "Hurry up, don't keep me guessing." "Zhang Yuxue wants to go on a date with me," Fang Chen said with a grin. "So it's just a date? I thought it was something serious." Cheng Panzai initially didn't react, as the idea of a goddess agreeing to a date with a loser was not something an ordinary person could imagine. When he finally grasped the situation, he was utterly stunned. "What? Zhang Yuxue wants to date you? You must be kidding me." Fang Chen replied unhappily, "Fatty, what kind of relationship do we have that I would play you like that? Moreover, someone as handsome as me, would it surprise you that the school beauty wants to date me?" Fang Chen was showing off, and Cheng Panzai rolled his eyes at him. Just then, a bespectacled boy who had been walking by couldn't help but sneer. "Fang Chen, who do you think you are? The school beauty might just be asking you something. Look at you, and you say the school beauty wants to date you. Do you really think all the boys in school are fools? I think you're just a toad wishing to eat swan meat, dreaming." Fang Chen frowned and glanced at the bespectacled boy, feeling some disgust. This kid Ning Yuan was the class monitor of Class 9. His father was a manager at a big company. Although his academic performance was decent, he often looked down on others due to his wealthy background. He was a typical opportunist, befriending good students while constantly belittling those who were worse. Now, hearing him mock him on purpose, Fang Chen felt a surge of anger. Though Cheng Panzai seemed honest, he had a rather explosive temper. Before Fang Chen could respond, he clenched his fists and glared fiercely at Ning Yuan, saying, "You scummy class monitor, who do you think you are? Why can't my brother date the school beauty? Do you think the school beauty would like you with those 4 eyes?" Ning Yuan, who had developed nearsightedness due to poor reading habits, was particularly sensitive about being called for eyes. Naturally he was furious when Cheng Panzai called him that. However, given Cheng Panzai's hefty build, it was unclear if he could fight back. Haha, I'm just stating facts. Zhang Yuxue is the daughter of the president of Tsinghua Group. She has a good family background, looks good, and has excellent grades. Only those who are both talented and wealthy are worthy of her. Look at Fang Chen. What kind of person is he? He has a poor background, looks ordinary, and his academic performance is worlds apart from that of the school beauty. If we're talking about who the school beauty is likely to like, I think I have a better chance than Fang Chen. At least my father is a white-collar worker and my grades rank in the top 30 in the ordinary class. Ning Yuan's analysis was logical and well-founded, which left Cheng Panzai gritting his teeth in silence. Because he was speaking the harsh truth, but Fang Chen remained unbothered. With the treasure cauldron and his golden finger, what did he have to fear about family background and grades? Fang Chen sneered. Ning Yuan, my poor grades in the past were merely due to my lack of effort. Do you believe that if I apply myself, I will definitely surpass you in the mock exam at the end of this month? Ning Yuan scoffed. You think you can surpass me? That's a pipe dream. How about this? There's an English test coming up. If you can score higher than me, I'll let you bark like a dog in front of the whole class. How about that? Ning Yuan spoke with full confidence, aware that Fang Chen's performance was well known to all, and his English skills were notoriously poor. The wager he proposed was akin to bullying a disabled person. He even regretted not adding more stakes to ensure Fang Chen would never hold his head high in class. Fang Chen was taken aback, having not anticipated an English exam that morning, especially since their homeroom teacher had not mentioned it the previous week. As class president, Ning Yuan clearly had prior knowledge, likely due to a surprise check from the teacher. Reflecting on how he had absorbed the English curriculum from the senior year and an entire English dictionary yesterday, Fang Chen's confidence in this English test was evident. He smiled and said, "All right, it's settled then." Ning Yuan smirked coldly at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with disdain. He felt certain of his victory, strutting back to his seat like a proud rooster, his expression one of superiority. Several students around them had clearly overheard their wager, and soon the classroom buzzed with chatter, the news spreading like wildfire. Cheng Fatty expressed his concern, saying, "Fang Chen, are you sure you can handle this? Although I believe in your charm, academic performance speaks for itself. Ning Yuan's grades place him among the top in our regular class, even if he's only in the dozens in the overall ranking. Plus English is your weakest subject. If you can't do it, you shouldn't make such wagers. Be careful not to embarrass yourself. Fatty, just relax. Since I dared to say it, I surely have my methods." Fang Chen replied, confidently patting Cheng Fatty on the shoulder, signaling him to return to his seat. He then turned and moved to a seat at the back. As soon as he sat down, his desk mate Chen Mo leaned over. Chen Mo was also one of his closest friends, sharing the same surname as Cheng Lan, though written differently. In contrast to Cheng Lan, Chen Mo was quite slender and wore glasses, typically quiet. Chen Mo glanced at Fang Chen and said uncertainly, "Fang Chen, making such a wager is quite irrational." "We'll see the results in due time," Fang Chen replied, not wanting to explain too much. As long as the outcome was satisfactory, they would naturally stop questioning him. When the class bell rang, their homeroom teacher and English instructor Wang Linsher entered the classroom with a stack of exam papers. Wang Linsher was 24 years old and had just graduated from university to become a teacher. She was exceptionally beautiful, especially with her alluring figure. Her ample bosom and peach-like backside were a distraction for many male students, not to mention her glasses adding to her allure. Thanks to Wang Linsher's beauty, many students in Class 9 were eager to attend her lessons, and the class performance was relatively good, at least better than other regular classes. Wang Linsher placed the papers down and announced, "Seeing me with these papers, I trust you all know what I am. For this surprise check, I hope you can achieve satisfactory scores before the college entrance examination. This is to honor your families. Now the first student in each row, please distribute the papers. Let the exam begin." As the papers were distributed, Fang Chen received his. In the past, he found English exams and classes to be the most troublesome, but everything had changed. To him, this test was no different from a Chinese exam, and even simpler. He smiled as he picked up his pen and began writing swiftly on the paper. Wang Linsher monitored the exam seriously. While other teachers might read newspapers to pass the time, she was accustomed to closely supervising every student in the class. Noticing the students around her anxiously staring at their papers without rushing to write, she couldn't help but smile with some satisfaction. She knew the difficulty of this paper was high, equivalent to that of the exam papers for the experimental class. However, Wang Linsher did not wish to make things difficult for Class 9. She merely wanted to see how many students could compare to those in the experimental class, and papers of the same difficulty were the easiest means to gauge their levels. As her gaze swept across the room, it finally landed on a boy in the corner who was writing furiously, hardly pausing for breath. This scene left her momentarily dazed. If it had been anyone else, she might have felt pleased, but seeing Fang Chen write so quickly made her think otherwise. As the homeroom teacher, she certainly knew her students' academic standings, and among Fang Chen's subjects English was the weakest. Now that he was writing so hastily, she assumed he was just scribbling. Unfortunately, Wang Linshi could only view the situation from a normal perspective, as no one knew that Fang Chen had refined his English skills using the universal cauldron. For him, learning had become as simple as eating and dressing. Yet simplicity aside, this was an exam, and he still needed to write the answers on the paper. Fang Chen hastily finished every question, and seeing that he had plenty of time, he decided not to waste any resources, and simply lay down on his desk to sleep, hoping to gain some mental energy. Wang Linshi, seeing Fang Chen asleep, felt a surge of anger. This boy was indeed just wasting time, failing to treat his subject seriously. When the results came back, if he hadn't passed, she would make sure to teach him a lesson. Ning Yuan, who had been struggling with the difficult English questions, felt a flicker of doubt. Fang Chen's earlier confidence seemed to vanish as he reflected on it. What exactly was this boy up to? He instinctively turned to look, only to find Fang Chen sleeping. Ning Yuan chuckled at himself. The last remnants of doubt dissipated with this sight. He regretted having ever doubted Fang Chen. Fang Chen had no idea how long he had slept. He was awakened by Chung Fatty shaking him. The exam paper he had just finished was no longer in front of him, as Wang Linshi had taken it. It seemed this homeroom teacher was quite decent, not waking him up after all. Chung Fatty, seeing Fang Chen had no idea how long he had slept. He was awakened by Chung Fatty shaking him. The exam paper he had just finished was no longer in front of him, as Wang Linshi had taken it. It seemed this homeroom teacher was quite decent, not waking him up after all. Chung Fatty, seeing Fang Chen's lazy expression, anxiously said, "Fang Chen, why are you still sleeping? I thought you were confident earlier and had the ability, but here you are sleeping during the exam." "I finished writing and there's nothing else to do here, so I might as well sleep," Fang Chen replied. Chung Fatty rolled his eyes in disbelief, saying, "Are you kidding? This exam's difficulty is greater than usual. How could you possibly have time to sleep? You can distinguish the difficulty of each exam paper?" Fang Chen asked in surprise, knowing full well that Chung Fatty's grades were far inferior to his own. "I heard other classmates talking about it." Chung Fatty replied, a rare blush on his cheeks, his confidence wavering. "Just you wait, when the exam papers are handed out and scores are announced, you'll see my results then." Fang Chen patted Chung Fatty on the shoulder. "Right, wait for the papers to be handed out, and let everyone see how furious you look then." Ning Yuan was also a persistent nuisance, taking every opportunity to insult Fang Chen. "Just you wait." Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him, grabbing Chung Fatty and leaving the classroom. The morning flew by, and by lunchtime Fang Chen went to the cafeteria. Even the food from the school cafeteria tasted much better after refinement. After eating, he stored his biological and mental energy, then took a nap to gather more mental energy, which was quite a reasonable plan. Chung Fatty and Chun Mo noticed that Fang Chen was unusually sleepy today, and were curious about what he had been up to the previous night. The afternoon classes proceeded as usual until the third period, which was physical education. One must say Principal Jiang Hai was quite conscientious, at least not cutting physical education to fill in other classes. Despite many teachers' dissatisfaction and their attempts to monopolize that period, the principal had once casually told them, with 2 physical education classes a week, if they could improve their grades without physical education, I might as well resign and let you all take over. Faced with the principal's stance, the other teachers could only express their helplessness. Since it was physical education, the students left the classroom for the field. On the field, the physical education teacher Chen Wei said, "As the college entrance examination approaches, your physical education scores will also be part of the assessment, so today, we will start preparing for the 100-meter sprint." Hearing Chen Wei's words, the students groaned, expecting free play, as usual, only to find out it was running. Fang Chen was also displeased. If it was about exercising, he could simply improve his physique by eating. Did he really need to sweat under the sun? Moreover, sprinting might exhaust the energy within him, which would be a waste. Now Fang Chen wished he could save energy for refining every day, but judging by Teacher Chen's words, it seemed there would be little time for free play in the future. Human thoughts are endless. Considering resource optimization, a flash of inspiration struck Fang Chen. What if he refined his shoes? What effects would that have? Would it enable him to run faster and more efficiently? Once Fang Chen became interested in something, he would always dig deep for answers. He decided to experiment right now to see if he could truly succeed, silently chanting in his heart, "Refine." Fang Chen felt a bit nervous during the process of refining the shoes. Everyone was gathered on the playground, and with so many eyes around, what if someone else saw him? However, this worry didn't last long. Surrounded by students, the brief and subtle changes were not enough to draw their attention. Fang Chen relaxed and waited for the final appearance of the refined shoes. The refining process took a bit longer than expected, but after about 10 seconds the shoes were successfully refined. Fang Chen saw that the sneakers had a brand new appearance with a gold trim around the bottom, indescribably beautiful. What excited him the most was the effect the shoes now possessed: beginner's swift shoes, which allow the wearer to run with greater lightness, increasing speed by 0.3 times, reaching a speed boost of 0.8 times within 12 seconds. Fang Chen knew that this effect, when combined with his own physical condition, could grant him nearly the speed of 2 normal people during an explosive burst, the benefits of which were self-evident. Wearing the new shoes on his feet felt light and airy, completely unlike walking on the ground. He felt as if he were floating until he took several steps and gradually adapted to the changes. Chang Fatty Board glanced back and noticed Fang Chen's odd behavior. He whispered with a frown, "Hey Fang Chen, have you lost your mind? Jumping and grinning here, be careful, the teacher notices and makes you run more. By the way, are you ready? The ones in front have started running. We should run too. You fatso, who's smiling like that?" Fang Chen was just amused, but upon hearing Chang Fatty, he realized that apart from himself and Chang Fatty there were no others around. No, he couldn't stand out like this. If the PE teacher got upset, he would be in trouble. PE classes usually start with everyone warming up, jogging a couple of laps to get everyone excited. It had almost become a national custom. After running 2 laps with the larger group, Fang Chen noticed that most students were sweating and panting while resting. However, he felt no fatigue at all, as if he hadn't run at all. This scene made Chung Lan, who was overweight, watch with considerable jealousy, glaring at him. Noticing Chung Fatty's gaze, Fang Chen chuckled and said, "You fatso, I told you to lose weight, but you wouldn't listen. Look at me running 2 laps like it was nothing. Now look at yourself sweating like you just got out of the shower. You might as well save time and wash your clothes while taking PE." While Fang Chen was teasing Chung Fatty, teacher Chun Wei was busy organizing the students into groups for sprint practice. According to his arrangement, boys and girls were separated and 3 students lined up to run together. Fang Chen was placed last, running alongside with Chen Fang and Sun Jia. Before Fang Chen could speak, the tall Sun Jia looked over with disdain. "I heard you made a bet with Ning Yuan this morning. You're truly overestimating yourself. With your poor grades, how can you compete with Ning Yuan? You should just focus on finishing high school and get a job. Maybe one day after Ning Yuan and I graduate from college, we can have a reunion and see if you're still so arrogant. Your grades are good. Aren't you worse than me? Which university are you planning to attend?" "Home, buddy," Fang Chen retorted, not backing down at all. Sun Jia and Fang Chen were in the same class, so they knew each other's details very well. Sun Jia's grades were indeed at the bottom. He was one of the rare underachievers among Ning Yuan's friends. "You don't know. My physical fitness is way better than yours. This time our class is sending me and Zhu Deshang from class 10 to participate in the city sprint competition. As long as I win a prize, I'll be guaranteed admission to a key sports university. You, on the other hand, should just stick to working." Sun Jia couldn't help but feel proud when talking about his specialty. No wonder he and Ning Yuan got along so well. "Is that so?" Fang Chen's interest was piqued. "Is there a cash prize for this sprint competition?" "It's a city competition, of course there's money. 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan. Hey, that's pretty good. I want some too." Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Given his current situation, 10,000 yuan was a huge temptation. Although he possessed the miraculous Wanbao Ding, he currently had no good way to make money. The sprint prize seemed to be a decent opportunity at this stage. Everyone stopped talking. "In 2 minutes, it will be your turn," Chen Wei said loudly, noticing some students chatting. He turned to see Sun Jia and Fang Chen whispering and frowned. Sun Jia quickly closed his mouth and shot Fang Chen a fierce glare. Fang Chen didn't care, his mind was filled with thoughts of 10,000 yuan. Soon it was their turn. Sun Jia stepped forward and took a starting position, simultaneously giving Fang Chen the middle finger. "Watch how I leave you in the dust." Fang Chen stepped forward as well, disdainfully replying, "With your speed, you couldn't even race against the grandpas and grandmas in the park. Yet, you want to win 10,000 yuan. You can forget about the money. You might try for 10,000 Vietnamese dong or Korean won instead." With Chen Wei's command, the 3 of them quickly started running. If it were the usual Fang Chen, his reaction speed would indeed be much slower than Sun Jia's. However, Fang Chen was not the same as before. After consuming a large amount of coffee to enhance his mental agility, his reflexes were naturally quicker. Not to mention his physique and the help of the swift shoes, even at half speed, he could keep pace with Sun Jia without falling behind. Sun Jia noticed Fang Chen was running so closely behind him, and couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. When did this guy become so fast? But surprise aside, Sun Jia still didn't pay much attention to Fang Chen. After all, sprinting was about instant explosiveness and short-distance endurance. Regular students still had a gap in physical fitness compared to him. Even if their explosiveness was similar, endurance was another matter. In the latter part of the race it would still be his territory. As the pace of their feet quickened, it was clear to everyone that Fang Chen was gradually falling behind Sun Jia. Fang Chen also noticed Sun Jia accelerating, but he appeared relaxed. Catching up to Sun Jia was incredibly easy. Fang Chen did not put forth his full speed. This sprint test was just right to verify the effectiveness of the swift shoes. Once activated, Fang Chen instantly felt his feet become lighter, and his body felt buoyant like a gentle breeze. It must be said that after refining with the Wanbao Ding, the shoe's functions were indeed incredibly powerful. After only a few strides, Fang Chen surpassed Sun Jia and reached the finish line. This was still under the premise of not going all out. Otherwise, with his body enhanced and the shoes refined, Fang Chen could probably receive a call from the National Athletics Association after just one run. Sun Jia initially noticed Fang Chen overtaking him and gritted his teeth to accelerate, but even with all his effort he was astonished to find that Fang Chen was like a monster. No matter how hard he tried, he could only tail behind Fang Chen. Sun Jia was truly dumbfounded this time. Fang Chen stood at the finish line with a relaxed expression, while Chun Wei, astonished, pressed the stopwatch. The number displayed on the timer left this PE teacher dumbfounded. He never expected Fang Chen's speed to be this astonishing. The daze didn't last long before he was replaced by excitement. This speed was hardly inferior to that of national champions. Under his wise guidance, someone was able to achieve such results. Chun Wei excitedly approached Fang Chen, happily saying, "Fang Chen, I truly didn't expect your speed to be this fast. How did I not notice before? It's such a waste of your talent. How about it? Are you interested in participating in the city sprint competition?" "Teacher Chen, I heard there's a cash prize for this competition." Fang Chen's rather mercenary question left everyone speechless. If he maintained his current level, wouldn't the prize be a piece of cake? Chun Wei laughed at Fang Chen's question, saying, "If you can get first place in the city, the prize is just a small matter. The key is that as long as you perform excellently, you can get into a key provincial sports university. That's what you should really strive for." Fang Chen wasn't particularly interested in which university he would attend. With the Wanbao Ding, he could gain admission to any prestigious university in the country. How could he be interested in a sports university? Ultimately, what he cared about most was the cash prize. Right now, he just wanted to confirm exactly how much money there was. He had no idea if the number Sun Jia mentioned was accurate. It seemed Fang Chen was truly only concerned about money. Sighing, Chun Wei said, "Well, the city competition has a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. If you perform well and win the championship, you can participate in the provincial competition. If you get first place there, there's another 100,000 yuan prize." When the words 100,000 yuan came out of Chun Wei's mouth, Fang Chen was so excited he nearly jumped up. 100,000 yuan. This amount could completely improve his current family situation. With this thought, Fang Chen nodded without hesitation and said, "Yes, teacher, I will participate." Chun Wei happily replied, "Great. I will report your name later." "Teacher, didn't you say 2 days ago that you would report my name?" Hearing Chun Wei say he would report Fang Chen, Sun Jia was stunned. "Sun Jia, you may not have listened carefully. I said I would report the fastest one in the school. At first I just said you had a good chance. If no one else surpasses your score, then I would report you," Chun Wei stated. But Sun Jia's face turned red with urgency. His grades were poor, and if he couldn't participate in the city sprint competition to win a place, he would have no chance at a sports university. In the end, he could only take the regular college entrance exam and end up with a poor diploma from a technical college. Fang Chen didn't bother with Sun Jia. His mind was filled with thoughts of first earning the 10,000 in the city and then going to the province to compete for 100,000. Under Sun Jia's jealous and resentful gaze, he and Chun Wei's conversation grew more and more speculative. Just then, an idea popped into Fang Chen's mind. Discovered incense energy, total 0. 8 points. Would you like to collect it? Seeing the prompt for incense energy, Fang Chen was somewhat puzzled because the Wanbao Ding had never explained this incense energy, so he was unfamiliar with it and didn't know how to obtain it. But now, how could he suddenly be able to collect incense energy? But no matter what, since it could be collected, he had to gather it. This 0.8 points of energy was swiftly absorbed by Fang Chen. After collecting, Fang Chen noticed a murmur of whispers around him. When he turned to look, many classmates were looking at him with admiration. He began to suspect, could it be that the incense energy represented others' admiration for him? He thought it was possible, but he wasn't sure. Regardless, he would know after experimenting later. Although Fang Chen didn't currently need this energy, he valued it greatly because it could repair the Wanbao Ding, enhancing the quality of the items refined by it. Chun Wei noticed Fang Chen was lost in thought and assumed he was considering the sprint competition, so he let Fang Chen have some quiet time. Chung Fatty, seeing that Chun Wei had walked away, happily approached Fang Chen and said, "Well done, kid. I never expected you to run that fast." From what Teacher Chen said, it seems you won't have to worry about college in the future. Upon seeing the chubby guy, Fang Chen spoke without hesitation. Fatty, that's natural. Just look at who I am. Your boss Tsinghua. Humph, you're way too narcissistic, Chang Fatty scoffed. Just as they were chatting, Ning Yuan approached with a disdainful expression. He adjusted his glasses and said, "Do you think running fast makes you impressive? When the English scores come out tomorrow, be prepared to bark like a dog in front of the whole class. Having some luck occasionally isn't something to be proud of. Even Lu Xiang has lost before. Humph, wait until the city-level competition, then you'll understand what it means to be outmatched. Let's see how you win there." Sun Jia, who lost his qualification to report, had a face as dark as thunder, feeling that his academic future was abruptly ruined. If killing were legal, he might have attacked Fang Chen. However, those who are pitiful often have their own despised traits. In his hatred for others, he had long forgotten his previous self. "Once the scores come out tomorrow, if you lose Ning Yuan, you can't back out," Fang Chen teased. Of course, Ning Yuan was well aware of Fang Chen's capabilities. In his view, defeating Fang Chen was merely a matter of casual effort. In the evening at the Zhanghai High School office, Wang Linshi finished her daytime tasks and began grading the papers from earlier. She was eagerly anticipating some outstanding results. However, Wang Linshi felt a bit disappointed, as despite Class 9 performing better under her guidance compared to other regular classes, their overall scores were still far behind the experimental class. Especially concerning the passing scores, only 12 students had passed and the highest score was just 103. Yet, after finishing another paper, Wang Linshi was astonished to find one paper scored 138 with only 12 points deducted for mistakes. Such a score would place a student among the top 5 even in the experimental class. After her initial surprise, Wang Linshi felt a sense of gratification. She believed that under her guidance some students had significantly improved their levels. At the same time, she was curious about who could achieve such a score. To avoid bias while grading, she typically covered the names on the papers, maintaining a calm mindset. She wanted to uncover the name on the paper, and as she was about to reveal it, her first guess was that it belonged to the best English student in Class 9, Gong Yang. However, when the name of the paper's owner appeared before her, she was completely taken aback. Wang Linshi's emotions at that moment could hardly be described as anything less than a thunderbolt. Initially, she thought she had read it wrong and rubbed her eyes. But this action did nothing to change the name on the paper. Wang Linshi was so shocked that her mouth almost dropped open. No way Fang Chen actually scored this high. Did he cheat? However, that thought quickly vanished. Wang Linshi herself felt it was impossible. Only a small portion of the questions were ones she found online, while most were of her own creation. If anyone had the answers, it would only be her, and no one else could possibly acquire them. The only conclusion was that Fang Chen had genuinely achieved this score on his own. After her moment of astonishment, Wang Linshi gradually accepted this reality. She speculated that perhaps Fang Chen had intentionally kept a low profile, pretending to have poor grades, and now with the college entrance examination approaching, he wanted to take it seriously. However, thinking this way felt somewhat strange. Oh well, there was no evening self-study session today. She would have to find a way to call him to the office tomorrow. At this moment, Fang Chen was eating with his friends in the cafeteria. Since Fang Chen was now a senior, even though the regular classes were less strict, they still had to study until 10 o'clock. His home was a bit far from the school, making it too time-consuming to walk back, and taking a bus was clearly not cost-effective, so he usually stayed in the school dormitory. The food, having been refined, tasted great, and Fang Chen ate quite a bit. After finishing his meal, he decisively returned to the dormitory and extracted the remaining spiritual energy to sleep soundly. Chang Fatty and Chun Mo, who shared the same dormitory as Fang Chen, looked at him in disbelief as he prepared to sleep again, wondering when he had become such a heavy sleeper. He seemed to be sleeping nearly all day long. Didn't he worry at all about his English? Time flew by, and the next day Fang Chen energetically went to class with Chang Fatty and the others. As soon as he arrived in the classroom and hadn't even sat down, he saw Ning Yuan eagerly approaching with a mocking smile, saying, "The second period is Teacher Wang's class. When the scores come out, don't backtrack." Seeing Ning Yuan's expression, Fang Chen felt neither anger nor worry. He even loudly repeated the terms of their bet, making it more ostentatious than Ning Yuan. The reason for this was that he wanted to test whether admiration could be transformed into spiritual energy. The surrounding students, hearing Fang Chen's words, were puzzled as to why he seemed so unafraid. Just because you can run fast doesn't mean anything. That's a physical issue. Learning is not the same. Could it be that your English scores suddenly improved dramatically? They didn't believe Fang Chen could surpass Ning Yuan, but with yesterday's experience fresh in their minds, they were somewhat uncertain. Due to the students' anticipation, the teacher felt as if they were urging him to wrap up his lecture during the first. Although puzzled as a teacher, he could not inquire about it, so he could only return to the office feeling dejected after the bell. When the second period arrived, everyone eagerly looked towards the classroom door. Wang Linshi walked into the classroom and noticed all the students gazing at her, their expectant eyes resembling those of eager learners wanting knowledge. She felt deeply moved and decided to increase the workload to help raise their scores. Wang Linshi stepped onto the podium, placed the exam papers down, and said, "Before we discuss the scores, I want to tell you something. You must have noticed that the difficulty of this exam paper was exceptionally high. However, this is merely the standard for the experimental class. I want you to see just how great the gap is between you and the experimental class. I hope that after realizing this gap you will work hard. Enough talk. Let's take a look at This time our class overall performance was somewhat poor. Only 13 students passed, and among those who failed the lowest score was 36. However, the good news is that one student achieved an outstanding score of 138. Upon hearing that the highest score was 138, Gong Yang was momentarily stunned. He felt that paper was quite difficult. How could such a score be achieved? Could it be that he guessed correctly? Other students also looked towards Gong Yang, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. A score of 138 would be exceptional even in the experimental class. Wang Linshi noticed that nearly everyone's gaze was fixed on Gong Yang, realizing that their thoughts were likely the same as hers at that moment. She couldn't help but smile ruefully, but quickly adjusted her attitude, saying, "The highest score this time belongs to classmate Fang Chen, who achieved a score of 138, ranking first in the class. Second place goes to classmate Gong Yang with a score of 103. As soon as Wang Linshi's words left her mouth, it caused an uproar. The students' expressions were filled with shock. They never expected Fang Chen's words to come true. His English score was astonishingly high, and the gap was too vast, over 30 points from the second place. Fang Chen, seeing everyone's attention on him, felt a slight sense of pride. However, upon hearing that he had missed out on 12 points, he thought that merely refining the dictionary and high school English books wasn't enough. Some minor grammar rules were beyond his comprehension, and he would need to find ways to make up for it later. Teacher Fang Chen usually doesn't score this well. How could he possibly achieve such a score? He must have cheated. Ning Yuan could hardly believe his ears, thinking he had misheard. But seeing his classmates' reactions, he realized that it was all true. Despite this, he still couldn't believe Fang Chen could score this high. Remembering their bet, he furiously raised his hand and almost shouted this statement. Many classmates also came to their senses, feeling that Fang Chen achieving such a score was utterly unexpected. If he had cheated, there might be some possibility. Wang Linshi stated, "This paper contains some questions I found online and modified, but many questions were created by me. If anyone has the answers, it's only me. However, I've never disclosed them to anyone, so the questions Fang Chen answered were naturally completed by him. To be honest, I was also surprised that classmate Fang Chen managed to score this well, but a score is a score. There is no way to question it. I believe classmate Fang Chen must have put in a lot of effort behind the scenes to achieve such a score. I hope everyone can take pride in him and strive to surpass the experimental class, so that we can all attend good universities together." With Wang Linshi saying this, Ning Yuan had nothing more to say, and could only sit down reluctantly. When the scores were released, he knew he had scored 98. Although that was quite good in this class compared to Fang Chen, it was simply worlds apart. As a close friend, Tsinghua was more surprised than anyone. He knew exactly who Fang Chen was, but never expected him to achieve such an exceptionally high score. He asked in disbelief, "Fang Chen, how did you study?" Fang Chen knew that Tsinghua had the best grades among his friends, scoring 93 in this exam as well. Hearing Tsinhua's question, he felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't possibly tell him about the Wanbao Ding, could he? However, since he was asked, he could only reply, "I was just pretending to be low-key. Actually, my grades should be decent, and recently I've been quite focused on English, secretly putting in a lot of effort." "Well, that does make sense," Tsinghua nodded. "The methods of studying ultimately come down to the same thing. It really depends on talent and effort." After questioning Fang Chen, Tsinghua suddenly recalled Ning Yuan's bet. "It seems that some people will have to bark like a dog now." Fang Chen smiled and nodded, suddenly noticing spiritual energy manifesting in his mind. This time the spiritual energy was higher than the last, amounting to a full point. Fang Chen collected it first, then noticed his classmates looking at him with admiration and respect. He understood that his guess was right. The spiritual energy came from the admiration of others. As he scanned the class, he noticed Ning Yuan glaring at him with an angry expression. He knew Ning Yuan must be furious right now, but he felt quite pleased, deliberately putting on a provocative expression as he raised his middle finger and whispered, "See you after class, pup." Fang Chen did not speak, but Ning Yuan clearly understood what he was saying from his mouth shape and gestures. Thinking of this, Ning Yuan gritted his teeth in fury, wishing he could punch Fang Chen in the face. The once confident wager ended in an unbelievable defeat, and with the thought of the potential punishment and Fang Chen's arrogance, Ning Yuan was in a daze throughout the entire class. Fang Chen, on the other hand, comprehended everything quite well, or rather simply because his understanding of English vocabulary and grammar had significantly improved. In fact, he understood even more of what Wang Linsher was saying. After this class ended, seeing that teacher Wang had left, Fang Chen stood up, and at that moment all the students in the class turned their gazes towards Ning Yuan and Fang Chen. They had heard about the wager yesterday where the loser had to go to the podium and bark like a dog claiming to be a frog. Not to mention Fang Chen had just reminded them. I say, Ning, the class monitor, our wager has a result now. Are you gonna bark now or will you do it next class? I'm fine with you doing it whenever today as long as it's today. You scoundrel, you did this on purpose. You deliberately concealed your results to trick me. Ning Yuan exclaimed angrily, his eyes nearly turning red. Ning Yuan, don't speak recklessly. It was clearly you who initiated the wager with me, Fang Chen replied. Do you want to fulfill the wager now or do you want to back out? The classmates in the class were quite supportive of Fang Chen's words, as they all knew that it was Ning Yuan who had brought it up first, and it had nothing to do with Fang Chen. If it weren't for Fang Chen's good performance this time, it would have been Ning Yuan who was being arrogant, but now he was just asking for trouble. I won't do it, I won't do it, I refuse to do it. What can you do to me? Ning Yuan said angrily. As the class monitor from a well-off family, how could he bow down to someone like Fang Chen from a working-class background? He could never admit to being a dog. Before Fang Chen could respond, Cheng Pongzi, who had eagerly come to watch the show, could no longer hold back and shouted, Four Eyes, you shameless thing. You backed out of a wager you proposed yourself. Are you still a man? Don't you have any guts? If you don't have the guts, then let this wager be as if you never said it. At this point, Cheng Pongzi turned to Fang Chen with admiration in his eyes, and said, Fang Chen, well done. I knew you would definitely surpass Four Eyes and win the wager. My judgment was right. Really? I don't remember you saying that at all. Fang Chen rolled his eyes and coldly looked at Ning Yuan, saying, Ning Yuan, you heard what Cheng Pongzi said. If you want to back out, then admit you're not a man. If you don't back out, then go up and bark like a dog. You, the son of a dirty worker, I won't listen to your words. Don't think you can step on me. Ning Yuan shouted furiously. If you have the guts, come and hit me. This is what you brought upon yourself. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a glint of cold light. Ning Yuan dared to insult him and even his parents. He was simply asking for death. With a swift motion, Fang Chen activated his speed-enhancing shoes, and instantly accelerated, suddenly appearing in front of Ning Yuan, raising his hand. Slap. Two resounding slaps landed on Ning Yuan's face, leaving bright red palm prints, and even knocking his glasses askew. Ning Yuan stared blankly at Fang Chen, who stood before him. Only when he felt the stinging pain on his face did Ning Yuan, humiliated, angrily exclaim, You actually dared to hit me, you dare to. Slap. Another two loud slaps echoed as Fang Chen sneered, What if I continue hitting you now? Who do you think you are? You're just a woman without any credit, flipping like a pancake. If you have the guts, fulfill the wager. If you have the guts, then hit me. Good. Some students in the class cheered loudly, and Cheng Pongzi joined in, while only Chen Mo looked at Fang Chen with a glimmer of light in his eyes, falling into deep thought. However, most students did not think like him. Instead, they felt a sense of relief seeing Ning Yuan not fulfilling the wager. They looked down on him, especially since he insulted others. Ning Yuan was left speechless by Fang Chen's words. Though his heart burned with rage, he could not find the words. Gritting his teeth, he yelled and swung a punch at Fang Chen. Seeing him coming, Fang Chen let out a cold laugh, turned slightly, and drove his knee into Ning Yuan's stomach. Ning Yuan felt pain coursing through him, his features contorting. He clutched his stomach and slowly knelt down. The pain was so unbearable that he could not stand. Fang Chen grabbed him by the neck and coldly said, So Ning Yuan, do you still dare to insult my family now? Seeing the coldness in Fang Chen's gaze, Ning Yuan felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, his back breaking out in cold sweat, and he felt a flicker of fear. He instinctively feared Fang Chen's gaze. Ning Yuan wanted to be tough, but the pain in his stomach was unbearable. Seeing Fang Chen's tightly clenched fist, he suddenly lost his temper and weakly stammered, I won't dare to insult anymore. Fang Chen's skills are impressive. That line just now was really domineering, and his abilities are remarkable. I wish I were his girlfriend. How come I never noticed that Fang Chen is so handsome before, and his grades are excellent? He is first in English, certainly among the top 3 in an ordinary class. Ning Yuan is truly despicable. He won't fulfill the wager and still insults others. He deserves to be beaten. As they watched Ning Yuan submit, the surrounding classmates began to whisper their thoughts. Hearing these words, a wave of humiliation and resentment surged in Ning Yuan's heart. However, facing Fang Chen's gaze and recalling the pain in his stomach, he did not dare to show it, and his anger began to dissipate. While they were talking, Sun Jia sneaked out of the classroom. He hurried to the office and seeing Wang Linshi busy with her work approached her and said, "Teacher Wang, something bad happened. Fang Chen is actually beating up class monitor Fang. He's about to get hurt. You should go take a look." "What's going on? Why would Fang Chen hit class monitor Fang?" "Fang Chen doesn't usually like to fight." Wang Linshi responded somewhat surprised. "I don't know, but I know that Fang Chen is too much. He openly made class monitor Fang go to the podium and bark like a dog claiming to be a frog. Class monitor Fang couldn't bear the humiliation and tried to retort, but ended up getting beaten like that." Sun Jia explained. "Is that so?" Wang Linshi frowned, not expecting Fang Chen to dare to do such a thing. She stood up and said, "I'll go see what's happening." Wang Linshi entered the classroom and saw Ning Yuan half kneeling on the floor. She was already half convinced and angrily shouted, "Fang Chen, what are you doing? Stop it right now or I will have to deduct your credits." Credits are a scoring method in Jianghai City's high schools similar to the 12 points of a driver's license. Generally, students who make serious mistakes will have points deducted. Each student starts with 100 points, and if they are deducted, all the school will expel them. Hearing Teacher Wang's shout, the surrounding students instinctively lowered their heads and dispersed. Fang Chen raised his head, looking at Wang Linshi with an innocent expression, saying, "Teacher Wang, I'm just standing here not doing anything. How can you ask me to stop?" Wang Linshi saw Fang Chen's innocent expression, and the words on her lips nearly choked her. What he said was not wrong. When she entered, she only saw Fang Chen standing by, not having laid a hand on anyone. "Fine, you didn't strike anyone, but you did hit Ning Yuan, didn't you? Why would you attack a classmate without cause? This is grounds for deducting credits and violates school and class rules." Wang Linshi said irritably, "Teacher Wang, it's not that I wanted to hit him. He insisted I do it. He kept saying, 'If you've got the guts, come and hit me.'" Fang Chen replied, "Truly, in all my life I've never encountered such an irresistible request. So I figured I might as well oblige and give him a beating. Do you take me for a fool?" Wang Linshi said, unconvinced. "If you don't believe me, ask the other students." Fang Chen turned and called out loudly, "Isn't that right? Wasn't it Ning Yuan who asked for it?" The crowd was taken aback, but upon reflecting on Fang Chen's words, and recalling the incident, it was indeed Ning Yuan who had arrogantly challenged Fang Chen to strike him. They nodded in speechless amusement, with a few shouting out in affirmation, "Teacher, that's not true. He was the one who hit me." Ning Yuan, upon hearing his classmates, nearly spat blood. His stomach now feeling a bit better, he scrambled to his feet and retorted. Wang Linshi felt dizzy, unable to grasp the situation. She finally said, "Both of you come with me to the office and explain exactly what happened." "All right, Teacher Wang." Fang Chen was indifferent. He had his reasons, and even if credits were deducted, expulsion was out of the question. Ning Yuan had initially felt some fear, but upon seeing the teacher, his apprehension faded, replaced by a rekindled hatred. He glared at Fang Chen and gave a cold snort. They followed Wang Linshi to the office. Along the way, Ning Yuan saw Sun Jia silently mouth the words, "Strike first to gain the upper hand." Ning Yuan nodded in understanding. Fang Chen also noticed, smirking inwardly. These two fools thought Wang Linshi was like the math teacher Su Bin, who would take their side. There was no way they could fabricate excuses and get away with it. Upon arriving at the office, Wang Linshi sat down and drained the tea from her cup. Perhaps still agitated, her chest heaved unevenly, its rise and fall causing both Ning Yuan and Fang Chen's eyes to linger momentarily. Aware of her ample bust and the slight impropriety, Wang Linshi's face flushed faintly. She cleared her throat and demanded, "Now both of you tell me exactly what happened." "Teacher, I was just joking with Fang Chen about who would win or lose this exam. I never thought he'd take it seriously and actually hit me, forcing me to bark like a dog on the podium," Ning Yuan said with feigned grievance. "Is that true?" Wang Linshi frowned at Fang Chen. "Teacher, allow me to explain the matter slowly." Fang Chen recounted the events calmly and methodically, realizing as he spoke that his composure had improved remarkably, likely bolstered by the confidence the Wanbao Cauldron had instilled in him. After listening, Wang Linshi pondered for a moment before turning to Ning Yuan. "Is this true?" Ning Yuan shook his head. "No, I was just joking. Even if he lost, I wouldn't have followed through." "Is that so? I find that hard to believe," Fang Chen sneered. He looked at Wang Linshi and said, "Teacher, why not ask the other students in the class? They'll give you the truth. I can guess what happened. They'll ask the class later. As for you two, I'll let it slide this time," Wang Linshi said with a displeased expression. "But if such nonsense happens again, I will take serious action. You may go now." "Teacher Wang, I'll take my leave then," Fang Chen said with a smile. "Teacher Wang, no. How can he just walk away after hitting me? At the very least, his credits should be deducted." Ning Yuan protested, anxiously unable to believe that Wang Linshi was siding with Fang Chen. What made him so special? Just a stroke of luck on one exam. He was the class monitor top student and her direct subordinate. In dynastic terms, she was the emperor and he her prime minister. How could she treat her own loyal subject this way? Ning Yuan, I said, I'll investigate this. However, I believe the school rules also prohibit the kind of joke you made. If this gets reported, your actions will be documented and your credits will be docked. We're in senior year now. Do you think you or your family would be happy with something like that on your record? Wang Linshi said impatiently. Ning Yuan was at a loss for words. Teacher Wang, your handling of this is fine, but I still have doubts about the outcome of that bet. I find it hard to believe that Fang Chen actually beat Ning Yuan. A bald man who had been sitting at the back interjected, rising and walking over. The bald man, around 40 years old, wore thick, black-rimmed glasses. His eyes were small and narrow, giving him a sinister and lecherous smile. He was Subin, the math teacher for Class 9, who had just pieced together the situation from Wang Linshi's words. As a staunch believer in academic performance, he favored the class monitor Ning Yuan, especially since his family sent him gifts during the new year. Seeing the boy at a disadvantage, he felt compelled to help. Ning Yuan's eyes lit up at the sight of Su Bin stepping in. Yes. Teacher Su, I also think Fang Chen's score is suspicious. Teacher Su, I was the only one with the answer key. I never shared it with Fang Chen. How could it be fake? Wang Linshi said, displeased. Teacher Wang, I'm not accusing you of anything. But this score is just too strange, isn't it? Why not have Fang Chen retake the test right now? If his performance is poor, then well, no, it was fabricated. Su Bin said with a fawning smile. That's inappropriate. It would clearly show a lack of trust in the student. Wang Linshi frowned. Teacher, I think it's fine. Let me take the test now and prove it to them once and for all. Fang Chen said, his eyes flickering with disgust as he saw Su Bin siding with Ning Yuan. He knew that Teacher Su despised students with poor grades, openly and unapologetically, often making degrading remarks. If it weren't for the fact that most of Class 9 students were seniors trying to avoid trouble, they would have long since taught the bald teacher a lesson. Hell, look, Fang Chen himself is willing. Let him take the test, Teacher Su said, casting a contemptuous glance at Fang Chen. All right then. Wang Linshi hesitated but finally nodded. Good. Teacher, please get a test paper. They'll take it right here on the spot. Ning Yuan, you don't have to leave. Watch me take the test face-to-face, and he'll make you admit defeat willingly, Fang Chen said confidently. He was determined to make Ning Yuan see clearly and unequivocally that he was truly inferior. Fine. My next class happens to be with your class, Ning Yuan. You can skip it, I'll have them study on their own. I'll stay and watch as well, Su Bin said. Ning Yuan sneered. Wang Linshi glanced at them, then pulled a test paper from her drawer. This is from the experimental class a month ago. Take this one. All right. Fang Chen accepted the paper, picked up a pen, glanced at it casually, and began writing swiftly. Su Bin was unaware of the paper's difficulty or score, but he knew Fang Chen's English had always been poor. He refused to believe Fang Chen could outperform Ning Yuan, let alone achieve a good result. So he sat back comfortably at his desk, ready to sip some water and wait. Meanwhile, he instructed Ning Yuan to summon the class academic monitor and vice monitor to announce the self-study tasks and rules. The deputy class leader of Class 9, Xin, is a very quiet girl. After she and the study committee member Jiang Cong entered, they listened to Su Bin explain the reasons for not attending class and some assigned tasks. When they heard that the teacher was going to monitor Fang Chen during the English exam, they were taken aback, clearly confused. Wasn't there just a fight earlier? How did it end up being about an exam? Was Fang Chen involved in something dubious, or did the teacher not believe he could achieve a true score? They secretly glanced at Fang Chen, who waved his pen and flashed a self-assured smile at them. Upon seeing him, Xin felt a blush rise to her cheeks, lowered her head, slightly adjusted her glasses, and followed Jiang Cong out of the office. Are you quite close to Xin? Wang Linshi asked strangely after witnessing the earlier scene. Teacher Wang, am not familiar with deputy class leader. Why do you ask? Fang Chen was taken aback. Then why did she blush? Wang Linshi inquired. I don't know, I just smiled when I saw them staring at me, and I have no idea why deputy class leader he blushed. But I've heard she's quite shy, so maybe that's the reason. Fang Chen pondered. I understand you're at a crucial time in high school. Don't get distracted by these things. Focus on your exam now. You still have Chinese class next, don't delay your studies, Wang Linshi said in a teacher-like tone. Teacher Wang, you're overthinking it. I'll keep writing, you supervise me well. Fang Chen smiled wryly. He was merely waving his hand, yet it made Teacher Wang think so much. Ning Yuan watched Fang Chen laughing and joking with Wang Linshi, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Whether it was Zhang Yuxue or Wang Linshi, both were rare beauties in the school. One youthful and vibrant, the other a sultry mature lady. But they had no connection with him and were inexplicably close to a student from a working-class family, which was infuriating. Ning Yuan now had only one thought, hoping Fang Chen truly cheated and ended up with a poor score. Su Bin, noticing Ning Yuan's intense gaze, smirked and waved for him to come over. "Teacher Su, what did you call me for?" Ning Yuan asked. "Ning Yuan, why are you staring so intently? This score can't be changed in a short time. His previous scores were so poor. If he suddenly improved, it's definitely not his own ability. Just wait for him to make a fool of himself. If he doesn't, I'll write the teacher's name backward," Su Bin said with a quiet sneer. Ning Yuan thought Su Bin's words made sense, nodded, and returned. Although he wasn't staring as intently as before, he was still watching with more seriousness. Time passed quickly. To be precise, Fang Chen wrote rapidly and completed the English exam paper in 30 minutes. He spread his hands and said, "I'm done, Teacher Wang, please check how I did." "So fast?" "Well, let me take a look," Wang Linshi replied, a bit surprised. She took the paper and started grading, but halfway through her eyes showed a hint of surprise, and she nodded slightly. "Teacher Wang, how's the grading going?" Su Bin placed his teacup down and walked over with a smile, greedily glancing at her attractive figure. "I think the result is clear. Fang Chen's ability is unquestionable. I've only graded halfway and all his answers are correct except for a minor grammatical mistake. I don't think I need to check the rest." Wang Linshi frowned and spoke. "What? How is this possible? Is he really good at English?" Su Bin asked in disbelief as he took the paper. However, after scanning it, his expression gradually darkened. Though he was a math teacher, he was still decent in English. He could tell the correct answers just by looking at the questions. Ning Yuan stepped forward and quietly asked Su Bin, "Teacher, are these correct?" Su Bin grimly set the exam paper down and said, "Yes, it's true." Ning Yuan's face fell slightly. He had hoped Fang Chen might have cheated, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Wang Linshi continued, "Fang Chen, I sincerely apologize. We doubted your scores, but you have now proven through your ability that these results are genuinely yours. Teacher Su and I owe you an apology." Su Bin's face was not pleasant. He had just questioned Fang Chen's scores, and who would have thought that in such a short time Fang Chen had indeed answered correctly, having truly earned his scores. This subtly undermined his authority and made him lose face in front of Teacher Wang and Ning Yuan, especially hearing Wang Linshi apologize to Fang Chen. If it weren't for what Wang Linshi said, Su Bin would have shouted in anger. "What's the point of apologizing? He was just a mere student from a poor family, while we are teachers at the school far above him in status. Why should we apologize to him?" But he couldn't say that, so he let out a cold snort and fell silent, returning to his seat alone. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to glance at Su Bin. In his eyes, Su Bin was a poor teacher. Only Wang Linshi was worthy of respect. "Teacher Wang, I'll head back to class now," Fang Chen said with a smile. "All right, you and Ning Yuan go back." Wang Linshi waved with a smile. Fang Chen earned his scores, and Wang Linshi was also pleased. As Fang Chen and Ning Yuan exited, Ning Yuan shot him a cold glance from behind. "Don't get too cocky. You only did a bit better in English. With scores like yours, you still won't get into a good university, and with no background, don't think you're better than me. Looks like you're still not giving up. How about we continue our bet? Let's wager on our exam scores at the end of the month. If you lose again, then..." At this point, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, stepped closer, and said, "Even if you break a leg, I will still hold you to the bet." Sensing Fang Chen's hostility and the flicker of cold light in his eyes, Ning Yuan's mind flashed back to the earlier scene of being beaten, and he instinctively took a few steps back in fear. Realizing his cowardice, he forced himself to stand firm and not retreat any further, but remained silent. Seeing that Ning Yuan was already afraid, Fang Chen shook his head in disinterest and ignored him as he walked into the classroom. As he entered, Cheng Pengzi left his seat, and no matter how he Xen called out to him, he acted as if he hadn't heard, coming over eagerly to ask, "So what was the result of the exam in the office?" "How did you know?" Fang Chen was taken aback. "Of course he Xin and Jiang Song already told everyone about it," Cheng Pengzi replied, rolling his eyes. "My English score is excellent, so the exam result goes without saying." "It must have pleased Teacher Wang," Fang Chen said confidently. "Really?" Cheng Pengzi's eyes lit up, and then he muttered softly, "Looks like your English score is indeed good." Just then information reemerged in Fang Chen's mind, a surge of incense energy 0. "For points, would you like to collect it?" Fang Chen was startled and instinctively glanced at the students in the class, noticing their admiring gazes. He suddenly realized that when he initially scored 138 points, they admired him, but there was still a small portion who didn't believe it. Now that he re-examined in the office with equally excellent results, they naturally believed him, no longer doubting him as before. This surge of incense energy came from their admiration. The energy of the incense this time was evidently less than the previous two occasions, yet Fang Chen was still quite pleased. After all, acquiring it was significantly more challenging than obtaining spiritual energy or biological energy. After confirming his satisfaction with the collection, he saw Chung Fatty running up to Ning Yuan sporting a mischievous grin. Fang Chen was somewhat speechless. He couldn't be bothered to waste time with Chung Fatty, so he simply returned to his seat. As he made his way back to his seat, the gazes of the surrounding students shifted, becoming somewhat different, causing him, who usually had a low presence in class, to feel a bit elated. Fang Chen, how many points did you score in the office? Chen Mo adjusted his glasses and inquired. I'm not sure, I only know I hardly made any mistakes in the first half, so my score should be quite good. I'm not entirely sure, Fang Chen replied, imprecisely thinking to himself that he needed to refine his vocabulary and grammar in English to improve his perfect score. With the Wanbao Ding in hand, Fang Chen naturally aimed to elevate his grades to the best, becoming the top student and gaining admission to the finest university. Fang Chen, your English score is quite impressive. It's a bit of a pity. There are still 2 months left. If you work hard on your other subjects, you might just get into a good university. Chen Mo suddenly said after a moment of silence. Yes, I will. Fang Chen was taken aback. He knew Chen Mo's personality was rather blunt, and his words were not a mockery but rather encouragement. Fang Chen smiled confidently in understanding. Seeing this, Chen Mo displayed an awkward smile, and then turned back to his book. Fang Chen chuckled at his demeanor, knowing that Chen Mo was always like this, but their relationship was quite good. Fang Chen understood that Chen Mo was right. He needed to improve in all his other subjects. Moreover, he had already stored 7 points of spiritual energy, suggesting he had the capacity to enhance 1 or 2 courses. In senior year, the main subjects were Chinese mathematics and English, as he was studying the comprehensive science curriculum, followed by biology, physics, and chemistry. Fang Chen currently had only minor shortcomings in English, so there was no need for urgency. Thus he planned to focus on mastering Chinese first. On one hand, high scores in Chinese mathematics and English were crucial, and on the other hand, the next class was Chinese. In case of a surprise test, he would be prepared. Fang Chen quietly placed his book under the desk. Seeing Chen Mo was reading, he secretly began refining. The energy consumed for Chinese was somewhat more than for English. Refining a senior year textbook actually required 0.6 energy points. Fang Chen thought to himself that the Chinese language seemed more profound than English. Of course, after refining, his mind was filled with much more content. Fang Chen felt a bit dizzy and shook his head. Chen Mo noticed and turned to ask, "What's wrong, Fang Chen? You look strange." "Nothing, just feeling a bit dizzy after the exam. How about you?" Fang Chen replied with a smile. Noticing that Chen Mo had ignored him, Fang Chen looked down at other Chinese materials to see what else he could learn. He still had 2 energy points left, so he should be able to study more. Flipping through, Fang Chen found a printed list of classical poems, which included the required poems from senior to junior year, with those marked in red indicating potential exam content. Fang Chen recalled that this list was provided by teacher Li last week. He thought to himself that since it would be on the exam, he might as well refine it. Although it contained quite a few poems, it only consumed 0.2 energy. After that, Fang Chen refined a comprehensive essay collection which cost him 0.5 energy points, leaving him with only 0.5 energy points remaining. Fang Chen decided not to continue refining knowledge in Chinese for the time being. He felt he had enough for now and would only refine more where he found deficiencies. It must be said that after refining and understanding classical poetry, he felt a distinct change in his demeanor. Chen Mo also noticed this change but did not pay much attention, continuing to read his book. Soon the class began, and the last morning class was Chinese. The Chinese teacher for class 9 was Li Dagan, a 50-year-old man with glasses, a crew cut, and slightly graying temples, much like the old scholars who taught classical literature. Li Dagan was also somewhat somber. However, compared to Subin, Li Dagan was still quite good. At least he was responsible, putting effort into both the subject and the students, treating all students equally regardless of their performance. Li Dagan entered wearing a dress shirt and slacks, holding some materials. As usual, he began explaining the textbook content. The top students listened attentively, while those struggling seemed to be lost in thought. After about 25 minutes of lecturing, Li Dagan stopped explaining and cleared his throat, casting his gaze around before saying, "Today's lesson is complete. Now I want to ask how many of you can recite 1/5 of the classical poem list I gave you last week." As soon as Li Dagan finished speaking, the classroom erupted into whispers. Some wore expressions of distress, while others looked proud, evidently having memorized the content during the weekend, reaching Li Dagan's target. "Raise your hands if you can recite 1/5 of it," Li Dagan said with a somewhat gruff voice. 8 students in class 9 happily raised their hands, including Gong Yangyang Tsangjiang and He Xin. Ning Yuan had memorized some, but only managed to memorize 4 poems out of a total of 67, so he had no choice but to keep his hand down. He felt a bit disgruntled and glanced around the classroom to see who else could recite. Upon seeing Fang Chen, he was stunned that this guy managed to memorize it. Ning Yuan couldn't believe this guy had memorized it yet. He raised his hand anyway. In fact, Ning Yuan had some doubts, as did many other classmates. Fang Chen's impressive English score was one thing, but his previous Chinese grades seemed mediocre, and he had never seen him memorize anything before. Of course, due to his astonishing English score, they regarded him with a mix of belief and skepticism. They wanted Li Dagan to check if Fang Chen could recite it now. If Fang Chen knew their thoughts, he would merely smirk, feeling indifferent. He remembered it all too clearly after refining, and he could recite it backwards. Unfortunately, Li Dagan did not conduct a check. Instead, he nodded slightly after letting them lower their hands, saying, "Your class memorization results are still not ideal. Remember, if you can memorize all of these, it will secure you at least 10 points in the college entrance examination for classical poetry. You need to work hard. 1 point is worth its weight in gold. Starting the day after tomorrow at noon, 10 students will come to me each day to recite. If you can't recite it, you'll be punished to copy it 10 times. As soon as Li Dagan finished speaking, the class erupted in wails. They were usually afraid of such memorization tasks. Fang Chen frowned upon hearing this. He was not afraid of memorizing, but if it came to him, it would clearly waste a valuable afternoon nap. If the few students before him couldn't recite it, he would undoubtedly have to waste several more days. Now that he wanted to improve his grades, he needed spiritual energy. There was no way he could afford to waste the precious time of his nap on such matters. Fang Chen raised his hand, and seeing this, Li Dagan asked, "Fang Chen, do you have a question?" "Teacher, if I can recite everything now, and you check me here, will I not have to go to the office during my afternoon nap?" Li Dagan was somewhat surprised and replied with a smile, "If you can memorize it, then of course you won't have to, but can you really do it? I've memorized it all over the weekend. If you don't believe me, you can check me right now." The range of classical poems required for high school exams is over 60, with each poem primarily testing 2 lines, but that still adds up to a significant amount. Moreover, the time given to memorize was only 2 days. Even if students in the first and second years had memorized them before, they likely had forgotten by now due to the passage of time. Li Dagan was somewhat surprised that Fang Chen claimed he could memorize everything. After his surprise, he did not genuinely believe Fang Chen's words, as he knew Fang Chen's previous Chinese grades were average, and he hadn't been particularly diligent in studying, or perhaps he was just trying to bluff. Fang Chen felt a bit nervous during the process of refining the shoes. Li Dagan looked at the male student below the podium and requested a copy of ancient poetry materials. He glanced at the materials, trying to find suitable verses to challenge Fang Chen. Although Li Dagan was a Chinese language teacher, it did not mean he could recite all the ancient poems by heart, so he needed to check them one by one. After browsing for 3 to 4 minutes, he said, "If you are willing to drink with the old man next door, may I ask what the next line is, and what is the name of this poem, and who is the author?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding students immediately showed expressions of distress. They originally thought that memorizing ancient poems only required remembering the highlighted lines, but now they realized they also needed to memorize the poem's title and author, which significantly increased the difficulty. Ning Yuan, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. He knew that Teacher Li hadn't mentioned this point last week, and many students thought it was only about memorizing highlighted lines. Fang Chen probably only spent 2 days memorizing them, and now that he needed the author's name and the poem's title, he wondered if he could still answer. At this moment, Ning Yuan's greatest resentment was directed at Fang Chen. He wished for him to embarrass himself. Every blunder would be his greatest joy. As for Fang Chen, upon hearing Li Dagan's question, he did not frown or hesitate in the slightest. He smiled effortlessly and said, "Teacher Li, this is Du Fu's guest arriving, written after the completion of the Chengdu Chaodang." The line mentioned by the teacher expresses the joy of receiving guests, and the sincere hospitality, evoking the scene of inviting the neighbor for drinks. The next line is calling out through the fence for the last cup. Correct, Fang Chen. I didn't expect you to understand the meaning as well. Truly impressive. In an ordinary class, there would be no one with your level of research. Li Dagan nodded in praise as he snapped back to reality. He hadn't expected Fang Chen not only to know the poem, but also to understand its meaning and context, indicating he had studied it thoroughly. As a language teacher, he loved the poetry and prose of Huaxia. Encountering such a student inevitably brought him a sense of admiration. All the classmates focused on their own ancient poetry lists. Seeing Fang Chen speak so clearly, their eyes held a mix of admiration and skepticism, believing that Fang Chen had merely memorized this one poem. Thus Fang Chen did not receive any aura of incense energy. Li Dagan looked at another poem and asked with a smile, "What is the title and author of the poem, On the East Side of the Huai River, the Moon of Old Times? Since you have researched this so well, why not tell us the meaning of the next line?" This poem is the first of Lu Yushi's series 5 poems of Jinling titled Stone City. The entire poem focuses on the geographical environment surrounding Stone City, highlighting its desolation and loneliness amidst mountains, river tides, the Huai River, and the moonlight. The tone is vast and grand with deep sentiments. By the way, I really like this one. The next line you mentioned is at midnight the girl on the wall comes, meaning at midnight one peeks at the former royal palace. Fang Chen reminisced. Fang Chen wasn't pretending, rather after assimilating the knowledge into his mind, he thoroughly understood the lines and meanings of the poems, and felt a slight intoxication with the atmosphere the poet wanted to convey. Li Dagan now looked at Fang Chen with a somewhat different perspective, and the surrounding students were also astonished, staring at Fang Chen. Li Dagan continued to pull out other poems for Fang Chen to recite. Fang Chen's responses to Li Dagan's questions were simple and straightforward, without any stiffness or pauses, as if he were reciting his own poems. The surrounding students, who had begun to doubt whether Fang Chen could recite, were now almost convinced that he indeed had memorized and understood these poems. At this moment, the students in the class suddenly found Fang Chen a bit unfamiliar. When did he become so outstanding? He had always been a low-profile student in class. Regardless, they knew Fang Chen was indeed impressive, having memorized the ancient poems before them, while also understanding their meanings. Moreover, this memorization was not ordinary. He managed to memorize and understand the meanings within just 2 days over the weekend. Such memory could undoubtedly be considered genius, and they silently thought to themselves Fang Chen was truly remarkable. However, among this group of students, Ning Yuan felt quite envious. The more outstanding Fang Chen became, the more ridiculous and absurd he appeared in comparison. Competing for grades with such an excellent student was no joke. This class quickly approached its end. Fang Chen felt a bit dry and parched from reciting. He looked eagerly at Li Dagan, as if saying, "Look at how hard I am working to recite. Can you give me an answer?" Li Dagan was somewhat surprised by Fang Chen's understanding of poetry. Seeing him looking at himself, he cleared his throat, picked up the poetry materials, and said, "Fang Chen, your understanding of ancient poetry is truly outstanding. It seems you weren't speaking falsely. If that's the case, can you recite the last poem I mentioned? You won't need to go to the office for a nap anymore." At this point, Li Dagan expressed some interest and anticipation, saying, "Recite Chow Chow's short song line. If you can recite it completely, what I say will be true." Chow Chow's short song line is lengthy, and is considered a lesser-known piece among ancient poetry. Li Dagan was eager to see if Fang Chen could recite this as well. Li Dagan wasn't intentionally trying to make things difficult for Fang Chen. Rather, after witnessing his astonishing ability to recite all the ancient poems, a small thought arose in his mind, to see if he could recite them all. The other students in the class also widened their eyes, staring at Fang Chen, eager to see if he could recite it. Even Ning Yuan was somewhat curious, though he secretly hoped Fang Chen would fail. Fang Chen did not expect teacher Li to ask him to recite this. After a brief moment of surprise, he noticed all the students staring at him, and thought to himself, what's so interesting about this? Nevertheless, Fang Chen smoothly recited, "When drinking sing, how few are the days of life. Like morning dew the past days are full of misery. One must express their feelings. Worries and thoughts are hard to forget. How to alleviate worries? Only with Dukong." As Fang Chen recited with rhythm and cadence, a hint of admiration appeared in Li Dagan's eyes. He realized that Fang Chen truly understood ancient poetry at a high school level. Now it was Li Dagan who was curious. Fang Chen, who had seemed ordinary before, how had he suddenly transformed? But regardless, Fang Chen had recited it. Li Dagan said, "Fang Chen, you recited well. You have truly comprehended the ancient poetry. Seeking you for a nap would be a waste of time. You can study something else. I heard from Teacher Wang that your English grades are quite good. I hope you can greatly improve your Chinese grades in the future, impressing me like you did today." At this point, Li Dagan looked at Fang Chen with satisfaction, as if he were his own son. Although Li Dagan treated all students equally, seeing a student excel was ultimately a delightful thing. Moreover, this was a student who had previously been of average performance but had now improved. Didn't this prove that he had taught well? The other classmates also looked at Fang Chen with admiration, realizing that he was indeed impressive. They had never seen Li Dagan, the old scholar, smile like this. "You have discovered 0.5 aura of incense energy. Would you like to collect it now?" A piece of information popped into Fang Chen's mind. He had already determined that he could collect the aura of incense energy, but upon seeing this compared to the exam results, it was surprisingly half. After the initial shock, he soon understood. Exam results ultimately assess a person's performance. As an ordinary English student, suddenly achieving high scores in an ordinary grade made it reasonable for them to admire high values. However, this time it was merely about reciting ancient poetry, and given his previous outstanding performance, they inevitably felt a sense of visual fatigue. Soon this class came to an end. Fang Chen had truly become a privileged student of Class 9, no longer needing to go to the office to recite poetry. Originally, some students with average relationships took this opportunity after class to get closer to Fang Chen. Fang Chen was somewhat surprised, but then conversed normally with them, while only Ning Yuan glared at him with resentment. In the following days, Fang Chen's life gradually became mundane, attending classes during the day and stealing money. During class, the teacher paid him some attention, occasionally calling on Fang Chen to answer questions. Only Su Bin was an exception. He completely ignored Fang Chen when he saw him treating him like air. Fang Chen understood Su Bin's behavior but had no particular thoughts on it. It was best if such a person showed no concern for him. All the teacher's attention allowed him to refine the spiritual energy he had accumulated over 2 or 3 days into knowledge, entirely converting a total of 3 points of spiritual energy into various knowledge. Fang Chen estimated that his current knowledge was equivalent to being among the top 10 in the class, with the best results in English followed by Chinese, while the rest was only partially refined. By the next week, becoming the top in the class would likely not be a challenge, and even being among the top 3 in an ordinary grade wouldn't be difficult. The only trouble lay in comparison with experimental classes. On Thursday evening, Fang Chen as usual finished class and returned to the dormitory with Cheng Pongzi and Chen Mo, intending to grab his clothes to wash up in the bathroom. On the bedside of Cheng Fatty there was a book on Wing Chun, and judging by the wear on the pages it had been flipped through quite a lot. When Fang Chen saw this book, a thought arose in his mind: if he could refine it he would acquire the skills. Becoming a martial arts master is a dream shared by every young person, and Fang Chen was no exception. He asked excitedly, "Cheng Fatty, do you practice Wing Chun?" Cheng Fatty turned to look and, seeing the book on the bedside, smiled and said, "Fang Chen, are you talking about this Wing Chun instructional book? I bought it 2 months ago intending to learn and improve my skills, so I could deal with any thugs I encounter. However, Wing Chun is really hard to learn. I haven't mastered it yet, and it requires a lot of hard work, so now I just use it as a pillow. Isn't that a bit of a waste? If you're not going to learn it, why not give it to me?" Fang Chen said with interest. Unlike Cheng Fatty, Fang Chen could learn as long as he had the book. "Fang Chen, I didn't know you were interested in Wing Chun," Cheng Fatty asked curiously. "I almost forgot that you handled Ning Yuan so harshly a few days ago. You must have some skills. Are you looking to learn the techniques in this book?" Fang Chen naturally wanted to learn the techniques. Hearing Cheng Fatty's words, he nodded and said, "That's right. I really want to learn the skills in this book." "Then take it. I have nothing to learn from it anyway. I'll just buy a taekwondo book later," Cheng Fatty said. Their relationship was good, so Cheng Fatty wouldn't hesitate to give away a Wing Chun book. After casually tossing the book to Fang Chen, Cheng Fatty began tidying up his clothes and said, "Fang Chen, go take a shower now. Chen Mo and the others are already at the school bathhouse. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up later." Fang Chen smiled. He was eager to refine the Wing Chun book as soon as possible. After Cheng Fatty left, Fang Chen glanced at the Wing Chun book in his hand, silently wishing to refine it. At that moment, information surfaced in his mind. Insufficient energy points for refining. Please increase energy points. Currently stored 0. 3 energy points can extract 0. For energy points, would you like to extract and refine? Fang Chen frowned upon seeing this. Over the past 3 days, he had used most of his spiritual energy for studying, leaving very little. Now he could extract at most 0. 2 points. If he extracted 0. For points, he would feel very fatigued, and he still had classes to attend at night. Fang Chen had no choice but to extract 0. 2 energy points. Soon he felt as if something was slipping away from his mind. He was not as alert as before. Currently stored 0. 5 points of spiritual energy. This beginner Wing Chun can be refined up to 1/5. Would you like to refine? Fang Chen found this a bit curious. He had always thought that refining meant complete absorption. He never realized that partial refinement was also possible. With this thought, he actively proceeded to refine a portion. Soon many images and movements surfaced in his mind, along with some techniques. Fang Chen felt a slight change in his body. His limbs became stronger and more agile. In the past, once a book was fully refined, it was gone. I wonder what happens when I refine only a part. Fang Chen curiously looked at the Wing Chun book in his hand. When he opened it, he found that all the content in front was gone, leaving only blank pages. Fang Chen realized this with some clarity. Once refined, the knowledge inside would automatically vanish, likely stored in his mind. Understanding this, Fang Chen carefully placed the book beneath his bed sheet, then felt a surge of excitement, eager to try out the Wing Chun techniques he had just stored. He slowly calmed his mind, concentrating as he began to practice. At first his punches felt a bit awkward, but as he continued, Fang Chen grew increasingly proficient. If a Wing Chun expert saw him now, they would likely be astonished, for his proficiency resembled that of those who had practiced for 20 or 30 years, the only difference being his lack of internal strength and combat experience. Fang Chen became more immersed in his practice, but soon, he heard Chung Fatty calling out to him. He turned to see Chung Fatty standing at the door looking astonished. Fang Chen worried that his current practice of Wing Chun might reveal something unusual to Chung Fatty, so he nervously retracted his stance. However, Chung Fatty was completely oblivious to this, and instead exclaimed excitedly, "Fang Chen, so you know Wing Chun? That's awesome. I was wondering why you were so eager to see it. Turns out you already know it. If you already know it, why didn't you tell me sooner? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have needed to read any books. I could have learned directly from you." Chung Fatty, excited, ran up to Fang Chen, grabbed his hand, and joyfully said, "So how about you teach me this set of Wing Chun when you have time?" Originally, Fang Chen felt a bit guilty, but seeing Chung Fatty react this way, he realized he had definitely been misunderstood. He thought to himself that since he had just obtained the book, it was unlikely for anyone to think he had just learned it. Fang Chen said curiously, "Of course that's not a problem. I'll teach you whenever I have time. But weren't you supposed to go to the bathhouse?" "Hee, I forgot my underwear in the dorm, so I came back to get it," Chung Fatty said, scratching his head, and Fang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes and quipped, "What's the difference if you change your underwear or not?" Chung Fatty was not pleased. "I'm a man who values hygiene, okay? Otherwise, how could the beautiful girls at school possibly like me?" Fang Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Alright, I don't want to hear your boring bragging. I've finished my business, so let's go to the bathhouse together." Fang Chen and Chung Fatty arrived at the bathhouse. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a misty white fog with many boys running around naked. Chung Fatty, in front of the lockers, was taking off his clothes, while talking, expressing his hope that they would find a girls' bathhouse, as that would be a blessing for them. Hearing Chung Fatty's thoughts, Fang Chen suddenly had an idea. If he could find something to refine that could make him invisible, could he sneak into the girls' bathhouse? However, after a moment, Fang Chen lost interest in that thought. He hadn't even figured out a good way to make money yet, so why bother thinking about such things? When Fang Chen was undressing, Chung Fatty suddenly exclaimed loudly. Fang Chen was a bit surprised and glanced at him, asking, "What the hell are you shouting about? When did your body become so good? Look at those muscles, tisk, you are only slightly worse than me," Chung Fatty said enviously. Fang Chen looked disdainfully at Chung Fatty's bulging belly, but when he saw his own physique, he was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected his muscles to become so well-defined, completely different from the bony figure he had before. After a moment's thought, he guessed that the improvement in his physique and learning Wing Chun had contributed to this change. He thought to himself, indeed the Wan Bao Ding is a marvelous item. As he marveled at the wonders of the Wan Bao Ding, Fang Chen suddenly felt someone staring at him, coldly, emanating a very unpleasant hostility. He turned around to glance, but there was no one in the direction of the hostility. Fang Chen wondered if he was just imagining things. Seeing Fang Chen's suspicious expression, Chung Fatty said, "Fang Chen, what are you looking at? Hurry up and take a shower, or otherwise you'll have no time to sleep later, and will end up going straight to class." Hearing Chung Fatty's words, Fang Chen paid less attention to the earlier incident, smiled and nodded, and walked into the bathhouse with Chung Fatty to take a shower. On Friday morning, after experiencing the benefits of practicing Wing Chun, Fang Chen took a nap, and then used his spiritual energy to continue learning the remaining techniques of Wing Chun. Unfortunately, he only had 0.9 points of spiritual energy left, with 1 energy points still needing to be learned. However, Fang Chen felt that his combat ability had improved significantly. After his classes, Fang Chen quickly arrived at noon. After finishing the refined food, Chung Fatty and the others were busy memorizing ancient poetry. Fang Chen initially wanted to go back to the dorm to sleep, but feeling a sudden urge to urinate, he ran to the restroom. Upon entering the restroom, Fang Chen noticed something strange. A restroom that usually had many people was completely empty. Fang Chen felt relieved, glad that no one would rush him. As Fang Chen unbuttoned his pants, he frowned because he sensed someone approaching from behind, emanating a very unpleasant hostility. Feeling that they were getting closer, Fang Chen instinctively shifted his foot and turned to the left, only to see 2 poorly dressed thug students staring at him with surprise, their hands raised high. Fang Chen recognized them as 2 notorious thugs from Class 5. He frowned and said, "Wang Wu, Zhao Jin, what are you 2 doing standing behind me?" "Oh, Fang Chen, I didn't expect your reflexes to be so quick that you noticed us behind you. But even if you did, it won't matter," said the student named Wang Wu, dismissively lighting a cigarette. Zhao Jin, looking fiercely, said, "Kid, do you know you've offended someone? If you know what's good for you, just jump into the toilet and eat some shit, call us daddy, and let us take some photos to show off. Then you might suffer less. If you choose to resist, don't blame us for being rude. Also, don't expect any students to come to your rescue. We've already sent someone to block the entrance." No one else will come. Who sent you? Is it Ning Yuan? Fang Chen's brows furrowed deeper upon hearing their words, realizing that the only person he had offended was Ning Yuan. Of course Fang Chen was completely different now. He was no longer a student without combat ability, but rather someone with impressive physique and speed, not to mention possessing a punch of Wing Chun skills. If it were Fang Chen in the past, he would have run away in embarrassment upon encountering Wang Wu and Zhao Ji, but now facing them was nothing compared to the 5 thugs he had encountered before. However, Fang Chen wanted to find out who exactly sent them. Was it really Ning Yuan? Welcome to all book lovers. The latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works are available here. Ning Yuan, is he the class president of your group? Does he really think he can command us? That's nothing but a joke. Wang Wu exhaled a puff of smoke, his face full of disdain. Fang Chen, you don't have the right to know which boss instructed us. Now go eat shit like a good boy. Zhao Jin flexed his wrist and said, if you don't take the initiative, don't blame us for being rough. It seems talking nicely won't work. I have to beat you up for you to tell me the truth. Fang Chen's face darkened. You little brat, still daring to act tough. In this ordinary class, who would dare speak to us like that? You're asking for death. Wang Wu clearly had a fiery temper. After casting an irritated glance at Fang Chen, he rushed forward, intending to knock Fang Chen to the ground and shove his head into the filth. Zhao Jin watched from the side, his eyes filled with disdain. He believed that with Wang Wu's skills, Fang Chen would soon be forced to eat shit. After all, Wang Wu wasn't an ordinary student. He had trained with some street fighting experts outside. However, unexpectedly, just as Wang Wu was about to charge at him, Fang Chen reached out and suddenly grabbed Wang Wu's wrist. With his other hand, he swiftly slapped Wang Wu's face, causing both sides to swell. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Chen directly lifted his foot and kicked Wang Wu in the stomach. Bang! Wang Wu fell into the nearby drainage, ditch urine splashing onto him. Instantly, a foul stench enveloped him, and he couldn't stand the smell, retching uncontrollably. Fang Chen glanced at Wang Wu with some disdain, thinking to himself how wicked these two were to find such a place to humiliate others. However, thinking of this made Fang Chen even angrier, his eyes filled with coldness. If he hadn't had the Wanbao Ding, a physique superior to ordinary people, and learned Wing Chun, he would probably be the one lying in the drainage ditch now. Therefore Fang Chen was very eager to find out who was really behind this. Now that Wang Wu was in this state, Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to approach him. He looked at Zhao Jin and coldly asked, "It'll give you a chance to save your life. Honestly, tell me who instructed you. If you refuse, I don't mind letting you eat shit like Wang Wu is now." Wang Wu, you are utterly useless, being made to look so pathetic by an ordinary student. Zhao Jin was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Fang Chen to have such skill. However, after the initial shock, his eyes carried a hint of coldness and disdain. You think defeating a careless Wang Wu makes you impressive? You think you can defeat me? That's absurd. Today I'll make sure you eat a few mouthfuls of dirt. Zhao Jin had investigated Fang Chen's background and knew he didn't possess any remarkable skills. He was just an average student with nothing to boast about in a fight. Either he or Wang Wu could easily deal with him. Wang Wu had likely been careless and was knocked down by Fang Chen. Of course, this didn't deny that Fang Chen had some strength. He just wouldn't be careless now, so his chances of winning diminished. You want to die? Zhao Jin rushed forward, raising his leg for a low kick, intending to end this farce. Seeing Zhao Jin attack without restraint, Fang Chen didn't bother to be polite. He quickly activated his shoe technique, instantly boosting his speed to another level, dodging Zhao Jin's kick, and then striking with his right knee, sending Zhao Jin tumbling to the ground, crying out in pain. Fang Chen stepped on Zhao Jin's chest and looked down at him with a hint of sarcasm. Zhao Jin, it seems you enjoy bragging. You're clearly not even as good as the careless Wang Wu. So now do you want to eat some of that? Zhao Jin looked at Fang Chen in shock. If it weren't for the pain in his back and waist, he would have thought he was dreaming. How could a mere Fang Chen possibly defeat him in one move? Moreover, that speed was so fast that he couldn't even see Fang Chen's movements. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhao Jin angrily and humiliatedly replied, "You little brat, Wang Wu and I underestimated you. You do have some skills, but do you think that's enough? Our boss won't let you off, you can't fight him. You'll soon be in trouble. If you don't want to cause trouble, just obediently do as we say, and put on a show to satisfy us. It seems you still don't understand human language. I don't have time to waste on you." Fang Chen frowned and without further ado grabbed him by the collar and walked him to the edge of the toilet's filth pit, pressing his head down. "Don't talk to me about not understanding and now answer me who instructed you to do this. You're dead meat." Zhao Jin didn't expect him to ignore his warning and actually press him toward the disgusting place. The nauseating smell made Zhao Jin feel faint. At that moment Fang Chen pressed closer, and Zhao Jin fearfully realized his nose was almost touching it. Zhao Jin, being just a student, lacked much courage, especially now that he was terrified to find out that Fang Chen really dared to do this. He fearfully shouted, I'll tell you. Brother Fang Chen, please don't push me down there anymore. Fang Chen smiled, seeing that this guy could understand human language. Next time he should just take action instead of talking nicely. The old saying was indeed true. Fang Chen tossed him back and asked, Now you can tell me who instructed you to do this, right? Zhao Jin gasped for air. Although it was still the air from the toilet, it was much more bearable than before. He slowly fixed his gaze on Fang Chen and said, It's young Master Yang from the 4 major young masters of Zhanghai High School. Now you know who it is, right? Are you scared? Fang Chen was taken aback. Young Master Yang wanted to trouble him. Why would he want to bother him? It seemed he had nothing to do with him. The so-called young Master Yang and the 4 major young masters of Zhanghai High School were just titles that a few rich kids at the school had given themselves out of boredom. But they also represented the most powerful figures in this high school. Among them were 2 officials, 1 businessman, and 1 gang's young master named Yang, called Yang Tianyun. Now it was clear that the mastermind behind this was that guy. Realizing this, Fang Chen became even more curious. Fang Chen frowned and asked, Stop talking nonsense. Why does Yang Tianyun want to deal with me? Zhao Jin replied, It's because you, a toad, are trying to eat swan meat thinking you can date Zhang Yuxue. Do you know that this has spread throughout the experimental class? Young Master Yang has recently been trying to pursue Zhang Yuxue. You dare to date in front of him? Isn't that asking for death? Young Master Yang sent me and Wang Wu to find trouble with you. Bang! Watch your mouth and speak clearly. Don't say useless nonsense, Fang Chen said impatiently as he kicked Zhao Jin in the chest. Zhao Jin was kicked and obediently fell silent, clearly understanding that Fang Chen was not afraid of young Master Yang's name. In fact, after being hit by the Wanbao Ding, Fang Chen's mindset had undergone a significant change, and over time this change became more evident. He had obtained a divine treasure and had no reason to fear these little gangsters among mortals. Thus, when he heard the name Young Master Yang, his first reaction was that this guy was too ruthless. Just because of such a matter, he actually sent 2 people over to force him to eat shit in the toilet. Facing such a person, Fang Chen had no intention of shrinking back. After all, he understood that with such people you either confront them heathen or submit to them, otherwise they wouldn't reconcile with you. Fang Chen squatted down holding Zhao Jin and said, You go tell Yang Tianyun that I want to meet him in the small woods behind the sports field. Do you understand? Zhao Jin was taken aback. Was this guy out of his mind? Not only did he beat them, but he also dared to confront young Master Yang face-to-face. However, after this reaction, Zhao Jin felt that Fang Chen probably wanted to beg for mercy from young Master Yang. But no matter what, Zhao Jin now understood that Fang Chen dared to act against him, so it was best not to say anything recklessly. Zhao Jin nodded obediently. After Fang Chen saw him nod, he released his collar. Hurry up! I have limited time and don't want to waste too long with that trash. Zhao Jin glanced at Fang Chen in astonishment, before turning around to crawl away, leaving the toilet in a dejected manner. Wang Wu, having almost finished throwing up, saw Zhao Jin trying to escape, and wanted to follow him out. Wait, you can't leave yet, Fang Chen said flatly. Brother Chen, I know I was wrong. You've already taught me a lesson, just let me go. Wang Wu thought Fang Chen would not let him off and immediately made a pitiful face, wanting to plead for mercy. It's actually very simple for you to leave, but you can't go right now because you need to help me with something first. Do you see the shit next to the toilet? Find a way to bring me a bag of it, Fang Chen said. I've already eaten shit. Please don't make me eat it again. Wang Wu was startled and quickly, he was truly regretting how he had gotten involved with this disaster named Fang Chen. If I had known that no matter what young Master Yang said, I should have pretended to be sick and not come, I wouldn't be caught up in this mess. Did I say I would let you eat it? This gold isn't for you. Hurry up and do it, or I don't mind loosening your bones a bit. Fang Chen said, making a gesture across his throat, though it was merely his dark sense of humor. Wang Wu shivered, his eyes filled with fear. He dared not defy Fang Chen's orders. At the same time, a shocking thought popped into Wang Wu's mind. Was he going to give this to young Master Yang? No way. Was Fang Chen really going crazy? He was willing to beat himself up, but young Master Yang was the big shot of the Tianxin gang, a real figure. Did he think he, a mere poor kid, could turn against a big boss? Wang Wu felt this idea was too crazy. He shook his head and secretly glanced at Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen notice him, Wang Wu, feeling guilty, didn't dare to look any longer. He quietly pulled out a noodle packet from his pocket, intending to scoop some up. As for what Fang Chen was planning, he didn't want to think about it any further. Wang Wu had become numb to the disgusting situation he had just encountered, so he no longer found the filth in the restroom so repulsive. He quickly completed the task assigned by Fang Chen, then washed his face with his hands, took off his clothes, and resolutely went shirtless. After Wang Wu finished, Fang Chen waved his hand, pointed ahead, and smiled, saying, "Let's go to the grove near the playground and wait for Yang Tianyun to arrive." Wang Wu cautiously glanced at Fang Chen and nervously followed behind him. During their journey to the grove, Zhao Jin also went to wash his face elsewhere before hurriedly arriving at their classes. 1 to 4 were experimental classes. Although Yang Tianyun was a typical slacker student, his father was the leader of the Tianxin gang, and with connections and power, it was quite simple to create a small backdoor for his son. Yang Tianyun was not particularly fond of the atmosphere in the experimental classes because there were simply too many bookworms here. However, Class 1 was an exception, and the reason was simple: the school beauty Zhang Yuxue was in Class 1. He tried to curry favor with Zhang Yuxue, as usual, but unfortunately, she completely ignored him, which left Yang Tianyun quite frustrated. If he didn't know that Zhang Yuxue was the daughter of the board member of the Tianxue group, he would have wanted to find an opportunity to force her to submit. After failing once again, Yang Tianyun returned to his seat in a bad mood, with several students along the way lowering their heads and not daring to speak to him. Yang Tianyun crossed his legs and took out a mirror from under the desk, looking at himself. Looking at the young man in the mirror dressed in black with a gold necklace, Yang Tianyun felt quite satisfied as he touched his pale, ordinary face and narcissistically said, "I am indeed handsome, but why doesn't Zhang Yuxue like me? Why is that?" After a few minutes of self-admiration, Yang Tianyun's expression gradually turned cold as he gritted his teeth and said, "Right, I'm this handsome and Zhang Yuxue doesn't like me. It must be that little brat's fault. If it weren't for him, how could Zhang Yuxue not like me? Just wait, Fang Chen, I will make you eat shit and live in humiliation for the rest of your life." After saying this, Yang Tianyun immediately felt much better, thinking that when his underlings returned they would report back to him about Fang Chen. However, Zhao Jin was different. He was a well-known delinquent in the school, had connections with tough guys outside, and was also Yang Tianyun's lackey, so they wouldn't provoke someone like him. Did not deserve to end. However, Zhao Jin was different. He was a well-known delinquent in the school, had connections with tough guys outside, and was also Yang Tianyun's lackey, so they wouldn't provoke someone like him. "What's wrong with you? It's just teaching a little brat a lesson, yet you got yourself into this state and you smell terrible. Get the hell away from me, do you understand? Young Master Yang, I have something important to report to you." Zhao Jin quickly took a few steps back, looking anxious, and said, "Fang Chen is very skilled, Wang Wu and I are no match for him. However, knowing that you are displeased with him, he now wants to meet you in the grove behind the playground. It's likely that he wants to beg for mercy." "Beg for mercy? Humph, how dare he pursue the woman I have my eyes on, and still have the audacity to beg for mercy?" Yang Tianyun sneered, turning to Zhao Jin and scolding, "You useless waste, you can't even handle this simple matter. You're really pathetic. Hurry up and gather 10 brothers to come with me. I want to teach him a lesson myself." Although Yang Tianyun didn't have good grades, he wasn't stupid. After learning about Fang Chen's skills, he decided it was safer to bring along 10 little brothers. "That bastard Fang Chen can't possibly take on 10 of us, can he?" Zhao Jin nodded obediently, saying, "Yes, young Master Yang, I will take care of it right away. Are you going now?" Yang Tianyun put down the mirror and said, "Of course. Let's go. I want to personally kick that guy a few times, and then you all take him to the restroom to eat shit." After they left, Zhang Yuxue, who had been reading at the front, slowly turned her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. It seems she had just heard the name Fang Chen. Did Yang Tianyun want to take revenge on Fang Chen? But why? Zhang Yuxue felt puzzled, but after thinking about the recent craziness in class, she could vaguely guess some things. She furrowed her brows and walked out of the experimental class, but didn't rush to follow them. Instead, she went to Class 9 to ask the students there about Fang Chen's whereabouts, and learned that he was not in the dormitory, and was clearly not in the class either. Zhang Yuxue believed the information she heard was reliable, so she hurriedly followed after them. Of course, the boys in Class 9 also learned about her coming to find Fang Chen. They knew the school beauty Zhang had come to Class 9 to look for Fang Chen, and aside from envy, they were all filled with jealousy toward Fang Chen. How could this guy be so lucky to have the school beauty come to find him? Naturally, Ning Yuan felt nothing but deep heartache upon hearing this. The small grove behind the school playground was an unoccupied area. The school had originally planned to build an indoor sports facility and a larger dining hall this year, but due to failing to meet qualifications, the plan was temporarily shelved. Usually this was also a place where many troublemakers liked to hang out, and later, due to the influence of the 4 young masters and their power, this area was basically only allowed for the 4 young masters and their subordinates to play. Fang Chen and Wang Wu arrived early to wait for Yang Tianyun. During the wait, it became a bit dull, so Fang Chen thought he would experiment with how biological energy would refine living beings. These past few days, Fang Chen's schedule had been quite tight, mainly focusing on refining and sleeping to restore spiritual energy. Besides that, he had no other tasks. Now that he had some free time, Fang Chen recalled that he had stored enough biological energy, and thought he would try it on living beings to see what the effect would be. With the idea of experimenting, Fang Chen decided to find some small insects for the trial. On one hand, they were easy to find here, and on the other hand, the biological energy consumption should theoretically be minimal. He quickly found an ant in the grass, held it in his hand, and silently began refining it. With the consumption of 0.1 biological energy, a stream of information surfaced in Fang Chen's mind. Black iron. Ant twice the size of a regular ant, possesses greater strength and endurance, inherently vicious, has a certain level of toxicity that can cause ordinary people to experience severe pain for 2 minutes and lose combat ability. The ant will return to normal after 12 hours. To fully refine it, 1 point of biological energy is needed. Oh, I didn't expect that this ordinary ant, after being refined, would have such an effect. This is truly a good thing. Anyway, biological energy is still quite abundant for me now, so refining 4 or 5 more to deal with them would be excellent. Fang Chen thought to himself, so he continued to search for ants while lying on the grass. Wang Wu watched nearby, feeling somewhat puzzled, not understanding what Fang Chen was trying to do, or why he was so curious about ordinary ants. But just as he was about to ask, he heard a commotion of footsteps approaching from a distance. Turning around, he saw Yang Tianyun and Zhao Jin along with 10 little brothers slowly walking over. Seeing Yang Tianyun leading the way, Wang Wu immediately felt a bit anxious and bent over, shouting loudly, "Yang, how dare you stand behind this little brat? You're simply not giving any respect to my handsome face. I'll deal with this little brat first." Yang Tianyun disdainfully swept his gaze over Wang Wu, his cold eyes fixed on the dazed Fang Chen. Fang Chen was indeed momentarily stunned, primarily because Yang Tianyun's shameless narcissism left him speechless. This guy had a face with small eyes, a big nose, and thick lips, clearly very ordinary. Why did he claim to be handsome? How shameless! Coming back to his senses, Fang Chen coldly laughed and said, "You were the one who sent those 2 people, weren't you, Yang Tianyun?" "Of course it was me," Yang Tianyun arrogantly replied. "I know it was you who called me over. You want to beg for mercy, right? Unfortunately, I won't give you that chance. Just go to the restroom and eat shit and tell me you will no longer pursue Zhang Yuxue. Otherwise I will break your legs." "Idiot, I'm not begging you for mercy." Fang Chen rolled his eyes at him and took the initiative to strike. Seeing Fang Chen charge forward, Yang Tianyun laughed. This guy dared to take the initiative. He was simply seeking death. He waved his hand, signaling his 10 subordinates to rush forward and beat Fang Chen up. Fang Chen felt quite relaxed as they rushed at him. His swift shoes had a speed-up skill that lasted for 12 seconds each day, allowing him to increase his speed by 0.8 times. He had only used it for 2 seconds earlier, leaving him with 10 seconds remaining. Thinking about this, Fang Chen also pondered whether the Wanbao Ding was too damaged, causing much of the information displayed to be incomplete. For example, the swift shoe skill refreshed every 24 hours. But the information didn't mention that he only learned it after repeatedly confirming over the past few days. Bang! Fang Chen activated the skill in an instant, his speed suddenly increasing, as he threw a punch directly at one student's cheek. Then he quickly flicked out several black iron ants from his pocket. Black iron ants were inherently fierce. They wouldn't attack their owner unless commanded, but they were hostile to other living beings. Upon landing on the students' necks, they opened their large mandibles and started biting. 4 or 5 students suddenly felt a sharp pain in their necks. Initially dismissive, they soon realized they were in agony, rolling on the ground and wailing. The other students, witnessing their collapse, all took a step back in shock, their eyes instinctively flashing with fear. They had no idea what trick Fang Chen had used to make them like this. Fang Chen had no intention of being polite. He directly punched and kicked to knock out this group of guys, then stacked them together, coldly looking at Yang Tianyun. At this moment, Yang Tianyun surprisingly showed no fear. Instead, he shook his head smugly, saying, "You do have some ability. If it weren't for you pursuing Zhang Yuxue, I might have considered taking you as a subordinate, but that's impossible now." Fang Chen looked at him oddly. He had never spoken to Yang Tianyun, but now, he couldn't help but see him as a fool. Why did he have such a strong sense of superiority? Bang! Without warning, Fang Chen swung his fist and struck Yang Tianyun's cheek. Fang Chen thought very simply, "Regardless of whether you are a fool or a self-superior idiot, you treated me like this. And if I don't teach you a lesson, it would be an insult to myself." Fang Chen struck a fierce slap, causing Yang Tianyun's right cheek to flush crimson, as if a clear palm print were branded upon it. The searing pain left Yang Tianyun dazed. He never imagined that a poor boy with no background would dare to strike him. What gave him the audacity to do so? But in reality, he had indeed slapped himself, and with such force that he felt the pain. Yang Tianyun realized that his handsome face was marred. Yang Tianyun's eyes turned blood-red, his skin flushing, as if he were on the brink of explosion. Behind him, Zhao Jin and Wang Wu were equally dumbfounded. Was this person out of his mind or just plain foolish to dare hit young Master Yang? Don't you know he is the heir of the Tianxing gang? Offending him would mean you could never find peace in Zhanghai City. They stared blankly at Fang Chen, their minds stalling. However, Yang Tianyan's furious roar jolted them back to reality. They realized that Fang Chen was indeed digging his own grave by provoking someone like Yang Tianyun. At that moment, Yang Tianyun erupted like a volcano, spewing lava, shouting, "Fang Chen, you dog bastard, you are dead. I will have my men tear you apart and toss your remains into the river. You will regret what you did today." Yet Yang Tianyan's threats fell on Fang Chen's ears like the buzzing of a fly, hardly impactful except for being somewhat irritating. Fang Chen grabbed Yang Tianyun by the collar and slapped him repeatedly. Every time Yang Tianyun spoke, Fang Chen would deliver another slap, proving that Yang Tianyan's threats were utterly meaningless. After being struck dozens of times, Yang Tianyan's once alluring thick lips resembled charred sausages, while his right cheek swelled like rising dough, becoming bright and glossy. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and coldly asked, "So do you still want to threaten me with those words?" Fang Chen's attitude was clear. "I am not afraid of you. If you babble again, I will slap you once more. Let's see whether you run out of words first or if my hand gets swollen." Yang Tianyan's arrogance stemmed entirely from the backing of the Tianxing gang, which granted him confidence. But now, seeing that Fang Chen seemed unfazed by his threats, Yang Tianyun realized this guy was reckless and compared to someone who was oblivious to fear, Yang Tianyun ultimately felt slightly inferior. He cowered, saying with a hint of sorrowful indignation, "I am not threatening you. I am informing you that my father is Yanghua, the leader of the Tianxing gang. Hitting me means opposing the Tianxing gang. Now you can finally speak properly. We can discuss your father later. For now, I just need you to understand human language." Seeing that Yang Tianyun was no longer maintaining his arrogant demeanor, Fang Chen was satisfied and simply dragged him toward the small grove. Zhao Jin and Wang Wu exchanged dumbfounded glances, then simultaneously opened their mouths, wanting to ask what to do. Hearing the other ask the same question only increased their confusion. They didn't know what to do. Zhao Jin wanted to help, but after moving a few steps forward and seeing his subordinates writhing on the ground in agony, he realized that his presence would be futile. He was no match for Fang Chen. Upon reaching the small grove, where the surroundings were somewhat dim, the temperature had noticeably become cooler. Fang Chen walked to a tree and noticed a bag filled with excrement, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. At this point, it should be noted that this was placed there in advance by Fang Chen and Wang Wu. Fang Chen barely glanced for 2 seconds before approaching Yang Tianyun and began to pat him down, checking his butt, chest, and both sides of his waist. When Zhang Yuxue noticed that Fang Chen was unscathed, she felt relieved. As she reached Fang Chen, ignoring him, Fang Chen continued to search for about 10 seconds before his eyes lit up as if he had found something. When he pulled out the latest Samsung phone, a satisfied smile crept across his face. "Finally found this thing." Shortly after, Fang Chen returned to the tree with the bag in hand, standing before Yang Tianyun. Although they were several meters apart, Yang Tianyun could clearly smell the nauseating stench. In an instant, many scenes flashed through Yang Tianyan's mind, recalling how he had forced Fang Chen to eat excrement before. Now he saw Fang Chen smiling, while holding a very foul-smelling instant noodle bag. Yang Tianyun was struck by an unbelievable thought: this Fang Chen dared to retaliate with the same measure. However, as he contemplated this, he felt a final glimmer of hope. He thought that Fang Chen wouldn't go so far, knowing that, if he did, they would both end up in an irreconcilable situation. But Yang Tianyun failed to consider that, even without this incident, could he truly let Fang Chen go? The answer was undoubtedly no. Bang! Fang Chen kicked Yang Tianyun, sending him rolling several times, with one foot pressing down on his chest. One hand held the Samsung phone up to Yang Tianyan's ordinary face, while the other tipped the instant noodle bag directly toward his mouth. Yang Tianyun felt a wave of foul stench hit his face, and his mouth was suddenly filled with a putrid mess. He could hardly believe it or imagine it, his eyes widening, as he immediately tried to turn away to vomit. At that critical moment, the camera clicked, causing Yang Tianyan's body to tremble. He looked at Fang Chen in horror and questioned, "What did you just do? You want your phone back?" Fang Chen smiled, shaking the phone, boasting, "Of course, I took a picture of you eating. You wanted this kind of photo, right? I took one for you. Do you want to see it yourself? Give it to me. Give it to me." Yang Tianyun screamed in a frenzied manner like a madman. "Give it to you." Fang Chen chuckled, holding the phone screen in front of Yang Tianyun, sneering, "You ordered Zhao Jin and the others to humiliate me like this, so you should be prepared for the possibility of experiencing the same. How does it look? You bastard, I will make sure you die a miserable death." Yang Tianyun roared, his eyes bloodshot. If Fang Chen were not pressing down on him at that moment, he would have fought back with all his might. "Stop with the useless words. Remember, I have your photo of you eating excrement. I can show this photo to every student in the school at any time. Soon the whole school, no, the entire Zhanghai city will know that young Master Yang ate excrement. Tell me, do you think you'll become a laughingstock in your so-called noble circles? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, coldly laughing. At this moment Fang Chen removed the storage card from the Samsung phone, pocketing it. Then he tossed the phone onto the grass, looking down at Yang Tianyun, and saying, let me be clear, if you have any more ideas about me, the images on this memory card will be shown to the entire school. However, if you can keep a low profile during the final phase of your senior year, I might just forget about this memory card. Now give me your answer, forget it or expose it. Fang Chen's words were simple and straightforward, logical enough for even a primary school student to understand. These words fell on Yang Tianyun like a bucket of icy water, leaving him shivering, as if placed in an ice. He envisioned a scene of fear with everyone pointing at him and whispering, filled with disdain and mockery. His peers would recount this event as a joke, and in front of his subordinates and father he would lose all dignity and face. Even when inheriting the Tianxing gang in the future, facing the elders of the gang with this humiliating experience, how could they trust him with the gang's assets? A thought of submission arose in Yang Tianyun's mind, but quickly, he remembered how humiliating this was. A prestigious gang heir was being held hostage in this manner. His eyes filled with hatred, and yet Fang Chen showed no hesitation, pulling out the storage card and saying, it seems you have already made your decision. Fine, I will go extract the photos and show them to all the students. Wait, I won't retaliate against you anymore. Please don't release the photos. I'm begging you. Yang Tianyun did not expect Fang Chen to be so resolute, pleading in panic. Alright, just think carefully about the consequences of this matter. Fang Chen smiled as he put the storage card back in his pocket. I won't mention this to anyone. Just take care of the aftermath and don't let them find out. Now I need to leave. Fang Chen did not spare Yang Tianyun another glance. He knew his method had succeeded. At least Yang Tianyun would not dare to confront him openly for now. Of course this method had its flaws. If exposed, he might very well be expelled from school. But facing such a vicious dog, Fang Chen had no other way to handle it peacefully. He could only blackmail him for now, waiting until he gained substantial strength in 2 months to eliminate the so-called Tianxing gang, leaving Yang Tianyun with no means to retaliate. At the edge of the grove, Wang Wu looked at Fang Chen with some surprise and exclaimed, Brother Fang Chen, you're out. Is young Master Yang inside with you? Don't be so dramatic. I'm just a student. I won't kill anyone. He is reflecting on his wrongdoings inside. You guys wait a bit before going in. And as for our matters, consider them settled. Don't provoke me again, or I can't guarantee I will let you off next time. Fang Chen simply stated this. Yes, yes. Facing the formidable Fang Chen, Wang Wu couldn't muster any thoughts of rebuttal, and the others, having witnessed Fang Chen's skills, and that strange ant, felt a surge of fear, lacking the courage to confront him. Thus they exchanged furtive glances as they watched Fang Chen leave the grove. As Fang Chen approached the playground, he looked up and froze slightly, for he saw Zhang Yuxue running towards him. Fang Chen was puzzled upon seeing Zhang Yuxue rushing over, not understanding how she ended up here. When Zhang Yuxue noticed that Fang Chen was unscathed, she felt relieved. As she reached Fang Chen, she gasped and said, Fang Chen, I'm so glad you're okay. Zhang Yuxue had a great figure. She was perfectly proportioned with curves in all the right places, a standard model physique. Especially her bosom, which heaved up and down with her breath. This alluring scene caused Fang Chen's gaze to drift down slightly. Upon noticing Fang Chen's strange gaze, Zhang Yuxue covered her chest with her hands and playfully scolded, Where are you looking? Ahem, I wasn't looking at anything. How come you're suddenly here? From what you said, do you know I got into trouble? Fang Chen quickly changed the topic. I heard in class that Yang Tianyun was looking for trouble with you. I went to your class and dorm but found you weren't there. So I was worried they would bother you and came to help. As long as I'm here, he won't dare to touch you, Zhang Yuxue said with concern. Now that I see you're fine, it seems Yang Tianyun hasn't found you yet. In Zhang Yuxue's eyes, Fang Chen was a good person. If he were bullied because of her, she would feel very guilty. Zhang School Beauty, you have such a kind heart, but it's fine. He can't bully me, Fang Chen said, admiring Zhang Yuxue's worried face. Among the 3 school beauties of Zhanghai High School, Zhang Yuxue had the best reputation because of her good heart, and how she treated others kindly, so everyone was willing to show their goodwill toward her, considering her the goddess among goddesses. I knew you were bragging. It's getting late. I need to go back to class, or they'll start talking again, Zhang Yuxue said now that Fang Chen was fine. Alright, but don't forget our date on Sunday. They'll be waiting for you. Fang Chen smiled. Got it. Zhang Yuxue rolled her eyes. Regarding the date, she did not consider it as the kind of date between a boyfriend and girlfriend. She merely saw it as a gathering to repay her benefactor. Of course, Fang Chen wasn't narcissistic enough to think Zhang Yuxue liked him just because they were going out. He just wanted to take the opportunity to slowly get closer to this goddess school beauty. After all, Zhang Yuxue was a top tier in terms of appearance, character, family background, and quality. No man could possibly not like her. After Zhang Yuxue completely disappeared from view, Fang Chen planned to return to class and take a nap to save unnecessary walking time. In the woods, due to Fang Chen's warning, Wang Wu and Zhao Jin did not dare to rush into the small grove. They stayed outside waiting for Yang Tianyun to come out on his own. At this moment, Yang Tianyun had been vomiting for quite some time. After feeling he had emptied his stomach, he wiped his mouth, but even so he could still smell the terrible stench. Yang Tianyun frowned, realizing he needed to drink some water to rinse his mouth, and he didn't want to stay in the wood. Just recalling the previous scenes and Fang Chen's gaze made the humiliation. He couldn't suppress feel like a stone, causing Yang Tianyun to feel uncomfortable and his chest to tighten. Damn Fang Chen, even if I don't dare to confront you openly, I will still find a way to deal with you. Just wait, oi, today's humiliation will be repaid double in the future. Yang Tianyun gritted his teeth and said. A moment later he touched his swollen face, realizing he had been humiliated, and his anger intensified. On Saturday evening, after 2 days, Fang Chen felt the day of his date with Zhang Yuxue drawing closer. He planned to ask his homeroom teacher Wang Linshi for leave during evening study to free up time during the day. He believed that teacher Wang was very understanding, and that it shouldn't be too difficult. In the dormitory, Fang Chen and Chen Mo along with Cheng Pengzi packed some new clothes and planned to head to the bathhouse. However, on the way down the corridor, they encountered a familiar group of people. Ning Yuan. But Ning Yuan wasn't alone. He was accompanied by 3 others, Sun Jia, his cousin, and Wang Wu, who was notorious in the regular class. Nevertheless, Wang Wu had a few injuries on his face, making him look even more haggard. Seeing Fang Chen and the others walking ahead, Ning Yuan's eyes carried a hint of arrogance and coldness, saying, "Oh, it seems you all are going to wash up too. Why don't we go together?" "Just right, Fang Chen, I want to introduce you to someone, my cousin's good friend Wang Wu. You must have heard of his great—" Ning Yuan's voice grew heavier here, his eyes filled with hostility, as he sneered, "He's quite formidable in fights at school, Fang Chen. Last time you fought me, you were quite skilled. Do you want to compare with brother Wang Wu? I'm sure you will gain valuable experience." The implication in Ning Yuan's words was obvious. "You offended me, and now I have a powerful backing. Oh, things are different now. Do you still dare to bully me?" Cheng Pengzi was the first to express dissatisfaction, saying loudly, "Worried guy, do you think finding Wang Wu as your backup makes you impressive? You think we would be afraid of you? You're thinking too naively. Anyone who steps up is no match for me and Fang Chen." Cheng Pengzi knew Fang Chen practiced Wing Chun and was a martial arts expert. Trusting in martial arts and Fang Chen, he believed Fang Chen could easily handle a delinquent student. Ning Yuan sneered, "All right, how about we have a competition then?" "Shut up!" Wang Wu shouted, nervously turning to glare at Ning Yuan fiercely like a fierce wolf, grinding his teeth and delivering a hard slap. "You idiot, worried guy, do you think you have the right to make me fight for you, especially against the esteemed Fang Chen? Are you blind? Do you want me to shove a piece of shit in your mouth?" Ning Yuan was dumbfounded. Why was Wang Wu hitting him? Aren't they on the same side? Ning Yuan touched his throbbing face in a daze. Seeing Wang Wu glaring at him with anger, he initially felt a surge of anger for being publicly slapped, which completely humiliated him. But after a few seconds of anger, Ning Yuan recalled Wang Wu's words. What did esteemed brother Fang even mean? Why would the formidable Wang Wu call Fang Chen brother Fang? Did they have some kind of intimate— Ning Yuan's cousin and Sun Jia were both stunned, but Ning Yuan's cousin, being part of the social scene, noticed Wang Wu's odd demeanor. Thus he smiled apologetically and comforted Wang Wu, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, saying, "Brother Wang Wu, what made you so angry? Come have a smoke and calm down. Let's talk this over." Wang Wu impatiently or worriedly slapped away Ning Yuan's cousin's hand, as if to prove that he had nothing to do with him and didn't want to get too close. "Lu Ping, my relationship with you is quite ordinary. Please refrain from using such familiar terms. Also, let me tell you the truth, your cousin loves to seek death, and I beat him up entirely for his own good." Lu Ping was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why Wang Wu would say such things. However, the next scene left him shocked, nearly dropping his jaw. Wang Wu was actually trembling as he apologized to Fang Chen. He had seen how respectful and subservient Wang Wu was in front of the young Master Yang, yet in front of Fang Chen, he was even more respectful, to the point of showing blatant fear. Who exactly was Fang Chen? How could he instill such fear in Wang Wu? For a moment Lu Ping felt a cold sweat on his back. His face turned as pale as paper. He had a bad premonition that his cousin had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. "Brother Fang Chen, I'm sorry. Lu Ping and I are in the same class, on the same path of mischief. He wanted to treat me to a meal and let me meet his cousin Ning Yuan. I must have been out of my mind to think of befriending Ning Yuan for such a trivial meal. I truly regret it. Please spare me, brother Fang Chen," Wang Wu said, tremulously regretting his decision. If he had known, he wouldn't have agreed to this matter. From now on he vowed never to associate with anyone who bore a grudge against Fang Chen. It's fine, I'm not that petty. I just don't expect you to bully anyone like that again. Perhaps the student you bullied was my friend. If so, you would be in trouble. Now you can leave here. Fang Chen said simply. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Wu nodded, drenched in sweat. However, as he tried to leave quickly, Fang Chen spoke again, and Wang Wu nervously turned to listen. Take them with you, my friend, and I are gonna wash up. Fang Chen pointed at Lu Ping and the dazed Ning Yuan. No problem. Wang Wu fearfully nodded, looking back at Lu Ping and Ning Yuan, and snorted. Did you hear that? Brother Fang Chen is willing to let us go, so hurry up and leave with me. If you're late, don't blame me for not reminding you. After finishing, Wang Wu quickly left. Lu Ping didn't quite understand the details but thought for a moment, and pulled the dazed Ning Yuan away. Wang Wu walked in front, still recalling the scene, when Yang Tianyun came out feeling a lingering fear. At that moment Yang Tianyun's mouth emitted a foul stench, clearly having eaten something disgusting. Fang Chen, a ruthless person, dared to make the heir of the Tianqing gang eat shit. If he offended him, he would surely end up without a burial place. It was better to slip away quickly. They left, but the corridor remained quiet. Chung Pengzi looked at Fang Chen with a shocked expression, staring for a long time, making Fang Chen feel quite uncomfortable. He patted Chung Pengzi's shoulder and softly asked, "What's wrong? You've been staring at my body? I told you I'm not into that. Nonsense, I'm not gay. And I look this good. If I were, wouldn't that be a bargain for you? You know I practice Wing Chun. The reason he's so afraid of me is because a few days ago I saw him bullying an ordinary student, stepped in to help and gave him a thorough thrashing. So that's why he's so scared of me now." Fang Chen lied deliberately. He didn't want to involve Fatty Chong and the others in the matter between him and Yang Tianyun. Fatty Chong heard Fang Chen's explanation and didn't suspect it was a lie because he had seen Fang Chen practicing martial arts, and he was quite skilled. Remembering how Wang Wu had cowered in fear, Fatty Cheng's heart burned with excitement. His eyes lit up as he stared at Fang Chen, slapping him on the shoulder. "Brother, you have to teach me Wing Chun. I want to use Kung Fu to save beauties and beat up villains. Ha, how glorious that would be. Wait, why not start today instead of some vague future? Teach me now." Fang Chen gave him a helpless look. "Training is grueling. If you want to learn now, I can teach you, but you must persevere." "Fang Chen, teach me too. I want to learn." Chun Mo's eyes sparkled as he looked at Fang Chen. "Count me in. How could I, the dorm leader, miss out on this?" Another chubby student chimed in. "You said it yourselves. If you quit halfway because it's too hard, I won't teach you anymore." Fang Chen could only say this as they all eagerly wanted to learn. As their excitement grew, Wang Wu had already left the dormitory. He glanced back, saw Lu Ping and Ning Yuan hurrying after him, and stopped to wait. Lu Ping caught up and asked, puzzled, "Brother Wang Wu, please explain why you're so afraid of Fang Chen." "Ning Yuan told me he's just an ordinary poor student, maybe with some fighting skills. But what's the big deal? Behind you stands young Master Yang." "Young Master Yang? Humph, if even he can't handle Fang Chen, do you think him qualified to court trouble?" Wang Wu laughed coldly. As he spoke, his mind flashed back to the scene of Yang Tianyun walking out of... Back then Yang Tianyun's face was dark and grim. He didn't acknowledge Wang Wu or Zhao Jin, nor did he fly into a rage and order them to attack Fang Chen as expected. What did that mean? It meant that even though Yang Tianyun was furious, for some reason he didn't act directly against Fang Chen. Wang Wu believed that given Yang Tianyun's nature, he wouldn't easily let go of such a sworn enemy. But for now he probably wouldn't make a move immediately. That's why he said this to Lu Ping and the others. Lu Ping exclaimed in shock. "How is that possible? That young Master Yang is the son of the Tianqing gang leader, practically the emperor of the school. If you say he can't handle Fang Chen, then who exactly is Fang Chen?" Seeing his cousin's astonishment and hearing Wang Wu's words, Ning Yuan was the most incredulous. He raised his voice. "I'm in the same class as Fang Chen. I know his background best. He's just a poor student from an ordinary family with bad grades and no connections. How could young Master Yang not handle him? This is a joke." Wang Wu glared at him coldly and sneered. "You say he's just an ordinary poor student. Then why do I treat him with such respect? Are you suggesting I'm an idiot?" "No, I wouldn't dare. I just can't believe he's not afraid of young Master Yang," Ning Yuan said weakly. "Humph, then explain why you sought me out through your cousin. I don't know what grudge you have with Fang Chen, but I know you two are at odds. Just now in the hallway you wanted to use me to beat him up. In other words, you can't defeat him yourself, so you wanted to borrow my strength. Didn't you say he's just an ordinary poor student? Then how is it that you, the great class monitor, can't even handle a poor student?" Wang Wu looked at Ning Yuan with contempt and sneered again. Ning Yuan was speechless, his mind recalling recent days. Fang Chen dating the school beauty, getting high marks for the first time, his fighting skills, and all his outstanding performances. Was he really just an ordinary poor student? Ning Yuan now wavered. This Fang Chen seemed completely different from the person he thought he knew. Lu Ping turned and saw Ning Yuan's silent expression, realizing that Fang Chen was not what Ning Yuan had described. He was actually a formidable and terrifying figure, though unknown. He snorted coldly at Ning Yuan to show his displeasure, then asked worriedly, "Brother Wang Wu, you're experienced. Do you think Fang Chen will come after us for offending him today? Give us a hint. What's his personality like?" Wang Wu thought for a moment and couldn't help but shudder. "I don't know how he'll deal with you, but Fang Chen is ruthless. Far more than any gangster. I suggest you find a way to apologize. That's the safest bet." As he spoke, Wang Wu eyed the pack of cigarettes in Lu Ping's pocket. Lu Ping, quick-witted, handed them over. Wang Wu put them in his pocket with a calm expression, nodded slightly, and turned to leave, saying as he walked, "I've said all I need to. The rest is up to you." Watching Wang Wu disappear, Lu Ping looked up at the darkening sky, gritted his teeth, and glared at Ning Yuan. "Ning Yuan, I'm your cousin. I helped you connect with Wang Wu out of family loyalty, but I never thought you'd cause such a big mess and drag me into it. You have to fix this yourself, or it'll never help you in school again." "Cousin, I didn't know Fang Chen was so powerful. I thought he was just an ordinary student with some fighting skills and better grades. Who would have thought even Brother Wang Wu is so scared?" "I'll do whatever you say now," Ning Yuan said fearfully. "Fine. Later go to the classroom and apologize to Fang Chen in person. If he forgives you, someone of his caliber probably won't bother retaliating. Understand?" Lu Ping apologized to Fang Chen. Ning Yuan was stunned, then hesitated. "Well? What? You're not satisfied? Do you want us both to suffer?" Lu Ping shot Ning Yuan an impatient glare. "Fine, I'll do it. Ning Yuan said fearfully. As evening self-study was about to begin, Fang Chen and Fatty Chang strolled into the classroom. Fang Chen had just sat down when he saw Ning Yuan suddenly approach his desk. Fang Chen was startled. "Ning Yuan, what are you doing here?" "I'm sorry, Fang Chen. This is all my fault. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please be magnanimous and spare me and my cousin." Ning Yuan gathered his courage and bowed to Fang Chen. "This?" Fang Chen was taken aback, not expecting this scene. At that moment, the whole class was present. Seeing Ning Yuan apologize publicly to Fang Chen, they knew, given Ning Yuan's personality, there must be a huge secret behind this. Whispers broke out. The smarter students thought to ask Fatty Chang, who was close to Fang Chen, and likely knew the inside story. Fatty Chang didn't know all the details, but guessed it had to do with the earlier incident with Wang Wu. So Fatty Chang embellished the story of what happened in the hallway, leaving the students in awe. Their gazes toward Fang Chen grew even more respectful and admiring. Fang Chen was indifferent to Ning Yuan's apology, as he had never considered Ning Yuan a threat. The only person worth his attention was Yang Tianyun, but as his strength grew, even Yang Tianyun would become insignificant. However, when Fang Chen noticed that Ning Yuan's apology had earned him the admiration of his classmates and even 2 points of incense energy, his mood improved. He hadn't expected Ning Yuan's apology to have such an effect. Because of the extra 2 points of incense energy, Fang Chen felt pleased and said, "I'll let you off this time, but if you pull any tricks again, don't blame me for being harsh." "Thank you, Fang Chen, thank you," Ning Yuan said with relief. After dismissing Ning Yuan, Fang Chen thought about the 2 points of incense energy and felt puzzled. He hadn't expected Ning Yuan's simple apology combined with Fatty Cheng's loud bragging to earn so much admiration and incense energy from the class. Soon the bell rang. Fang Chen opened his math textbook, knowing that the first 2 periods of the 3 self-study sessions would be taught by math teacher Su Bin. But tonight Su Bin clearly didn't want to teach. He wanted to give a math test. With a grim face, he walked to the podium without a word and instructed the front row students to distribute the test papers, signaling the start of the exam. Unlike previous exams, once the papers were handed out, Su Bin announced loudly, "Yi Chao switched seats with Fang Chen. Let him sit in the front." Yi Chao and Fang Chen were both startled, but since it was Su Bin's order, they had no choice but to comply and swapped seats. Sitting at the front, the lighting was noticeably brighter. Su Bin then moved his chair directly in front of Fang Chen and sat down. Fang Chen looked at Su Bin in confusion. What was this guy up to? Su Bin glared at him discontentedly. "What? Nothing." Fang Chen quickly regained his composure and shrugged indifferently, then began the exam. Seeing Fang Chen not argue, Su Bin felt a bit relieved and watched him closely as he took the test. In recent days at the office, he had heard from various teachers that Fang Chen's grades had improved significantly. Having been humiliated by him in front of Teacher Wang and lost some authority, Su Bin disliked him and refused to believe his grades could improve so rapidly. He decided to personally monitor Fang Chen's math exam to see if he could truly achieve good results. Fang Chen glanced at Su Bin's unabashed gaze, fully aware of his thoughts. However, Fang Chen was indifferent to whatever notions he held, picking up his pen and swiftly writing on the exam paper. Though mathematics differs from language subjects such as Chinese and English, relying primarily on one's own logical reasoning, Fang Chen had refined several mathematics training books, thoroughly grasping the problem-solving methods within, making them remarkably easy to apply. Moreover, he discovered a fascinating phenomenon: the enhancement of his mental strength had surprisingly accelerated his cognitive responses, making him increasingly intelligent. Fang Chen wrote answers at a rapid pace, hardly needing to use scrap paper, until he had tackled nearly 10 questions, after which he continued to scribble on the exam paper. In just 20 minutes, Fang Chen had completed the majority of the questions, and with another 7 or 8 minutes to spare, he would have finished the entire paper. Su Bin's eyes fixated on Fang Chen's exam paper, noticing that Fang Chen's answers were mostly correct, his expression revealing a mix of surprise and displeasure. Yes, it was displeasure, for Su Bin was inherently a selfish and petty person. Fang Chen had caused him to lose face in front of Teacher Wang, and he was psychologically unwilling to accept any excellent performance from him. Furthermore, just last week he had been a lowly underachiever, and now he was inching closer to being an honor student. Fang Chen found Su Bin's constipated expression amusing, thinking that Su Bin's heart was far too narrow-minded. Shaking his head, he picked up his pen and continued to write. Su Bin's face was grim as he stared at Fang Chen, fully aware of Fang Chen's performance. Whether he graded it or not made no difference. He was simply displeased and said, "I'll grade it later. You should review it carefully, as you might have made quite a few mistakes here." Fang Chen replied with a smile, "No need. I've already checked it. Since you're not grading it now, I've finished writing, so I might as well lie down and take a nap, as I'm feeling a bit tired." After saying that, Fang Chen drew some stored spiritual energy and began to feel drowsy, yawning and wanting to sleep right away. "Did I allow you to sleep? Fang Chen, you really don't respect me as your teacher. I'll report your disrespect to Teacher Wang and deduct your credits." Su Bin said coldly, "Teacher Su, I remember you once said that if students finish their work and don't want to continue, they can just sleep to avoid affecting other students' exams. I think sleeping now is fine." Fang Chen rubbed his eyes and yawned as he spoke. Su Bin was left speechless, unable to utter a single word. He had indeed said such a thing before, and it was directed at all the underperforming students. Since they were unlikely to achieve anything, it was a waste of time to keep them in the classroom, so he didn't mind if they slept. Hearing Fang Chen say this, he had no reason to refute. When Fang Chen saw that Su Bin was at a loss for words, he couldn't be bothered to even glance at him and continued to fall asleep. Seeing Fang Chen actually fall asleep, Su Bin's face turned green with anger. He felt that Fang Chen was not truly asleep, but was intentionally provoking his authority as a teacher. However, because he had previously said that, and given that it was nighttime self-study and Fang Chen had finished his exam paper, even if he tried to pick on Fang Chen, Teacher Wang wouldn't criticize him, let alone deduct credits. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and coldly grunt. "Fang Chen, wake up. Su the bald has left." Fang Chen groggily woke up his sleepy eyes, seeing Chang Pangzi's large face very close to him. He hurriedly stepped back and said, "I got it, but could you please not stand so close next time? It's quite startling." "What? With my handsome looks, how could I be scary?" Chang Pangzi pouted, then excitedly said, "But you should have seen how during that last class, while you were sleeping, Su the bald was staring at you. His face turned green. Haha, it was satisfying to watch. That guy used to mock us, and now it's his turn to feel uncomfortable. You really have become quite impressive, making Su the bald unhappy. Now the gang behind us is starting to admire you. Is that so?" Fang Chen was taken aback. At that moment, he noticed that he had collected 0.2 points of incense energy. He turned around to see some underperforming students looking at him in admiration. He was speechless. He never expected that even taking a nap could earn him spiritual energy and admiration. It seems that this incense energy isn't too hard to collect. Just as he was becoming more awake, his gaze drifted to the classroom door and then froze. He saw Zhang Yuxue standing at the classroom door, and Fang Chen knew she was looking for him. He patted Chang Pangzi on the shoulder and said, "If you have something to say, you can wait. I'm going out to talk to a friend." Chang Pangzi was taken aback, not understanding the nonsensical comment Fang Chen just made. However, when he turned around and saw the school beauty Zhang at the door, he became furious and said, "Damn you, Fang Chen, you've really forgotten your friends for a girl." Fang Chen reached the door, greeted her, and smiled. "Zhang, the school beauty, is there something you need me for at this late?" Zhang Yuxue looked Fang Chen up and down and said, "You reminded me last time, but now it's your turn to forget. I came to tell you that I've taken a leave of absence and will be waiting for you at the Jiangxing Road intersection in front of the school at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Having finished speaking, she turned to leave. Seeing Zhang Yuxue's departing figure, Fang Chen suddenly remembered that he had only been focused on planning a date, and had forgotten to ask her when they would meet. But now it seemed she was more considerate reminding him of this. However, after realizing this, Fang Chen decided to ask Teacher Wang for leave earlier. At Zhanghai High School Class 2, a boy with long messy hair and narrow eyes was playfully hugging a girl. As he was joking, a boy his age whispered something in his ear, and the long-haired man patted the girl's shoulder and said, "I have some things to do now, you can play by yourself." "Li Xiao, won't you spend some time with me?" the girl said in a spoiled tone. "You shameless woman, do I have to be harsh with my words? If you don't leave, I'll slap you and make you go," the long-haired boy said impatiently. Noting the cold light in the long-haired boy's eyes, the girl felt a tinge of fear. In her mind, she recalled that this man who spoiled her was also one of the 4 young masters Li Feng, known for his ruthless heart. Feeling inexplicably afraid, she obediently left. After she left, Li Feng coldly snorted, then smiled with a playful glint in his eyes. Just now, his subordinate reported that Zhang Yuxue had indeed asked the teacher for leave, and even went to Class 9 to meet Fang Chen. Although Li Feng wasn't sure how Fang Chen had won Zhang Yuxue over, he knew very well that Yang Tianyun liked Zhang Yuxue. Thinking of this, Li Feng called Yang Tianyun to inform him of the situation. Yang Tianyun, who was playing on the computer at home, darkened his face upon hearing this. He touched his still swollen face, his eyes filled with hatred. Li Feng teased, "I said, young Master Yang, your woman is about to be taken by another man, and you don't want to think of a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, where is the mighty reputation of young Master Yang?" Li Feng was unaware that Yang Tianyun had already had contact with Fang Chen, which ended in failure. Now, even though Yang Tianyun felt anger at Li Feng's words, he had no way to retaliate, because Fang Chen held a secret over him. Yang Tianyun could only coldly reply, "I've been ill these past 2 days and couldn't come to school. I'll handle this matter myself when I get back." "I said, young Master Yang, am not a fool. Even if you're not at school, with just a word I can settle this. Why wait until you return? This doesn't sound like the usual you. I feel like there might be some underlying issues that I'm not aware of." Li Feng squinted slightly. Yang Tianyun silently cursed, "Damn you, Li Fox, you can even guess this," but he couldn't reveal how he was humiliated by Fang Chen. He could only say, "I do have my reasons for this. It's just that it's inconvenient to explain. Just know that I can't take direct action against him right now, but once I figure something out, I'll handle him myself. You, young Master Yang, are a member of the Tianxin gang. Just hire a few people to deal with him. I don't believe you can't handle it. Are you suggesting to kill him?" Yang Tianyun recalled and asked. His expression showed some excitement, but thinking of Fang Chen's exceptional skills, he realized that the usual members of his gang wouldn't be a match for him. And those who were skilled occupied important positions, so he couldn't command them unless he had his father's consent. But he didn't want to discuss this matter with his father, so Yang Tianyun knew he had no way out for now. Moreover, if he failed and Fang Chen found out it was him, he would lose all face once the photos were posted online. Yang Tianyun said disappointedly, "Forget it, I'll deal with this matter slowly in the future. You don't need to worry." Hearing Yang Tianyun's words, Li Feng felt suspicious. What secret did Yang Tianyun have that Fang Chen held over him, making him so cautious? Thinking of this, Li Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed like something interesting was about to unfold. If he could grasp this secret, it would be like holding a trump card. "I said, young Master Yang, we are friends now. Since you have an unspoken difficulty, and it's inconvenient for you to act, why not hand this matter over to me? I'll help you deal with this." Yang Tianyun's voice paused slightly, as he puzzledly said, "Li Feng, let's be clear. Although we are both among the 4 young masters of Zhanghai, our relationship isn't particularly close. Why would you help me for no reason? Don't say that. After all, we are from the same school. If you have a problem, I certainly want to help. If I have any issues in the future, you can help me too." Li Feng listened to Yang Tianyun's words, feeling unconvinced, especially at the remark about losing the rice while trying to steal a chicken. He had previously investigated Fang Chen's identity, and knew he was just an ordinary student whose skills could not be too formidable. At best, he could fight better than an average student, but compared to the thugs on the streets, he was likely far behind. It would be easy for him to find a dozen thugs in the underworld to teach Fang Chen a lesson and break his legs. Of course, Li Feng wouldn't openly oppose Yang Tianyun before getting hold of the leverage Fang Chen had. Although the Li family owned a company worth billions, the Tianxin gang was no small-time organization in Zhanghai City, and any rift between them would significantly impact the Li family's interests. Therefore, after hearing Yang Tianyun's warning, he smiled and said, "Since young Master Yang is so concerned about Fang Chen as a friend, I won't steal someone's love. I'll give you Fang Chen's legs, and tomorrow I'll find a way to disrupt their date. It's just that I usually handle big matters. I'm not quite used to dealing with such trivial issues. You'll have to treat me to a good meal later. Young Master Li, I never knew you were so righteous. Since you're helping me, I won't stand on ceremony. Please break up their date, and I, Yang Xiao, owe you a favor. However, this needs to be done discreetly. Don't let anyone notice that it's a deliberate attack on them, and don't take action against him directly. He's really quite formidable. Yang Tianyun expressed some concern about Li Feng's approach, advising once again. Alright, no problem. It's settled then, just wait and enjoy the show later. After finishing this conversation with a smile, Li Feng ended the call, his eyes narrowing, slightly flashing a chilling light. Anyone familiar with Li Feng would know that this smile meant he was concocting some wicked scheme. Xiao Mu, come over here. Li Feng waved his hand, and the previous man quickly approached, his expression obsequious, as he looked at Li Feng, rubbing his hands and saying, Young Master Li, what can I do for you? You need to skip your next class and find a way to notify Zhang Zhengang to have them wait for Zhang Yuxue and Fang Chen near the school. As for what to do next, come here and I'll explain it to you. Li Feng beckoned, and Xiao Mu cautiously leaned in, listening intently. Young Master Li, I'm listening. This is how we're going to do it. After Li Feng slowly finished explaining the plan, he tapped Xiao Mu on the head, saying, Now do you understand what I want to do? I understand. Young Master Li, just wait for my good news. Xiao Mu chuckled. There's one more thing I need to tell you about the leverage Fang Chen mentioned. You can only hear it alone, don't let Zhang Zhengang and the others find out, understood? Li Feng said. Yes, Xiao Mu replied. You can go now. After sending Xiao Mu away, Li Feng turned to look at the cold moonlight outside the school window, his thoughts drifting to the leverage Fang Chen possessed against Yang Tianyun, igniting a passionate fire within him. This was a valuable asset. As the bell rang, the third evening self-study class began, and Fang Chen's class 9 was having an English self-study session, which was Wang Linsher's class. Wang Linsher seemed to have calculated the timing perfectly. The moment the bell rang, she stepped through the door. Compared to the previous days today, Wang Linsher wore a black t-shirt and a short skirt, revealing a pair of long snow-white legs that highlighted her tall and sexy figure. Wang Linsher approached the podium, adjusted her glasses, and said, Class is in session. The students in the class stood up, greeting her before she skillfully instructed everyone to self-study. The students in Class 9 were all aware that usually during the last self-study session on Saturday nights, the teacher wouldn't teach but would let everyone study independently. After Wang Linsher finished instructing, Fang Chen, who was sitting, suddenly raised his hand and said, Teacher Wang, I have something I want to discuss with you. Seeing it was Fang Chen, Wang Linsher smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. What is it, Fang Chen? Fang Chen replied, Can I step outside to talk? Wang Linsher gave Fang Chen a curious look, but didn't ask why. Instead, she nodded in agreement. After seeing this, Fang Chen smiled and intended to step out of the classroom to talk. He felt embarrassed to ask for leave in class, especially knowing how mischievous Cheng Pongzi and the others could be. It was a bit cold outside the classroom. Fang Chen noticed Wang Linsher had stepped out first, but seeing all the students in the class staring through the window, he decided to walk to the right side of the classroom, where an unused room with abandoned desks was making it convenient to talk. Wang Linsher saw Fang Chen go over there and curiously followed him, but there were no lights there and it was too dark. Wang Linsher didn't notice a banana peel on the ground, and as soon as her foot stepped on it, she lost her balance and was about to fall. Fang Chen thought no one would hear him here, so he turned back to say something to Wang Linsher, but unexpectedly a dark figure bumped into him. Fang Chen fell as well, but he suddenly felt something soft pressing against him, making it a bit hard to breathe. Fang Chen tried to push the two objects away but found them soft, and there was clearly a strip-like object. He immediately thought about what it could be. At that moment, Wang Linsher's cry of pain made him realize with certainty that the one pressed against him was indeed Teacher Wang. Due to the surrounding darkness, and since Wang Linsher was wearing a black t-shirt, Fang Chen found it hard to see clearly, but hearing her voice made him instantly aware of which part he had bumped into. Fang Chen blurted out awkwardly, Teacher Wang, I'm your student. Why did you push me down? Wang Linsher didn't expect to be so unlucky, slipping on a banana peel while walking here. However, upon noticing that she was on top of Fang Chen, and that he had touched her voluptuous figure, she became shy and embarrassed. Yet after hearing Fang Chen's words, she felt both amused and angry, her shyness dissipating in an instant. Wang Linsher retorted, Fang Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I push you down as your homeroom teacher? I slipped on the banana peel on the ground. I really want to know who finished eating a banana and didn't throw it in the trash. I'll definitely talk to them later. So that's what happened. You scared me? I thought the teacher wanted to do something. Fang Chen scratched his head and smiled foolishly. He actually understood that Wang Linsher had fallen, but the atmosphere was too awkward, and she was his homeroom teacher. It seemed like he had taken advantage of her. If she held a grudge and made things difficult for him, it would be terrible. Now that we understand, you should hurry up and get off me. Wang Linsher said, not in a good mood. All right, I'll help you up right now. Because it was too dark at night, they had just arrived, and their eyes couldn't adjust immediately. While Fang Chen helped Wang Linsher up, he inevitably touched some places, he shouldn't have, which made Wang Linshi feel a bit shy, but she had no choice. After they both got up, Wang Linshi noticed the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous, so she had to change the topic, saying, Fang Chen, you mentioned before that you had something to discuss with me. Right, Teacher Wang, I want to take a day off tomorrow, please approve it. Wang Linshi asked curiously. Taking a day off tomorrow? Why, did something happen at home? Fang Chen thought for a moment and replied seriously, Teacher Wang, I won't lie to you. I have something to do tomorrow that I must attend to. It's not a family matter. Could you consider approving it? There are only 2 months left until the college entrance examination. I hope you can focus all your time on it, Wang Linshi said firmly. Your progress has been evident, and I believe that with your current improvement you might even be able to get into a top university in 2 months. This is very important. Wang Linshi frowned and said, But since you mentioned that you have something urgent tomorrow, I can only grant you a day off. I'll write a leave note for you to give to the security office. I want to request another leave, this time for a long one. I might not come back for several times in a month. Fang Chen hesitated for several seconds before speaking. What else do you have? Wang Linshi noticed that Fang Chen had quite a few things to discuss today. I want to request another leave, this time for a long one. I might not come back for several times in a month. Fang Chen hesitated for several seconds before speaking up. Fang Chen had seriously considered this request. He knew that his presence at school didn't significantly contribute to his grades. In fact, it was more of a burden. Since attending classes was entirely unnecessary for him, he could refine various books using spiritual energy and quickly absorb knowledge. Moreover, spending all day in classes hindered his ability to absorb spiritual energy. If previously Fang Chen wouldn't have been so eager to enhance his spiritual energy after offending Yang Tianyun, he realized that his leverage could only temporarily threaten Yang Tianyun. When he devised a wicked plan, he would have to confront not just Yang Tianyun but also the Tianqing gang behind him. Fang Chen understood that he needed to become stronger quickly, so he could only maximize the potential of the Wanbao Ding. On one hand, he would acquire spiritual energy to enhance various items, increasing his combat ability. On the other hand, he would refine food to strengthen his mental power and physical limits, improving his overall physical condition and speed. Lastly, he would refine several martial arts books to prepare against the Tianqing gang. No, your grades are improving so rapidly. It would be a pity for you to give up like this. Even if you don't think of yourself, think of your family, Wang Linshi said firmly. Seeing Wang Linshi's strong attitude, Fang Chen felt a bit disappointed but not surprised. He knew that after making this request there was a 90% chance she would reject him. However, Fang Chen wouldn't give up. He continued, Teacher Wang, let me tell you, it's precisely because I want to study hard that I'm requesting leave not to come to school. You should have noticed my rapid progress. This is actually due to my own study methods, which work best outside of school. Being at school only hinders my progress in grades. After speaking, Fang Chen looked at Wang Linshi, eagerly awaiting her response. Fang Chen's words were somewhat hard to believe, sounding completely like a deliberate evasion of school. However, Fang Chen's performance this week was enough to prove that what he said was not false. Because of this, Wang Linshi felt a bit hesitant, as she could tell that Fang Chen was speaking seriously. But after thinking for a moment, she said, Fang Chen, that's still not acceptable. Your words make me skeptical. I think it's better for you to stay in school. If it really doesn't work, you can attend my classes from the dormitory in the future without needing to come in. Teacher Wang, I speak the truth, please believe me. Don't let my appearance fool you. I really want to get into a prestigious university. Moreover, I've always believed that Teacher Wang is the best teacher at Zhanghai High School, and you must hope to help students achieve excellent results. Fang Chen changed his tone and said, Why not make a bet? If I win, you agree to my request. If I lose, I won't mention this again. What kind of bet do you want to make? Like the one with Ning Yuan back then? Wang Linshi shot a disapproving glance at Fang Chen. The last incident was just an accident. Fang Chen rubbed his nose with a sheepish smile. He didn't expect he would need to negotiate through a bet, but there was no other way. He said, I want to bet that if my score in the upcoming mock exam at the end of the month ranks in the top 3 of the ordinary class, you will agree to my conditions, okay? Top 3 of the ordinary class. Wang Linshi was taken aback, then began to ponder. If Fang Chen could achieve such a score, then in the college entrance examination, as long as he performed well, getting into a first-tier university was guaranteed, and if luck was on his side, he might even get into a key university which met her expectations for him. If he could really achieve such results, there was no reason for her to refuse. However, Wang Linshi believed that it would be quite challenging for Fang Chen to reach the top 3 with his current grades. The chances of this bet succeeding seemed slim. But no matter how she analyzed it, it was beneficial for Fang Chen, so Wang Linshi gladly agreed to the wager. She said, All right, but remember you agreed to this. Don't regret it later if you lose the bet. Seeing Wang Linshi agree so readily, Fang Chen understood her thoughts. She must have believed he wouldn't achieve a score in the top 3. But little did she know he had the Wanbao Ding. Even achieving the status of a provincial top student was not a difficult feat. Establishing this bet was simply a step toward accomplishing his plan. His mood lifted as he said, "Of course I keep my word. I just hope you won't backtrack, teacher. I'm your homeroom teacher after all. I'm an adult, oh how could I possibly go back on my word? You can rest easy. Now let's return to the classroom," Wang Linshi said confidently. The two returned to the classroom where Fang Chen noticed Chang Pengzi constantly making faces at him. Fang Chen ignored his antics and sat back down. He hadn't been seated for long when Wang Linshi raised her voice, as if completely forgetting the earlier conversation, and exclaimed, "Just now I almost slipped outside. Who threw the banana peel out there? Don't you know it could be very serious if someone steps on it? Honestly, if I catch the culprit next time, it'll definitely make them copy lines 15 times. The morning, because Zhanghai High School had no early study sessions on Sundays. All the students woke up later than usual. But Fang Chen's dormitory was a bit different. First, due to his increased mental energy limit, he felt no fatigue, as long as he didn't deplete his mental energy, while the others in the dorm were forced to wake up as they wanted to learn Fang Chen's martial arts. Despite Chang Pengzi Chenemo and a few others yawning and struggling to stay awake, they didn't dare openly ask Fang Chen to let them sleep a bit longer. This was entirely because Fang Chen had warned them beforehand that if they didn't train properly, he wouldn't teach them. Seeing Fang Chen's impressive demeanor, they were all eager to learn Wing Chun. Even though they were truly exhausted, they didn't dare utter a word of complaint. "You all continue practicing your horse stance. Well, talk when you can hold it for half an hour. This way your foundation will be solid. I'm gonna brush my teeth and wash my face. You all take your time, and when I'm not around at noon, you need to seize the opportunity to practice on your own. Do you understand?" Fang Chen instructed, knowing that since he was going out on a date, he obviously couldn't return at noon. And even if he did, it wouldn't be until the afternoon. "Fang Chen, when you come back, remember to tell us how you wooed the school beauty. Where are you going to have fun, and is there anything between you two?" Chang Pengzi said with a lewd grin. "Get lost." Fang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. By 7:30 after leaving the cafeteria, Fang Chen planned to walk out of the school gate. On the way, he did not see Zhang Yuxu's figure, unsure if she had gone ahead or was just late. He walked to the security office, handed in his leave request to the guard for inspection and inquiry, and had no trouble leaving. Upon arriving at the agreed street, he immediately spotted Zhang Yuxue, who had come early, standing beneath a shady willow tree. Zhang Yuxue was dressed simply today in a loose white t-shirt with a cool anime design, and a pair of short denim shorts paired with canvas shoes, giving off a fresh and innocent vibe. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she was looking around. When she turned her head and saw Fang Chen approaching, she smiled. Fang Chen ran up to Zhang Yuxue, seeing her smiling face, and apologetically said, "I'm really sorry for being late. It's not yet the agreed time. You're actually quite early. I just came sooner because I was afraid too many students would see me out today." Zhang Yuxue explained with a smile. "I see. Have you eaten?" Fang Chen asked. "Yes, I had. While you were away, I bought a pancake and 2 buns. After saying this, Zhang Yuxue's beautiful eyes scanned Fang Chen and asked, "Fang Chen, since you invited me out, have you thought about where to go?" "To be honest, I don't really have any experience in this area. According to my friends, I think we should go to the cinema and watch a movie." Fang Chen sheepishly rubbed his head, awkwardly admitting he had previously been an ordinary student and had no experience with dating. Even though his confidence had greatly increased thanks to the Wanbao Ding, it couldn't enrich his dating experience. "Fang Chen, you're really funny. Who would be so honest about their own shortcomings? I thought someone so confident would have good recommendations." Zhang Yuxue covered her mouth and chuckled. "Since you don't know, let me recommend a place. I want to go to an amusement park. How does that sound?" "Going to the amusement park sounds good. I have no objections. Let's take a bus there." Fang Chen nodded. But after saying this, he felt something was missing. He recalled a standard phrase from television, wondering what. Fang Chen thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up when he realized he was missing a bouquet of flowers. Of course, giving a gift wouldn't be a problem either. However, with only 400 yuan to his name, he had to choose to be frugal. Thinking of buying a bouquet, Fang Chen quickly looked around and said, "Zhang Yuxue, wait for me. I'm going to buy you a bouquet." Zhang Yuxue was taken aback by his words, amused by Fang Chen's innocence. Initially, when he proposed a date, she thought his behavior was a bit exaggerated, typical of a frivolous boy. But now it seemed that it was all just a facade. He was just an ordinary pure boy, and a very innocent one at that. However, Zhang Yuxue found herself liking this impression of Fang Chen even more. After laughing a couple of times, she wanted to tell Fang Chen not to bother buying flowers, but he ran off quickly, and by the time she called out, he had already disappeared down the street. Fang Chen dashed through several nearby streets and found a flower shop where he bought 3 roses, symbolizing 3 lifetimes. In truth, Fang Chen wanted to buy more, but he also considered that if he spent too much on flowers, the few hundred yuan he had wouldn't be enough. After returning, he felt a bit distressed, thinking that he hadn't bought enough flowers, which would look bad when giving them. Suddenly he remembered that he had the Wanbao Ding. If he refined these 3 flowers, they would likely turn out more beautiful. Surely Zhang Yuxue would be delighted. After deciding, Fang Chen planned to begin refining. Roses are plants and, strictly speaking, belong to the category of living beings. Thus it required biological energy. Fang Chen currently had the most biological energy accumulated, so he discovered that refining 3 bundles of flowers would consume 0 points of biological energy without any feelings of loss. Fang Chen held the 3 bundles of flowers and silently began the refining process. As with past refining processes, he could feel the 3 bundles of flowers appearing in a mysterious space enveloped in gray flames, and his hands felt slightly warm. The process was quick, and once completed he saw that the roses in his hands had changed in appearance. The red petals had a ring of gold and a ring of silver on the surface reflecting sunlight. Particularly after being refined, the floral fragrance was exceptionally rich, and after taking a whiff his mood calmed. Beginner's fragrant flower, strikingly beautiful in appearance, filled with a rich aroma, capable of calming the mind and prompting others to share their thoughts, lasting for 5 hours without change in fragrance. When Fang Chen received this information in his mind, he was taken aback, not expecting the flowers to have such an effect capable of prompting someone to reveal their thoughts. If he gave these to Zhang Yuxue, would she share some strange things, perhaps her own little secrets? And if he knew them, she might. Fang Chen's thoughts spiraled, and a peculiar smile appeared on his face. Fang Chen decided he must give her these 3 bundles of flowers. After all, he had decided to woo the school beauty. Being able to hear her thoughts would greatly benefit his efforts. He now realized that the Wanbao Ding was indeed incredible. Initially thinking it wouldn't help in chasing girls, he didn't expect refining 3 bundles of roses would yield such an effect. Fang Chen knew that the flower he had refined possessed such miraculous effects which uplifted his mood. Therefore he decided to return quickly, and upon arriving at the previous street, he saw Zhang Yuxue waving at him. Fang Chen ran over with a smile, shaking the flower in his hand. Zhang Yuxue, not initially noticing the flower, teasingly said, "Fang Chen, you really don't need to be so formal this time. We're just out for some fun. You don't have to follow the same methods as your classmates. Let's not talk about that. First take a look at this flower." Fang Chen grinned and waved the flower in his hand. What kind of flower is this? I've never seen one like it before." Zhang Yuxue now noticed that the flower in Fang Chen's hand looked quite different from a rose. Curiously, she took the flower, bringing it close to her nose to gently sniff it. After a gentle sniff, her eyes lit up, and a smile spread across her face. "Fang Chen, this flower really smells amazing. Just one whiff makes me feel so calm. Where did you buy this? I want to get some for my bedroom later." Seeing how much Zhang Yuxue liked the flower, Fang Chen relaxed as well. It seemed that the refined item was indeed quite remarkable. He chuckled, "You don't need to worry about where I got the flower. If you want to buy some in the future, I can definitely help you get more. But do you feel anything strange after smelling it?" Fang Chen asked, his eyes curiously fixed on Zhang Yuxue's delicate face. Zhang Yuxue felt a bit awkward under Fang Chen's gaze, and tilted her head, asking curiously, "No, not at all. It just smells pleasant. What could be strange about it? This flower isn't problematic, is it?" No, of course there's nothing wrong. I was just asking casually." Fang Chen chuckled, but a hint of doubt arose in his heart, feeling that something was amiss. Since it was a refined flower, it should have an effect. However, seeing Zhang Yuxue's demeanor did not seem affected. Perhaps the effect was delayed. He wasn't particularly familiar with the function and effects of the Wanbao Ding, and since nothing happened now, he could only wait and see. Fang Chen wanted to observe later, but Zhang Yuxue seemed really eager to go to the amusement park, urging him to take the bus there together. Fang Chen had no choice but to follow her onto the bus, and the two sat in the back. As they boarded the bus, they did not notice several burly men watching them from under a nearby tree. Now seeing them leave, the burly men got into a black sedan. Among these muscular men was a lean boy named Xiao Mu, who was Li Xiao's subordinate. After receiving orders from Li Xiao, Xiao Mu had informed Zhang Jianggang, and then followed Fang Chen to this location, quietly calling Zhang Jianggang over to keep an eye on them. Now seeing them about to act, he planned to chase after them immediately. Among the burly men with Xiao Mu was a bald man with a scar on the corner of his right eye named Zhang Jianggang, a well-known thug in the vicinity. He often worked as a thug for some companies or influential people and had come with Xiao Mu this time. Zhang Jianggang glanced and said, "Xiao Mu, when are we going to make our move?" Xiao Mu fixed his gaze on the bus that was about to disappear, saying, "Don't rush. Let's follow them for now. We'll strike when we find a suitable opportunity. No problem, just wait and see my skills when the time comes. But I must say the payment for this job needs to be at least 4,000 or else it won't be worth it for my brothers." "Understood. Don't worry. As long as you're working for Li Xiao, he won't let you suffer losses," Xiao Mu assured. Zhang Jianggang grinned, saying, "That's true. Let's get going then." The amusement park was located in the Yangchun district of Zhanghai City, a bit remote from where Fang Chen and the others were. It took them nearly half an hour on the bus to get there. On the bus, Fang Chen kept staring at Zhang Yuxia's face, which made her furrow her brows. "Fang Chen, what's up with you? You've been staring at me since earlier as if there's something on my face." "No, I was just looking at the window beside me." Fang Chen shook his head, and then turned his eyes asking, "But Zhang Yuxia, why do you want to go to the amusement park?" Seeing that Zhang Yuxia still hadn't changed, he felt a bit disappointed. Moreover, unfortunately, Zhang Yuxia seemed a bit unhappy, so he randomly found a topic to divert the conversation. After hearing this question, Zhang Yuxia didn't respond immediately. Instead, she let out a peculiar sigh before slowly expressing her thoughts, which were clearly unrelated to Fang Chen's question. Zhang Yuxia said, "Actually, I want to go to the amusement park because I want to relive the times I spent with my mother and brother. When I was 5, my life was quite happy with my mother around. However, everything changed on my birthday. That day my mother took my brother and me to the amusement park for the first time. Nobody expected there would be a car accident. My mother became a vegetable due to the accident. My brother died, and although I wasn't hurt, my father became extremely strict with me afterward, hardly letting me go out. The last time I went out was when I sneaked away from the bodyguard." After hearing Zhang Yuxia's words, Fang Chen was visibly taken aback. He hadn't expected her to have such a complex past and a broken family. Although his own family was poor, his mother, father, and sister were all in good health. At this point, he felt a deep sympathy for Zhang Yuxia. Zhang Yuxia suddenly touched her tear-filled eyes, saying, "It's strange how I ended up sharing my inner thoughts like this. Fang Chen, I'm really sorry. Can you pretend I didn't say any of this? It's fine, expressing it will make you feel better. As for me, I certainly won't say anything. This is our little secret," Fang Chen replied. At that moment, Fang Chen suddenly realized that the flower was indeed effective. It was just that he needed to ask questions to trigger these responses. Understanding this, a question arose in Fang Chen's mind: is every flower the same, or do they all have different effects? It seemed that he would need to experiment with other flowers when he had the time. "Yes, this is our secret, you mustn't tell anyone." Hearing his words, Zhang Yuxia's face involuntarily flushed slightly, but she quickly emphasized her point. Seeing Zhang Yuxia's slightly reddened face, Fang Chen's heart suddenly raced, and he smiled in agreement. The nearby passengers instinctively thought they were a young couple. The male passengers looked at Fang Chen with envy, feeling that he was incredibly lucky. When the bus arrived at the stop, they reached the amusement park. Fang Chen took the initiative to buy 2 tickets for a total of 160 yuan, then walked in with Zhang Yuxia. Shortly after they arrived, Xiao Mu and Zhang Jianggang followed. However, Zhang Jianggang's 2 brothers were taken aback upon seeing the location, as they worked here when they weren't on a job. They never expected to encounter Fang Chen here. Xiao Mu was pleased to learn they were staff members here, as their familiarity with the place would make it easier to capture Fang Chen and the others. Xiao Mu took the lead and stealthily followed them. However, they soon grew frustrated. While Fang Chen was fine, Zhang Yuxia, the school beauty, was clearly like an excited child in the amusement park, playing around the various attractions, running from one side to another. Xiao Mu and the others trailed behind, exhausted, as they had to expend a lot of energy to avoid being noticed. After 2 hours of playing, Xiao Mu and Zhang Jianggang were panting and hiding behind a tree. Xiao Mu wiped the sweat from his face, impatiently saying, "Damn, how can they play like this? Have they never been to an amusement park? I'm absolutely exhausted right now. Yeah, this job is really tough, it's too tiring. I think it would be better to wait for them to come out and then find a good opportunity to capture them," Zhang Jianggang complained. Zhang Go Xiao Mu Gu, "I have a good idea." Just as they were complaining, a man with a horse-like face raised his hand from behind. Xiao Mu turned back to glance at him, assessing him before asking, "What do you have in mind?" "Xiao Mu Gu, I'm a staff member, as I mentioned when we entered the amusement park, so I know the order of the rides they are enjoying quite well. You might think they are playing wildly, but actually they are following the amusement park's guide in sequence, so I know exactly what they will play next. Plus, there's a place that's perfect for us to capture them, and that's the haunted hospital." Upon hearing that the horse-faced man had a plan, Xiao Mu's eyes lit up, and he continued to ask, "So you're confident we can catch them there, right? And without attracting the attention of other visitors?" "Yes, but they are still far from the haunted hospital, so we need to wait a bit longer." "That's not urgent. As long as we can finish this by afternoon, it will be convenient for me to report back to Li Xiao," Xiao Mu said. While they discussed this, Fang Chen and Zhang Yuxia also felt a bit tired. After Fang Chen bought 2 ice creams and handed one to Zhang Yuxue. Zhang Yuxue said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. You must feel exhausted." Fang Chen shook his head saying, "Not at all. I'm just surprised that Zhang Yuxue has such a lively side to her. I just haven't been here for a long time, so I'm a bit excited. Come on, let's sit over there for a while." Zhang Yuxue took the lead and Fang Chen smiled as he followed. However, shortly after they sat down, a little girl around 5 or 6 years old started crying and calling for her mommy. Fang Chen saw it and Zhang Yuxue did too. But compared to Fang Chen, Zhang Yuxue was much quicker, immediately running over to squat in front of the little girl, asking with concern, "Little girl, did you get lost from your mommy?" The little girl appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, adorably cute with 2 small ponytails, dressed in a pink dress. At that moment she was holding a red lollipop in her hand. She cried out for her mother, but unexpectedly a beautiful older sister appeared before her. Upon seeing her, the little girl sweetly said, "Big sister, I can't find my mother, she's lost." Zhang Yuxue felt a pang of embarrassment upon hearing this. She hadn't expected the little girl to think her mother was lost. However, she brushed it off and asked, "What's your name? I'll help you find your mother." The little girl wiped her teary eyes and innocently asked, "Sister, my name is Xia Xiaohua. Do you know where my mother is?" "I don't know where your mother is, but I believe I can find out. Don't worry, I won't let your mother get lost." Zhang Yuxue smiled and patted Xia Xiaohua's head. "Really? But I see that, big sister, you are also alone. Are you lost too?" The little girl was skeptical. "Sisters are adults, how could they be lost?" "You're thinking too much," Zhang Yuxue gently admonished. At that moment Fang Chen walked over, crouched down and smiled. "Little sister Xiaohua, big sister is not lost, or am with her." "Big brother, is this big sister your girlfriend?" "Mom said only girlfriends and boyfriends stay together." The little girl curiously asked. "Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. We're just ordinary classmates," Zhang Yuxue quickly replied. Zhang Yuxue blushed slightly and hurriedly said, "Right now it's most important to help you find your mother. Come on, quickly tell me what your mother looks like." "I think we don't need that. Let's take her directly to a place in the amusement park where they have announcements. I'm sure that if we make an announcement, her mother will come if she's in the park." Fang Chen said, "I'm so foolish, oh how could I forget this trick?" Zhang Yuxue lightly slapped her forehead but said, "However, I still want to see if we can find her around first. If we can't find her, well, go to the announcement area." "Why?" Fang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. "Because when I was little I also got lost. Back then an older sister took me around to look, and then I met my mother and younger brother," Zhang Yuxue said with an inexplicable sense of regret. After finishing she suddenly froze and said, somewhat annoyed, "Today I'm really strange. Why am I spilling my thoughts like this?" After mumbling that, Zhang Yuxue looked seriously at Fang Chen, who felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, clearly aware that this was due to the effects of the flower he cultivated. Seeing Zhang Yuxue's serious expression, he thought she might have guessed that this matter was related to him. Just as he wanted to apologize, Zhang Yuxue earnestly reminded, "You must not tell anyone about today, understand? Fang Chen, I don't want others to know about these things." "All right, of course I will not tell anyone," Fang Chen replied, feeling relieved that Zhang Yuxue had not noticed his connection to this matter. "Big brother, big sister, can we go find my mom now?" The little girl looked at them and said, "Yes, let's find your mom together." Zhang Yuxue smiled sweetly. Just as they held the little girl's hand and began searching for her mother, Qiao Mu and Zhang Jiang, just a distance away, felt like they were about to vomit blood. They were already tired and wanted to wait for Fang Chen and the others to finish playing quickly, so they could obediently go to the haunted hospital. Who would have thought that at such a critical moment a lost little girl would appear? Zhang Jiang said dejectedly, "This is really ridiculous. Did I forget to check the calendar before going out today? I'm so unlucky. It seems we have to continue waiting. We can't wait like this any longer. If they waste 1 to 2 hours looking for this child based on their playing speed, who knows when they will reach the haunted hospital? They might decide not to play anymore, thinking it's too late," Xiao Mu said, frowning. "Therefore we must arrange for them to go to the haunted hospital." "Xiao Guan, you're a staff member here. Do you have any ideas?" Xiao Guan was just an ordinary thug forced to work to cover his living expenses. However, he longed for a life like Zhang Jiang's, living well by relying on the job of a bodyguard. He thought it through, wanting to do his best regarding Li Xiao in hopes of elevating himself and changing his fate. When he saw Xiao Mu asking him, he quickly stepped forward and said, "I am a staff member here. I will go change into a uniform and get my badge, then come back to help the little girl find her mother." Xiao Mu nodded and said, "That's a good idea. Hurry and take care of it." After a while, Fang Chen allowed Zhang Yuxue to lead the little girl around. After searching for about 10 minutes, they found nothing. If it weren't for knowing that Zhang Yuxue Had her reasons for wanting to search this way, Fang Chen would have suggested taking the little girl to the announcement area. However, knowing he couldn't say that he could only do his best to help find her. However, he noticed that perhaps he and Zhang Yuxu's search movements were too conspicuous as a staff member from the amusement park approached them. "Hello, guests. Is this girl lost from her mother?" Xiao Guan, now in uniform, asked. "Are you a staff member here?" Fang Chen asked suspiciously. "I am a staff member here. Please answer my question," Xiao Guan said. "Her mother is lost and we want to help her find her mother," Zhang Yuxue responded first. "Really? Guests, it seems this matter should be handled by our amusement park. After all, we can handle it much more efficiently. You two should just enjoy the amusement park at your leisure," Xiao Guan smiled. "Zhang Xiaohua, I think we should let the amusement park staff handle this. They will find her faster, and I believe the little girl wants to see her mother as soon as possible," Fang Chen suggested. Zhang Yuxue hesitated for a moment. She looked down at the cute little girl and said, "Alright, let's let your amusement park handle it." Zhang Yuxue crouched down, patted Xia Zaiwa's head and smiled. "Little friend, walk with this uncle, and you will find your mother soon." The little girl said, "Big sister, aren't you coming to find my mother with me?" Zhang Yuxue smiled and said, "You will find her with this uncle. I won't search anymore." Zhang Yuxue knew in her heart that it was indeed most effective to let the amusement park help. She had only wanted to use her own method to help, because something from her childhood had touched her heart. After much negotiation, they ultimately let Xiao Guan take the little girl to the announcement area, and Xiao Guan was secretly pleased to lead the little girl to find her mother. He knew he had succeeded in his task. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu, who had been observing from a distance, smiled, knowing that the plan was going smoothly. However, just half an hour had passed and Xiao Mu noticed that Fang Chen and the others had encountered trouble again. A female white-collar worker had lost her wallet, and at her request Fang Chen and the others were now helping her look for it. Seeing this scene, Xiao Mu was extremely frustrated, saying, "Damn it, why are these two so eager to help?" Just as he was feeling frustrated, he turned around to see that Xiao Guan had already sorted out the little girl's matter. Before he could sit down to speak, he instructed, "Xiao Guan, I'm really sorry, but now I need to trouble you to help that female white-collar worker find her lost wallet, and let Fang Chen continue playing the rides." "Ah!" Xiao Guan was taken aback and exclaimed in surprise, but he gritted his teeth and stood up, then hurriedly ran to help. Facing Xiao Guan's help, Fang Chen asked curiously, "You again? Did you manage to resolve the little girl's matter?" "She has found her mother. Now let me handle things here. You all should continue enjoying yourselves," Xiao Guan said. Alright then, Fang Chen thought it best to leave such matters to the staff. He and Zhang Yuxue left. However, they felt quite unlucky because after playing one ride, they suddenly saw an elderly man collapse on the ground and not get up. Fang Chen and Zhang Yuxue naturally wanted to help him and call an ambulance. Xiao Mu secretly observed this scene, clenching his teeth in anger, feeling that these two were doing it on purpose. But there was nothing he could do. He could only let Xiao Guan, who had just helped the female white-collar worker, take the elderly man to the hospital. Seeing Xiao Guan come over to help for the third time, Fang Chen and Zhang Yuxue, after moving away from his position, couldn't help but sigh to Zhang Yuxue. "I really didn't expect the staff here to be so high quality. They are overwhelmed with work, but still maintain such a serious attitude." "Yeah, the staff here are really good. But let's play some other rides now," Zhang Yuxue said. Fang Chen replied, "Alright, let's go play with some of the rides up front." After they played 2 rides, Xiao Mu, who had been watching them, knew that after they played one more ride, according to what Xiao Guan said, they should head to the haunted hospital. Xiao Mu decided to start preparing according to Xiao Guan's method, just as Xiao Guan happened to run back looking. Seeing Xiao Guan's exhausted expression, Xiao Mu and Zhang Jiang felt a bit sympathetic, but knew they still had to do their job. Xiao Mu said, "Xiao Guan, they are about to go to the haunted hospital. Since you proposed the next plan, I'm leaving everything to you now." No problem," Xiao Guan said, panting heavily, his face red from running around. Although he wanted to scold Xiao Mu for not being considerate, he thought about how he needed to cling to Li Xiao and silently set about preparing. Xiao Guan is after all a staff member here, and he has previously worked in this department of the haunted hospital. Thus he had some connections with the staff inside, and after informing them, he let Xiao Mu and the others touch up their makeup to disguise themselves as workers here. As for the subsequent plan, it was to take the opportunity to have them target Fang Chen. After transforming Xiao Mu and the others into something quite terrifying, Xiao Guan instructed them to wait in an operating room. He knew that tourists coming to the haunted hospital would often come here to take a look, and there was a door that allowed them to enter and close it behind them, easily avoiding being seen by other tourists. Xiao Guan spent a lot of effort and finally arranged everything for Xiao Mu and the details. Fortunately, it was nearly noon now, and the flow of tourists had significantly decreased, especially since there were not many people in the haunted hospital, which saved Xiao Guan a lot of energy. He was planning to go out and bring the anesthetics from the car, as they needed to ensure that Fang Chen and the others were compliant and did not attract others' attention. However, just as he stepped out of the haunted hospital, he muttered a couple of words, and when he looked up he unexpectedly saw two very familiar faces, causing his expression to freeze. "It's you. You're that very busy staff member. I didn't expect you to be so busy. Isn't it almost noon? How is that old man doing now?" Fang Chen and Zhang Yuxue had come along planning to leave here for lunch after visiting the haunted hospital. Who would have thought they would encounter a staff member here? "I can't believe I ran into you. What a coincidence." Zhang Yuxue also said, somewhat surprised. To be honest, she admired this diligent employee. Xiao Guan was stunned and opened his mouth in shock. He hadn't expected to encounter them at this moment. However, after thinking for a moment, he realized that it was a good opportunity for them to be here and smiled, saying, "Yes, I've finished my work here and am about to go for lunch. You two must be here to have fun at the haunted hospital, right? Since there aren't many people now, it's the perfect time to enjoy yourselves." "Not many people. Isn't that a bit scary?" Zhang Yuxue said nervously after hearing Xiao Guan's words. "It won't be scary. It's not as terrifying as you think in this haunted hospital." Xiao Guan's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected this girl to be so overly concerned. If he had known, he wouldn't have said that. Fang Chen sensed that Xiao Guan had some issues, as if he was quite eager to have them enter the haunted hospital. But thinking about it, perhaps he was afraid of affecting the amusement park's business. After all, from what had happened earlier, it was clear that he was passionately engaged in his work to an almost perverse degree. Of course, Fang Chen was also looking forward to entering the haunted hospital. He understood that such places could easily win a girl's affection and sense of security. Imagining a ghost suddenly jumping out to scare Zhang Yuxue made his heart race with excitement. Fang Chen turned around and smiled. "Zhang Xiaohua, I'm here, what are you afraid of? Besides, fewer people can actually be a good thing. It creates a unique atmosphere." Zhang Yuxue was not very brave, but she had never been to a haunted house and had always wanted to see one. Now hearing Fang Chen's words, she decided to go in and take a look. They walked into the haunted hospital, and after witnessing their entrance, Xiao Guan finally let out a sigh of relief, knowing that his plan had succeeded. He made a phone call to notify Qiao Mu that they were ready and the target had arrived at the hospital. After Fang Chen entered the haunted hospital, he noticed that all the windows were sealed, preventing any sunlight from entering. Of course, a haunted house must have darkness to create an eerie atmosphere. Moreover, the lights on the corridor ceiling flickered, not to mention the eerie sounds playing from the surrounding speakers. Zhang Yuxue expressed her desire to look around, but after just entering, Fang Chen noticed she seemed a bit scared. He comforted her a few times and tried to hold her hand to provide warmth and security. However, Zhang Yuxue, being innocent and kind-hearted, wasn't ignorant. She shot a glance at Fang Chen and refused to hold his hand. Fang Chen felt a bit helpless. He knew his little scheme had been seen through by Zhang Yuxue. She lightly huffed and said, "Let's go further inside and take a look." They walked along the corridor of the hospital, and the walls were splattered with a lot of red paint, looking quite frightening. They also noticed a couple of pairs of tourists. The boys looked at Fang Chen with envy, clearly thinking that Fang Chen's girlfriend was really beautiful. Fang Chen glanced at them but didn't acknowledge it, just smiling slightly. They continued forward, passing through many areas and realizing that some were indeed scary. Then they arrived at an operating room, but as they walked in they found the door to the operating room closed. Since this was a haunted hospital, they didn't think much of it, assuming it was just for scare tactics. So they ventured further inside and pulled aside the curtain of the operating room, only to see two blood-stained figures approaching them. Zhang Yuxue, feeling a bit scared, shrank back towards Fang Chen and said, "They look a bit terrifying." Fang Chen tried to hold Zhang Yushue's hand, reassuring her, "It's fine. They're just staff members trying to scare us." Upon grasping Zhang Yushue's hand and feeling its smoothness and softness, Fang Chen secretly rejoiced, knowing that his first step had been successful. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed something was off. He frowned, trying to think carefully about what was wrong. At that moment, he suddenly saw those staff members dressed as ghosts charging towards them. Fang Chen saw clearly, especially their eyes. He knew they were not just trying to scare people, but truly intended to pounce on them. Fang Chen's expression turned serious. He didn't know what was happening, but he didn't want to stay here any longer. He immediately grasped Zhang Yushue's hand and said, "Let's get out of here quickly." Zhang Yuxue was slightly stunned, unsure why Fang Chen's demeanor had suddenly changed. But Xiao Mu, dressed as a dismembered patient, noticed Fang Chen's change and guessed he might have discovered something. Now he wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. It was a perfect chance. He shouted, "Catch him and the woman beside him." Upon hearing the voice, Fang Chen's heart tightened, realizing these guys were indeed up to no good. He understood that the door was closed now and turned to deal with them. He was very confident in his abilities. With his rapid reflexes, enhanced physical condition, and Wing Chun skills, they were no match for him. Fang Chen turned back and delivered a strong and fast punch, causing Xiao Mu to cry out in pain as he clutched his chest and staggered back. The others looked at each other in astonishment, not expecting Fang Chen to be so skilled. However, they did not hesitate and rushed to grab Zhang Yuxue. They often engaged in such activities and knew to target the weaker ones first. Otherwise, it would be difficult to handle anyone alone. Conversely, if they managed to capture one person, they could use that person to threaten another. Zhang Yuxue felt nervous seeing them coming to grab her, and took several steps back. Seeing their actions, Fang Chen suddenly stepped forward, reached out to grab one by the shoulder, and forcefully threw him aside, causing him to land on the floor with a cry of pain. He said, "Zhang Xiaohua, step back. I'll handle all of them here." Bang, bang, bang. Fang Chen threw several punches, sending those individuals flying. With his current skills, as long as he reacted in time, they were no match for him. After 3 minutes, he had knocked all 4 of them down. Then Fang Chen quickly walked over and looked at Zhang Yuxue, saying, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm fine." Zhang Yuxue was clearly shaken. Her expression flustered, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She took the initiative to grasp Fang Chen's hand, asking with concern, "Why did they come to catch us? I'm not sure what's going on, but I believe if we interrogate them, we should be able to find out." Fang Chen's gaze caught sight of Zhang Yuxue, taking the initiative to hold his hand, and he felt even happier than before. However, he understood that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He needed to clarify who these people were targeting. The daughter of the Tsinghua group's board member had a possibility of being targeted. Of course, there was another possibility: they might be here to deal with him. Fang Chen had only offended Yang Tianyun recently, so if they were here for him, they were likely Yang Tianyun's subordinates. If they were indeed Yang Tianyun's subordinates, it meant that Yang Tianyun had decided to rip apart the facade with him. Fang Chen wanted to find out the answer urgently, and if it were true, he would need to take some measures in advance. Fang Chen gently patted Zhang Yushue's shoulder and planned to walk over, when suddenly with a creak he and Zhang Yuxue turned to see Xiao Guan walking in from outside the room. Xiao Guan looked astonished, and Fang Chen didn't think much of it, assuming he was surprised that the staff had been beaten. He explained, "They are not staff members here. They came to catch us. You should quickly call the police now." Xiao Guan was momentarily stunned and hurriedly said, "I understand, but I still need to confirm whether they are our staff members. After all, I can't just take your word for it." "Well then, check it out yourself, and after that go report to the police," Fang Chen said without a hint of doubt. Xiao Guan slowly walked a few steps forward. When he reached Fang Chen's side, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, as his right hand quietly pulled out a syringe from his pocket. Suddenly Xiao Guan lunged at Fang Chen's back with the syringe. Zhang Yuxue saw this scene and yelled in panic, while Fang Chen also noticed Xiao Guan's abnormal behavior and attempted to retaliate. But for some reason, after being stabbed, his strength gradually drained away in a short amount of time, and his vision became... He faintly heard Zhang Yuxue calling out to him, but unfortunately Fang Chen could not muster the strength to keep his consciousness. Xiao Guan did not expect that Xiao Mu and Zhang Jiang, along with a few brothers, could not even defeat Fang Chen. Therefore, when he first entered, he was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. However, upon seeing that Fang Chen held no hostility towards him, he remembered his disguised identity. He cleverly utilized this identity to approach Fang Chen, seizing a good opportunity to use a tranquilizer needle to knock him out. However, he did not expect Fang Chen to act so quickly. If he had been a second slower, he might have been knocked down by Fang Chen. Xiao Guan was quite surprised by the ordinary student's reaction. Even upon seeing Fang Chen lying on the ground, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. However, he now clearly understood that the situation was not over, and he had no time to be surprised, as there was still another person to deal with. He turned to the panicking Zhang Yuxue and pulled a tranquilizer needle from his pocket. "Aren't you one of the staff here? Why did you attack Fang Chen? Unless there is only one possibility you are in cahoots with them. Thinking this way, I understand why you are so busy. You intentionally wanted to lure us here." Zhang Yuxue looked at Xiao Guan incredulously, but quickly reached this conclusion. "You're clever, but he is already down. You won't have the chance to escape. But don't worry, we won't hurt you as long as you obediently lie here." Xiao Guan let out a cold laugh and gradually approached her. After glancing at Fang Chen, Zhang Yuxue gritted her teeth, wanting to drag Fang Chen away. Thus she picked up a cup from the side and smashed it towards Xiao Guan, intending to rush over and embrace Fang Chen's body to leave. But Xiao Guan's reflexes were also quick. He crouched down, and then leaped to the back of Zhang Yuxue, jabbing the needle, causing her to collapse helplessly. Xiao Guan casually dusted off his hands, feeling pleased that he knew that his brilliant performance at a critical moment would surely earn him favor with brother Xiao Mu. Then he could casually speak a few words in front of Li Xiao, and wouldn't have to do the tedious work at the amusement park anymore, becoming a genuine thug. "You little brat, hurry up and help me." Zhang Jiang just broke Xiao Guan's daydream, angrily clutching his waist and wanting Xiao Guan to come over. Yes, brother Zhang, I'll be right there." Although Xiao Guan was not particularly pleased, he still put on a flattering expression and ran over to help Zhang Jiang. At this moment Xiao Mu also got up, saw Fang Chen and Zhang Yuxue lying on the ground, and looked at the flattering smile on Xiao Guan's face, nodding in satisfaction. He had also made a mistake earlier and almost got killed by Fang Chen. Fortunately Xiao Guan came over to save the day at a critical moment. It seemed this person was useful. He said, "Xiao Guan, you did well. I'll mention you to Li Xiao later. But you need to be ready. We have to hurry and get them out of here." Fang Chen groggily woke up, his head aching, and he couldn't remember what had happened. But as time passed for a minute or two, he recalled that he had been tranquilized by that staff member. Now recalling this, he anxiously looked around, wanting to see where he had been taken, and after scanning the surroundings, he realized it was an abandoned factory. He looked down at himself and found that he was tied to a steel pillar with 2 or 3 ropes binding him tight. Though his physique had improved, it was not strong enough to directly tear apart these thick ropes. He furrowed his brow and shouted a few times towards the outside, trying to attract someone's attention. Just as he thought, someone did enter, but it was only Xiao Mu. Fang Chen recognized his familiar face and recalled it was the guy who had dressed as a ghost in the ghost hospital. Seeing him, Fang Chen shouted, "Who the hell are you? What happened to Zhang Yuxue? I warn you, you can't lay a finger on her, or otherwise you'll regret it." Xiao Mu, seeing Fang Chen in high spirits, chuckled coldly, "Don't worry, we're only here to find you. We won't touch Zhang Yuxue." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, as he understood they were here specifically for him. It seemed Zhang Yuxue should be fine. He then asked, "Are you one of Yang Tianyan's subordinates, or did he hide?" Xiao Mu replied, "Fang Chen, I am not Yang Tianyan's subordinate. Besides, I have no interest in telling you who we are. I just want you to disclose Yang Tianyan's secret. If you do, I won't cause you trouble, and I'll let you leave today. If you refuse to say, don't blame me for being rude." With that, Xiao Mu pulled out a snake over 1.5 meters long, yellow and black in color, its tongue flicking from its mouth. Because Li Feng had agreed to Yang Tianyan's request, he had no intention of letting Xiao Mu harm him. However, there were many ways to extract a secret from an ordinary student. Now Xiao Mu smiled, "Do you see the snake in my hand? This is a venomous snake. If you don't reveal Yang Tianyan's secret, I will place this venomous snake on you." Fang Chen, hearing Xiao Mu's words, was puzzled. According to what he said, it seemed they were not sent by Yang Tianyun, but likely by someone opposing him. But no matter who it was, at least they held no friendly attitude towards him. Fang Chen was not a person with a good temper. He wanted to see exactly who they were. For now, he should focus on breaking free from the ropes. He glanced at the yellow and black snake, knowing it was a black-browed golden snake, commonly referred to as a cauliflower snake. It had no venom, clearly intended to scare him. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. However, Fang Chen needed the snake, as he wanted to refine it to see if there was a chance to break his ropes. Fang Chen deliberately pretended to be defiant and said, "I'm not afraid of you. I don't believe you dare to do that. If the snake bites me to death, you'll be a murderer and the police will arrest you. You little brat, it seems you won't cry until you see the coffin." Seeing Fang Chen's demeanor, Xiao Mu coldly snorted, clearly displeased. He knew that mere words would have no effect, so he would let Fang Chen see whether he dared or not. Xiao Mu coldly smiled as he slowly brought the snake closer to Fang Chen's shoulder, then said in an eerie tone, "It seems the snake really likes you. See how it's getting closer to your face, ready to crawl into your mouth." Although Fang Chen was not afraid of snakes, he also did not like them. Feeling the cold sensation from his shoulder to his cheek, he was quite uncomfortable, but he couldn't think about that now. He silently wished to refine. At this point, it is necessary to remind that the prerequisite for refining is to have physical contact with Fang Chen. An idea popped up in his mind. To refine the black-browed golden snake, it requires 0.5 points of life energy for primary refinement. Do you want to refine? Refine. Fang Chen naturally chose to refine, and soon he felt the snake enter a mysterious space to be refined by flames. At the same time, he found that he no longer disliked the snake as much, gradually feeling a connection with it. This feeling was wonderful, but it did not last long, as the snake was quickly refined. The changes from its previous appearance were not particularly significant, except that it had become darker. Then information appeared in his mind. After refinement, primary black golden snake. After refinement, the snake's body speed and intelligence have been enhanced. Its strength is great, and its teeth have transformed into serrated edges, but it has no toxins and the change is permanent. Upon realizing the information stated there were no toxins, he felt a bit disappointed, but knowing that the snake's teeth had become serrated made him quite happy, and he silently sensed it to have the snake crawl to his hands to bite through the ropes. Fang Chen, after refining the living creature, could maintain a connection with it, roughly controlling how it would act. The black golden snake moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye it reached his hand and began to bite frantically. Xiao Mu was puzzled to see the snake suddenly run to the back, not understanding what was happening. However, seeing that Fang Chen was not afraid at all, he had a bad premonition, and hurried to the back only to see that the snake was indeed biting through Fang Chen's ropes. His eyes filled with disbelief. He had never seen a snake that would bite through ropes before, but regardless of whether it could bite through, Xiao Mu did not dare to let Fang Chen have any hope of escaping. After all, he had witnessed Fang Chen's strength in the ghost hospital, which was not the level Li Xiao belittled. He was truly formidable, and even Zhang Jiang and the others were no match for him. Xiao Mu swiftly reached out, wanting to pull the snake down. As he approached, the snake happened to break the ropes. Then upon seeing Xiao Mu's approaching hand, the snake's tail flicked protectively, and the entire snake coiled tightly around his right hand like a twist. Xiao Mu was terrified to discover the snake's strength was incredible. His hand was coiled tightly to the point of feeling like his bones would shatter. He cried out in pain, trying to pull the snake off. Then upon seeing Xiao Mu's approaching hand, the snake's tail flicked protectively, and the entire snake coiled. As Fang Chen's ropes were broken, he withdrew his hand, feeling sore and numb all over, and was starving. He was too lazy to waste words with this guy in front of him, directly instructing the black golden snake to return to his arm, and then coldly stared at Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu felt his arm empty, but upon seeing the snake in Fang Chen's hand, he was even more surprised and fearful, as he could not understand how this snake suddenly obeyed him, and it seemed to have changed. Fang Chen said in a deep voice, "You should have witnessed my strength in the ghost hospital. You're not my opponent. You are not worthy to be my opponent. Now tell me what I want to know, or I'll make this snake crawl down your throat and out of your stomach." Xiao Mu felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of that scene, but remembering Li Xiao's warning not to leak any information, he stubbornly replied, "The one behind me is a big shot. If you don't want your family to be affected or harm Zhang Yuxue, don't even think about asking again. And if you obediently tell me what you know about Yang Tianyan's secret, perhaps the big shot above will reward you." Fang Chen scoffed. "It seems you guys really talk too much." "No more nonsense," Fang Chen said mockingly as he slightly shook the snake, causing the primary black golden snake to rush towards Xiao Mu like a streak of black light. After being enhanced, the junior black gene snake, despite its outward appearance, remaining largely unchanged, had significantly increased its strength and speed. It ferociously lunged toward Xiao Mu, and by the time Xiao Mu reacted and attempted to evade, he was horrified to find the snake already coiled on his chest. It ferociously lunged toward Xiao Mu, and by the time Xiao Mu... However, Fang Chen did not waste any time. He rushed forward and kicked Xiao Mu hard, knocking him down to the ground, then pressed his foot firmly on Xiao Mu's right hand, breaking his right foot. With his hand crushed and foot broken, Xiao Mu's skin turned pale from the pain, and he couldn't help but scream again. Fang Chen coldly lifted the junior black gene snake and placed it near his neck. Fang Chen taunted, "Just now, when you put the snake on my shoulder, you seemed so pleased. Now it's my turn to place the snake here. Soon I will let it slowly crawl down your throat and into your stomach. Rest assured, I will ensure the snake does not bite your throat." Hiss! Hearing the sound at his neck and feeling the chilling sensation, Xiao Mu screamed in both fear and anger. "If you dare to do this, Li Xiao will not let you off. I will definitely ask Li Xiao to ruin you, so you can't survive in Zhanghai City." Li Xiao. So the person you refer to as a big shot is Li Xiao. Who is he? If you don't tell me, I will put the snake in your mouth right now. Don't doubt my words. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it for you right now. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and spoke. Xiao Mu suddenly realized he had let something slip. He glared fiercely at Fang Chen, then pressed his lips together, adopting an expression of defiance. Seeing Xiao Mu like this, Fang Chen knew he was determined not to speak, so he didn't waste more words and pried open Xiao Mu's mouth, allowing the junior black gene snake to slither inside. Hiss! The black gene snake swayed as it crawled deeper. Xiao Mu's eyes widened, his body trembling violently, trying to break free and escape. However, he did not have the strength to break free from Fang Chen, and fortunately the refined black gene snake did not have the usual earthy smell of snakes. Otherwise Xiao Mu would have vomited. Even so, Xiao Mu was so frightened that tears streamed down his face. He had never experienced anything like this. Fang Chen, seeing his fear, retracted the snake and smiled, saying, "So you haven't thought this through yet? If you have, then tell me what I want to know. Who exactly is Li Xiao? If you don't want to say, I'll put the snake back in your mouth right now. I'll tell you. Xiao Mu was not afraid of being hit, but he was terrified of having a snake stuffed in his mouth. So he said, "Li Xiao is Li Feng, one of the 4 wealthy heirs of Zhanghai High School. I think you should know the rest." "Li Feng, what does he want with me?" Fang Chen furrowed his brows in surprise. He knew what kind of person a second-generation rich kid with assets worth hundreds of millions was. However, he didn't understand why this guy would want to target him. Could it be that he also liked Zhang? Li Xiao saw you on a date with Zhang Yuxue, and since young Master Yang didn't dare to confront you, he suspected that you must have some leverage over young Master Yang. That's why he sent me and other brothers to deal with this matter, Xiao Mu explained nervously. It seems this guy is quite perceptive to have guessed such a thing. Does Yang Tianyun know about this? Fang Chen asked. He doesn't know. He just wanted Li Feng to send someone to disrupt your date with Zhang Yuxue. Xiao Mu elaborated. After Fang Chen absorbed all the information, he nodded slightly. Xiao Mu anxiously glanced at Fang Chen, uncertain of how he would deal with him. After 3 or 4 minutes, a rumble from Fang Chen's stomach interrupted their silence. Fang Chen rubbed his belly in annoyance, glanced at Xiao Mu and said, I'm hungry now, so I won't waste more time with you. Did you not say Li Feng gave you 5,000? Hand that money over to me now. Otherwise I will continue to put the snake in your mouth. Xiao Mu was terrified of Fang Chen, fearing that if he displeased him, the snake would be stuffed back into his mouth. Upon hearing this, he hesitated little and pulled 5,000 from his jeans pocket. A thick stack of 5,000 was visually stimulating, especially for a poor student like Fang Chen. Although he felt repulsed by Li Feng after this incident, he was grateful that he had sent someone to deliver money to him, as he was currently in need of funds to increase his physical and spiritual limits. Afterward, he continued to search Xiao Mu and stopped when he found another 200. Xiao Mu watched as Fang Chen rummaged through him so ruthlessly, not sparing even 200, feeling speechless. However, since Fang Chen had taken the money, he assumed he wouldn't attack him again, and that was the only way he could reassure himself. After taking the money, Fang Chen glanced at Xiao Mu saying, You're lucky. I have to hurry to eat and meet Zhang Yuxue, so I won't waste any more time here. However, you still need to stay for a while longer. Bang! After saying that, Fang Chen kicked Xiao Mu's leg, knowing that after this kick, even if Xiao Mu went to the hospital, he wouldn't recover in less than 2 weeks. This way this guy would be unable to bother him for a while. After dealing with Xiao Mu and seeing him clutching his leg and crying out in pain, Fang Chen asked where Zhang Yuxue was and intended to leave the abandoned factory. The junior black jean snake climbed onto Fang Chen, having developed a bond with him. He felt no discomfort towards the snake, and since it had no odor, he allowed it to coil around his arm, hidden under his clothing. Soon he planned to leave to pick up Zhang Yuxue. Outside the abandoned factory was a lush green forest, clearly indicating it was the suburbs. In front of the abandoned factory, a black sedan was parked with Zhang Yuxue inside, her hands and feet bound and her mouth covered with cloth, looking fearfully out the window. Xiao Guan and Zhang Jiang just stood outside the car, occasionally glancing at Zhang Yuxue's beautiful face, feeling somewhat regretful. If it weren't for Xiao Mu's prohibition, they would have loved to take advantage of her beauty. However, just as they were thinking this, they noticed the factory door being pushed open, and it was not Xiao Mu who came out but Fang Chen, bound by anesthetic. After their shock, they realized things had gone awry, and hurriedly changed their expressions, wanting to grab anesthetic needles to knock Fang Chen out. Seeing them attempting to use anesthetic needles and clubs against him, Fang Chen naturally would not give them such opportunities. He charged in and taught them a lesson. This time he directly utilized the skill of swift shoes, causing his speed to suddenly increase, and combined with Wing Chun, he quickly knocked them to the ground. Afterward, Fang Chen noticed Zhang Yuxue in the car, hurried over and opened the door. Zhang Yuxue saw Fang Chen come in and remove her bindings and the cloth from her mouth, and in her fright, she burst into tears, rushing forward to hug Fang Chen tightly. Her soft, full figure pressed against Fang Chen's chest, and honestly Fang Chen felt quite good about it, as it was a pleasant sensation. However, it was a pity that after crying for 2 minutes, Zhang Yuxue realized her current appearance was inappropriate. Blushing, she took a step back, wiping her tear-stained face, and said shyly, I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. You didn't lose your composure, after all you just went through a kidnapping. But if you're still scared, you can hold on to me and cry a little more. Fang Chen said with a grin. Go to hell. How come you're just like any other guy, not serious at all? Zhang Yuxue, now devoid of fear, rolled her eyes. Yet seeing the few people lying on the ground, she angrily asked, Fang Chen, do you know why they wanted to kidnap? This seems to have something to do with me, but ultimately it also involves you a little. But that's not important anymore. They have already been subdued by me, and can't kidnap us now, so there's no need to call the police. Fang Chen said, scratching his nose. Why not call the police? Zhang Yuxue looked at him oddly. Think about it. If we call the police, won't it alert them that we were on a date today? Fang Chen found an excuse. And everyone at school would probably know about it. I don't think that's... Of course he couldn't tell Zhang Yuxue that he took 5,000 from them. If he called the police, while they could certainly be arrested, that money would definitely need to be returned. As for wanting to use their kidnapping as a charge to imprison Li Feng, Fang Chen didn't think that would succeed. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhang Yuxue found them very reasonable. The matter of her going out with Fang Chen, though it might be filled with rumors, ultimately was just speculation without substantial evidence. If they called the police, it would definitely reflect back to the school, causing a lot of trouble. Thus she nodded in agreement with Fang Chen's approach, but she still worried that they might come back to kidnap them again. Seeing Zhang Yuxu's concern, Fang Chen reassured her not to be afraid, and then directly broke their leg. This way they would be temporarily immobilized, lying in the hospital for a month or two, saving him from being bothered. At the same time, he collected over 1,000 from them, raising his own worth to nearly 7,000. After settling this issue, he heard Zhang Yuxu's stomach growl a bit, wanting to hurry and leave to eat at a... He didn't break everyone's legs, leaving Xiao Guan behind, but his face had been turned into a pig's head by Fang Chen. Knowing he had been beaten so badly, and that even Zhang Jiang had his leg broken, Xiao Guan understood Fang Chen's ruthlessness, and had no choice but to get into the car with a bitter face and gritted teeth. The car was speeding. If there were traffic police nearby, they would surely have detected that this vehicle was definitely exceeding the speed limit. Unfortunately, this road only had traffic lights and no officers. However, even without the police, the surveillance cameras captured everything. Xiao Guan knew that tomorrow he would definitely have to go to the police station to pay a fine, but for now he had no choice but to obey Fang Chen's orders and keep driving forward, or otherwise, he understood that he would have to spend even more money at the hospital. Fang Chen was unconcerned about whether Xiao Guan was speeding. He and Zhang Shuiyu were both starving, and just wanted to find a restaurant to fill their stomachs. After a 20-minute drive, Fang Chen was surprised to find that the place they were kidnapped from was quite far away, and they had not even reached the city. This made him even more anxious as he realized that their mealtime would be delayed again. Seeing Fang Chen's unhappy expression, Xiao Guan was afraid of being hit from behind, and with a grim face he pressed down on the gas pedal and rushed forward. Fortunately, half an hour later they finally arrived at the street in front of the amusement park. Xiao Guan gasped for breath, trembling, as he was the first to get out of the car. He then opened the door and said, "You two, I've brought the car to where you wanted to come. Are you getting out now?" Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue, and simply got out of the car with Zhang Shuiyu following behind him. They only wanted to find a place to eat. Thus they swiftly left Xiao Guan's car. Seeing that they weren't causing him any trouble, Xiao Guan relaxed, only then realizing that his back was drenched in cold sweat from fear. At this moment he thought that being a thug wasn't an easy job either. It seemed that he should just honestly work at the amusement park in the future. The Jiachong Lu restaurant was a very ordinary Chinese eatery specializing in Cantonese and Sichuan cuisine. Once Fang Chen and Zhang Shuiyu arrived here, they headed straight to the counter and immediately requested a private room, urging them to bring the dishes quickly. Seeing them rush up to the second floor, the owner of the counter was momentarily taken aback. Was it really necessary to be in such a hurry just to eat? It wasn't like they were checking into a hotel. Young people nowadays are really in a rush for everything. Though he was speechless, it was ultimately a business. After noting down their orders, he sent a waiter to inform the kitchen. When the dishes arrived, Fang Chen and Zhang Shuiyu had no intention of being polite with each other, and immediately dug into the food on the table. They had barely eaten in the morning, and were already hungry by 11 o'clock. They had planned to eat after visiting the haunted hospital, but who could have expected to encounter such nonsense as being kidnapped? By the time they woke up, it was already late. Just now Fang Chen glanced at the clock in the restaurant, and realized that it was already 4 o'clock, which meant they hadn't eaten for 8 hours since their last meal. Not to mention they had been kidnapped and frightened, exhausting their physical strength, and now they only felt ravenous. After eating until they were full, Fang Chen patted his stomach with satisfaction and smiled. "Zhang Shuhua, your eating style just now was not very civilized. At least I wasn't as bad as you. Your eating was way more unrefined than mine." Zhang Shuiyu retorted, her face slightly flushed. However, having become more familiar with Fang Chen, she didn't feel so shy anymore and continued, "It's getting late, we should hurry to school." "Wait, can you go to school first? I still have some matters to attend to." Fang Chen suddenly frowned. He currently had nearly 7,000 yuan in hand, enough to comprehensively enhance his physical fitness and mental limits outside. "Do you have something going on?" Zhang Shuiyu looked at Fang Chen curiously, wanting to ask. But just as she finished her question, footsteps came from the entrance, accompanied by a strange voice. Both Fang Chen and Zhang Shuiyu heard the sound. Fang Chen especially felt that the voice was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. When he turned his head and saw several people standing in the corridor, he suddenly realized who they were. It turned out to be the group of mountain wolves. He hadn't expected to run into them at such a crucial moment. It seemed they really had a destiny with each. If the mountain wolves knew what Fang Chen was thinking, they would surely be pleased, thinking, "So you feel the same as I do. Who would have thought we would run into you guys in such a random restaurant?" Of course, the mountain wolves were only keen on avenging their previous grievances. The leader of the mountain wolves sneered coldly, "Little brat, it seems we are fated to meet. Last time you caught us off guard turning us into that miserable state at this time, we won't let you off so easily. And as for the beauty beside you, we will graciously accept her as a gift. What do you think? Are you scared? What are you doing? This is a restaurant. Just one shout from me and many people will come. They will definitely call the police to arrest you, Zhang Shuiyu said nervously upon seeing them approaching. Although she had seen Fang Chen's impressive skills before, Zhang Shuiyu still instinctively felt a sense of crisis. However, she knew that there were many people here, so she could easily threaten them to leave. He will take you away and run quickly. Who would know it was us? Little beauty, you are too naive. The mountain wolf said with greedy eyes. Zhang Shuihua, it's better to leave this to me. Don't you remember? My skills are quite good. Those few people are no match for me, Fang Chen reassured her. But Zhang Shuiyu still expressed her concerns. I am a bit uneasy. What if they have hidden weapons? What then? It's fine, Fang Chen replied dismissively. Not everyone carries a tranquilizer in their pocket. Now that I've just eaten, I need to move around a bit. Fang Chen stood up, glanced back at the mountain wolves, counted, and found there were a total of 9 people, then smiled and said, Before I take action against you, I want to ask if you have enough money with you this time. Damn it, little brat, today I'm going to break your legs. The mountain wolf was enraged by Fang Chen's words, which felt like a slap in the face. He gritted his teeth, he waved, and several of his offended brothers also wanted to join in. They knew they had suffered because of Fang Chen's strange branch last time, which had struck them painfully like a metal rod. But now Fang Chen was unarmed. He was not their opponent at all. Fang Chen saw them rushing over without saying a word. He stepped back to give Zhang Shuiyu a little space, and faced the mountain wolf, delivering several slaps to his face before tossing him into the crowd. Then he leaped off the ground, planting one foot on the wall beside him, while the other transformed into a whip, kicking fiercely into the crowd. Smack! Suddenly several people screamed in agony, feeling as if their waists had been swept and their ribs and kidneys shattered. The mountain wolf hurriedly scrambled up from the ground, his cheek swelling up. At that moment, seeing his brothers knocked down, he felt a bit dazed. What was happening with this young man? The last time he saw him, he was just an ordinary student. How had he suddenly transformed into a martial arts master? He certainly wouldn't have imagined that Fang Chen's physique and speed had improved in just a week, and he had also refined Wing Chun, making it easy for him to handle fewer than 10 ordinary thugs. However, the mountain wolf was not foolish. Regardless of how Fang Chen had suddenly become so powerful, they were now enemies. It was either him or them. The mountain wolf glanced back secretly, and saw a wooden broomstick in the back of the room. He grabbed it and rushed towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen had just dealt with 6 thugs, and was about to finish off the remaining ones, when he saw the mountain wolf charging at him with a broomstick in hand. In a moment of distraction, he pointed forward with his right hand, and the snake hidden in his sleeve suddenly darted out, opening its mouth to bite at the mountain wolf. The mountain wolf was about to strike, when he suddenly saw a snake emerge from Fang Chen's sleeve. Not recognizing it as a harmless black-browed snake, he was terrified. It was certainly a snake, and with its fierce look, if it bit him, he would surely be in trouble. Thus he hurriedly slammed the brakes, trying to stop. Fang Chen seized the opportunity to pull his snake back into his sleeve. He kicked out and sent the mountain wolf crashing against the wall. Fang Chen could have let his snake bite him, but he didn't want to frighten Zhang Shuiyu. So he deliberately stood directly in front of Zhang Shuiyu, preventing her from seeing the snake in his sleeve. However, the mountain wolf had seen it clearly. Seeing him fall to the ground, Fang Chen immediately walked over, grinning, as he looked at the mountain wolf's pig-like face, and lifted him by the collar, saying, "What now? Are you still going to hit me?" The mountain wolf wanted to shout for help from the surrounding customers. But when he saw Fang Chen intentionally revealing the snake in his sleeve, which was hissing and sticking out its tongue towards him, he swallowed hard and shamelessly dropped to his knees, saying, "Master, I was wrong, please don't." Since the mountain wolf had knelt down last time, it showed he wasn't a hard nut to crack. Initially, he thought he could bully Fang Chen because he wasn't armed, wanting to take revenge with his brothers. Now, seeing Fang Chen's skills, he realized that even without weapons he could still easily defeat them. With a snake staring at him, the mountain wolf felt a shiver run down his spine. Fang Chen was surprised to see the mountain wolf so obedient, not even uttering a harsh word. But soon he revealed a familiar smile and waved his hand. The mountain wolf stared at that hand for a full 5 seconds before his eyes lit up. He nodded in understanding. He painfully searched his body and reluctantly pulled out 300 yuan in bills, holding them with both hands and handing them to Fang Chen. Fang Chen saw that the mountain wolf had only managed to scrape together 300 yuan, and was somewhat dissatisfied. They had managed to gather 800 last time. He said, "Hurry up and gather all the cash from them. It must be more than last time, understood? Otherwise, I certainly won't let you off." The mountain wolf's mouth twitched. After a long time, He could only sigh and get up to search his brother's pockets. Just then Fang Chen suddenly called out to stop, snatching the 300 yuan from the mountain wolf's hand and said, "Now go and bring me their money." The mountain wolf suddenly realized that being a thug was a complete failure, having been defeated by a student twice in a row. What was worse was that he was robbed each time, leaving him confused about whether he was the thug or if Fang Chen was the real thug. In any case, the moment he thought of the snake in Fang Chen's sleeve, he lost all desire and rushed over to take his brother's money. When the brothers saw the mountain wolf coming to take their money, they all looked indignant, clearly unwilling to part with it. However, once the mountain wolf explained it was for Fang Chen, they could only reluctantly hand over all their cash. After they gathered the money, Fang Chen discovered that they had only 1,500 yuan, just like last time, which was however, at least it was more than last time, and his own worth had now skyrocketed to over 8,000 yuan. He was very satisfied and told the mountain wolf and his crew to leave, adding, "Next time you come to bother me, remember to brother, we won't dare again. We won't bother you in the future," the mountain wolf said, feeling aggrieved. "Nonsense, I'm speaking the truth to you. In the future you can indeed come to bother me, but you have to bring money. Otherwise I will still be very angry." Fang Chen was dissatisfied with the mountain wolf's words, as he had already started treating them like a piggy bank. But the mountain wolf felt even more wronged. "We're poor, can't you let us off?" Just then the shop owner hurried over, looking anxious. Having seen the group of thugs approach, he knew they were likely to cause trouble. Then, hearing the loud banging from above, he realized that these guys were indeed looking for trouble, and he wanted to come up and ask them to leave. However, when he saw them standing fearfully in front of the young male student, the shop owner was slightly taken aback, clearly unable to understand what was happening. He only saw the mountain wolf nodding in fear, leading his group past him without their previous arrogance, even looking at him with a hint of respect. The shop owner was even more suspicious, wondering who this young student really was. Could he be some young master from a gang? It must be so, or otherwise, he wouldn't have such a beautiful girlfriend. Thinking of this, the shop owner became more cautious. He wasn't afraid of petty thugs, because he had some connections in the police station, but dealing with a gang's young master was troublesome. Fang Chen was unaware of the shop owner's thoughts. After counting the money in his hands, he happily put it into his pocket. "Boss, you showed up just in time. We've eaten our fill, so please settle the bill for us." "No need to settle the bill, young master, I mean customer, it's free." The shop owner guessed that Fang Chen might be a gang's young master and dared not charge them. Even if he wasn't a young master, he was definitely not an ordinary person, or otherwise those thugs wouldn't be so scared. "Why should we get it for free? I have money, you don't have to worry about us not paying." Fang Chen looked at the shop owner in confusion, unable to comprehend why he would say such a thing. "Well?" The shop owner was taken aback, not expecting this young master to insist on paying. However, having run a shop for many years, he was no fool who would believe everything he heard, thinking it was just politeness. He replied, "Actually, you don't know that there's a rule in my shop: the first 100 customers on the first day eat for free." "You have such a rule? It seems we are quite lucky. Thank you, shop owner. We will come often." Fang Chen smiled. He didn't care if this was true or not. After all, saving a couple hundred yuan was worth it, and he was quite short on money right now. "You're welcome. You can come often in the future." The shop owner smiled humbly, and only after they walked far did he wipe the sweat from his forehead and continue with his business. He knew that a meal wouldn't affect him much, but he was afraid that this kind of young master might cause him trouble. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Yuxue looked at Fang Chen strangely, her gaze suggesting that she was seeing him in a new light. Even though Zhang Yuxue didn't speak, Fang Chen still felt a bit uncomfortable and said, "Zhang, what are you looking at?" Zhang Yuxue replied, "I realized I didn't know you well enough before. I never expected you to be so fond of money that you sent them away just for cash. We should have locked those kinds of evildoers up in the police station." Fang Chen explained. Upon hearing this, "Zhang, you don't understand. They were just ordinary fights. Calling the police would only get them locked up for a few days or 10 days at most. What's the use of that? Once they come out, they would still act as if they fear nothing. Instead, it's better to let them pay a little ransom. Only when it hurts will they regret it. This way, when they come to bother me again, they will definitely hesitate, thinking about how much they will lose, and they won't dare." "Nonsense, you seem to hope they will trouble you." Zhang Yuxue rolled her eyes and said, "You little money lover. Hey, what can I say? You can tell from my clothes that my family isn't wealthy. They want to bother me. I have to make them compensate me a bit." Fang Chen shrugged. "You're really short on money. Do you want me to lend you some?" Zhang Yuxue asked hesitantly. "No need. What would a grown man want with a woman's money? That would be like raising a kept boy." Fang Chen shook his head. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who keeps a boy? You are just talking nonsense." Zhang Yuxue realized her words were inappropriate and blushed, feeling embarrassed. All right, I'll agree next time. But what do you plan to do now?" Do you want to go back to school? Fang Chen changed the subject. Yes, it's getting late and I need to plan to go back. Earlier you said I should leave first because you had something to do. Is there anything I can help with? Zhang Yushua asked. These are my personal matters, so I won't trouble the school beauty. Do you want me to walk you back? Fang Chen, no need, I can handle this myself. You take your time. Zhang Yushua said. After parting ways with Zhang Yushua, Fang Chen directly extracted his biological energy. Immediately he felt starving, and went to another restaurant to eat, wanting to replenish his physical strength. This time he wasn't as lucky to get a free meal, so he kept extracting after finishing. Then, afraid others would notice something was off with him, he continued eating in other restaurants. He spent 900 yuan on meals, finally raising his physical limit to today's maximum. Afterward, he spent over 300 yuan on coffee, planning to reach his limit first, and then bring the remaining coffee back to the dorm. The school generally prohibited snacks, but things like this that could boost energy were not restricted because they help students improve their stamina. Since he had no hot water, he bought some mineral water, refining it all while eating and drinking it down. After raising his mental energy limit, he planned to stop drinking and get back to school. At this moment he patted himself and intended to stand up, leaving the grassy area. However, he had another issue, whether to bring the snake on his arm back to school. In principle, he could throw the snake anywhere. But after all, it was something he refined using biological energy, and it would be a waste to just toss it aside. Moreover, this primary black silk snake, though only 1.5 meters, had strength and resilience comparable to that of a large python, perhaps even more terrifying due to its small size. Considering all the benefits, Fang Chen decided not to toss it away. Besides, the snake seemed to resonate with him. He could sense it didn't want to leave his side. After thinking it through, Fang Chen decided to take it back to school and place it in the small forest behind the playground. After all, carrying so much coffee back would raise suspicions among his dorm mates. Thus he planned to take advantage of the distraction and hide some coffee in the small forest, allowing the primary black silk snake to guard it. Having made up his mind, Fang Chen decided to head to school. The primary black silk snake also understood that its master didn't plan to just toss it in the wild, and happily flicked its tongue. Noticing its excitement, Fang Chen laughed and said, "From now on, calling you snake feels strange. I'll call you Xiaohei instead." Hiss. Xiaohei happily flicked its tongue. "We can go now," Fang Chen said. When they arrived at school, it was almost 7 o'clock and everyone was starting evening study sessions. Fang Chen explained to the security guard at the guard room that his classmates had asked him to bring so much coffee, and he no longer raised any suspicions. After all, the coffee in Fang Chen's hands, worth over 200 yuan, looked like a lot, but when divided among his classmates it wasn't particularly much. After sneaking in, Fang Chen first went to the small forest behind the playground. Since everyone was in class and Fang Chen was sprinting at full speed toward the small forest, no one noticed it. After placing Xiaohei and some coffee inside, he returned to the dorm to put the remaining coffee on his bed and in the cabinet. Once he finished these tasks, he planned not to attend class. For him, attending class had very limited benefits. It was better to sleep more to improve his mental. However, Fang Chen did not plan to sleep until tomorrow. Instead, after the second evening study session, he intended to go to Wang Wu's class to have him relay some information to Yang Tianyun regarding Li Feng. Li Feng had sent people to kidnap him, and Fang Chen wouldn't be in the right mindset to act as if nothing had happened. A boy with a notably fleshy nose was the first to block Fang Chen's path. After letting out a mocking laugh, he signaled a few classmates to surround him. Fang Chen hadn't expected them to stop him without reason. After a brief moment of surprise, he furrowed his brow and said, "I'm here to see Wang Wu from your class. If there's nothing important, step aside." "Oh, you're looking for our brother Wang Wu, but we've never seen you before. With your scrawny frame, you don't look like a fighter, and your clothes don't scream money. Where did you crawl out from? Spit it out quickly. If you make us happy enough, maybe he'll let you see brother Wu." The fleshy-nosed boy chuckled slyly. Hearing his words, the surrounding group of classmates burst into laughter, sizing up Fang Chen as they waited to see how he would react. Fang Chen glanced at this bunch and shook his head in silent exasperation. He knew full well they were doing this on purpose, just wanting to see him cower and act pathetic. In the end, they were simply bored out of their minds. Too lazy to waste words on them, Fang Chen raised his hand and instantly grabbed the boy by the collar. Frowning coldly, he said, "If you don't want to court death, get the hell out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for beating you until you can't take care of yourselves." The fleshy-nosed boy was slightly startled, never expecting Fang Chen to dare such a thing. But after a moment, realizing he was being yanked by the collar of a scrawny kid, anger flared across his ugly face. Teenage boys were all about saving face. There had been news of someone stabbing another to death just for insulting their hairstyle. Now being spoken to like this in front of his friends, he knew he had lost face. If he didn't retaliate immediately, he'd become their laughingstock. Smack! Smack. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to listen. Before the boy could finish his tirade, he slapped him twice across the face, the sharp sounds echoing. Smack. Smack. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to listen. Before the boy could finish his tirade, he slapped him twice across the face, the sharp sounds echoing. Then, with a fierce kick to his chest, he sent the fleshy-nosed boy crashing to the ground, wailing in agony. You little punk! How dare you touch our brother? You're asking for it. Surround him, guys. Don't let him escape. And make sure no one calls the teacher. We can't let him leave today or we'll lose face. The classmates, initially stunned, now wore looks of indignation. They encircled Fang Chen, ready to subdue him together and give him a thorough beating. Fang Chen scanned them, contemplating whether to fight back if they charged. But before they could make a move, a sharp shout stopped them in their tracks. Wang Wu hurried over, his face dark with anger as he barked at the students. What the hell are you lot up to? Starting a fight right outside the classroom? And against brother Fang Chen? Are you asking for death? Wang Wu had been trying to catch up on sleep in class, almost drifting off when he heard noises outside. Annoyed at first, he grew curious when the voices sounded familiar and decided to check. Seeing his gang surrounding Fang Chen, he was so startled he rushed over to stop them. Brother Wu, he knocked Brother Fei to the ground. A student quickly reported. Yeah, Brother Wu, this nobody came out of nowhere wanting to see you. And he's got such a temper he even dared to hit me. Damn, it'll make him pay today. Bao Fei said, holding his swollen face. Slap. I said, big nose, are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear me telling you to stop? And didn't I tell you this is brother Fang Chen? Even I have to call him brother, and you dare lay a hand on him? You're begging for death. If you don't want to die, drop that arrogant attitude right now. Damn it, you haven't even stepped into society, and you're already acting like big shots in class. Who do you think you are? Chen Haonan. Wang Wu cursed at them. Fang Chen watched the scene with interest, never expecting Wang Wu to have this side to him. After a while, he saw Wang Wu finish his tirade, and the fleshy-nosed boy, along with the other students, all hung their heads in silence. Wang Wu then said, Now did you hear me? All of you call him Brother Fang Chen, and then get lost. The 4 or 5 students and Bao Fei glanced at Fang Chen, still stunned. They couldn't figure out why Wang Wu, who hung out with young Master Yang of the Tianxin gang, was so afraid of this boy. Who was he? Was he on the same level as young Master Yang? Thinking this, they felt regret and fear and began to resent Bao Fei. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have stirred up this trouble. Bao Fei was even more terrified. He had only wanted to mess with this boy for fun. He had been careful, observing that the boy seemed harmless before stopping him. He never expected the boy to have such a background that even Brother Wang Wu had to respectfully call him Brother Fang. Nervously, they bowed their heads to Fang Chen, chorusing apologies, bracing themselves for a storm of scolding. But to their surprise, Fang Chen didn't scold them or even speak to them. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Wang Wu and said, Come with me to the corridor. Wang Wu was taken aback, not expecting Fang Chen to be looking for him. Without a second thought, he obediently followed Fang Chen to the corridor. Some students nearby were puzzled, but seeing the usually arrogant Wang Wu trailing so meekly behind the young man, they knew the boy was not to be trifled with. As they walked, other students gave them a wide berth. After taking a few steps and ensuring few people were around, Fang Chen turned and said, I need you to tell Yang Tianyun something. Understand? After taking a few steps and ensuring few people were around, Fang Chen turned and said, I need you to tell Yang, it's like this. Fang Chen recounted the day's events, omitting the part about Zhang Yuxue being with him. He only mentioned that Li Feng had sent people to kidnap him, trying to extract Yang Tianyun's secrets. Wang Wu didn't understand what the secret was, but he knew it was between Fang Chen and Yang Tianyun. Nodding slightly, he looked up and asked, Brother Fang Chen, you want me to tell young Master Yang about this? Yes, just tell him that. Nothing more. I'm going back now. Fang Chen finished and didn't linger, wanting to return to sleep and replenish his spiritual energy. Wang Wu watched Fang Chen leave thoughtfully, then walked along the corridor to the outside of the teaching building. Finding a secluded spot, he called Yang Tianyun. With his face still slightly swollen, Yang Tianyun had stayed home for the past 2 days. After hearing Wang Wu's report, his eyes blazed with fury. He hadn't expected that hypocritical fox Li Feng to try and pry the secret about him eating feces from Fang Chen. If Li Feng found out, he would surely use it as leverage against him. The more he thought about the consequences, the angrier he got. He hung up on Wang Wu and immediately called Li Feng. Li Feng, having received Xiao Mu's report 3 hours earlier, knew the plan had failed. Though displeased, he had no choice. Seeing Yang Tianyun's call, he answered. No sooner had he picked up than Yang Tianyun launched into a furious tirade. You shameless bastard. Pretending to help me while trying to squeeze my secrets out of Fang Chen. You've really outdone yourself, you scumbag. Think your family's money makes you special. Let me tell you, the Tianxin gang can crush your Li family in an instant. Young Master Yang, what's gotten into you? Why are you so angry all of a sudden? When did I ever try to pry into your secrets? I don't even know what secrets you have. You must have heard some nonsense from someone, Li Feng said. Humph, you sly fox. We both know the truth. Let me tell you, from today on we're enemies. Don't ever cross paths with me again, or else, young Master Li, you'll regret it. That's all for now. Yang Tianyun hung up in a huff, feeling increasingly uneasy that Fang Chen knew his secret. After the call ended, Li Feng's face darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Yang Tianyun to find out so quickly. Clearly Fang Chen had done it deliberately, wanting to pit him against Yang Tianyun. He sneered inwardly. Good for you, Fang Chen. You've got guts. Offending Yang Tianyun is one thing, and you hold his secret, so you're not afraid. But by telling him you've offended me, and you don't have my secret, let's see how you handle this. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was sound asleep in his dorm when he felt someone shaking him vigorously. Rubbing his eyes groggily, he saw Chung Fatty and the others had entered. I'm sleeping. What are you waking me up for? Fang Chen said irritably. Tisk, it's not that late and you're already asleep. Looks like you had a tiring day. Come on, tell us. Where did you go with the school beauty? Chung Fatty grinned mischievously. Chun Mo and the other roommates also turned their gaze to Fang Chen, waiting for his answer. Fang Chen glanced at them and asked, You didn't tell anyone what I did today, did you? Chung Fatty replied, Relax, you threatened us with that Wing Chun practice thing, so of course we won't say a word. But now that you're back, you gotta tell us what you did with school beauty, Zhang. Fang Chen rolled his eyes at them, turned to his left side and muttered, The school beauty, and I just went out for some fun. What else could happen? Your minds are so dirty. Alright, I'm sleeping. Don't bother me. Tisk, keep your secrets then. Chung Fatty snorted lightly when he saw Fang Chen wasn't going to spill. The next day, Fang Chen and Chung Panzai woke up early. As usual, he was responsible for supervising Chung Panzai and the others in practicing the fundamentals of Wing Chun. Though Chung Panzai and the others complained, they had no intention of giving up their martial arts training. After finishing all their tasks, they headed to the classroom. However, just before entering the classroom, Fang Chen saw He Xian coming out of the office, running toward him. Fang Chen thought she was running to the classroom, but when he saw He Xian stop right in front of him, he realized she was looking for him specifically. He couldn't help but ask He Xian, Is there something you need? He Xian stared at Fang Chen for a moment, her face suddenly turning red, and averted her gaze, as she said, Just now Teacher Wang told me that if you come to the classroom you should go to the office. Oh, I see. But why do you blush when you look at me? Is there something strange about me? Fang Chen examined He Xian with confusion. That's because I can see your... Never mind, I didn't mean to blush. You go to the office. I still have some homework to prepare. Bye. He Xian wanted to say something but hesitated before turning and running into the classroom. Hearing her vague words, Fang Chen felt even more bewildered, unable to understand the reason behind her behavior. However, Chung Panzai and the others noticed something amiss. Chung Panzai chuckled, Alright Fang Chen, it seems your romantic prospects have really picked up lately. You have a date with the school belle, and now even vice class leader He Xian likes you. But compared to the goddess Zhang Yuxue, I think vice class leader He Xian is even better. She appears gentle and virtuous, and she has a graceful appearance that makes one feel at ease. Chung Panzai glanced at Chen Mo in surprise, grinning, Wow, I didn't expect the quiet bookworm to start saying, What's wrong? Do you like vice class leader He Xian? Chen Mo adjusted his glasses and shot a glare at Chung Panzai, saying, I'm just speaking the truth. You two shouldn't be talking nonsense here. I haven't interacted much with He Xian. How could she suddenly like me? She's probably just shy. Fang Chen interrupted their thoughts impatiently, I need to go to the office to see Teacher Wang. You two can head to the classroom by yourselves. Speaking of which, Teacher Wang is also a stunning beauty. Fang Chen, how come you can meet such top-tier beauties everywhere now? I'm really envious of you. Chung Panzai said with an envious expression. Fang Chen didn't bother to look at him and headed straight to... Upon arriving at the office, he noticed only 2 teachers were at their desks. It seemed the other teachers hadn't arrived yet due to the early hour. Wang Lincher waved at Fang Chen as he entered, saying, Fang Chen, come here. Fang Chen approached and asked Teacher Wang, Why did you call me over? Did you come back early yesterday? You were already at school during the first evening self-study session, Wang Lincher asked. No, I got back quite late, Fang Chen lied. Still lying to me. Did you really think I didn't see you at the dorm building? Come on, you may have bet with me that if you ranked in the top 3 of the ordinary class in the monthly exam you wouldn't have to come to school, but you haven't even taken the exam yet. You came back to school without attending class. That really disappoints me, Wang Lincher shook her head. You saw me. I thought no one noticed me, Fang Chen replied. I'm sorry, next time I will be sure to attend class upon returning to school, Fang Chen. hadn't expected Wang Linshi to notice him. Seeing the disappointment on Wang Linshi's face, he could only comfort her, and then ask teacher, is that all you wanted to talk about? Of course, that's not the only reason, Wang Linshi replied. Then what is it? Fang Chen asked in confusion. I heard from teacher Chen in PE that your sprinting is quite good, and I want to recommend you for the city sprint competition. You really are impressive, but attending a sports university isn't as good as a prestigious one. With your current grades, as long as you work hard, getting into a top university shouldn't be a problem. And then, are you going to tell me when I will participate in the city sprint competition? Fang Chen inquired. That's not what I'm saying. There's been a change on the city side and our school only has one spot. So you have to compete with Zhu Deshang to see who has the better time, and the one with the better result will go to the city competition. Wang Linshi paused and then said, that's what I wanted to tell you. I understand. So can I go back now? After hearing this, Fang Chen was indifferent. Oh. He felt that he could easily win first place in a city competition, let alone compete with students from his school. You can go back, but don't forget about our bet. Wang Linshi waved her hand. After returning to the classroom, Fang Chen noticed Xian looking at him again. He really wanted to ask her why she kept staring at him, but he thought it would be too abrupt to ask now. It might lead to unnecessary gossip, which wouldn't be good for him or for Xian. He obediently returned to his seat and wasted time during several morning classes. Once the morning classes were over, he and Cheng Panzai went to the cafeteria for lunch. Just as Fang Chen walked downstairs, a tall man blocked his way. The man was quite burly, standing over 1.8 meters tall with a square face and ordinary features. Fang Chen glanced at him in confusion and asked, who are you and why are you blocking my way? Cheng Panzai chimed in. Fang Chen, I know him. He is Zhu Deshang from class 10. Since you know me, that's good. It saves me from introducing myself. Zhu Deshang arrogantly sized up. Cheng Panzai then disdainfully snorted, I came here today to talk to Fang Chen about the sprint competition. You can say anything here. Why should my friend leave? Fang Chen replied. You don't seem to know who my father is. My father is the head of the senior class. If you don't want to get into trouble, you should leave quickly. Zhu Deshang glared at Fang Chen in anger, but turned to Cheng Panzai and Chen Mo, saying, just because your dad is the grade director doesn't make him impressive. I'm not afraid of him. Cheng Panzai said discontentedly. Fang Chen interrupted Cheng Panzai's urge to curse and asked, what do you want to talk to me about? If it's not important, I'm going to eat lunch with my friends now. Zhu Deshang glanced angrily at Cheng Panzai and Chen Mo, saying, if you don't leave, then you can just stay here. I want to tell Fang Chen to voluntarily withdraw from the competition. Fang Chen was taken aback then, sneered, you want me to voluntarily withdraw from the sprint competition? Are you out of your mind? Why would I do that? Zhu Deshang was very furious, after hearing that there was only one spot in the school. He learned from Sun Jia and Chen Wei that Fang Chen's sprinting results were much better than his. He knew that if he competed against Fang Chen, he would have no chance to participate in the city sprint competition. Therefore, he wanted Fang Chen to withdraw from this sprint competition. Having investigated Fang Chen's family background, he was confident that he could persuade Fang Chen to withdraw. He found out that Fang Chen came from an ordinary family and had no connections. He believed that by bringing up his father's identity to intimidate Fang Chen, along with a bit of temptation, Fang Chen would surely withdraw. However, he did not expect that Fang Chen and his friends would become even more arrogant and disregard him after hearing about his father. Zhu Deshang was very displeased and said, Fang Chen, let me be frank with you. If you withdraw, I can give you 1,000 yuan and promise that if you encounter any trouble in the future, I can use my father's influence to help you avoid it. But if you refuse, I can have my father cause you trouble and get you expelled from school. Think about how you— Damn, who do you think your dad is to pressure my brother like this? Cheng Panzai shouted angrily. 1,000 yuan to force me to withdraw. You really underestimate me. Sorry, I'm really not interested in discussing this with you right now. If you don't leave voluntarily, I'm leaving. Fang Chen replied with a disdainful sneer, thinking this director's son had too much superiority. Seeing that they had no interest in even talking to him, Zhu Deshang's expression changed slightly, and with a hint of anger, he threatened Fang Chen, remember this. I will have my father talk to you. If you still refuse, just wait for your misfortune. You're really ungrateful. After finishing, Zhu Deshang stormed away. Cheng Panzai spat after glancing at him. Only Chen Mo looked a bit worried and said, is this going to cause some trouble? I will handle this myself. You don't have to worry about it. Fang Chen coldly glanced at Zhu Deshang's departing figure. Now let's head to the cafeteria. After saying this, he pulled Cheng Panzai and the others toward the cafeteria. But he was also thinking about this matter. He certainly wouldn't choose to withdraw, as it involved a prize of 110000 yuan, which was a substantial amount for him. It would be a pity to lose it for nothing. Moreover, as long as he could win these prizes, he believed that many students at school would admire him, which would bring him a good source of energy. No matter how he thought about it, Fang Chen had no reason to withdraw from the competition. As for his father's matter, he decided to wait and see. Zhu Deshang's words were indeed quite straightforward. After the first class in the afternoon, a student informed Fang Chen that the grade director was looking for him. Upon learning this, Fang Chen followed the hallway upstairs and arrived at the director's office. He pushed the door open and saw the grade director Zhu Ho sitting on the sofa. Zhu Ho resembled Zhu Deshang somewhat, but was much heavier. His face looked as if it were made of flesh, yet his eyes were very small, giving a very uncoordinated feeling. Before Fang Chen could say anything, Zhu Ho spoke first with a hint of displeasure, saying, "You are Fang Chen." Zhu Ho looked down at Fang Chen with a high disdain, then turned his gaze away, sipping his tea. Fang Chen furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Director Zhu, I am Fang Chen from Class 9. What do you need from me? I never expected that a poor student from an ordinary family would have such audacity. It seems ignorance breeds fearlessness, and only by giving him a lesson will he understand. Director Zhu, I truly do not know what you want to say." Fang Chen frowned and said in a deep voice, "Are you still playing dumb with me? My son has already made it very clear to you. You withdraw and he will give you 1,000 yuan along with my favor to help you through the last few months of senior year. Isn't that good enough? Do you want anything else?" Zhu Hao's expression gradually darkened. He then continued, "I called you here to speak plainly and straightforwardly. I can give you 2,000 yuan along with my favor to help you finish senior year, with the condition that you withdraw voluntarily. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying a child. From now on, I will keep a close eye on you. If you make even a small mistake, don't expect to stay in school. Moreover, with only a few months left until the college entrance examination, I believe your family won't be pleased if you can't participate. Don't come begging me later, making yourself look bad." Fang Chen's expression turned grim as a trace of anger surged in his eyes upon hearing his words. If Zhu Ho really could expel him, his parents would likely kneel before Zhu Ho to plead. However, he did not believe Zhu Ho had that capability. Nevertheless, as a director to speak such words openly resembling a thug, Fang Chen felt considerable disdain for his behavior. Fang Chen sneered. "Hearing you speak so harshly, I feel that the position of director is truly beneath the words you utter. I might as well call you a thick-skinned pig. I will be straightforward with you. I will continue to participate. If you dare to meddle, don't blame me for finding other ways to make you plead to allow me to attend school." After saying this, Fang Chen intended to leave the office, not wanting to stay with such trash. Zhu Ho, who had always looked down on this group of students, trembled with rage upon hearing Fang Chen's words, his plump face quivering. He gritted his teeth and slammed a hand on the table, saying, "You poor student, do you think you can participate just because you want to? Rest assured, I won't let you participate." Zhu Ho was truly furious. He did not expect a mere student to be so arrogant, daring to ignore him and openly humiliate him. After leaving the office, Fang Chen returned downstairs. To be honest, he found it hard to imagine that the grade director would dare to threaten him so openly. But on the flip side, he could understand it clearly. He was now a senior student, only a few months away from taking the college entrance examination and leaving this place. Normal students would not want to cause trouble at this critical moment, because no matter how much you stir things up, it would be difficult to study quietly and prepare for the exam. Moreover, he had heard vaguely that Zhu Ho had connections with the Education Bureau. Yet none of this would make Fang Chen yield. He did not believe he couldn't handle a director with the Wanbao Ding. If he dared to deal with him, he shouldn't blame Fang Chen for making him wish he were dead. Back in the classroom, Fang Chen's anger had slightly dissipated. At that moment, Cheng Pongzi and Chen Mo approached with concerned expressions, asking Fang Chen how it went. They had just heard that the grade director had called Fang Chen to the office. Fang Chen did not want to let them worry too much about him, so he smiled and reassured them that everything was fine. He could handle this matter. Cheng Pongzi and the others could tell that Fang Chen was clearly lying, but since he did not want to say more, they feared they wouldn't get the truth no matter how much they pressed. So they could only pat Fang Chen's shoulder and tell him that if there was anything they could help with, he should feel free to call. Fang Chen did not want them to get involved, and his best idea now was to hasten Teacher Chen to let him compete with Zhu Deshang and get his name registered after winning. Therefore, after gym class, Fang Chen immediately approached Teacher Chen about this matter. Chen Wei hesitated after hearing it, sighing, "Fang Chen, I think you should give up on this city-level sprint competition. Director Zhu has already reported it to the principal, and I believe the principal will contact the Education Bureau before school ends." Fang Chen was somewhat surprised, asking, "Did Zhu Ho really submit the list directly?" Fang Chen was astonished. He truly did not expect Zhu Ho to shamelessly do such a thing. As he thought about this, his brow furrowed deeper. Seeing his angry expression, Chen Wei became worried that the young man might act impulsively and comforted him, saying, "Fang Chen, it's better to take it easy with these matters. After all, he is the director and you only have a little over 2 months until the exam. Don't cause too much trouble or you might have problems with the college entrance examination. Endure. Fang Chen laughed coldly. Teacher, what is there to endure about this? After a cold laugh, he headed straight for the classroom building. Fang Chen, what do you want to do now? Chun Wei feared Fang Chen might act impulsively and do something regretful. Explain the reason to the principal. Fang Chen said simply. You. Sigh. Chun Wei shook his head in exasperation. Cheng Pongzi and Chen Mo had seen Fang Chen talking to Chen Wei and came closer wanting to hear what they were saying. Upon hearing the previous conversation, they were also furious, not expecting Zhu Deshang and director Zhu to be so shameless. Cheng Pongzi wanted to rush over and help Fang Chen deal with Zhu Ho. Chen Mo stopped him, shaking his head and saying, Cheng Pongzi, don't act impulsively. If you hit director Zhu now, wouldn't he have a reason to expel both you and Fang Chen? Cheng Pongzi retorted angrily. Bookworm, what do you mean by that? Are you just going to watch Fang Chen suffer at the hands of those two surnamed Zhu? I am his brother and I won't allow that to happen. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with a hint of brilliance as he said, I'm not saying we should do nothing, but you heard Fang Chen say he wants to reason things out with the principal. If Fang Chen wants to use reason, we can help him create public opinion to support him. Public opinion? What public opinion? Cheng Pongzi scratched his head, looking very confused. You're so dumb. We tell all the students in the class about this matter. Then when all the students spread it throughout the school, director Zhu would definitely not dare to act against Fang Chen. Furthermore, the principal would also consider the impact and would not indiscriminately support director Zhu. Chen Mo analyzed. Good job, Bookworm, your studies haven't been in vain. Why didn't I think of this? Wait, I'll explain this matter clearly to all the classmates. Let's see if those two shameless pigs can still be so arrogant. Cheng Pongzi's eyes lit up as he patted Chen Mo's shoulder, causing Chen Mo to wince slightly. Cheng Pongzi and Chen Mo worked hard to explain the situation to their classmates. Initially, the classmates thought Fang Chen had said something to teacher Chen and left thinking something was up. Upon hearing Cheng Pongzi's explanation, they all gritted their teeth and angrily cursed Zhu Deshang and his shamelessness. How could such a person exist? We are going to the principal's office now to support Fang Chen in the competition against Zhu Deshang. Exactly, just because your father is the grade director doesn't make you special. This is a school and these two are truly something else. Let's go and give Zhu Deshang a beating for daring to bully someone from. The senior students were all around 18 in a very restless adolescence. They could easily be provoked by the hormones within them. As they discussed these matters, they became increasingly agitated, each preparing for a big event. Chen Wei saw them all revolting and was terrified, rushing over to try to stop them. Fang Chen walked all the way to the top of the classroom building, knowing that this was the principal's office. Regarding the principal, he didn't know much because this principal had been parachuted in a year ago and was said to be only 20. Moreover, this principal rarely managed things and seldom appeared. However, one thing Fang Chen was clear about was that this principal was fair in handling major matters, even unlike other schools which took away senior students' gym classes. It was precisely because he knew this principal was somewhat fair that Fang Chen intended to come here to explain his reasons. If he had known the principal was just as bad as director Zhu, Fang Chen would have never come up but would rather use his own methods to deal with this matter. As he reached the office door, he knocked. Come in. A crisp voice came from inside. As he entered, he looked up and immediately saw a beam of sunlight shining through the window into the office, illuminating the charming figure sitting in the chair. This person was exceptionally beautiful, her skin as fair as snow with a flawless oval face, large seductive eyes, a delicate nose, and a small mouth. Truly a masterpiece of God. Especially under the glittering sunlight, she looked like a fairy who floated down from the heavens. Fang Chen was momentarily entranced, but the lady coughed lightly, pulling Fang Chen back to reality. Fang Chen realized he had been somewhat rude and apologized, saying, I'm really sorry, I must have taken a wrong turn. Who are you looking for? Yang Yu raised an eyebrow and asked. I came to see the principal, Fang Chen said, feeling something was a bit odd. Haha, you idiot. Yang Yu laughed, pointing at herself and saying, Did you not notice that the name Principal Yang Yu is written on the desk next to me? What a big idiot. How hard it must be for you to go to school like this. Fang Chen was speechless, casting a glance at Yang Yu. He had been so mesmerized by her beauty that he had lost his senses. When Yang Yu saw Fang Chen's awkward expression, she couldn't help but ask again. Why are you silent? You look so honest. I guess you can't even manage to flirt with a girl. Fang Chen suspiciously asked. Are you really the principal? Yang Yu raised an eyebrow and pointed to the license on the table, saying, Don't you remember? I clearly showed you the license just now. I am indeed the beautiful principal of your school, the only one in all of Huaxia. Are you going to ask me again? Fang Chen glanced at the license again, thinking that no matter how unreliable this beauty was, she was in the principal's office, and the license indicated her identity, so she must be the principal. He could only cough and say, "It's not that I have a bad memory, but your personality is just too unprincipled." Yang Yu stood up from her chair and twirled, saying, "Isn't this kind of principal great? She's beautiful and lively and has a sharp eye. Aside from being a bit sharp-tongued, she's practically flawless. Do you want to give up such a principal for a dull one? That would be so boring." Fang Chen was increasingly speechless. He found this principal to be quite a character. Thankfully, he hadn't fallen into a trap. Remembering why he had come, he said, "Principal Yang, I've come to discuss something." Yang Yu sat down after hearing Fang Chen's words and said, "You're talking nonsense. I don't even know you. You must have something to say by coming here. Go ahead, what do you want to do?" Fang Chen said, "Has Director Zhu submitted the report for the city sprint competition? He is abusing his power by directly enrolling his son. It should have been a competition between me and his son. Whoever performs better should be the one enrolled." Yang Yu asked suspiciously, "Is that true?" Fang Chen was taken aback and asked, "Did he not submit the report to you?" "Wait, let me see if his report is in the drawer." Yang Yu suddenly slapped her forehead and bent down to rummage through the materials in the drawer. Fang Chen was once again speechless. He now understood why Principal Yang rarely made appearances. She clearly didn't want to deal with school matters. She was just here to kill time. Despite his speechlessness, at least it was good that this report hadn't been submitted. Fang Chen walked over waiting for Yang Yu to pull out the report. However, as he walked over, he suddenly noticed Yang Yu bending down, revealing a fair trench that was somewhat dazzling in the sunlight. He also noticed that there seemed to be some kind of tattoo on the side of her chest. Fang Chen squinted to see clearly, but at that moment a hum reached his ears. Startled, he realized Yang Yu had lifted her head and was staring at him. Fang Chen hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Before he could finish, Yang Yu laughed, covering her chest, and said, "You must still be a virgin. Just looking at a woman's chest can captivate you like this. You really are both foolish and without a girlfriend." Fang Chen was at a loss for words. He simply couldn't handle this quirky principal. Yang Yu clearly wasn't dwelling on the matter. She picked up the report and skimmed through it, saying, "I've looked over this report, and the list of participants indeed includes Zhu Desheng. So what do you want to do now?" Fang Chen became serious and asked cautiously, "Principal, will you help the director?" Yang Yu revealed a bright smile, saying, "Why would I help that pig? Don't worry, I'm quite fair and just in my dealings. I won't help anyone indiscriminately." Fang Chen replied, "All right, I want to compete fairly with Zhu Desheng again, and this time I want you to supervise. Whoever performs better can be enrolled. And one more thing, if the director intentionally makes things difficult for me in the next 2 months, I hope you can address these issues, Principal." Fang Chen added, "Okay, no problem. Coincidentally, I'm also quite bored right now. But if you want me to help you, I won't do it without some benefits." Yang Yu smiled slyly. Fang Chen thought it was over when he first saw Yang Yu firmly support him and guarantee that she had nothing to do with Zhu Ho. He thought Yang Yu was not bad aside from being unreliable, so he wanted her to help. But upon hearing her say something that didn't sound like what a principal would say, he decided not to pursue it further. "You wait here. I'll call Zhu Ho to come over, and then you two can compete." Yang Yu cheerfully picked up the phone and called Zhu Ho, asking him to bring Zhu Desheng along. Zhu Ho didn't understand why this eccentric beauty principal was looking for him, but he still went over. After all, he knew that being able to become a principal at such a young age meant she had a strong background, so it was better not to offend her. He quickly brought his son to the principal's office. However, when he saw Fang Chen, he was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to be there, but soon he understood what was happening. His eyes filled with a gloomy glare. Yang Yu saw him arrive and tapped her hand, saying, "Hey Zhu Ho, are you bullying the students by having your son take their place?" Zhu Desheng quickly said, "Principal, my dad didn't do that. I had already signed up for the city sprint competition long ago." Yang Yu replied unhappily, "Your face is too ordinary. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to your dad." Zhu Desheng's mouth fell open in shock, clearly surprised by Yang Yu's words. Fang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, realizing he wasn't the only one taken aback. At the same time, he fully witnessed the principal's sharp tongue. Zhu Ho was not surprised. He evidently knew the principal's personality from before. He then said, "Principal, as my son mentioned, there were 2 spots allocated a while ago, one for my son and one for Fang Chen. Later, they only required 1. Since my son was confirmed early on, Fang Chen had to be removed. This is quite normal in school." Fang Chen noticed that Zhu Ho didn't have his usual arrogant demeanor in front of him. He seemed quite afraid of this principal. Principal Yang slammed the table and said, So that's how it is. Zhu Hao's eyes brightened, nodding. Yes, yes, Principal Yang, that's how schools generally operate. He had interacted with Yang Yu twice before and knew she had little interest in school matters. As long as he mentioned that certain things were done this way in the school, Yang Yu wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Moreover, after coming here, she gradually delegated power to the grade directors. Fang Chen frowned upon hearing this but said nothing. Yang Yu looked at the ceiling and said, I have no interest in managing student affairs. Whatever the school was like before, it will remain. But since they have come to me this time, I also think it's quite right for the faster one to go to the competition. So this time let them compete and the winner will participate. Zhu Hao was a bit surprised and said, Principal Yang, how come? Yang Yu smiled and said, You're wondering why I'm different from before. To be honest, I'm just in the mood. And I'm the boss here, you don't get to tell me how to do things. You'll do things my way, and now let's go Zhu Hao looked displeased, but seeing Yang Yu standing up with a determined attitude, he didn't dare to resist, and could only nod in forced agreement. They went downstairs in order with Fang Chen leading the way, Yang Yu following, and Zhu Deshang and Zhu Hao at the back. Zhu Deshang complained, Dad, why don't you just clear things up with the principal? After all, you're the grade director. You must have some connections with the principal. Zhu Hao replied with a dark face. This new principal is not an ordinary person. I can't afford to offend her. Besides, she doesn't have any intention of siding with us. Zhu Deshang was nervous, saying, No way, if that's the case, won't she support Fang Chen? Zhu Hao replied, Not necessarily. This principal thinks differently than others. This might just be a whim. As he knew his son's performance was poor, he thought that aiming for a good university through regular college entrance exams was impossible. Now he could only hope that he could make a breakthrough in sports university. Hearing his father's assurance, Zhu Deshang thought that if the gap wasn't too big, even if he lost, he should still be able to participate in the city sprint competition. Although Fang Chen ran very fast, and according to Sun Jia and Teacher Chen, his performance was excellent, he should only be a bit faster than himself, and as long as he worked hard, he should be fine. They exited the teaching building and headed to the playground. A group of students cheered as they saw Fang Chen return, but Zhu Hao, who followed behind, was met with curses. Damn grade director, he openly abuses his power for his own son. This is illegal. We need to expose this to the media. Principal, you can't condone this kind of person. He must be fired. Zhu Hao is completely unfit to be a director. He is utterly incompetent. Zhu Hao's face instantly turned a pig liver color upon hearing the insults. He never expected these poor students would dare to curse at him. Hearing the words inside, he was well aware that this was definitely Fang Chen's deliberate provocation. He shot a cold glare at Fang Chen, gritting his teeth, and turned to say, Deshang, run faster. I will never allow such a person to qualify for the sprint competition. Yang Yu was not angry and didn't blame Zhu Hao. Instead, she found it amusing and said, Hey student, it seems that although you're foolish and dull, you have good relations with your classmates. I didn't expect your classmates to help you so much. It seems I misjudged you. Fang Chen felt a bit strange, not understanding how they knew about this matter. But noticing Cheng Pongzi and Chen Mo shouting desperately in the crowd, he guessed the reason. Realizing this, he was slightly moved, knowing that they wanted to help him to the best of their abilities. At this moment, he responded to Yang Yu's words, saying, Yes, but ultimately it's still Zhu Hao's blatant conduct that has gotten us here. Yang Yu pouted and said, Kid, you have a bit of cunning, but don't think about using me to punish Zhu Hao. After speaking, Yang Yu's gaze scrutinized Fang Chen's body, then fixed on his lower half. This made Fang Chen feel as though he were under the watchful eye of a fierce tiger, and he instinctively covered himself, nervously asking, What do you want to do? Haha, what are you afraid of? I'm so beautiful, there are plenty of men who want me. I don't need to keep a pretty boy at school. Yang Yu was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. Principal Yang, I'm really afraid of talking to you. It feels so exhausting. I think we should just prepare to start the competition now. Fang Chen forced a bitter smile. He truly feared conversing with Principal Yang. Although she was beautiful, she clearly embodied a devil with a lovely appearance filled with wicked humor. All right, I won't tease you any longer. You all can prepare to start the competition now. After finishing her laugh, Yang Yu walked over to Zhu Hao and waved, saying a few words. After seeing Zhu Deshang slowly approach, Fang Chen returned to the 100-meter track at the edge of the playground. At this moment, his classmates gathered around, led by Cheng Pongzi and Chen Mo, who encouraged Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you will definitely surpass Zhu Deshang. At that time, use your speed to slap Zhu Hao in the face. We believe you can win, bring glory to Class 9, and claim the first place in the city. Fang Chen, I've noticed you're getting more handsome. Do your best, we all support you. Seeing his classmates encouraging him, Fang Chen felt a fire ignite in his heart. He extended his hand and said, This victory in the competition will be mine. I will win a provincial championship to show you all. Zhu Deshang slowly walked over, casting a strange glance at them, and confidently said, "If you want to participate in the city sprint competition, first you must defeat me, then we can talk." At this moment Zhu Deshang was very confident because he understood that even if Fang Chen's results were better than those of Sun Jia and the others, as long as he did not lose too obviously, he could still participate in the competition through his father's connections in the education bureau. Of course, if he witnessed Fang Chen's speed during that physical education class, he would surely think differently. Hearing Zhu Deshang's words, his classmates were very displeased. Fang Chen waved his hand, signaling them not to speak. He stepped forward and looked at Zhu Deshang, saying, "If you want to say something, go ahead, but once you lose you won't have the chance to speak again." After saying this, Fang Chen took his starting position. Zhu Deshang, provoked by Fang Chen's words, displayed an angry expression. But now, with Teacher Chen serving as the referee, he could only suppress his rage and lay down ready to race. Meanwhile, the classmates along with Yang Yu and Zhu Ho were on the sidelines watching the match. Chen Wei had high hopes for Fang Chen's victory, though he wouldn't openly express this. He instructed Fang Chen and Zhu Deshang to prepare for 10 seconds. Fang Chen did not make any specific movements. Zhu Deshang, glaring at him hatefully, discreetly picked up 2 stones from the ground and clenched them in his hand. "Run!" After 10 seconds, Chen Wei shouted and Fang Chen and Zhu Deshang sprinted off. While running, Fang Chen did not intend to utilize the speed boost from his special shoes or skills. He knew that such speed might alarm the principal and they would think something was off. However, even without these aids, after consuming a large amount of refined food, his physical strength had been greatly enhanced. At the start, he quickly opened up a significant distance from Zhu Deshang. The classmates cheered at this scene, while Zhu Deshang was taken aback, not expecting Fang Chen's speed to be this. He realized that if this continued, the outcome would be very clear and his father wouldn't be able to help him with the situation. A cold glint passed through his eyes. With a sneer, he flicked his hand and threw a stone at Fang Chen's right thigh. He wanted to injure Fang Chen's leg so that he would be the fastest in the school and the school would have no choice but to let him participate in the competition. Of course, the teacher would hold him responsible. However, he had a director father, so he was not afraid. As for his classmates, after graduating he would never see them again. He suddenly threw the stone, and the classmates of Class 9 angrily scolded Zhu Deshang for his shamelessness. Especially Cheng Pengzi, who was ready to roll up his sleeves and confront Zhu Deshang. Zhu Ho glanced over and was slightly taken aback, a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He felt that while Zhu Deshang's method was inappropriate, it was still quite clever. As long as he injured Fang Chen's leg, he had the ability to ensure he could compete. However, what surprised everyone present was that Fang Chen was completely unaffected, continuing to run forward, and even increasing his speed. Fang Chen had also noticed the stone being thrown. While he despised Zhu Deshang's shamelessness, he was confident in his Bodis resistance. When it struck his leg, it felt like merely a tickle. To effectively counter Zhu Deshang and avoid any further underhanded tactics, Fang Chen activated the speed boost from his shoes and effortlessly sprinted to the finish line. Chen Wei pressed the stopwatch, confirming that this time his result was better than the last. Fang Chen was not particularly concerned with the results. After saying a word to teacher Chen Wei, he waved at the group of classmates cheering for him. "Fang Chen is amazing. His speed was so fast, he was like the Flash. Yeah, it was incredibly fast. I could barely see him, just a shadow." The surrounding classmates were excited because Fang Chen had proven himself with his speed. At the same time, they scornfully cursed Zhu Deshang, condemning his shamelessness. Zhu Deshang was unfazed by the insults from the group of classmates. At this moment he was completely immersed in the previous scene, and thus the look of surprise remained on his face for a long time. He couldn't believe that throwing the stone had no effect. Logically, it should have at least slowed Fang Chen down a bit. Yet his speed had actually increased. With such a large gap between them, even a blind person could tell. He was beginning to feel unwilling. Just as he was astonished, he heard a loud slap and was shocked to see his father approaching and slapping him. Zhu Deshang covered his face in surprise and asked, "Dad, why did you hit me? Who told you to use such despicable tactics? You're truly useless," Zhu Ho said angrily. Of course, he didn't want to say it like that in his heart. If Zhu Deshang had won using such methods, he could have just lightly reprimanded him, and then told the principal that Fang Chen's leg was injured, and that Zhu Deshang had to compete. However, if he lost, it would only be more embarrassing, and his reputation would equally suffer. Thus this was a double-edged sword. Zhu Hao's slap was merely intended to quell the anger of the students. After the slap, he did not continue hitting Zhu Deshang but coldly snorted. After receiving the students' joy, Fang Chen found that he had collected 5 points of incense energy. He knew that these points were not just won from the sprint competition but also significantly undermined Zhu Hao's authority as the director leading the university to admire him. After collecting the energy, Fang Chen wanted to go over to speak with Yang Yu. Before he could open his mouth, Yang Yu spoke first, asking, "Aren't you tired?" "Not tired," Fang Chen instinctively replied, though he couldn't understand why. Realizing it was inappropriate, he added, "Just a little bit tired." "Hee, it seems you really are only lightly tired," Yang Yu said, narrowing her eyes slightly and smiling. "What is your name, student?" Fang Chen was taken aback, not understanding why this quirky principal was asking for his name. Nonetheless, he replied, "My name is Fang Chen, Fang as in square and Chen as in auspicious day. Tisk, today truly is an auspicious day. I've waited a year to finally see some progress," Yang Yu murmured. "What?" Fang Chen asked. "Nothing, Fang Chen, I saw your performance just now. I've decided that starting today I will protect you. If Zhu dares to bully you, don't be afraid, just tell me." Yang Yu patted her chest. "Are you really going to protect me?" Fang Chen asked suspiciously. "Yeah, what's wrong? Do you think that's not credible enough? Should we sign a contract?" Yang Yu suggested. Fang Chen was speechless and replied, "No need, but just wait for a moment." After saying this, Fang Chen walked directly in front of Zhu. Because of the earlier incident, Zhu was very displeased, his whole face looking as though it had been thrown into a pot of fire, especially when he saw Fang Chen. His eyes turned red. Zhu truly hated Fang Chen now. He knew that after today he had lost face. He couldn't imagine how many students and teachers in the school would be laughing at him behind his back. Zhu glared at Fang Chen and said, "Fang Chen, this matter is not over." Fang Chen smiled and replied, "I haven't finished either, thick-skinned pig. Didn't you say you were confident you could expel me?" "What did you just say?" Zhu shouted, his anger surging. Fang Chen replied, "Did you not say that if I offended you, you would keep an eye on me, find fault with me, and expel me, thick-skinned pig? Oh, you're quite bold to insult me. I'll go directly to the principal and tell her you insulted a teacher, so she can expel you right away." Zhu Deshang happily said, "If you get expelled, that qualification is mine." "You're really stupid to say that." "All right then. Let's have the principal come now," Fang Chen said calmly, turning to call Yang Yu over, and then innocently said, "Principal Yang, you said you would protect me." "You?" Yang Yu realized that Fang Chen was deliberately provoking Zhu. Since she had promised to protect Fang Chen, she could only stiffen her resolve and look at Zhu saying, "Hey Zhu, you heard Fang Chen say that he's under my protection now. What's the big deal with calling you a pig? It's nothing at all. And you are not allowed to trouble him in the future, or otherwise I will directly report to the Education Bureau to have you expelled. At that time you won't be able to be so arrogant here anymore, understood, pig head?" "Principal, when did you start protecting him?" Zhu asked in surprise. "Just now. Now do you understand?" Yang Yu raised an eyebrow and retorted, "I." Zhu was extremely unwilling, but recalling the power behind Yang Yu, he could only begrudgingly nod, and then sulkily lead Zhu Deshang away. Zhu Deshang clearly did not want to lose his competition qualifications, shouting and clamoring to stay, but after being slapped by Zhu, he obediently fell silent. Fang Chen smiled and said, "Principal Yang, you really are reliable. I look forward to your support in the future." Yang Yu playfully tapped Fang Chen's forehead and said irritably, "I said I would protect you, but don't go around causing trouble. I dislike people who cause unnecessary trouble the most." Fang Chen covered his forehead and said helplessly, "I didn't cause any trouble. I just felt you were unreliable. If I hadn't tested if you would help me beforehand, what if you didn't help me when the time came? Moreover, now that you've stated you would protect me, I think Zhu won't bother me anymore in the future, don't you think?" Yang Yu shot a glare at Fang Chen, her displeasure evident as she said, "By saying that, are you doubting my character? Well, the esteemed principal has come forward to vouch for you, yet you still dare not to believe and even use me. You child, it seems you are not honest at all, no longer as adorable as before." "I am already a young adult, so let's drop the term adorable. As for why I doubt you, it's simply because your previous self was entirely unreliable. Who would dare to trust you?" Fang Chen changed the subject, asking, "Why did you suddenly decide to protect me? Is it because I ran so fast just now?" "Well, I won't tell you. I just want to say that you are my clue, and you have value that is worth my protection. As for what comes next, if you still have value, I will introduce you to a good opportunity." Yang Yu chuckled. "I've already told you everything I can, and you have no troubles to speak of. Then I'll head back. However, Fang Chen from Class 9, if I need to find you later, you must come on time." Fang Chen found it rather baffling, but seeing that Yang Yu didn't want to make it explicit, he could only reply, "All right, no problem. Just let me know when you need me, and I'll go to the principal's office to find you." Cooperation is mutual. Since Yang Yu intends to protect herself, Fang Chen cannot refuse this request from her. After saying so much, Yang Yu bid farewell and walked towards the classroom building. Once she reached the office in the teaching building, She suddenly jumped up in joy, her fists clenched as she exclaimed, "Great! Finally I've seen a clue!" Yang Yu approached the desk, picked up the phone and dialed. A hoarse voice answered on the other end. Without waiting for him to speak, Yang Yu said, "Branch Minister, this time, I have truly found a clue, a genuine awakens clue. When the time comes to gather them, you better not punish me to take on any head position. Principal, I really have no interest in that." The hoarse voice on the other end replied, "You found a clue already. What kind of clue? Yang Yue, you can't just fool people. This year you've claimed to find clues no less than 5 times, and under these circumstances, if you don't provide specifics, I really cannot believe you. Heh, doesn't that prove I'm very diligent in my work?" Yang Yu chuckled playfully, saying, "This time I can guarantee it's an awakened one. He'll tell you the details slowly." After Yang Yu recounted the previous events, there was a silence on the other end for a few seconds before he said, "I understand. This time you must keep a close watch on him, firmly grasp the clues, and the awakened while also observing his family and his performance at school." "Got it, you can rest assured," Yang Yu replied with a smile. On the playground, after finishing his conversation with Yang Yu, Fang Chen returned to his group of classmates. Since he had spoken with Zhu Ho and Yang Yu from a distance, the classmates did not overhear their conversation. Thus, they were unaware of Fang Chen's discussion with the principal. The students did not think deeply about the matter, but Chun Wei understood the implications, and worriedly called Fang Chen to his side. Ensuring no one was around, he said, "Fang Chen, your actions just now were too reckless. Even if you have won now and the principal has intervened to let you participate in the city's sprint competition, if Director Zhu schemes against you behind your back, it will be difficult for you to safely take your college entrance exam." Fang Chen smiled and said, "Teacher Chen, thank you for your kind intentions. However, there is no problem with this matter. The principal has assured me that I will be safe in the last few months, and even spoke to Zhu Ho personally just now. Otherwise, Teacher Chen, do you think Zhu Ho would have been so furious?" "Is it true?" Chun Wei was taken aback. "Of course it's true," Fang Chen assured. "I never would have thought you were so impressive. To have the principal protect you shows that she values your performance in this sprint highly. And according to what you said, Zhu Ho won't take action against you. You are currently safe, so take the time to practice your sprinting well, strive to win the provincial championship, and work hard to attend a sports university, eventually becoming an Olympic champion and the world's #1. Chun Wei comforted him. He was the physical education teacher, and hoped that under his guidance he would have an outstanding student. Clearly he knew that Fang Chen had this talent, and as long as he focused on it, he would definitely be an Olympic athlete. To later say that one of his students was an Olympic athlete would be quite an honor. Fang Chen understood that Chun Wei hoped he would attend a sports university, but he had little interest in it. However, he wouldn't refute Chun Wei at this moment. Instead, he nodded slightly and returned to chat with his classmates. At the same time, he stepped forward to thank Chen Mo and Cheng Pongzi. Fang Chen said, "Thank you both for your help just now, and I'm a bit curious, how did you come up with this idea?" Cheng Pongzi scratched his head and chuckled. "This idea wasn't mine. It's mainly Chen Mo's cleverness." Chen Mo replied, "That's not true. Although I proposed the idea, it was Cheng Pongzi who actively encouraged everyone. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so passionate in voicing their support. Alright, I know both of you put in a lot of effort. I appreciate it." Fang Chen patted their shoulders and said, "Later, when you practice Wing Chun, I'll increase the intensity to help you both improve faster." After chatting with Cheng Pongzi and the others for a while, physical education class came to an end. They returned to the classroom and Fang Chen began to use his spiritual energy to refine some books that had not yet been refined. He had basically refined all subjects, but some minor parts of each subject remained. He estimated that within another day, he would be able to refine them all and believed that securing a spot among the top 3 in the regular class would not be a problem. As for the experimental class results, he would have to see where he went wrong and consider which direction to refine some books. During the time he spent in class sleeping and listening to lectures, he was earning energy points. Zhu Ho and Zhu Deshang intentionally framed and rejected him from obtaining the competition report, and then Fang Chen bravely explained the reasons for the competition and his victory to the principal, spreading through the senior year students. The students did not like Zhu Ho, and now hearing that Fang Chen had severely embarrassed him, combined with Fang Chen's courage to openly challenge Director Zhu's authority, earned him admiration from the students. Only a few students were skeptical, thinking that Fang Chen's actions would only provoke Zhu Hao's hatred, making it difficult for him to safely take the college entrance exam in the future. Even so, the energy gathered from those who admired him allowed Fang Chen to gain 7 incense energy points. After collecting this, he thought about whether to take advantage of Zhu Ho more in the future to accumulate incense energy, which seemed quite cost-effective. The news of his brave confrontation with Zhu Ho also reached Li Feng's ears. After learning about this, He began to think about using Zhu Ho to orchestrate some small tricks like framing Fang Chen for a fight at the academy to have him expelled. However, while Li Feng was making this decision, he learned another piece of gossip that Zhu Ho was quite unhappy and depressed when he left, and so was Zhu Deshang. He felt that there was something he did not know, so he instructed someone to investigate through Zhu Deshang. When Li Feng discovered that the situation was indeed more complicated than it appeared, and that Fang Chen had gained the favor of Principal Yang Yue, even being protected by her in front of Zhu Ho, his view of Fang Chen changed. Unlike ordinary people, Li Feng's family owned a large conglomerate in Zhanghai City and had connections with the higher-ups. The Li family knew that this principal had a rather remarkable background and was a significant figure in the government. The Li family, being merchants, naturally wanted to cultivate a good relationship with such individuals. Li Feng's father Li Qingyan had tried to leverage Li Feng's status as a student at the school to connect with Yang Yue, discreetly offering 3 million in cash. However, Yang Yu did not care at all and refused to accept it, even declaring that she did not want to associate with anyone. If they did not understand the rules, she would directly ruin their business to bankruptcy. Initially, Li Qingyan did not believe this, but after hearing it from the mayor, he understood that Yang Yu truly had that capability and ceased to mention it again. Nevertheless, he still hoped to establish a connection, as he understood clearly from the mayor that as long as he made this connection, his conglomerate could establish itself at the provincial level, potentially scaling from hundreds of millions to billions, which was a significant temptation. He kept telling Li Feng that if there was an opportunity, he should do everything possible to establish a connection. Now, having learned from Zhu Deshang that Yang Yu had openly stated her protection of Fang Chen, they were indeed on very good terms. Li Feng sat at the table, contemplating, his eyes flickering. Soon he made up his mind to contact Fang Chen, trying to find a way to establish a relationship with him and take him as a friend. Then he would use this connection to find a way to approach Yang Yu. After coming to this conclusion, he prepared to instruct someone to tell Fang Chen that he wanted to meet with him the next day. Of course, this did not mean that Li Feng liked Fang Chen, but rather that the other party had enough value for him to collaborate. The arranged meeting place was on the balcony of the teaching building. The next day he sent his subordinate to inform Fang Chen, and then went to the balcony alone. Upon hearing that Li Feng wanted to meet him, Fang Chen was confused, unsure of what was happening, but recalling that he had kidnapped him, he decided to meet with him. The school balcony was also a forbidden area controlled by the 4 major students of the senior class and some well-connected students. Upon arriving at the balcony, he immediately spotted Li Feng standing in front. Seeing Fang Chen approach, Li Feng smiled and said, "So you are Fang Chen? I believe this is our first meeting, yet we are not strangers." Fang Chen glanced at him and said, "What do you want by calling me here?" Li Feng replied apologetically, "I truly apologize for the last kidnapping incident. I believe I was a bit impulsive and should not have hastily sent someone to do such a thing. Therefore, I would like to apologize to you now, and I hope you can forgive me. If you can forgive me, I would like to consider you a friend. If you encounter trouble in the future, feel free to reach out to me. As long as it's within my ability, I will help you." Fang Chen squinted his eyes and said, "What do you mean by suddenly saying this? I don't quite understand. Based on your previous actions of sending someone to kidnap me, I don't believe your apology is sincere. If this could make us friends, then I would be a lifelong friend with Yang Tianyun too. Fang Chen, you really do love to joke. The enmity between you and Yang Tianyun is already irreconcilable. Even if you wanted to resolve it, he would never agree. But indifferent. I was merely impulsive in having you kidnapped, yet you emerged unscathed, and even got a free chance to play the hero, saving a damsel in distress. Not a bad deal. I think we should let bygones be bygones." Li Feng maintained his smile as he spoke. "You really have the nerve to say that. But even if you wanted a truce, why would you suddenly want to befriend me? I have no interest in playing guessing games with you here. Spit it out now," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Li Feng shot a surprised glance at Fang Chen. He truly hadn't expected Fang Chen to analyze things to such an extent. After all, setting aside his connection with Principal Yang Yue, Fang Chen was just an ordinary poor student. Mediocre grades, average looks, and nothing special at school. Normally someone like him would be overjoyed to have me as a friend. After all, I'm one of the 4 young masters at Zhanghai High and wealthy. But instead of that, he's analyzing my motives. Thinking this, Li Feng began to regard Fang Chen more seriously. At the same time, he realized that if Fang Chen was analyzing things this way, continuing to be evasive would be pointless. Rather than that, it was better to lay everything out. Li Feng let out a laugh and said, "Fang Chen, it seems you have some brains after all. Since you've put it that way, I'll stop beating around the bush. I know that Principal Yang Yu has declared shall protect you, right?" Fang Chen asked, "How do you know about that?" Li Feng smiled. "Who do you think I am? I'm one of the 4 young masters of Zhanghai High. If I didn't even know something like this, would I deserve the title? Cut the nonsense. Just tell me how you found out. Forget it, you don't have to say. I only want to know what this has to do with you wanting to be my friend." Fang Chen said, exasperated. He found this guy insufferably narcissistic and decided to get straight to the point. Wait, I'll tell you. I found out through Zhu Deshang. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't even want to ask, Li Feng quickly explained. Then, somewhat pleased with himself, he added, as for why I want to be your friend, you've probably guessed. It has to do with Yang Yu. Without her, given your status, you wouldn't even be worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as me, let alone be my friend. But her taking a liking to you changes things. Her background is extraordinary, and I want to get in touch with her. That's where you come in. Having said this, Li Feng dropped his fake smile and looked down at Fang Chen with an air of superiority. If not for this matter involving Yang Yu, he wouldn't even bother with a poor student like Fang Chen, let alone have planned to use the conflict with Zhu Ho to expel him. Since he had already laid his cards on the table, Li Feng decided to treat this as a transaction and explain it clearly to Fang Chen. So he said, now I'll give you a few conditions. If you can help me connect with Yang Yu and get her to assist my family, I'll pay you 1 million in cash. Also, if you run into trouble at school, I can handle it. You know, even if she's the principal, she can't solve everything. Especially some matters, you can't exactly talk to a woman about them. Think it over. If you think it's too little, I can raise it to 2 million. Are you out of your mind? I refuse. I'm going back now. Fang Chen shot him a disdainful glare. First of all, he and Yang Yu didn't have that close a relationship. She had decided to protect him on her own. If he brought this up to her, given her indifferent attitude, she would never agree. She might even decide to stop protecting him. Moreover, Li Feng's condescending attitude made this more of a handout than a partnership. Though he was short on money to improve his family's situation and needed a lot of energy points, he hadn't sunk so low as to abandon his dignity for a few $100,000 in cash. Li Feng hadn't expected Fang Chen to refuse, and so decisively at that. Somewhat surprised, he said, shouldn't you think it over? I've checked your background. Your family isn't well off. Your parents work, and you don't even own your own home. Don't you want to change that? I advise you to think carefully. Fang Chen replied, I think you're overthinking it. My family may be like that, but I'll change it myself. As for your so-called partnership, I don't want to dwell on it. And let me give you a piece of advice: when you propose a collaboration, keep your attitude in check. Don't act so superior. You're no more noble than anyone else. Li Feng said angrily, I am Li Feng, heir to the Li family's business. You don't need to lecture me. You're not qualified, understand. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for using other means. I know you have a younger sister in middle school, and your parents work in some factory. What are you trying to say? Threatening me with them? Fang Chen's face darkened. He stomped his foot, swiftly closing the distance to stand before Li Feng, grabbing him by the collar. I suggest you drop that idea. Otherwise, I think you might enjoy a view of the ground below. Fang Chen dragged Li Feng to the corner of the balcony, gripping his collar and suspending his upper body over the edge. Li Feng watched in disbelief as Fang Chen pulled him toward the railing, one step away from falling to the ground below. His eyes filled with shock and incredulity, he shrieked. Do you know what you're doing? I'm the young master of the Li family. If you dare throw me down, I'll make sure your entire family dies. He truly couldn't fathom where Fang Chen got the nerve to do this. Wasn't he just a poor student at best, skilled in some martial arts? But as that thought crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled Yang Tianyun. Could he have been threatened like this too, which was why he was so afraid and cautious? Fang Chen interrupted his thoughts, saying, I haven't said I'm going to throw you down yet, but you seem to want to go down there yourself. Looks like I'll have to let go. With that, Fang Chen released his grip. Feeling himself fall, Li Feng screamed in terror. His mind went blank, and he could only cry for help, wetting himself in fear. But it was only for a moment, because the next second Fang Chen caught him again, his eyes filled with utter contempt. What a waste! You call yourself a young master, but you're just a coward. With a slap, Fang Chen threw him to the ground. Li Feng gasped in terror, his mouth wide open as he breathed heavily, his face pale as a sheet. He glared at Fang Chen with a mix of fear and fury, knowing he had just been humiliated. Fang Chen, this isn't over. It'll make you regret what you did today. Fang Chen crouched down and looked at him. Yang Tianyun once said the same thing to me, but honestly I'm not afraid, because even you are the same. Now tell me about Yang Yu's identity. Why do you want to use me to get close to her? Hey, you think I'll tell you? Li Feng sneered coldly. Fang Chen slapped him across the face, then stomped on his chest. You're in no position to refuse. If you know what's good for you, you'll talk now. Otherwise, you won't enjoy the beating I'll give you. After hearing Li Feng threaten his family, Fang Chen had no intention of making peace. Moreover, Li Feng clearly wasn't just making empty threats. Since that was the case, he wasn't about to back down and return to class. Instead, he would make Li Feng regret his words. My chest. Li Feng groaned in pain. He deeply regretted telling his men to stay downstairs to avoid eavesdropping, and now there was no one to call for help. As he spoke, the pain in his chest grew worse. He saw Fang Chen staring at him, and a terrifying realization dawned on him. Fang Chen had probably done the same to Yang Tianyun. Now he understood that Fang Chen meant what he said. For the first time, Li Feng felt fear. Since the man was a reckless madman who didn't care about death, there was no point in arguing with him here. What if he actually followed through? His own life was too precious. Li Feng quickly begged for mercy. Ill talk, ill talk. Yang Yu's background is no small matter. She's connected to high-ranking government officials. My father once tried to get in touch with her, but since Yang Yu didn't want to involve herself in Zhanghai City's affairs, he couldn't find a way. When I found out you knew her, I thought I could use you to get close to her to help the Li family's business. Fang Chen pressed on. So according to you, Yang Yu is quite powerful, and given your character, I doubt your father is any saint. Didn't he try anything else when she refused? Li Feng shook his head. Yang Yu is a big shot in the government. Even the mayor doesn't dare offend her. How could my father possibly cause trouble for her? Hearing this, Fang Chen suddenly grinned. Thank you. Without you saying that, I would have been worried about how to deal with the trouble you'd cause after I beat you. Now it seems I won't have to bother. Li Feng caught on. You're using your connection with Yang Yu for this? No, she said, she'd protect you mostly because of your sprinting. That kind of relationship is fragile. It'll wear out after a few uses. If you waste it on such trivial matters, won't that be a shame? Why not agree to my earlier proposal? Then I won't bother you anymore. In a businessman's eyes, relationships have value and can be exhausted. When you value someone, if you keep asking them for favors over time, they'll grow tired and stop helping. That's how a relationship is used up. Fang Chen stood up and stomped hard on him. You don't need to worry about my affairs. In fact, I'll tell her everything that happened today. Then you won't have to think about causing me trouble anymore. With a thud, Fang Chen stomped on Li Feng again, twisting his face in pain. Then smiling, he clapped his hands and decided to go find Principal Yang Yu for help in dealing with the aftermath. At the same time, he thought to himself how nice it was to have a powerful backer, though he wondered if she would continue to help him. After thinking this through, Fang Chen analyzed the situation and felt that Yang Yu would likely assist him. Right now, he needed to hurry to the principal's office to discuss the matter. 2 minutes after he left, Li Feng finally gasped for breath, realizing that his chest felt less constricted. He glared at the door leading to the balcony with eyes full of hatred, his teeth grinding as his right hand formed a fist and slammed it down onto the ground. Despite the pain radiating from his hand, the anger in his heart overshadowed everything. That damn poor fool Fang Chen dared to insult him, even causing him to wet himself. The more he thought about it, the more the fury in Li Feng's chest surged. Less than a minute later, a subordinate walked in. Seeing Fang Chen had come down, he thought the matter was settled and approached to check, only to be taken aback by the sight of Li Feng in such a disheveled state. Li Feng, consumed by anger, hadn't considered that a subordinate would arrive. Upon seeing someone witness his current state, he shouted for him to leave, and after the man exited, Li Feng's mood gradually calmed. He was unwilling to let the insult from Fang Chen slide, but he also understood that if he truly acted against him, what if Yang Yu decided to help Fang Chen? His family could not resist Yang Yue, or rather they did not want to clash with someone of her caliber. After contemplating this, Li Feng's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment and recalled an idea. He realized that he didn't need to take revenge himself. He could easily use someone else to do it, which was his forte. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed, and the first person that came to mind was Yang Tianyun. Li Feng had the capability to exact revenge, and even if Fang Chen noticed, he would never suspect him, as he already had conflicts with Yang Tianyun. However, Li Feng also understood that Fang Chen held a grip on Yang Tianyun, and to initiate revenge, the first step was to make that grip disappear. The grip could be either an object or something Fang Chen witnessed Yang Tianyun doing. To eliminate the grip, he needed to ascertain what it was. Li Feng called Yang Tianyun to clarify. Upon receiving the call, Yang Tianyun wore an unhappy expression, but answered nonetheless, saying in a mocking tone, "Oh, Li Feng, why are you calling me again today? What scheme are you plotting this time?" Li Feng replied with a feigned smile, "Yang, you're thinking too much. The last incident was an accident. I was just curious about what the grip was. I genuinely want to befriend you. Look, I've been thinking about how to resolve this grip for you these past few days. But I need some information. Is the grip something Fang Chen has in his mind, or is it a tangible object?" Yang Tianyun's heart tightened. He couldn't understand what Li Feng was trying to do. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you up to something again? Yang, can't you trust me? Let's put it this way, if he knows something about you, you could easily find a way to silence him, at least make it so he can't speak. That would be an easy task for your gang. If it's something tangible, you could send someone to steal it. And there are 6 people in Fang Chen's dorm. you could find a way to hire them to help you. Li Feng said with a cold smile. Yang Tianyun began to be wary of Li Feng, but upon hearing this, he suddenly understood, his mind clearing. Li Feng's suggestion was clever. He wondered why he hadn't thought of it before. It seemed he still had a chance to obtain the storage card. As long as he got the card and destroyed it, he could use the gang's influence against Fang Chen. He felt pleased by this thought, but didn't want to show any unusual reactions to Yang Tianyun. He merely snorted coldly before hanging up. However, Li Feng was not angry at all because he knew Yang Tianyun had fallen into his trap. It would be interesting to see how he and Fang Chen would clash. Fang Chen descended the stairs, realizing that class was approaching in the afternoon, and he planned to head. Just as he was walking towards the classroom, he saw Zhang Yuxue coming over, and he wondered what she wanted. Fang Chen walked up to her and smiled. Zhang, what's up? Why are you suddenly looking for me today? Zhang Yuxue frowned and asked, I heard about the conflict between you and Director Zhu. I didn't expect them to be so despicable. But your approach isn't good. If you act like this, he will definitely find a way to deal with you. You might run into some trouble in the next couple of months. I came to let you know that he'll find a way to prevent Zhu Ho from targeting you, but you should avoid being so impulsive next time. Although Zhang Yuxue scolded him, Fang Chen knew she was doing it for his own good, which made him feel happy. He couldn't help but tease Zhang, you have such a kind heart worrying so much about me. It's a pity I don't have anything good to offer. If you don't mind, I could give you something myself. Zhang Yushua's face turned slightly red, as she shot him a glare. Stop talking nonsense. You have to promise me that you won't cause such trouble again. Otherwise, I won't be able to manage too much in the future. Originally, Fang Chen had saved her, and Zhang Yuxue planned to compensate him with something and fulfill his wishes, so she agreed to go out with him on Sunday. However, the incident of her kidnapping and confiding her feelings to him made Zhang Yuxue's relationship with Fang Chen grow even closer, and now she regarded him as a friend. Knowing they were friends, she was also aware that his family environment wasn't particularly good. Upon hearing that he had a conflict with Director Zhu, she wanted to come and help, but knowing this matter would arise at night, she hurried over to tell him at this time to avoid misunderstandings. Fang Chen didn't keep any distance from Zhang Yuxue. Seeing her so worried, he explained, Zhang, you don't have to worry about this matter. It's nothing. Principal Yang Yu has already promised to protect me. Zhu Ho wouldn't dare to trouble me, so don't involve your father in this. Zhang Yuxue was surprised. Are you saying that the mysterious female principal is protecting you? Why did she suddenly decide to do that? Fang Chen scratched his nose, confidently replying, maybe she thinks I'm handsome and wants to protect me. Zhang Yuxue rolled her eyes, you're just talking nonsense. What's the real reason? Fang Chen answered, honestly, to be truthful, I'm not entirely sure why she wants to protect me. But as long as she's willing, that's enough for me. Zhang Yuxue glanced around and noticed more students were gathering, then said, I suppose it doesn't matter. Since the principal is willing to protect you, Director Zhu probably won't target you. Just focus on your studies. If you want to change your family situation, the best way is to get into a good university. I'm heading to class now. As Zhang Yuxue slowly walked away, Fang Chen suddenly called out to her. She turned around puzzled and asked, what's wrong? What is it? Fang Chen suddenly asked Zhang, what university do you want to attend? Zhang Yuxue was taken aback and replied, Donghai University. Zhang Yuxue had excellent grades, aiming for the best universities, Donghai, Tsinghua, or Peking University. When Fang Chen heard her response, he was eager to know which university she would attend, thinking it would make it easier to impress her. Fang Chen smiled, I'll be applying to that university as well. We'll be alumni from the same university. Zhang Yuxue, noticing the underlying meaning behind Fang Chen's words, as he looked directly at her, felt her face turn slightly red, and said, I know your grades have been improving, but you should still study seriously. Donghai University is not easy to get into. After saying this, Zhang Yuxue walked away. Fang Chen watched her departing figure filled with confidence. With the Wanbao Ding in his possession, how could he possibly fail to get in? However, after briefly considering this matter, he quickly remembered his main concern, and proceeded to the principal's office in the teaching building. Yang Yu was somewhat surprised that Fang Chen sought her out so quickly. Upon seeing him walk in, she asked, are you feeling unwell or something? Did you come to find me? Fang Chen didn't understand, replying, what's wrong? I'm perfectly fine. I just wanted to ask for your help to clear up a problem. Hey Fang Chen, I'm a dignified principal, not your maid. I gave you face by agreeing to protect you, and now it's only the second day, and you want me to clean up your mess again. Yang Yu said, displeased. Principal Yang Yue, you can't refuse. This matter ultimately stems from you. The conflict arose because he wanted to connect with you through me. Without you, I might not have this trouble, Fang Chen explained. Connect with me? Who's the dog that has the audacity to think I'm easy to deal with? Upon hearing this reason, Yang Yu shouted loudly. It's Li Feng. He tried to use me to connect with you. When I didn't comply, he threatened my family, and then I retaliated against him. Do you think you could handle the subsequent trouble? Fang Chen asked. Li Feng. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Yang Yu pondered for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Oh, he's that old fool's son. He came looking for me last time. Yes, that's right. Fang Chen confirmed. Don't worry about this matter. I'll handle it. It's a pity it wasn't 6 months ago. If it had been, I would have made that guy go bankrupt. Now I no longer have that capability. Yang Yu lamented. Over the past year she hadn't achieved much, and had generated several false leads which resulted in her authority being significantly diminished. As long as you can prevent them from taking action, that's fine. I also heard him say that Principal Yang, you're not actually our principal but a government person. Is that true? Fang Chen asked. How could that possibly be true? You must have misheard. My family is quite impressive, which is why I can be here as a principal at such a young age. Ha ha. Yang Yu laughed heartily. You little brat, now that I've helped you settle this matter, you should scram. Fang Chen glanced at Yang Yue, who was hastily changing the subject, and knew that she was indeed a person connected. To be honest, he didn't understand why a government official would be at their school, and how she could allow a multi-billion industry conglomerate to collapse and go bankrupt, which clearly showed her immense influence. However, Fang Chen was certain of one thing: they had their own purpose for coming here. Yet he was unclear about what that purpose was. If it were the old Fang Chen, even knowing that Principal Yang Yu was a government official and had their own agenda, he wouldn't have cared or thought otherwise. After all, that level of existence was far removed from him as an ordinary citizen. But now it was different. He had obtained the Wanbao Ding and knew he was no ordinary person. Now that Yang Yu was inexplicably looking out for him, just knowing her government identity made Fang Chen feel the weight of the information involved. It was substantial enough to rival a lengthy television drama. Fang Chen had to take responsibility for his safety. He needed to understand why Yang Yu was looking for him. Thus he looked at Yang Yu and asked seriously, Principal Yang Yue, even if you change the topic, I can see your identity as a government official. You don't have to hide it from me. Actually, I'm not interested in whether you are a government official or not, but I want to understand why you are so protective of me. Before I wasn't clear on your identity, but now I want to know. Please give me an answer. Who told you I'm a government official? I'm not some fat cat. I don't speak in an official tone or flaunt my status. How can you be so sure I'm a government official? I'm here because of the significant background of the Yang family. Don't overthink it. Fang Chen glanced at her and replied, Principal Yang, you don't speak ill of those in power. Regardless, the Li family's influence cannot reach you. Even the mayor is wary of you. Even if you're a descendant of a prominent family, I'm sure there are officials among them. Whatever you say, I won't believe you. Moreover, I just mentioned that what I'm most concerned about is why you are protecting me. Is it related to your purpose? So you mean no matter how much I deny it, you won't believe my explanation, and you must know why I'm looking out for you. Yes, I want to know that reason. Yang Yu thought for a moment and said, all right then, it's not impossible to tell you this. Originally I planned to observe you for a while, before discussing certain matters with you. But since you want to know now, I will tell you. I came to the school to investigate a certain secret, and being the principal is merely a disguise. I cannot disclose the specifics of this investigation to you. Even without me saying this, you would understand. If you ask me why I mentioned it, I merely wanted to bring it up. As for you, I became interested in you because I saw how fast you run, and how effortlessly you do it. Your physical condition is remarkable, which is why I wanted to keep an eye on you. However, my keen eye revealed even more intriguing matters after investigating you. Your performance over these past 2 weeks differs greatly from before. Your grades have skyrocketed, your physical changes are remarkable, and it seems your confidence has increased. I've heard even the school beauty has taken an interest in you. Tell me, is there something mysterious about this? Fang Chen's expression slightly changed, but only for a moment. He quickly regained his composure, and said, Principal Yang Yue, I don't understand what you're talking about. My grades and physical condition are simply me maintaining a low profile. There's nothing unusual. As for the school beauty, that's just school gossip. Yang Yu smiled knowingly and said, oh, you say I deny it, but I see you denying it as well. Fang Chen frowned and asked, what I said is true, but I have a question. If you suspect these changes in my body, would you have me captured for research? Yang Yu laughed heartily. What do you think I am? I don't have such a morbid interest. However, how I investigate you is somewhat related to your current situation. At this point, Yang Yu's expression turned serious. I want you to come to my house this Sunday. I have something to show you. Can I refuse? Fang Chen asked. No, now that I've told you, you must go. Otherwise, I'll be dying of curiosity, and who's to blame for asking all these questions? But rest assured, if I truly had ill intentions towards you, I would have had the police arrest you and secretly conduct research. Why would I waste time talking to you? Yang Yu said, have you thought it over? Well, I have no choice now, Fang Chen replied helplessly. Although Yang Yu never admitted her identity, Fang Chen understood that Li Feng was right. Yang Yu was indeed sent by the government. He also denied it, but he believed Yang Yu wouldn't trust what he said. Now both of them were pretending to be confused while knowing the truth. Of course Fang Chen also understood that knowing Yang Yu was a government person, he had no power to resist, especially since his family lived in the country. Fortunately, she seemed to have no hostility, or otherwise, if the police were really sent, he would have no other. However, Fang Chen felt somewhat frustrated and irritated. In these past 2 weeks facing Yang Tianyun and Li Feng, although he could maintain an advantage in front of them, it paled in comparison to the power behind them. This power disparity had already given him a headache, and now he was being watched by the government. If only he possessed enough power, neither Yang Tianyun, Li Feng, nor the state could do anything to him. As for whether he regretted showing off his achievements and abilities, Fang Chen had no regrets. After all, he hadn't known Yang Yu was a government person beforehand. And without these displays, how could he gather incense energy? Without incense energy, the Wanbao Ding could never upgrade in the future. Thus this was a road with no turning back. Seeing Fang Chen's disappointed expression, Yang Yu patted his shoulder and said, "Don't look so disheartened. If you truly are connected to this matter, at least you won't need to attend university. You could become a civil servant." What a great opportunity. Civil servants are very sought after now. You won't have to worry about finding a wife. Just let me know if you encounter any trouble. Fang Chen looked at her speechless. This quirky principal always spoke so off-kilter, but regardless, this matter was settled. He bid Yang Yu farewell and left the teaching building. After Fang Chen left, Yang Yu sat in her seat somewhat displeased, murmuring, "I didn't expect that I would be recognized so quickly as a government agent. This is all because of the boss. If it weren't for him introducing me to the officials of Jiang Haisher and not being harassed by those official second-generation kids and rich tycoons, I wouldn't have to use my position to intimidate them, and they wouldn't know I'm a government figure. Yes, all of this is the boss' fault. It has nothing to do with me." Fang Chen walked downstairs. Although he still felt a bit uncomfortable, the situation had been settled. He had nothing better to do now, so he decided to wait until class to discuss it. He walked along the sidewalk on the edge of the playground, and at noon, the surrounding branches provided ample shade. Walking on the pavement felt somewhat cool, but soon he was blocked by a group of about 10 students in front of him. Fang Chen saw them blocking his way and realized they were looking for him. As they scrutinized him, he wondered if they were sent by Li Feng, but he didn't think Li Feng would be so foolish. After hearing what they had to say, Fang Chen knew they weren't sent by Li Feng. The leader, a college student, said, "Are you Fang Chen? We're part of Zhang Yuxu's fan protection team. We're here to warn you that you're not worthy of her. She's so amazing, just look at yourself. An ordinary student from a poor background. What part of you matches her? Don't tarnish her reputation. Just pretend you don't know Zhang Yuxue. By the way, our school beauty from the experimental class doesn't have the qualifications to be friends, let alone a boyfriend with someone from an ordinary class. Is the top student from the experimental class this foolish? I really don't know how you all got your grades. I'm not in the mood right now. If you don't leave, don't blame me for getting physical with you." Fang Chen frowned. He had just been annoyed by Yang Yu's words, and now he didn't want to waste time chatting with this group of self-centered students. Of course, he was indeed willing to fight. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable after speaking with Yang Yue, they had inadvertently closed the distance between themselves. Fang Chen knew that Yang Yu would certainly help him unconditionally in such matters. "You really lack upbringing. We were simply trying to talk to you, and you want to resort to violence. But do you think you can defeat so many of us?" The college student scoffed as he cracked his knuckles while the group behind him shot fierce glares and sneered. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to look at them. He suddenly propelled himself off the ground like a cannonball from a cannon, landing a punch to the college student's cheek, and then kicking his stomach repeatedly. Seeing the college student's face turn pale, Fang Chen yanked his hair and threw him forward. Slap! The college student fell to the ground, his face pale, his body twitching, and he let out groans of pain. Seeing Fang Chen strike without hesitation and hit so viciously, the originally eager students who were ready to show off their skills became fearful. They looked at Fang Chen with some trepidation, as they had not expected someone so ruthless. Fang Chen noticed they didn't dare approach and shouted, "What's wrong? Weren't you all just talking so big? Now if you have the guts, come over and hit me. If you don't have the courage, then get lost. To stop being so annoying in front of me. You're not worthy." The surrounding students avoided Fang Chen's gaze with some fear, and upon hearing his words they initially felt a surge of anger and unwillingness. But seeing that no one from their group dared to act, they also didn't speak. Bang! Fang Chen kicked down the student in front and pointed at the earlier college student, saying, "If you don't have the guts to come up now, carry him out of here, and all of you get lost." Having been kicked, the student was terrified. He hadn't been hit too hard. It was mostly the ruthless and arrogant aura of Fang Chen that left him stunned. He didn't think much and reached out to pick up the college student to take him away. The other students followed suit, each carrying the college student away. In a corner of the campus, a girl watched the scene with a slight surprise. She didn't expect that the group of fans would arrive with such ferocity only to leave in such a disheveled manner. She felt that this group of fans was utterly useless. Fortunately, by taking advantage of them, she discovered that Zhang Yuxi's boyfriend was indeed not an ordinary person, at least his character and skills were notable. After watching this scene, she noticed the useless group had fled in fear. With a proud and smug smile, she walked forward, wanting to catch up with Fang Chen. Fang Chen had not noticed that someone was hiding in the corner. So, when he saw a smiling girl run out from behind a distant tree, he was taken aback. The girl was very beautiful, but her heavy makeup made her appear less pure compared to the unique innocence of a student, giving off a somewhat harsh vibe with her slightly thin lips. After just 3 glances, his mind recalled the girl's name, Mu Huahua. Like Zhang Yuxue, she was also a campus beauty at Zhanghai High School, but her reputation was much worse, and she lagged far behind Zhang Yuxue in terms of grades, looks, and family background. Fang Chen had also heard that Mu Huahua's private life was quite chaotic, and she had connections with 2 of the 4 wealthy boys from Zhanghai High School. She also liked to frequent some rather disreputable places. Although Fang Chen thought she was beautiful, he didn't have much fondness for her. Seeing her approach, knowing he didn't know her, he had no intention of staying and turned to leave. However, Mu Huahua was unwilling to let him go, calling out, "Hey Fang Chen, you just walk away after seeing the campus beauty. Am I not pretty enough to attract you?" Seeing her speak to him, Fang Chen had no choice but to stop and say, "No, it's just that I'm not familiar with you. I think I should return to my class." We may not have been familiar before, but now we are right. I've always heard that Zhang Yuxiu's rumored boyfriend is just an ordinary poor guy. But it seems different now. You easily subdued that group of useless people. You really have some skills, Mu Huahua said with a delicate laugh. You were watching the whole thing, right? Fang Chen asked. Yes, and I purposely called them over. I just told them to drive you away, saying that their beloved Zhang Yuxiu's boyfriend couldn't possibly be a poor guy, and they believed it coming over to deal with you. Who would have thought you could scare them off so easily? Mu Huahua shook her head disdainfully. Why did you do that? Fang Chen frowned, feeling more disgust towards Mu Huahua. Why, of course I wanted to test whether you're an ordinary student. Now it seems you do have your merits, thus I want you to be my boyfriend. Mu Huahua arrogantly pointed at Fang Chen, proudly shaking her ample asset. Fang Chen found it rather absurd. Mu Huahua, are you out of your mind? I'm not familiar with you. Why would you want me to be your boyfriend? If you want a man, go find someone else, don't bother me. Fang Chen was already in a bad mood, and now encountering this school beauty, who had orchestrated trouble for him, his tone was naturally not pleasant. Mu Huahua was clearly a bit angry, but after a cold snort she said with a sneer, Fang Chen, I don't mind you saying those things because I can forgive you. As long as you become my boyfriend, of course. If you want to be my boyfriend, you must announce to everyone at school that you broke up with Zhang Yuxue. By the way, I won't let you be my boyfriend for free. I can accompany you for free for half a month, and I can also introduce a few friends to you. I can also give you 20,000, and if I'm in a good mood, I could help you with some valuable connections. Think about it. This is a pretty good deal. Don't think that just because you've gotten close to Zhang Yuxue you can curry favor with the Zhang family. They only have one daughter and are a large corporation, so they must find someone from a good family. Just your background alone would not be approved by her father. So being with her brings you no benefits. Instead, you can gain a lot from me. Hearing her words, Fang Chen looked at her with disdain. I've heard about your chaotic private life before, but I didn't expect you to be willing to sleep with a man you just met. It seems you're truly something else. Sorry, I really find you filthy, and I never expected to curry favor with Zhang Yuxue. Shut up. Mu Huahua's face turned pale with anger, her eyes bloodshot as she shouted, I forbid you from saying such unpleasant things. In any case, you must be my boyfriend today. I want that bitch to be humiliated in public, to let everyone know that her boyfriend doesn't want her anymore. I want her to know that I'm better than her, whether in grades or in men. I will surpass her in every way. Moreover, I want to take revenge on her for saying I lack self-respect. Mu Huahua's family was actually quite well off, owning a decent supermarket. However, she has always had a liking for luxury goods, expensive clothes, perfumes, and bags which require substantial cash support. Therefore, since middle school, she has been mingling with wealthy bosses and the elite from her school. She was very satisfied with her current situation because in her view, no matter how powerful a woman is, she ultimately falls beneath a man. Their greatest achievement is to find a successful man. And she, with numerous successful men around her, felt proud of it. She was the most famous campus beauty in middle school with considerable wealth. But everything changed in high school. She found high school to be much more complicated than middle school. First of all, with her looks, she could only rank in the top 5 of her grade. Moreover, those girls prettier than her came from very good families. Even if they did nothing, they were wealthier than her. The most outstanding among them was Zhang Yuxue, whose father was the chairman of Tianxue Group. She was not only beautiful but also ranked in the top 2 academically, not to mention having a bunch of fans who adored her. Even 2 of the wealthy boys from high school wanted to pursue her, but Zhang Yuxue never paid them any mind. Yet she remained the most popular. Mu Huahua found she was worlds apart from her, and since then she had been jealous of this perfect woman, especially when she maintained her middle school habits while dating a wealthy boy. Zhang Yuxue even had the audacity to tell her to love herself a little more, to be more ambitious, saying a woman shouldn't be so degenerate. Mu Huahua had always been proud of this lifestyle, but the societal moral standards contradicted her beliefs, instilling a sense of inferiority within her. Zhang Yuxue's words pierced her like a bloody sword. Later, while sleeping with that wealthy boy, she vaguely heard him compare her to Zhang Yuxue, as if he didn't see her as a person at all, which made Mu Huahua regard Zhang Yuxue as her mortal enemy. She wanted to prove that she was better than Zhang Yuxue, wishing to outshine her in every aspect. However, due to talent and effort, it was hard to surpass her academically. Thus she focused on Zhang Yuxue's boyfriend, wanting to prove that the man she found would choose her as a girlfriend over Zhang Yuxue. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuxue had no scandals, but in the last few months of senior year a rumor emerged about a boy named Fang Chen claiming they had gone on a date. After investigating, she found that Fang Chen's family grades and looks were nothing to brag about. Mu Huahua was skeptical about the truth of this matter, but she confirmed that Zhang Yuxue indeed had contact with Fang Chen. She then used the previous vanguard to test what merits Fang Chen possessed. After the earlier test, she realized that Fang Chen was not an ordinary boy. Understanding this, Mu Huahua ran out to negotiate with Fang Chen. She hadn't expected that Fang Chen would speak to her as harshly as Zhang Yuxue, showing no consideration for her face and saying it outright. She couldn't bear it and shouted desperately. However, her crazy demeanor and words only made Fang Chen look down on her even more. Fang Chen was too lazy to talk to her anymore and wanted to leave the place. Seeing Fang Chen ignoring her and trying to leave, Mu Huahua yelled, "You're not allowed to go," and then reached for her chest, saying, "If you run now, I will tear my clothes and say you assaulted me. I will pay for a water army to say on the school forum that you, as Zhang Yuxue's boyfriend, went to assault another girl. If a woman has no shame, she's already half invincible." Fang Chen didn't expect Mu Huahua to be so shameless, and he stopped looking back at her coldly. Seeing Fang Chen turn back, Mu Huahua felt triumphant like a comically absurd duck, saying, "What's this? Are you afraid of ruining your reputation now? If you don't want to suffer too much loss, just agree to my terms." Fang Chen shook his head, saying, "You're a lunatic. You want to surpass Zhang Yuxue. But she would never do such a thing, and her magnanimity wouldn't stoop to your level. To be honest, don't even think about surpassing her. You can't even surpass the worst girl in school. And they are all clean while you... I don't want to say much because I don't want to waste my time on someone like you. If you insist on making things difficult for me and want to frame me, I will definitely make you regret it." Fang Chen suddenly stepped in front of Mu Huahua, staring into her slightly deranged face with a look of deep disgust in his eyes. He noticed that these self-righteous people loved to threaten others as if working for them was a glorious thing. Fang Chen lifted Mu Huahua's collar, getting close enough to smell the makeup on her face. Mu Huahua nervously asked, "What do you want? Do you want to hit me? I'm a woman." Fang Chen withdrew his hand, saying, "I usually don't hit women, but I dislike it the most when someone deliberately frames or threatens me." Smack! Fang Chen ruthlessly slapped her, and the resounding slap left Mu Huahua in shock. She had never imagined someone would dare to slap her, especially a poor student. She felt a deep sense of humiliation and screamed hysterically, "You Fang Chen are dead. How dare you? I will definitely have young Master Li break your legs unless you kneel before me now and agree to be my boyfriend, but don't expect me to give you that 20,000. Slap! Fang Chen impatiently slapped her again, saying, "I have no interest in your deal. If you continue to misunderstand my words, don't blame me for hitting you again. Do you hear me? You dare to hit me?" Mu Huahua was furious. Did this boy not know how to cherish a girl? Additionally, she had intended to cooperate with him and offer him benefits, yet he responded to her like this. Mu Huahua angrily said, "What's wrong with my deal? You clearly can't gain anything from Zhang Yuxue, while I can offer you much more. Do you really think Zhang Yuxue is worth pursuing? Yes, Zhang Yuxue is that amazing 1,000 times better than you. But that's my own business and it has nothing to do with you. You better listen carefully and stop thinking about framing me with hired trolls, or you will regret it. Don't blame me for being ruthless then." Fang Chen punched Mu Huahua in the stomach, causing her delicate face to contort in pain. After striking her, he withdrew his hand and asked, "Do you feel your stomach hurting now?" "Ugh." Mu Huahua spat a mouthful of saliva, bending over to reveal a large expanse of snow-white skin, but unfortunately no one was there to appreciate the scene. While in pain, she realized that Fang Chen was a madman, a complete lunatic. What kind of boy hits a girl so fiercely and ignores her warnings? Thinking of this, Mu Huahua gritted her teeth and forced herself to raise her head, saying each word distinctly. You. I will definitely have young Master Li send someone to deal with you. Fang Chen coldly chuckled. If you hadn't said that, I would have forgotten. So you're most confident because you know Li Feng. How about this, just tell him what happened and see if he will help you. By the way, tell him that if you dare to frame me, I will take that as a provocation and let Yang Yu properly punish. Mu Huahua looked at Fang Chen in disbelief, saying, Do you even know what you're saying? You think young Master Li would be afraid of you? You're just a poor student, Fang Chen replied. Just tell him what happened today and you will understand. Now stop wasting my time. I have no interest in you whatsoever. If you say another word, I will hit you again. If you don't want to be hit, obediently go find Li Feng for help, she said. All right? You will definitely regret what you said today. Mu Huahua said coldly. Whatever, Fang Chen knew that once she told Li Feng these words, he believed Li Feng would teach her a lesson. However, he felt an increased admiration for Zhang Yuxue upon realizing that Mu Huahua, despite being the school beauty, was such a person. At least he understood that Zhang Yuxue was commendable in her conduct. Yet at this moment Fang Chen also discovered that his temperament had become a bit more impulsive than before. Normally he would never act like this. But these thoughts were fleeting and he quickly stopped thinking about them. After finishing his words, Fang Chen walked away without even looking back. Mu Huahua felt a strong sense of humiliation rising in her heart. She thought Fang Chen and Zhang Yuxue were a pair of scoundrels, and she wanted to get revenge on them. Mu Huahua took out a mirror, quickly touched up her appearance, and prepared to seek help from Li Feng. She had had several intimate encounters with Li Feng, and thought that asking him to teach someone a lesson shouldn't be difficult. As for Fang Chen's earlier words, they did not catch her attention. In her eyes, Fang Chen's skills were already quite impressive. But no matter how strong he was, he could not compare to a young master from a multi-billion-dollar corporation. As long as Li Feng was willing to intervene, even 10 Fang Chens would have to kneel before him. After arriving at the experimental class, Mu Huahua sought Li Feng's help but unexpectedly found that Li Feng was not in class. Fortunately, she only waited 2 minutes before seeing Li Feng walk over, his face dark and displeased. Mu Huahua hurriedly approached him, forcing a smile, and said, Young Master Li, how have you been today? Li Feng glanced at her and asked, Mu Huahua, what are you doing here? Is there something you need? Mu Huahua was known in their circle as a social butterfly. Although Li Feng looked down on her, she still held a bit of weight. Therefore he still asked. Upon being asked about this, Mu Huahua could no longer maintain her smile, looking sad as she said, Young Master Li, you don't know, but I was just bullied by a poor student who hit me. You have to help me. Li Feng chuckled lightly. Oh dear, who is the blind fool that dared to hit you, the school beauty? If you must fight, at least do it on a bed. Mu Huahua retorted. Young Master Li, don't joke about this. I was really hit. Now I want you to help me. Such matters are trivial. Just so happens I'm feeling a bit frustrated today and want to vent. Let's see which unlucky guy dared to hit you. Li Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he asked, Do you know which class he is in and what his name is? Mu Huahua joyfully replied, Thank you, young Master Li. His name is Fang Chen. Mu Huahua couldn't help but be delighted, thinking that once Li Feng led people to confront Fang Chen, he would no longer dare to act like his previous self, and would surely kneel before her begging for mercy. Thinking of Fang Chen's cowardly demeanor, Mu Huahua felt a surge of excitement, partly from the thrill of revenge. On the other hand, she thought about Zhang Yuxu's boyfriend kneeling before her, proving that Zhang Yuxu's taste in men was poor. With this in mind, Mu Huahua felt an unusual sense of accomplishment. Perhaps she didn't even need to have Fang Chen as her boyfriend to prove that she was a bit better than Zhang Yuxue. So Mu Huahua silently thought, Fang Chen, you brought this upon yourself. If you had agreed to my deal, you wouldn't have ended up like this. What did you say? Are you saying the one who hit you is Fang Chen, the boyfriend that Zhang Yuxue gossips about? Li Feng's expression turned dark as he stared at Mu Huahua. Seeing Li Feng's sudden change in demeanor, Mu Huahua was slightly taken aback and unnaturally said, Yes, it's that Fang Chen. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Li Feng asked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Did you mention to him that you would bring me to find trouble with him? Mu Huahua was stunned and replied, I did. Why? Is there some kind of inside story here? As she spoke, a scene from the past flashed through Mu Huahua's mind, remembering certain things Fang Chen had said to her. However, how could those words possibly be true? A poor student like him could take on young Master Yang. Yet Li Feng's expression made her feel uneasy, leaving her somewhat apprehensive. Li Feng said, What exactly did he say to you? Tell me now. Mu Huahua hesitated for a moment before stammering. He said that if you help me deal with him, or if I do anything to him, he will consider it a provocation from you. and he will allow Yongyu to retaliate against your family. Is that all? Li Feng asked darkly, nothing else. Young Master Li, I didn't exaggerate or leave anything out, Mu Huahua said, feeling wronged. Those were his exact words. He didn't take you seriously at all. This matter is settled. Don't go looking for trouble with him and don't think about making any moves. You should understand his words. Li Feng warned with a stern face. If I find out you're secretly making moves, don't blame old friends for being rude to you. I can't believe it, Mu Huahua said in disbelief. Young Master Li, he's just a poor kid. How could you possibly be afraid of him? Is young Master Yang really that terrifying? Who is she for you to be so afraid? Mu Huahua was always confident that young Master Li had a powerful background and could intimidate others with his name. But now hearing Li Feng say such things, she was faced with an unimaginable fact that young Master Li actually had people he couldn't afford to offend. The thought that Fang Chen might be so formidable that even young Master Li was afraid of him, didn't this prove that Zhang Yuxu's boyfriend was actually impressive? As for Yang Yue, she had always been very reserved while serving as principal, and the basic matters were communicated by the directors and teachers. Few people had seen her. Moreover, this name was quite ordinary. Mu Huahua never thought that the principal would have a connection with Fang Chen. Not to mention, in Mu Huahua's view, even the principal should treat Li Feng with courtesy. After all, a multi-billion-dollar corporation sponsoring the school was very beneficial. Slap. You filthy woman. Do I have to spell it out for you? Just do as I said and don't ask about things you can't know. Also, you are not allowed to tell anyone about this. If I find out, my subordinates will be eager to get you. Li Feng, furious, no longer pretended, looking at Mu Huahua with a fierce expression as he slapped her hard. Mu Huahua did not expect Li Feng to change so drastically, once the epitome of a gentleman. Now he had become like a devil. Feeling the burning pain on her cheek, Mu Huahua no longer screamed hysterically like before, but rather nodded in fear. Because she understood that apart from this facade, she was actually nothing. If he really wanted to hand her over to someone, she feared no one would come to her aid. While feeling wronged and fearful, Mu Huahua also gradually became afraid of Fang Chen. It was because of him that Li Feng tore off his disguise and turned against her. Li Feng glared at her and asked, "Do you understand my words now?" Mu Huahua nodded with a sense of grievance. "Young Master Li, I understand. As long as you understand, let me tell you, in our eyes you are merely a plaything. We only give you a bit of face when we're pleased. Don't think you're someone important. Otherwise, if we're unhappy, you are nothing. Now that you understand, get lost," Li Feng said, casting a scornful glance at her. As a rich second-generation, Li Feng had come into contact with many beautiful women with great figures. To him, these women were nothing more than toys. If they were willing to attach themselves to power and wealth, they shouldn't blame him for not giving them any dignity. Faced with Li Feng's almost insulting words and his disdainful gaze, Mu Huahua recalled how they had always looked at her over the years. She abruptly questioned herself whether the path she had taken over the years was the right one. Why, despite their seemingly close relationship, did they treat her this way? Mu Huahua pondered many things in her heart, tangled in complexity for several seconds. But in the end, she thought of her designer clothes, bags, and jewelry, gritted her teeth, and silently left. There were quite a few students in the corridor where the two of them were, although they had not dared to approach earlier due to Li. But from a distance, the scene was enough to spark their imagination and speculation about what had happened. Li Feng had actually slapped Mu Huahua, the school beauty. Why would the distinguished young Master Li do this? Could it be that Mu Huahua was now Li Feng's woman, yet secretly sought other men? This speculation gained everyone's approval, and it quickly spread through gossip. Meanwhile, the group of fans and bodyguards hesitated for a moment before deciding to find Zhu Ho to discuss how Fang Chen had struck their friend. Earlier, after they had carried the college student several hundred meters away from Fang Chen, the fear gradually diminished. Recalling the earlier situation, they felt a sense of humiliation, thinking that such a large group had been intimidated into submission by just a few words from Fang Chen. It was utterly disgraceful, especially since Fang Chen was just a poor student from an ordinary class. In their anger, they also recognized that Fang Chen was quite capable, and after seeing the college student's injuries, they intended to approach the homeroom teacher to explain the situation and have the teacher confront Fang Chen. Yet, considering this, another student proposed going to Zhu Ho instead, knowing that Fang Chen had a conflict with him. Now that Director Zhu had this excuse, he could completely suppress Fang Chen, leaving him with no reason to avoid expulsion from the school. However, a small number of students supported the idea of going to the homeroom teacher. After a discussion, the majority decided to head to Zhu Hao's office. When they arrived at Zhu Hao's office, he was drinking cold water. The events from yesterday had left him quite upset, causing significant tooth pain today. Seeing a group of experimental class students approach, he was momentarily taken aback, unsure of their purpose. But since they were experimental class students, he asked, What brings you all to see me this time? After saying this, he noticed the students behind them supporting a college student, who looked disheveled and bore clear signs of injury. Upon seeing Zhu Ho, the college student with a mournful face took 2 steps forward, grasped Zhu Hao's clothing and pleaded, "Director Zhu, you have to help me. What happened to you? And what kind of help do you want from me?" Zhu Ho replied, glancing down at the pitiful-looking student in confusion. "I was beaten by a student from an ordinary class. I know Director Zhu is always fair, and I want you to help me achieve a just outcome." The college student cried out, "What? A student from an ordinary class is so undisciplined. Do you know which class they belong to?" "It's a student from class 9 named Fang Chen. I believe Director Zhu has also suffered under Fang Chen, and knows he completely disregards school rules. You must help me." The college student insisted. They had calculated this point precisely, which is why they had come to seek Zhu Hao's help. They could all imagine that once they explained the situation to Zhu Ho, he would enthusiastically assist them. However, when they conveyed their story to Zhu Ho, he did not exhibit the excitement they had anticipated. Instead, his expression changed drastically, showing no signs of happiness. The college student was taken aback and asked, "Director Zhu, what's wrong with you?" Zhu Ho frowned and glanced at him, saying, "You said he hit you, but he shouldn't have attacked you for no reason. It's more likely that you're lying. Moreover, I don't believe that so many of you could be beaten by just one person. From this analysis, it certainly seems like you are lying." After being warned by Yang Yue, Zhu Ho had been called back to the principal's office within an hour. Compared to what was said before, Yang Yu spoke very frankly in the principal's office, stating that if he continued to interfere with Fang Chen, he should just roll away. Although Zhu Ho despised Fang Chen, he chose to submit when it came to his own position. Who would have thought that a group of students would come to him to deal with Fang Chen? Could he handle it? Of course not, but if he directly told them he wouldn't deal with Fang Chen, wouldn't that show he was afraid of him? As the head teacher of the senior year, he couldn't allow himself to look weak. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock in the senior year. Thus, he deliberately took a roundabout approach, hoping to dismiss them. Upon hearing Zhu Hao's words, the college student and the group of others grew anxious, hastily defending themselves and swearing that Fang Chen had indeed assaulted someone. Seeing that they did not understand his intentions and were desperately explaining why he should punish Fang Chen, Zhu Ho felt a surge of anger, questioning whether he had failed to check the calendar before leaving home. With no other option, Zhu Ho decided to drive these guys out of his office. He stood up angrily, declaring, "What are you all shouting about? Do you think you can defy me? I see that you have nothing better to do than to frame other students. Now get out. If you don't leave, don't blame me for telling your homeroom teacher to deduct your credits directly." The students present were all good students, and the thought of having their credits deducted was terrifying. Thus, upon hearing Zhu Hao's words, they were initially taken aback, but then with fearful expressions they retreated from the office. However, after leaving the office, they felt a bit confused. They realized that Zhu Ho was completely different from what they had imagined. Logically, he should have been very pleased and ready to deal with Fang Chen. But what was the actual situation? While discussing this, one student exclaimed, "I think I understand the situation now. I finally figured out why Director Zhu spoke to us like that." "What do you mean? Hurry up and tell us. We all want to know," another student interjected. The student replied, "Director Zhu's actions don't mean he is unaware of Fang Chen breaching school rules. Yet he continues to speak nonsense instead of taking action, clearly indicating he is afraid of Fang Chen and doesn't want to stir up trouble with him." The college student found it hard to believe, saying, "Do you realize what you're saying? How could a head teacher be afraid of a mere student? Surely you must be misinterpreting things." The other student responded, "If I'm wrong, then what reason does Zhu Ho have to deliberately lie to us?" "This?" The college student wanted to retort, but the words caught in his throat. Even he couldn't clarify the situation. He simply couldn't accept this answer. If Fang Chen were indeed so formidable, why were they completely unaware of it? Bang! While they were lost in thought about this matter, the door opened, and Zhu Ho poked his head out, seriously looking at their faces and saying, "By the way, I forgot to mention something important to you all. Do not discuss this matter with the homeroom teacher, nor casually share it with anyone else. If you make a mistake, I will deduct your credits. Remember that." Bang! The door closed again, but the college student and the rest gradually began to believe the unbelievable notion in their hearts that Fang Chen was no ordinary person. His background was remarkable. Otherwise, how could Zhu Ho be so visibly afraid of Fang Chen? Oh! While they were shocked by Fang Chen's identity, he had already returned to the classroom. Using the little spiritual energy he had collected, he refined the last bits of knowledge, and now he had a basic grasp of all subjects. If Wang Linsher asked him to take the end-of-month exam now, it wouldn't be difficult for Fang Chen to rank in the top 3. However, Fang Chen did not prioritize this matter. He simply breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his spiritual energy could now be allocated to skills rather than knowledge. For instance, with just a bit more energy he could fully learn Wing Chun. Wanting to quickly finish learning all the knowledge, Fang Chen had paused at 0.9 points of energy needed for Wing Chun, but now he had the time. Tuesday was relatively uneventful. Except for Su Bin, who wore a sour expression while handing out last week's math exam papers. Fang Chen scored 142. Missing one question, and providing an answer that was not particularly standard. He knew that under normal circumstances that answer would also be acceptable, but it was clear that Su Bin had strictly enforced the rules to penalize him. Fang Chen didn't mind. He identified where he went wrong and spent a bit of spiritual energy refining the knowledge he was lacking. The rest of Tuesday passed without any other incidents. Thus he focused on earning spiritual energy for refining Wing Chun. By Wednesday afternoon, he had stored up a batch of spiritual energy, and used it to refine the final part of Wing Chun. Information quickly emerged in his mind. Wing Chun has been fully refined. The host now possesses a set of proficient boxing techniques capable of contending with ordinary experts, and it enhances the host's sensory perception. Fang Chen felt his muscles and bones subtly transform, realizing that the refinement of Wing Chun improved his physical condition. Upon understanding the information in his mind, he vividly experienced the enhancement of his 5 senses. He noticed that his vision had become clearer and his hearing was more acute. Knowing about his changes, Fang Chen felt a surge of joy. Facing Yang Tianyun Li Feng and the state, he was eager to become stronger and gain the initiative for himself. Of course, an ordinary person would never dare to imagine having the initiative against the state. But Fang Chen was different. He had the Wanbao Ding that could refine all things under heaven, enhancing himself and his clothes while boosting his learning abilities. As long as he diligently improved his refinement skills, it was highly hopeful to take the initiative even against the state. After fully refining the Wing Chun fist, Fang Chen gained a bit of confidence in his enhanced strength. At the same time, he understood that mere refinement was not enough. He needed to practice a few more times to fully acclimate his body. He practiced the fist technique 3 times directly in his dormitory, and he had already mastered it to a considerable extent, moving as if it were an extension of his own limbs. He believed he was at least twice as strong as before. After finishing this task, Fang Chen hurried to the teaching building. He had previously asked the homeroom teacher for leave, claiming he needed to retrieve something from the dormitory, and now he had enough time to head to his class. He encountered no trouble that Sunday, as if everything had quieted down. On Mu Wawa's side and among the bodyguard fan club, there was no sound. Only occasionally, he sensed weak incense energy being collected, indicating that someone at school was quietly worshipping him. That night, Fang Chen experienced an odd occurrence at 1 o'clock in the morning, while quietly sleeping in his dormitory. Thanks to his enhanced senses, even in sleep, he could detect the situation around him. He was awakened by the faint sound of someone rummaging through things. A bit perplexed, he glanced over and was momentarily stunned to see a classmate in his dormitory rummaging through his belongings. Fang Chen did not speak to stop him. Instead, he pretended to be sound asleep while watching him intently. This classmate was named Wang Xia, a roommate with whom he had a decent relationship, although he was not as close to Cheng Pengzi and the others. Seeing Wang Xia rummaging through his clothes, Fang Chen's frown deepened. He had not expected Wang Xia to be a thief. Wang Xia carefully rummaged through Fang Chen's things, unaware that someone was watching him. When he pulled out a storage card from Fang Chen's jacket pocket, a look of excitement appeared on his face. As Fang Chen focused on him retrieving the storage card, his pupils constricted, and he understood who had sent him to do this. Taking advantage of Wang Xia's distraction, he quietly got out of bed and covered his mouth from behind. Wang Xia was overjoyed, but suddenly realized someone was covering his mouth. He panicked slightly and could only make muffled whimpering sounds. Fang Chen said coldly, "Shut up. We're going to the balcony now. Speak softly so you don't wake them up." Upon hearing Fang Chen's voice, Wang Xia felt a bit nervous, but could only nod in response. He was brought to the balcony by Fang Chen, and though it was late at night, some moonlight still shone outside. When Wang Xia turned around to see Fang Chen's icy expression, he felt inexplicably afraid. Wang Xia said nervously, "Fang Chen." Fang Chen whispered, "Lower your voice, Cheng Pengzi and the others are still sleeping. When did Yang Tianyun ask you to steal my stuff?" "Fang Chen, you already know," Wang Xia exclaimed in surprise. "I was watching you the whole time you were rummaging through my things," Fang Chen replied. Fang Chen looked at Wang Xia with disappointment and shook his head. "We are roommates after all. I never expected you would do something like this." "Fang Chen, I had no choice. Yang Tianyun is one of the 4 young masters of Zhanghai. If I didn't help him, wouldn't that offend him? Besides, he offered me 1,000 yuan to steal the storage card, which was too tempting. How about this, you give me the card, and we'll split the 1,000 yuan later. Initially feeling a bit ashamed, Wang Xia became increasingly mercenary. You know how much influence young Master Yang has in high school. We can't afford to offend him. Wang Xia, I've never seen you so calculating before. As for this storage card, don't even think about taking it from me. Fang Chen warned, if I find out again, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson, and I won't be responsible for teaching you Wing Chun anymore. Fang Chen shot him a sarcastic glance. Fang Chen, young Master Yang is backed by the Tianxin gang. We can't afford to offend him. Just give it up. Otherwise, he will definitely bring people to beat us up later. If he could beat me, he wouldn't need to spend 1,000 yuan to have you steal my storage card. Fang Chen replied emotionlessly. I'll let you off this time, but I'm going back to sleep now. Fang Chen, I'm sorry. Wang Xia felt a wave of disappointment as he watched Fang Chen go in, as if he had lost something though he didn't know how to express it. Fang Chen felt somewhat irritated. He knew he and Wang Xia were not as close as he was with Cheng Pengzi. However, their relationship was better than that of other classmates as they were in the same dormitory. But thinking that he would steal that storage card for just 1,000 yuan truly saddened him. Fortunately, after a while he calmed down. Such friends are not worth keeping, but considering they were classmates, he let it go this time. The next morning, when Fang Chen announced that he would no longer teach Wang Xia Wing Chun, everyone was very surprised and confused. Fang Chen did not explain, and Wang Xia left silently. Cheng Pengzi and the others vaguely sensed something was off, but seeing the tense atmosphere and Wang Xia's shameful expression, they held back from asking. This atmosphere persisted until their class started and Fang Chen's mood finally improved compared to the previous. He began focusing on enhancing his mental strength, knowing that after refining all the coffee in the dormitory, he prepared to gather more from the small woods behind the playground. At noon, while everyone was busy memorizing classical poetry, he quietly arrived at the small woods. However, shortly after entering, he heard a series of painful sounds ahead. Fang Chen frowned and quietly approached to see what was going on. As he got closer, he observed the scene in the woods. In the woods, Wang Xia was surrounded by a group of thug students, 2 of whom were holding his shoulders, while the leader Yang Tianyun was slapping his face with both hands. Yang Tianyun glared grimly. You worthless fool. You share a dormitory with Fang Chen, yet you can't even handle such a simple task. You couldn't bring back something so trivial. Wang Xia panicked. I'm sorry, young Master Yang. Fang Chen is too clever. I was caught. I really couldn't get it. Shut up. Yang Tianyun slapped his face loudly. I don't like explanations from others. Wow. Yang Tianyun, you really are impressive, becoming more like a gang leader by the day. With a sound of applause, Yang Tianyun turned to see Fang Chen approaching. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, followed by panic and rage. Wang Xia was equally shocked. Yang Tianyun anxiously asked, Fang Chen, how did you get here? Did Wang Xia lure you here on purpose? Fang Chen replied, Not at all. I just came to take a break. Fang Chen sneered. But you, it seems you really want that storage card in my hand. You even invited my dormitory classmate to help you steal it. Fang Chen initially did not plan to save Wang Xia since he had heeded Yang Tianyun's words. If he had initially received orders from Yang Tianyun and came to tell him, although he would not have given him the storage card, he would have helped him avoid Yang Tianyun's bullying. However, seeing him being beaten, Fang Chen felt a twinge of compassion. After all, he was still a classmate, and this matter was somewhat related to him, so he decided to intervene. He stepped forward, intending to resolve this trouble. Moreover, he wanted Yang Tianyun to help him realize an idea. Yang Tianyun said darkly, Fang Chen, I'm willing to give you 100,000 yuan, as long as you hand over the storage card. Fang Chen shook his head. You know, I can never give it to you. However, after the college entrance examination, if you want it, I can sell it to you at a discount. As for now, let Wang Xia go. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting rough with you. You have some nerve. Do you know who he is? He's young Master Yang. How dare you speak to him like that? A group of delinquent students yelled, not recognizing Fang Chen. Seeing him dare to talk back to Yang Tianyun made them eager to jump into the fray. So what if he is? Fang Chen coldly retorted. Let him go now. You little punk, today we're going to beat you to death. Among the group, a boy with slanted eyes flashed a cold glint and charged forward. Crack. Fang Chen stood his ground and punched the charging student in the right shoulder. Immediately he screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his chest. This move was part of Wing Chun. Just now Fang Chen had instinctively used it when he saw the student approaching. After witnessing this, the other classmates were stirred up and charged forward. With a flurry of punches, Fang Chen stood at the center, methodically striking their chests and shoulders as they surged toward him. In just a minute, they all lay groaning on the ground. Wang Xia was dumbfounded by this scene. He knew Fang Chen was strong, but never expected him to be this formidable. So many people couldn't withstand even a single exchange with him. No wonder Fang Chen had said such words the night before. Now he felt a bit of regret for having sacrificed such a powerful friend for 1,000 yuan. Unfortunately, there are no regrets in this world. Yang Tianyun knew Fang Chen was strong, but he could clearly see that Fang Chen had become even stronger than before. Previously, he had only managed to defeat them using tricks and surprise attacks. Now he could beat them. Seeing everyone lying on the ground, Yang Tianyun frowned, suppressing his anger, and said, "Fang Chen, I didn't say I wouldn't let him go. You acted too quickly. Now I'll let him go. You too. Let go of him." The two students holding Wang Xia released him at Yang Tianyun's command. Wang Xia, clutching his face, came bitterly to Fang Chen, saying, "Thank you, Fang Chen. I was wrong before." Fang Chen glanced at him, saying, "You can leave. This matter has nothing to do with you." Wang Xia looked at Fang Chen with bitterness, or he knew Fang Chen had grown distant toward him. Even if Wang Xia wanted to apologize, he felt it was too late. He lowered his head and walked out of the woods in disappointment. Fang Chen scanned the two students. They retreated in fear, and then stood beside Yang Tianyun. Although Yang Tianyun felt a bit scared, he put on a brave face and said, "Fang Chen, what do you want?" "I don't want anything today. I didn't come here to fight you. Just tell the people in your gang to find a skilled fighter for me. I want to have a match with him," Fang Chen said. He had little interaction in the past and was unclear about his current strength after fully refining Wing Chun. To him, thugs were not a reliable measure of skill. He needed a real expert to practice with. Among the people he knew, the only one who could bring such a person was Yang Tianyun. Yang Tianyun asked in confusion, "What do you want to do?" Fang Chen replied, "You don't need to know. Can you do it? If you can't, I'll just give away the storage card," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen took out a storage card from his pocket, idly playing with it in his right hand. After tossing it into the air a few times, he looked at Yang Tianyun and slowly said, "What are you thinking about now?" Yang Tianyun replied, "First tell me if you really just want to fight." Fang Chen teased, "It seems I need to make several copies today and post them on the school forum." All right, I agree. Just pick a place for Saturday and I will bring people to meet you there," Yang Tianyun hurriedly interrupted. Fang Chen had the upper hand over him, and Yang Tianyun truly did not want to offend him. He had to comply with Fang Chen's demands. However, Yang Tianyun secretly thought to himself, "If you want me to bring people to fight, I'll find a master to accompany you, hoping to break your legs." Although Yang Tianyun was the son of the gang leader, he knew it would be difficult to persuade the masters of the Tianxin gang. But if he was willing to spend money, they could probably come quietly. After Fang Chen saw that he agreed, he set the time and place, saying, "You can leave now." "I don't want to leave," Yang Tianyun said darkly. "Don't say anything reckless in the end." The students following Yang Tianyun looked at Fang Chen in shock and disbelief. They never expected the arrogant Yang Deshao to actually fear this young student. Did he just hear someone say this person was named Fang Chen? Could it be that he is Zhang Zaihua's boyfriend? They speculated in surprise, while Fang Chen paid no mind to their thoughts. Seeing them leave, he continued walking inside. Following his memory, he soon arrived at a patch of grass and took out a plastic-wrapped coffee box from inside. After taking out half of it and placing it beside him, he thought of the little black creature here, wondering how it had changed. Since the black-browed golden snake had been refined by Fang Chen, he had a mental connection with it. As long as they were not too far apart, he could sense its position clearly. However, not all refined creatures had this effect. Fang Chen estimated that the smaller the creature or the smaller its brain capacity, the weaker its sensing ability would be due to energy consumption. For instance, after throwing an ant nearby, it became very difficult to sense. After walking forward for a while, he saw the little black creature was eating with several small animal corpses beside it. Upon seeing the little black creature there, Fang Chen observed closely, noticing that its appearance had changed somewhat, as if it had grown larger, and its surface patterns had turned pitch black. Hiss! The little black creature sensed its master had arrived, excitedly crawling over, and then, with a flick of its tail, it lunged towards Fang Chen's chest. Fang Chen embraced the little black creature and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that in just a few days not only has your appearance changed, but your strength has also increased a bit." At this point, seeing the food beside him, Fang Chen suddenly had an idea. What would happen if the creatures he refined ate the food he refined? He didn't know at the moment, as he wasn't particularly familiar with the Wanbao Ding. But undoubtedly it was a thought worth testing. After contemplating this, Fang Chen walked over, saw a mouse, and quietly refined it. After refining, he picked up the dead mouse and tossed it in front of the little black creature. Upon seeing the dead mouse, the little black creature was visibly excited, opening its mouth to take a bite and swallowing it whole. Junior Black Golden Snake Little Black has acquired an energy meat item, resulting in a slight increase in intelligence, physique, and speed. Quickly a piece of information emerged in Fang Chen's mind. Upon seeing this information, Fang Chen was instantly thrilled. This information confirmed that his guess was correct. As long as the little black creature continues to eat, it would definitely grow stronger. Its growth represented Fang Chen's overall strength would also increase. With the Wanbao Ding, Fang Chen wanted to live out his life to the fullest. However, having experienced the incident with Yang Yue, he could not guarantee that no one from the country would be watching him in the future. What would happen if they noticed something unusual about him? Thus he had to ensure that he continually grew stronger, making the country consider the consequences of taking action. After all, relying on heaven and earth is not as reliable as relying on oneself. Only oneself and close relatives are truly trustworthy. Thinking of this, Fang Chen refined the remaining 2 animal corpses and gave them to the little black creature. However, after eating 1.5, the little black creature clearly couldn't eat anymore and lazily lay down on the ground. Fang Chen saw that the little black creature must have eaten too much and let it sleep there. With its current strength, it was comparable to a python-level monster, so he was not worried about anyone harming it. He picked up half of the coffee box and prepared to leave. After exiting the woods, he headed straight for the dormitory. In front of the woods, Li Feng had been coldly watching the situation between Yang Tianyun and Fang Chen. Originally, he was reminding Yang Tianyun to find a way to steal some leverage, and after seeing him make a move, he quietly observed and followed him to the small woods. However, he did not expect that Fang Chen also came to the small woods. Seeing Wang Xia walk out, Yang Tianyun emerged with a furious expression. Li Feng knew very well that Yang Tianyun had failed. He felt quite unhappy, but he was very curious as to why Fang Chen had not come out for so long, unable to understand what Fang Chen was doing in the small woods. After waiting for a while, Li Feng saw him walk out holding a coffee box. Li Feng became even more puzzled and curious, wanting to see what Fang Chen was doing with the coffee box inside. He walked further, looking around, and soon noticed some bloodstains on the ground, then followed the trail to see dozens of bags of coffee in the grass. He couldn't understand why Fang Chen bought so much coffee and left half of it here. Just as he was pondering, the little black creature, digesting its food, suddenly opened its eyes. The little black creature hissed and stuck out its tongue, glaring at Li Feng. It received the master's command to protect the coffee. Now seeing someone approaching, without thinking it lunged out and bit at Li Feng's right hand. Ouch! Li Feng exclaimed in pain, his expression filled with panic. When he saw a dark snake in his hand, he became even more frightened. He tried to shake it off and leave. Although the little black creature could easily handle Li Feng, it also received a command. The master only instructed it to guard and not to kill. Thus the little black creature had no choice but to retreat and return to its original spot. Li Feng, terrified, ran out of the woods, and only after seeing no snake following him did he let out a heavy sigh. Li Feng was normally most afraid of disgusting creatures like caterpillars, snakes, and earthworms. Especially snakes. After seeing his wound, who knows if there is snake venom? He shouted and hurriedly ran to the hospital to see if there was any snake venom. After all, he was the son of a wealthy conglomerate, and if he died, wouldn't that be a great loss? After delivering the coffee to the dormitory, since he had already consumed most of the refined coffee today, he only needed to refine 2 more bags before leaving the dormitory building. However, just as he walked out of the building, heading towards the teaching building, halfway there, he saw Li Feng looking disheveled, frantically running towards him. Seeing Li Feng clutching his bloody wound, Fang Chen felt curious. What was wrong with Li Feng? He had never seen him so flustered. Fang Chen smiled and blocked his path, and upon seeing Fang Chen suddenly appear in front of him, Li Feng was startled and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Let me pass, let me pass." Fang Chen replied leisurely, "I say, Li Deshao, what's going on with you? You look quite disheveled." Li Feng nervously said, "Fang Chen, you have Yang Yu backing you up, so I won't trouble you. But hurry up and let me pass. I was bitten by a venomous snake and need to rush to the hospital. If I die from snake venom, even Yang Yu won't be able to help you." Venomous snake? Where did a venomous snake come from in school? Fang Chen was taken aback. Where did you get hurt? Of course, it was by the little tree in school. Don't mind me. I was bitten by a venomous snake, just let me pass quickly. As soon as Li Feng spoke, he realized he had revealed the location, which would make Fang Chen suspicious that he was following them. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed quickly, linking the wound on Li Feng's hand to the little black creature. However, just as he had walked out of the small woods, Li Feng entered, which clearly had some hidden agenda. Yet more importantly, was he following Yang Tianyun into the small woods or following himself? Let me pass. Otherwise, I'll walk this way. Seeing Fang Chen not yielding, Li Feng anxiously moved to the right. No rush. Who did you follow into the small woods? Fang Chen blocked his path. Let me pass. I've been bitten by a snake. Li Feng said fearfully. If I die, you will also be implicated. Speak up or I won't let you pass. Fang Chen smiled. Li Feng seemed to want to intimidate Fang Chen, but Fang Chen didn't care about his threats. Li Feng was also in a desperate situation, or rather afraid of losing his life, so he reluctantly said, "Alright, I'll tell you. I was curious to see Yang Tianyun go into the small woods, so I secretly followed him in. You can go now." Fang Chen received the information, also suspecting that Yang Tianyun bribed Li Feng's dormitory friends, which likely had something to do with Li Feng, or he was aware of it. He understood that Li Feng had been waiting for an opportunity to seek revenge on him. However, since he was so secretive about it, it showed he was still cautious of Yang Yu and did not dare to be too blatant. Understanding this, he wasn't particularly worried. He let Li Feng go, who hurriedly ran forward. Fearing the snake venom was too deep, he exerted all his strength to run but ended up tripping and falling to the ground. Seeing Li Feng in such a flustered state, Fang Chen found it amusing. After a chuckle, he decided to take all the coffee from the small woods and put it into the dormitory. As for the little black creature, there was no place to put it if he took it out now, so he decided to leave it in the small woods for the time being. After all, with the little black creature's current strength, no one could catch it. After sorting this out, Fang Chen returned to class 9 and noticed Wang Xia was not in class. Perhaps it was because her face was injured and she didn't want to come to class. Time flew by quickly, and before they knew it, it was already Friday afternoon. This class was the last meeting of the week, and Fang Chen, along with all the students in the class, hoped for the lesson to end soon. This way they could return home a bit earlier. Fang Chen sat in the corner, wanting the class to finish as quickly as everyone else. The only one not in a hurry was Wang Linsher, who was slowly summarizing some matters at the podium, naturally mentioning the upcoming college entrance examination. After finishing her points, Wang Linsher paused to take a sip of water, and said, "From the looks on your faces, it seems you all can't wait to get home and have some fun. But I want to tell you all that there are still a few months until you can play. You must first get through the college entrance exam before you can truly enjoy yourself. We're still a bit short of that. Moreover, the day after tomorrow, when you arrive at school, you'll face the end-of-month examination. This time you need to work hard and surpass the other students from the regular class so they can see the strength and effort of our class 9. Wang Linsher said. Upon hearing this, the students groaned in despair, knowing another exam was coming. However, after their lamentation, they were not particularly surprised. After all this had become customary, there would be an exam at the end of every month. Fang Chen quietly thought he needed to seize this opportunity. If he managed to handle it well, he would be able to free up some time in the future. As if in sync, Wang Linsher glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Everyone, this time you must be prepared. There's also something I want to tell you all in person. Fang Chen will represent the school in the city sprint competition. Teacher Chen has notified us that the competition is next week. Fang Chen, you must work hard." Next week. Fang Chen was taken aback but quickly smiled and said, "No problem. Fang Chen, you can win first place for our class 9. You run so fast. First place will definitely be easy for you." The other students in the class looked at Fang Chen with admiration, their words filled with confidence and reverence. Although Fang Chen had previously been an unnoticed ordinary student in class, the events of the past 2 weeks had allowed everyone to reevaluate him, and he had become quite remarkable in class. Seeing their encouragement, Fang Chen felt a stir in his heart. Once upon a time, he was just an ordinary student in class with only Chang Pengzi and Chun Missouri close to him. But now it was entirely different. The gazes of his classmates towards him were filled with admiration and respect. Looking back, he also realized that in these 2 weeks he had indeed accomplished a lot. His grades in several subjects had improved significantly, and all the teachers had changed their opinions about him. His strength had also seen great improvement. Even the notorious Wang Wu and Zhao Jin dared not speak loudly around him. Not to mention the 2 prominent figures among the 4 young masters of Zhanghai regarded him with great caution. And then there was Zhang Yuxue, who had even asked him out. Fang Chen recalled various memories, feeling a mix of excitement and pride that gradually subsided. Looking at the students in the class, he raised his right hand and extended his index finger, declaring, "First place. I will definitely win first place, and you all must cheer my name, Fang Chen." His bold declaration, filled with undeniable conviction, made all the students present cheer excitedly. They enjoyed such words. Wang Linsher noticed and was somewhat taken aback. She realized that Fang Chen could easily dominate the atmosphere of the class now. However, the usual rules still applied. She knocked on the table and said, "Everyone quiet down. We still need to discuss some matters." Soon as the meeting was coming to an end, Wang Linsher called Fang Chen out. Turning back, she smiled and said, "Fang Chen, you seem to be enjoying boasting more and more. I never thought you liked to brag so much before." "Teacher Wang, when did I brag? Don't say such things," Fang Chen replied, speechless. "Just now you said you would definitely take first place." Wang Linsher rolled her eyes. "I really can take it." Fang Chen confidently raised his index finger. "Stop boasting," Wang Linsher said skeptically. "I told you the week after next is the monthly exam. If you can't manage it, you'll have to behave in class from now on. Teacher Wang, just believe in me. There won't be any problems, Fang Chen said with a wry smile. He had seen through her. Teacher Wang really didn't believe that he could make it into the top 3. Beep. After they finished speaking, the bell rang for the end of class. Upon hearing it, Wang Lincher waved at Fang Chen and turned to head back to the office. Wang Lincher walked with grace, her curvy figure swaying enticingly. Fang Chen was momentarily captivated, but soon he was jolted back to reality by Cheng Pengzi slapping him on the shoulder. Fang Chen, why do you hit so hard for no reason? Fang Chen complained. You still say it hurts? I don't believe it. Cheng Pengzi shrugged. Come on, how about playing games at my place tonight? I've recently leveled up to Diamond 5 in League of Legends and I've mastered Draven to perfection. Carrying you, the novice, will be a piece of cake. No, I'm not going today. I have things to do when I get home. Fang Chen waved his hand. If you don't go and Chen Mo doesn't go either, it looks like I'll be playing by myself. That's really boring. Cheng Pengzi said disappointedly. Normally Fang Chen would spend about an hour and a half at Cheng Pengzi's house, playing computer games on Fridays after school, mainly League of Legends. But now that Fang Chen had the Wanbao Ding, the temptation of games was truly hard to attract him. After school, he tidied up his things in the dormitory, took some coffee, and planned to head home. Although he walked along the school road with the idea of saying goodbye to Zhang Yuxue, he thought that doing so might stir up some rumors about her. Plus, he wanted to bid her farewell in a better manner, so he decided against it. Upon returning home, Fang Chen prepared to put his backpack in his bedroom. However, as he walked through the living room, he saw a figure in the kitchen. He quietly approached and saw that it was his younger sister Fang Yanyu, who was planning to make instant noodles. Wow! Fang Chen grinned and startled her. Fang Yanyu screamed and turned around to see her brother pouting, angrily. Stinky brother, always scaring me. I just saw you didn't notice me. Why are you eating instant noodles? Fang Chen asked curiously. Normally on Fridays Fang Yanyu finished school earlier, at least before Fang Chen. I didn't eat much at noon, so I'm really hungry, so I wanted to make instant noodles, Fang Yanyu explained. Instant noodles have no nutrition. You're still in your growth phase. You should be eating better now. Fang Chen seriously examined Fang Yanyu. She was only 14 years old, at the stage of gradual physical development. Although she was very pretty, her chest was still flatter than a runway. Fang Yanyu blushed and glared at him. She noticed her brother had become much more cheerful than before. She rolled her eyes and said, bro, since you say instant noodles have no nutrition, then help me cook something. Well? Fang Chen thought for a moment and replied, no problem, I'll cook some delicious dishes for you. By the time I'm done, you'll never want to eat anything else. I don't believe you, Fang Yanyu pouted. Just wait. After saying that, Fang Chen went out to the market to buy ingredients. After purchasing a few vegetables, he also bought a piece of pork. After refining it with biological energy, he planned to return home and prepare a delicious meal for Fang Yanyu. But just as he was about to get home, he suddenly remembered he had the Wanbao Ding, and he should also improve his cooking skills. He hurried to a bookstore to buy a basic cooking book which included recipes for some home-cooked dishes. After refining the knowledge from the book with the Wanbao Ding, Fang Chen found that he now had a lot of information in his mind, including names of vegetables-specific cooking methods and some visual demonstrations. Satisfied with this knowledge, Fang Chen returned home. He saw Fang Yanyu sitting in the living room doing her homework, seemingly waiting for him to come back, and he shook the vegetables in his hand. Watch as I prepare a delicious meal. Fang Chen smiled as he walked toward the kitchen. Brother, only after I eat will I know if it's delicious. Fang Yanyu said skeptically. She knew her brother could cook, but the taste was relatively average. Fang Chen was confident that once the dishes were done, Fang Yanyu wouldn't say that anymore. He entered the kitchen, washed the vegetables and meat, cut them into ingredients, then added oil and spices to the pot, followed by the food. It was quite strange. After refining the knowledge from that book, Fang Chen could now determine the weight of the salt and MSG just by holding them. In just about 10 minutes, the stir-fried garlic sprouts with pork was already exuding a rich aroma. Fang Yanyu, who had been doing her homework, was also drawn in by the fragrance. With her beautiful wide eyes, she stared at the enticing dish in the pot and curiously said, brother, it seems like you're doing pretty well. It smells really good. Of course your brother's cooking is delicious. I just pretended to be low-key before. Fang Chen confidently tossed the pan and flames erupted. Is that so? I need to taste it to confirm. Fang Yanyu pouted, my tongue doesn't lie. Alright. Fang Chen laughed. After finishing, he brought all 4 dishes to the table, a total of 3 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. Initially he wanted to make a beaten egg soup, but then decided against it. The dishes emitted a rich aroma. As soon as Fang Yanyu caught the scent, she couldn't resist picking up chopsticks to grab a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. The meat was a bit hot, and Fang Yanyu waved her hand after putting it in her mouth. But after chewing it, her eyes widened in surprise, and after a few seconds of staring blankly, she exclaimed, "Delicious. So delicious. This flavor. I told you it would be good, right? Your brother's culinary skills could easily compete in a 5-star hotel." Fang Chen said confidently. Unfortunately, Fang Yanyu didn't pay any attention to what Fang Chen was saying. She was engrossed in eating, occasionally scooping some rice from the pot. After filling her stomach, Fang Yanyu satisfiedly wiped her mouth. "Sister, I really didn't expect you to eat so much." Fang Chen stared at her. "Where did I eat too much?" Fang Yanyu blushed. "You haven't eaten much, usually just a bowl of rice. But today you've devoured 2.5 bowls. Fang Chen exaggeratedly glanced at Fang Yanyu's bowl, clicking his tongue in disbelief. "I never expected my sister to become a glutton." "Brother, don't talk nonsense, I'm not a glutton at all." Fang Yanyu's face turned slightly red. "I won't say anything, but how do you find the dishes I made?" Fang Chen smiled as he watched her. "Well?" After hesitating for a moment, Fang Yanyu said, "It's really delicious. I knew it, the dishes made by your brother are simply divine." Fang Chen praised. He always enjoyed spending time with his sister. "Brother, how come I never knew you were so good at cooking?" Fang Yanyu suspiciously glanced at him. "That was just me being humble. Not only am I low-key in cooking, but my grades are also low-key." Fang Chen said. He knew that his grades were improving, and if his family suddenly saw them, they might not be able to accept it. It's better to let them gradually see his progress and subconsciously accept it. Although this excuse of being humble seemed somewhat perfunctory, there was currently no better way to explain it. "Cut it out, brother, praising your cooking makes it sound like you're a genius." Fang Yanyu rolled her eyes in disbelief, and after putting her bowl and chopsticks away in the kitchen, she took out her exam papers to start studying. Even though she was only in her 3rd year of middle school, due to her excellent grades and intelligence, she was already studying high school material instead of her current grade. After all, studying ahead would ensure high scores and give her an edge over others. She was working on English, swiftly writing down answers. Fang Chen, having nothing else to do for the moment, sat in the living room, contemplating some future plans, primarily regarding what they would manage together. Noticing Fang Yanyu's exam paper, he took a quick glance, and immediately spotted an error, prompting him to remind her. "Yanyu, you chose the wrong answer for the 3rd question. You made a grammatical mistake. You should have added a D, and you forgot to include a few common grammar points in the last sentence of the question below." "Brother, can you understand this?" Fang Yanyu asked, looking half convinced. She knew her brother's grades were average, with his English being the worst. Since these papers were for self-practice, they had reference answers. Therefore, when Fang Yanyu pulled out the answer sheet and saw that her brother was correct, she was astonished. Fang Chen hadn't looked at the answers, but seeing Fang Yanyu's slightly agape mouth, he knew he was right, smilingly saying, "See, I told you I wasn't wrong. Brother, you're really right. Has your grade improved that much?" Fang Yanyu asked, her eyes wide with surprise. "Of course. I scored over 100 on last week's test." Fang Chen said with a smile. "That's great. Your grades have improved, and you'll be able to get into a good university in the future." Fang Yanyu exclaimed joyfully. She didn't care how Fang Chen's grades had suddenly improved, as long as he achieved good results he could get into a good university. Seeing his sister so happy for him, Fang Chen felt a bit touched and patted Fang Yanyu's head, saying, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Upon realizing that Fang Chen was indeed correct, Fang Yanyu no longer doubted him. Moreover, she had the answers, so she naturally knew whether he was right or wrong. The key was to understand Fang Chen's explanations. Fang Yanyu was doing her homework at the living room table, as she wanted to finish before letting Fang Chen check it, which left him some free time to continue thinking about his earlier ideas. He realized that to change their home environment he needed to make money. Therefore, he discarded any crooked ways like theft and robbery. What remained was legitimate ways to earn money, but unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. Although the Wanbao Ding was a great item, without the ability to turn stone into gold, it would still be difficult. Moreover, some of the refined items were too bizarre. Selling them might draw suspicion from higher-ups. He contemplated industries that wouldn't attract attention and would be acceptable to his parents, while also considering how the Wanbao Ding could assist him. Fang Chen quietly pondered these clues. After thinking for a while, he suddenly slapped his forehead, self-mocking. He was being foolish. Wasn't there already an industry right before him, starting with food? In the food sector, as long as one does well, making several hundred in profit a day isn't a problem. Although Fang Chen didn't regard this too highly, but it would be quite profitable to cook for his parents, especially since they only made a little over 5,000 a month combined, and this would be more comfortable than working jobs. Then once he finished his college entrance exams, he could focus on expanding these businesses, hiring employees, and making things easier for his parents. Having decided this, Fang Chen needed to determine what kind of food to prepare. Perhaps a typical fast food restaurant. He thought about it and felt that would consume too much of his energy, making it hard to refine other things later. So what would it be? Fang Chen pondered for a moment, and quickly decided on something that wouldn't require much energy, but could be mass-produced noodles. Just then he recalled that the cooking book he had just refined contained a recipe for Yangchun noodles. Upon thinking of this, he felt very pleased. "Brother, why are you smiling so smugly?" Fang Yu curiously observed Fang Chen. "I'm not being smug. This is a smile of joy," Fang Chen said, slightly irritated. "Brother, can you help me check where I went wrong?" Fang Yu handed over her exam paper. Fang Chen took it, glanced at it briefly, and immediately identified where the mistakes were, carefully explaining the errors. Fang Yu compared it with the answers and realized that Fang Chen was indeed correct. So she listened attentively. After 10 minutes Fang Chen finished explaining, saying, "So do you I understood everything. Brother, you've really changed." Fang Yu nodded obediently. "You can continue with your homework now. I have an idea I want to test, and if it works I'll treat you," Fang Chen said with a smile as he stood up. "Is there something delicious coming up?" Fang Yu raised her head in curiosity. Just then the front door of Fang Chen's home opened and his mom and dad returned. After a long day of hard work, they looked quite tired. Upon seeing Fang Chen and Fang Yu, Fang Chen's dad sniffed the air slightly, saying, "Why does it smell so good in here?" "Yes, it smells like food," Fang Chen's mom remarked. "Mom and dad, brother made some really delicious dishes. They taste amazing," Fang Yu exclaimed happily. "And brother's English grades are impressive too." "He got everything right," Fang Yu said excitedly. Fang Chen's dad was surprised, saying, "Really?" A few days ago, Fang Chen's homeroom teacher called to say that Fang Chen has been performing excellently in school, improving rapidly, and that his English scores are the top in the class. I wondered if the homeroom teacher was joking or confused, but I never expected it to be true. Fang Chen felt speechless and protested. "Dad, do you think so little of me?" Fang Chen's dad chuckled awkwardly. "Who would have thought my son would suddenly become so capable? I, an old man, just need a moment to digest this. In the future my grades will continue to improve. Dad, Mom, I've already prepared dinner. You can eat." Fang Chen did not dwell on this matter further. In reality, he just wanted them to accept it quietly. "This smells really good." Fang Chen's dad sniffed and swallowed, saying, "All right, I'll try your cooking with your mom now." Fang Chen heated the dishes in the kitchen and brought them back to the table. The rice cooker had been kept warm, so there was no need to reheat the rice. Fang Chen's dad and mom looked at the appealing dishes, picked up their chopsticks, and began to taste them. Fang Yu, very interested, put down her pen to observe them, wanting to see their reactions. As they took the dishes into their mouths, especially the refined meat, they immediately wore dazed expressions, and then with looks of disbelief they hurriedly devoured the dishes. Only when they were as full as Fang Yu had been earlier did they pat their bellies in satisfaction. The dishes on the table had been completely cleared. Fang Yu grinned, saying, "Mom and Dad, wasn't it delicious? Look how much you both ate." It was indeed delicious. Fang Chen's dad licked his lips, saying with lingering satisfaction, "I never expected, Fang Chen, that you could cook this well. Next time you're home you might as well handle the cooking. Your mom's skills are no match for yours." "What are you talking about? I won't cook for you anymore," Fang Chen's mom said, displeased. "Mom and Dad, if it's good I'll make more next time. Don't quibble over this kind of thing," Fang Chen said with a wry smile. He hadn't expected his cooking would almost spark a quarrel. However, seeing their expressions, Fang Chen felt more confident about the Yangchun noodles he was about to make. He believed that what he produced would definitely be popular. With this in mind, Fang Chen said, "Mom and Dad, and you guys stay here. I'm going to my room to do my homework. Yes, you're in your senior year now, and your grades have improved significantly. You must work hard," Fang Chen's dad said. "I'm going up now." Fang Chen finished speaking and walked towards his bedroom. Of course, Fang Chen wasn't doing homework. He wanted to recall the contents in his mind, clearly writing down the specific methods and ingredients for making Yangchun noodles, and then try making them to test the results and flavors. The main ingredients for Yangchun noodles are noodles: 1 egg, 3 scallions, fine salt, monosodium, glutamate, fragrant broth, and lard. The key to making it is to properly fry the scallion oil. Another point is that only using lard can ensure the fragrance of the scallion oil and the noodles. After recalling all this, Fang Chen hurriedly wrote down some steps on paper, planning to go out to buy some noodles and ingredients to see how it turns out. He could only stay home for 2 days and had other matters to attend to, so he didn't have much time to waste. Just as he was about to walk into the living room, he overheard his parents discussing something. Fang Chen felt a bit curious. He deliberately tiptoed over and pressed himself against the wall, trying to listen to what they were saying. Because Fang Chen was walking cautiously, his parents did not notice him. They were sitting on the living room sofa with worried expressions discussing a matter. Fang Chen's father frowned, saying, "The sales in the factory have been poor for a long time and they're getting worse. The boss has been delaying our wages for 2 months. At this rate, he will definitely choose to lay off employees. But dear, our performance in the factory has been quite good. Even if there are layoffs, it shouldn't affect us. You should try to be a little more optimistic," Fang Chen's mother advised. "You don't understand, layoffs are not the main issue. The key is that the factory has no sales now. With wages delayed, we can't access cash. And you must have noticed that our wages are lower than last year. You mentioned that Yan Yu is going to high school and Fang Chen will be attending university. We need a lot of money. How can we manage that?" Fang Chen's father lit a cigarette, saying, "Moreover, you also see that Fang Chen is working hard and achieving good grades. No matter what, we must support him in getting into a good university." "I understand what you mean. Let's take advantage of the holidays to check out other places. If there's a higher salary somewhere, we should go for it," Fang Chen's mother replied. Hearing their conversation, Fang Chen felt a lump in his throat. Knowing how much his parents had sacrificed for him, it would be unreasonable to ask them to give more when he already possessed the Wanbao Ding. Fang Chen stepped forward and said seriously, "Dad, Mom, I'm grown up now and can help you. I think I might be able to contribute something to the family. Fang Chen, you're in your crucial senior year. Don't think about these things and let them affect your studies. As for the family's situation, let us adults handle it." Fang Chen's father was taken aback to see his son suddenly appear, but he didn't ask further. "Yes," Fang Chen's mother echoed. "I actually have a great idea. You just ate the dish I made. How did it taste? What if we entered the food industry? After all, I'm confident in my cooking skills. Once people taste our food, I don't believe they can resist coming back for more." "Food." Fang Chen's father was surprised and nodded in agreement, saying, "Your cooking is indeed quite good. If you were to open a restaurant, I'd want to eat there every day if I had the time, but—" Fang Chen's father hesitated at this point, and his mother continued, "But opening a restaurant requires capital. We currently only have a few thousand yuan, and we need to cover your tuition and other expenses in the future. If we suddenly take out a large sum, wouldn't it be too risky? So that's what you're talking about. No worries. I've already considered this. We don't need to open a restaurant right away. We could start with a stall, like a noodle stall for example. What do you think? The cost is low and we can test it out first," Fang Chen suggested. "Oh, you know, that idea is actually quite good. Low cost and we can conduct preliminary trials." Fang Chen's father's eyes brightened a bit, but then he hesitated, saying, "However, we have no idea how to make delicious noodles. Ordinary homemade noodles might not appeal to customers." "I've thought about that too," Fang Chen confidently patted his chest. "I happen to know how to make Yangchun noodles and I believe they will taste quite good." "Really?" Fang Chen's mother asked. "I don't remember when you made Yangchun noodles. I learned in secret before. Just wait, I'm going to buy the ingredients now and make 2 servings for you to taste and see how they are," Fang Chen said. "All right then," Fang Chen's mother said, somewhat doubtful. Fang Chen didn't say much more to them, and quickly went to the nearby supermarket to buy the ingredients. After that, he returned home carrying plastic bags ready to make the noodles. He stayed alone in the kitchen, laying out the ingredients for the fragrant broth, and then refined them all. Once that was done, he began to simmer the broth. The process was a bit slow, but as time passed, the rich aroma of the broth began to waft out. Just the smell of the broth made Fang Chen's stomach growl. He hadn't eaten anything before, and couldn't resist it any longer, hurriedly preparing the noodles and the ingredients. After everything was ready, he made 2 bowls of Yangchun noodles and started to eat one himself with chop. At the same time, a series of information popped into his mind. Beginner Yangchun noodles made from refined ingredients possesses an exceptionally delicious taste. Effect: permanently increase the host's physical limit by 0. 15 points, replenish 0. 15 points of physical condition. Fang Chen did not expect that Yangchun noodles also had the effect of enhancing his physical condition, but he only glanced over it and quickly focused on the incredibly tasty Yangchun noodles. Since the noodles were store-bought, they lacked a bit of chewiness, but the broth's richness and deliciousness made that minor flaw unimportant. Having finished 1 bowl, Fang Chen prepared to serve another bowl for his parents. Fang Chen's parents, who had been waiting for the noodles, grew impatient and walked into the kitchen. Seeing Fang Chen had finished 1 bowl, his father laughed. "I was wondering why you were taking so long. Turns out you were eating by yourself. Because your son made it too delicious," Fang Chen laughed. "Really?" Fang Chen's father looked at him suspiciously, but caught a whiff of the rich aroma in the air. Even though he had just eaten, he felt hungry again, and picked up a bowl to dig in. After taking the first bite, Fang Chen's father became excited, and couldn't help but sip some broth, saying, This Yangchun noodle is indeed the best noodle I've ever eaten. I never expected noodles could taste this good. Really that good? Let me try. Fang Chen's mother snatched it away and took a bite happily saying, "This noodle is truly delicious. Even if our son doesn't get into university with this skill in making noodles, he won't have a hard time finding work. With his grades so good now, how could he possibly make noodles?" Fang Chen's father said irritably, but his eyes were glued to the noodles in the pot, clearly wanting another bowl. "Let's not discuss that now. How do you feel about the Yangchun noodles? Aren't they wonderful?" Fang Chen said with a grin. "As long as we set up a stall on the commercial street, we can just wait for customers to come to us. I believe this business will definitely be quite popular, and well make a net profit of several hundred yuan a day." Several hundred. Hearing this figure, Fang Chen's parents' eyes lit up. They worked tirelessly in the factory, barely earning over 5,000 yuan a month. If this could bring in several hundred yuan a day, that would be over 10,000 a month. If they could stick it out for a few more years, their family would soon become prosperous. After the initial excitement, Fang Chen's father hesitated, saying, "Fang Chen, is this really all self-taught?" "Of course. Your son is a genius. Don't worry about that. Once I write down the secret recipe, I'll teach it to you both," Fang Chen said with a smile. He didn't want to explain too much to his parents. As for the Yangchun noodles, he still needed to make some adjustments to suit the local taste and reduce the refining of the broth. He planned to mix a pot of ordinary broth with a pot of refined broth to decrease its biological energy requirements. Seeing Fang Chen say this, his parents had nothing more to say and could only nod. In fact, they were just excited about their family's upcoming prosperity and had no time to worry about anything else. During this excited period, they might have been a bit loud, attracting Fang Yen over. After Fang Yen tasted the rich Yangchun noodles, she also praised how delicious they were and complimented. This farce continued until 10 o'clock at night because Fang Chen's parents only had one day off, and they would be free to deal with the noodles on Sunday. He knew that even if he had refined a cooking skill book, he could barely be considered a chef. But to modify the broth to the best possible combination, writing it down, he knew that even if he had refined a cooking skill book, he could barely be considered a chef. But to modify the broth to the best possible combination, writing it down wasn't enough. He had to experiment repeatedly. After finishing these notes, Fang Chen extracted the remaining spiritual energy and prepared for bed. The next morning, Fang Chen's parents went to work, leaving Fang Yen alone at home. Fang Chen had things to do today. After having breakfast, he left early. He had arranged to meet Yang Tianyun at 9 o'clock at Pingyang Lake to meet the expert he had brought along. Before heading out, Fang Chen specifically put on sports clothes and equipped himself with beginner swift shoes. He wanted to enhance his combat abilities and reduce the passive situation when facing various characters. To achieve this, it wasn't enough to just refine skills and enhance his physical condition. He also needed to pay attention to having good equipment. Fang Chen knew that the direction of refining was fundamentally based on the properties of the objects themselves, so he wore sports clothes, guessing that it would likely enhance his physical capabilities. After arriving early at Pingyang Lake, he quietly sought a secluded spot to refine his pants and shirt. This was Fang Chen's first time refining pants and clothes. When he sensed the flames in the mysterious space refining the clothing, his whole body felt warm and quite extraordinary. The refining speed was rapid. He felt that it wasn't long before he discovered his Fang Chen was wearing all white sportswear, but now there was a streak of gold in the middle of his pants, and a streak of gold on each shoulder of his upper body, as if a line held them together. As he noticed the changes in his clothes, several pieces of information popped into his mind. Beginner iron cloth, unremarkable in appearance yet possesses strong toughness and hardness, able to withstand ordinary handgun bullets and general weapons, no skills. Beginner iron pants can increase a person's speed by 0.2 times while also possessing strong toughness and hardness, able to withstand handguns and general weapons, possesses beginner whip leg skill. Seeing the effects of the clothing, Fang Chen was quite satisfied, knowing that they significantly increased his overall strength. Just as he was about to celebrate, another piece of information emerged in his mind, making him even happier. Fang Chen did not expect that after refining his upper garment and trousers, the combination of these two items would trigger a set effect. He had just seen in his mind that this beginner set possessed a powerful skill, which automatically generated a protective field around him for 1 minute, when danger approached. To this skill could only be used once a day. Fang Chen was very pleased to receive this information, as it provided better defense than the upper garment. After all, while your clothes can stop bullets, your head and hands cannot. With this skill, he no longer had to fear surprise attacks from handguns. This is truly excellent, Fang Chen thought to himself with delight. After confirming this, he settled his thoughts and stood at a corner of Peiyang Lake, preparing to wait for Yang Tianyun and the others to arrive. At that moment Yang Tianyun was in a car heading towards Peiyang Lake. In the car there was him, a driver and a skilled fighter. He had invited Lei Long. Yang Tianyun had paid 20,000 yuan to hire Lei Long, which was a high price. One should know that a regular bodyguard only earns 10,000 a month. Of course Yang Tianyun felt it was worth it, as Lei Long was the strongest disciple of the Black Star Martial Arts School. Speaking of the Black Star Martial Arts School, it is quite famous in Jianghai City, and the strength of its master is formidable. A foreign expert once came to challenge but was defeated by the master. Since then, the business of the Black Star Martial Arts School has flourished, attracting many members who wish to join. However, the master has strict requirements for his core disciples, which is why each core disciple possesses great strength, not to mention Lei Long. Yang Tianyun sat in the back and said, "When you arrive, find a way to break Fang Chen's legs." Lei Long muttered, "Young Master Yang, isn't that a bit too harsh?" "What's so harsh about it? Forget it, I won't rely on you. Just make sure to defeat him decisively and I'll handle the rest myself." Yang Tianyun frowned. When he first heard Fang Chen's words, he considered inviting experts from the Tianxin gang. But he realized that bringing them over would likely lead to his father finding out. After all, the leader of the Tianxin gang is his father, not him. If his father became curious and investigated, it would reveal how he was forced to eat humble pie by a poor student. In that case, he would truly be unable to lift his head in front of his father. His younger brother might even mock him. Yang Tianyun valued his reputation as a future gang member. Having such evidence would inevitably make him a laughingstock and undermine his authority in front of subordinates, potentially affecting his succession to the position of leader. Therefore, he was very eager to retrieve the storage card. Once he had it back, he would not fear Fang Chen revealing the humiliating incident, because without evidence, who would believe the words of a poor student? Yet there was one very painful realization: if he did not enlist the help of experts from the gang, he had no means to subdue Fang Chen, let alone forcibly take back the storage card. If he borrowed an expert from the gang, it would surely alert his father and risk exposing the entire matter within the gang. Thus he felt utterly constrained. This time, seeing Fang Chen take the initiative to make demands, he had the idea to specially invite Lei Long from the Black Star Martial Arts School. In Yang Tianyun's mind, as long as Lei Long could defeat Fang Chen, breaking his legs and forcing him to reveal the storage card would be a simple matter. Similarly, if they lost, it could be turned around to say that it was Fang Chen who wanted him to bring a skilled fighter, so he wouldn't fear Fang Chen trying to upload the contents of the storage card to the school forum. Alright then, Lei Long scratched his head. "Young Master Yang, it's not that I don't believe you, but is that guy really that strong? Otherwise, would I be looking for you?" Yang Tianyun said unhappily. "That does sound a bit impressive. I really wonder what he looks like." Lei Long's eyes lit up. Yang Tianyun frowned and shot him an annoyed glance. If it weren't for Fang Chen holding the storage card, he wouldn't have dared to expose this matter to his family or fellow students. He wouldn't have swallowed his pride and shared a car with this idiot. However, thinking of Lei Long's strength, Yang Tianyun's irritation lessened somewhat. 10 minutes later, Yang Tianyun arrived at Peiyang Lake in his car. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Fang Chen in a platinum sports outfit ahead. Fang Chen also noticed Yang Tianyun getting out of the car and walked toward him. At the same time, he noticed a burly bald man behind Yang Tianyun, standing nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a mountain. "Young Master Yang, is this the expert you mentioned? He doesn't look impressive at all, just an ordinary student. I could make him cry with just one hand." Seeing Fang Chen in front of him, Lei Long scoffed. "Training skills can't even be achieved, what a bore." Fang Chen was taken aback. He did not expect Lei Long to look down on him first and said, "Big guy, we haven't fought yet, but you seem to think my skills are weak. Yet I think you won't be able to fight either." "Nonsense, I'm very strong. If you keep underestimating me, do you believe I'll knock you down?" Lei Long was quick-tempered, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Seeing Lei Long getting angry, Yang Tianyun secretly became excited. He would love for them to fight to the finish. Yet he still explained he is a disciple of the master of the Black Star Martial Arts School. His strength is considerable. "Did I not tell you to find some fighters from the Tianxin gang?" Fang Chen asked. "Why did you suddenly bring someone from the martial arts school?" "This? Cough cough. Our Tianxin gang has ties with the martial arts school, and whenever we encounter trouble, we also invite people from the school to help. I thought his strength was impressive, so I brought him along." Yang Tianyun coughed awkwardly. "As long as he has strength, that's fine." Fang Chen nodded, then looked at Lei Long and said, "Big guy, you talk so big. You must be quite capable. Let's have a match." Fang Chen did not care who the opponent was as long as he had strength. He simply wanted to assess his own capabilities. "You little brat," him called Lei Long. "Don't call me big guy. Since you underestimate me, I must teach you a lesson today," Lei Long said fiercely. He stretched his body, took off his clothes, revealing a robust upper body with bulging muscles that made him appear somewhat ferocious. Lei Long laughed loudly. Where shall we duel? There aren't many people around right now, so let's just do it here. Fang Chen glanced around. Alright then, Lei Long said. I'll let you experience the power of the Taijin 8 combined fists. Lei Long was an impatient person who, after saying this, he shook his arms, let out a loud roar, and charged towards Fang Chen. His massive frame charging forward looked like a heavy tank. Fang Chen was momentarily stunned by Lei Long's straightforward approach, but after regaining his senses he felt a bit of joy because he also preferred such a straightforward style. Fang Chen thought that with Lei Long's size it must be difficult for him to turn around quickly while charging. So just as he was about to charge past, Fang Chen slightly shifted to the left and threw a quick powerful straight punch. However, unexpectedly Lei Long turned quickly. With a swift movement, he swung his fist like a giant hammer, causing Fang Chen to stagger back a few steps. Lei Long was surprised. Hey, kid, it seems you do have some strength to withstand my punch. Fang Chen's expression was excited. Then he sprang forward with a push-off, laughing. I have even more powerful techniques. He clearly understood that while Lei Long's strength was slightly higher than his own, victory in battle was not solely with a bang. Fang Chen swiftly maneuvered around Lei Long, landing punch after punch. Several punches struck Lei Long, visibly causing him some pain. Taijin 8 combined fists. Lei Long shouted, clutching his chest. His punches suddenly quickened, each strike resonating with the sound of metal clashing. Yang Tianyun, witnessing this, became excited and proud, because he knew victory was assured. He had seen Lei Long's techniques before and knew that with this martial art no one could be his opponent except for them. Fang Chen felt that Lei Long's punches were fierce, but he was confident and responded with Wing Chun techniques. In just a few seconds they exchanged no less than 100 blows. Then Fang Chen decided not to waste any more time and suddenly activated the skill of his swift shoes, maintaining a high speed for 5 seconds, circling behind Lei Long and delivering a powerful blow to his right waist. The human body has many soft spots and the waist is one of them. Perhaps one can harden the front, but the back is unlikely to be developed. Lei Long was somewhat bewildered, not expecting Fang Chen to disappear before his eyes. But when he felt a pain in his back, he shouted and swung back, yet Fang Chen gave him no opportunity, leaping with his right leg towards Lei Long's chest. Thunder Dragon is straightforward and a true martial arts enthusiast. He saw that Fang Chen's skills were superior to his own, and without any other thoughts he said, the most formidable in our Black Star Martial Arts Institute is of course the headmaster, my master Zhang Shanhe, who is truly powerful. I have never defeated him. Your master is that strong? Fang Chen said in surprise. Although I fought with you just now and it was average, you're still much better than an ordinary thug. I think you could handle 10 thugs without any pressure. Unexpectedly, you are not a match for your master. Brother, I admire your strength, but you cannot insult. What kind of useless thugs can compare with me? Even if I fought 100 of them, I wouldn't care. Thunder Dragon argued, seeming offended. Alright then, what level are you in Zhanghai City? Fang Chen asked. Thunder Dragon stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and proudly patted his chest, saying, don't look at me as not being your opponent, but here in Zhanghai City, I am definitely top tier. However, in this society there are not many who truly dedicate themselves to practicing martial arts anymore. Hearing this, Fang Chen felt slightly relieved. If Thunder Dragon could be considered top tier in Zhanghai City, then he must also be of the so-called top tier. It's just that. Fang Chen glanced at the gloomy Yang Tianyun and said, alright, since your master is stronger than you, I'll go challenge him and see who is stronger. You? Thunder Dragon exclaimed in surprise. You want to challenge my master? Are you joking with? My master fought with that foreign expert, and since then no one in Zhanghai City has dared to challenge him. Other headmasters refer to him as the strongest headmaster in Zhanghai City. You are definitely not his match. I want to see where my limits are. If I don't challenge him, should I fight you instead? Fang Chen, Thunder Dragon was speechless. He had just lost, and could not compete again, so he merely chuckled awkwardly and stopped talking. Fang Chen, uninterested, waved at Yang Tianyun, saying, hey Yang Tianyun, lend me your car. After asking Thunder Dragon and learning that he could drive, he had Yang Tianyun call the driver out of the car. He and Thunder Dragon headed towards the Black Star Martial Arts Institute. Yang Tianyun angrily said, Fang Chen, don't go too far. I am the young master of the Tianxing gang. How dare you speak to me like that? Before he could finish, Fang Chen impatiently said, do you want me to post this on the forum? Fu, get out of the car. Yang Tianyun coldly snorted, turned around, and ordered the driver to get out, directly sending him away. As he was leaving, he whispered something into the driver's ear. Thunder Dragon looked at the scene with some surprise, and curiously asked Fang Chen, who exactly are you? Yang Tianyun clearly told me before that he wanted to break your legs. He seemed to hate you. Why is he listening to you now? When Yang Tianyun finished instructing the driver, and walked over, he heard Thunder Dragon's words, and his expression changed slightly. He said, "Thunder Dragon, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I say that? It seems you have some thoughts." Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "That's because I know he wants." "Don't say it, don't say it." Yang Tianyun said nervously. "Then I won't say it. You can go back alone." Fang Chen said with a smile, then walked towards the car, and waved for Thunder Dragon to follow him. Thunder Dragon felt somewhat puzzled and couldn't figure out what was going on. But hearing Fang Chen speak, he followed him, walking to the front to prepare to drive. Fang Chen naturally had no intention of letting Yang Tianyun ride. Once Thunder Dragon sat in the driver's seat, he urged him to drive. Whoosh! The car sped off, leaving a long trail of dust behind. Yang Tianyun covered his mouth and coughed, glaring hatefully at the direction Fang Chen had left, saying, "Fang Chen, I swear I will not let this go. One day you will fall into my hands." After saying this, Yang Tianyun could only stomp his feet in anger and prepare to take a cab home. On the way, Fang Chen noticed Yang Tianyun leaving and asked Thunder Dragon, "Does your martial arts institute have a close relationship with the Tianqing gang?" Thunder Dragon, while driving, replied, "I'm not too clear either. Mainly the headmaster has a relationship with their leader. Usually as long as they pay, we help them." Fang Chen's eyes slightly turned, asking, "Do you know the strength of the Tianqing gang? A gang cannot be made up entirely of useless members. There must be some experts among them." Of course, such gang networks are also extensive, but Fang Chen is currently most concerned about whether they have experts. After thinking for a while, Thunder Dragon replied, "There should still be some experts, but I only know that there's a member of the Tianqing gang called the Blade Group who is very powerful. However, I don't know how strong exactly." "Oh," Fang Chen said somewhat disappointedly. However, he wasn't particularly worried. According to what Thunder Dragon said, he is considered top tier in Shanghai City, and he himself is also top tier, so even facing the Tianqing gang, he should not be too inferior. If Yang Tianyun were truly insane and reckless enough to use the Tianqing gang's power against him, then he could still protect himself. The martial arts culture in Shanghai City is somewhat flourishing. There are quite a few martial arts institutes, with the Black Star Martial Arts Institute being the most prestigious. When Fang Chen and Thunder Dragon arrived here, Fang Chen looked at the Black Star Martial Arts Institute and couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur, truly befitting its title of the best. Thunder Dragon was proud and wanted to show off a bit, but Fang Chen was not interested in discussing these matters and directly urged him to take him inside quickly. Reluctantly, Thunder Dragon had no choice but to hurry inside. They entered through the main door and followed a small path inside. But on the way, he noticed many members of the Martial Arts Institute were busily running around, and Thunder Dragon, walking alongside him, was also puzzled. He grabbed one of the members and asked, "What are you all running around for?" The member, upon seeing him, hurriedly said, "Oh, it's Senior Brother Thunder Dragon. The master had an asthma attack and the medicine in hand isn't working. The senior brothers are busy." Thunder Dragon's face changed slightly, and he immediately wanted to rush over to see the master. Fang Chen frowned. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation right after arriving here. He did not speak and followed behind Thunder Dragon. The member was curious as to why Thunder Dragon was bringing a student, but did not ask further. They bypassed the Martial Arts Institute and arrived at a small courtyard at the back. The courtyard resembled a Ming Dynasty-style garden with about 10 people surrounding a trembling old man. After Thunder Dragon and Fang Chen arrived here, Thunder Dragon shouted a few times as he entered. Upon seeing him, a middle-aged man with long eyebrows hurriedly asked Senior Brother Thunder Dragon, "Did you see an ambulance when you came in?" Thunder Dragon was taken aback. "No, why?" The young man said irritably, "How could the ambulance be?" Thunder Dragon asked Zhu Lu what happened to the master. Zhu Lu said the master was explaining the essence of the Taijin 8 combined fist and unexpectedly had an asthma attack. We used the asthma inhaler on him, but it didn't work. We just called for an ambulance and now we are waiting for it to take the master to the hospital. After saying this, Zhu Liu's phone suddenly rang. He answered the call, and after hearing a few words from the other side, Zhu Lu immediately shouted angrily, "Do you know what you're talking about? You're driving an ambulance and you tell me that there was an accident on that road, so it will take longer. Don't you know that my master has had an asthma attack? Delays could be fatal." Fang Chen remained silent, listening to their conversation, and could not help but feel embarrassed. The personalities of these martial artists truly are simple and straightforward. Smack! Zhu Lu directly threw his phone to the ground and stomped on it, cursing, "Useless hospital. Senior Brother, Second Brother, since the ambulance is a bit late, let's drive the master to the hospital ourselves. Waiting for the ambulance is not a solution." At this moment, a somewhat younger man spoke up. "At this point, we can only do it this way," Zhu Lu said. "Third Junior Brother, I'll follow your lead." Thunder Dragon was indecisive. "Wait, let me see. Maybe there is still a chance," Fang Chen loudly said in this inappropriate situation. He came here to challenge Headmaster Zhang, wanting to understand the limits of his Wing Chun. If they sent Headmaster Zhang to the hospital now, he could only find time to come back after his exams at the end of the month, and he couldn't afford to wait. Zhu Lu glanced at him, dismissively saying, "Who are you, a young punk? This isn't a place for you to speak." Fang Chen replied, "If you don't want your master to be in danger, then shut your mouth." Zhu Lu annoyed said, You better be clear with your words. Thunder Dragon, help me stop him." Fang Chen pointed at Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon didn't think much, and stepped forward to block Zhu Lu. Zhu Lu was taken aback and asked, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Thunder Dragon scratched his head saying, "I don't know either, but Fang Chen's martial arts are very good. Perhaps he has a way." Zhu Lu did not believe it, saying, "Bull. What can a kid in his teens do?" Fang Chen ignored Zhu Liu's chatter, and approached the younger man asking, "Where's the asthma inhaler you used?" "I have it here." The young man looked at Fang Chen suspiciously as he took it out. Fang Chen snatched it from him, holding it in his hand, and walked to a secluded spot, saying, "Let me take a look. Perhaps I can find a way to resolve this." Fang Chen arrived at the secluded spot, and wasted no time silently recalling the Wanbao Ding. An ordinary asthma inhaler requires 0.4 points of spiritual energy to refine. Do you want to refine it? Refine? Fang Chen felt the inhaler warm in his hand, and soon the success of the refinement appeared in his mind. Beginner asthma treatment potion. When taken, it reduces asthma effects. 1 dose can prevent recurrence for a year. Intermediate refinement can completely cure asthma. When Fang Chen saw the latter part of the information, he was taken aback, as this was the first time he had seen the information after refining something, and it actually hinted at the effects after intermediate refinement. However, without thinking too much, he knew that time could not be wasted now, so he held the bottle of inhaler and walked. Seeing Fang Chen return with the original asthma inhaler, everyone looked at him with puzzlement. Fang Chen paid no heed to their gazes, and prepared to walk over to use it on their master Zhang Shanhe. But at that moment Zhu Lu stepped forward to block him. "You outsider, what do you intend to do?" "Of course I want to save your master. If he takes just 1 puff, there's a high chance he will recover," Fang Chen said, frowning at the fiery-tempered Zhu Lu. "We have tried many times before without any effect. You take it for a while, and now it suddenly works. Do you really think we're fools?" Zhu Lu retorted angrily, "Senior brother Leilong, I really don't know where you found this person wasting our time. We should hurry and drive master to the hospital. Brother Fang Chen only wants to save people." "Your words are too harsh," Leilong said, unpleased. "Do you not regard your senior brother?" As the two argued, Fang Chen found it hard to understand. They had seemed to get along fine moments ago, but now they were at each other's throats. "I'm really sorry, my friends, but that's just how they are." A young man stepped forward with a hint of apology, then a glimmer of disdain appeared in his eyes. "You must be wondering why they act like this. It's because their master only has 1 daughter, but unfortunately, she doesn't want to manage the dojo. Thus now that their master is aging, he wishes to choose a successor from among his disciples, and both the senior brother and the second brother are strong candidates. So you see, they both like to compete with each other. So that's how it is," Fang Chen said, realization dawning. "I haven't asked your name yet. What is it?" "My name is Fei Xing, the 3rd disciple of the master." Fei Xing replied with a slight smile. Fang Chen nodded. "This friend, although I don't quite understand the meaning of your sudden comeback, since you are confident you can give it a try without worrying about them," Fei Xing said. "All right then." Fang Chen didn't want to waste time with them stepping forward to use it on Zhang Shanhe. Zhu Lu, in the midst of a heated argument, noticed Fang Chen's attempt to use it on master, without permission, irritation flashing in his eyes. He pivoted and extended his right hand to block Fang Chen, saying, "You outsider, without my permission you cannot use anything on master. Get out of the way." Fang Chen shouted in anger, his right hand vibrating slightly, skillfully dissipating Zhu Liu's force, and sending him stumbling back a few steps. Wing Chun is very adept in defense, and Zhu Lu was clearly taken aback. He hadn't expected this kid to possess quite a bit of strength. However, thinking of the earlier scene, his expression turned somewhat unsightly as the surrounding junior brothers looked on in surprise. They knew well that although Zhu Lu was the second brother, he was slightly less powerful than the senior brother Leilong. Yet now this young student had managed to block Zhu Liu's strike with just 1 move and even pushed him back. Even though Zhu Lu may not have used his full strength, it was still impressive. This admiration earned Fang Chen a small gain of 1 point of incense energy. After absorbing it, he immediately administered the inhaler to Zhang Shanhe. Time passed quickly, and Zhang Shan's expression gradually became calm. After coughing a few times, he opened his eyes. Seeing their master awake, all the senior brothers became excited. At the same time, they cast some surprised glances at Fang Chen. They hadn't anticipated that this young man was quite capable, and that his actions had such miraculous effects with the same medication. Regardless, they were all very pleased. The happiest was undoubtedly Leilong, as Fang Chen was brought by him, He proudly looked at Zhu Lu and said, "Second brother, what do you think? Hasn't brother Fang Chen already succeeded?" Zhu Liu's face turned dark and he coldly snorted. "It's a good thing he was cured. If anything happened to Master I'd like to see if you can bear the blame." "Enough, you two disciples," Zhang Shanhe shouted, causing all the men present to fall silent. Then he turned to Fang Chen with gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much, young brother, for your help just now." "It was nothing. It was just a small effort," Fang Chen replied casually with a smile. "You two should thank him. If it weren't for his assistance, while you two were arguing, I would have died. Even as a ghost, I wouldn't spare you." Zhang Shanhe scolded Zhu Lu and Lei Long without mercy. "Master brother Fang Chen is someone I brought, and I didn't intend to argue." It was clearly Zhu Lu who stopped him. Lei Long protested with grievance. "Still want to talk?" Zhang Shanhe glared. Lei Long, usually so arrogant, now lowered his head. "Zhu Lu, you need to curb that explosive temper of yours. And the position of the dojo master isn't something you can just take by conflicting with Lei Long. I want pass it on to you," Zhang Shanhe said. "Master." Zhu Lu wanted to speak again, but Zhang Shanhe shook his head, silencing him. Fang Chen, watching from the side, silently shook his head. In his eyes, Zhang Shanhe had not completely ruled out Zhu Liu's chances, but the hope of Zhu Lu obtaining the position of dojo master was very slim. Just judging from the earlier incident, his temper was explosive, and he acted impulsively without thinking, making his approach to conflicts too simplistic and crude. Fang Chen preferred to act simply and straightforwardly, but he did not like to deal with people in such a crude manner. After finishing with them, Zhang Shanhe turned to Fang Chen and said, "Young friend, I'm truly sorry to have put you through this. But why did you and Lei Long come to the dojo? You shouldn't need to learn given your skills." "I asked Lei Long to bring me here because I actually wanted to spar with you," Fang Chen said directly. "Spar with me?" Zhang Shanhe was taken aback. The moment he uttered those words, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Aside from Lei Long, everyone else found it unbelievable, or rather they couldn't believe Fang Chen's words. He wanted to spar with the dojo master. Did this young man not have good sense? He had just been quite impressed by him. Fei Xing was stunned, but said nothing, merely watching silently. Only Zhu Liu's temper flared angrily, saying, "You brat, you're really arrogant. With your skills, I could handle you alone, without needing the dojo master." "You don't speak," Zhang Shanhe pointed at Zhu Lu and laughed, saying, "Young friend, I just observed your ability to block Zhu Lu. Clearly you are quite skilled. But that was just a casual strike. It doesn't mean your strength surpasses his. If you wish to spar with me, then." "Heh." Fang Chen suddenly noticed. This seemingly impressive dojo master was looking down on him. He must be looking down on him. Yes, that was right. At that moment, Fang Chen clearly saw a hint of disdain on his lips. Feeling slightly annoyed, Fang Chen knew he couldn't say anything about this matter, and could only say, "I just want to find someone to test my limits. If Zhu Lu can push me to my limits, that's fine. The key is he can't." Zhu Lu felt that he and Fang Chen were fated to be at odds, angered. "You brat, what do you mean by that? You dare to look down on me?" "I'm just speaking the truth," Fang Chen replied. "Don't you believe me? Ask Lei Long. Or do you think you're stronger than Lei Long?" As he spoke, Zhang Shanhe looked at Lei Long, and all the senior brothers turned to him. Zhu Lu turned to Lei Long and demanded, "Senior brother Lei Long, you tell them." Lei Long felt embarrassed but had to say, "Brother Fang Chen's skills are impressive. I am definitely not his opponent." "What? You're not his opponent? How is that possible?" Zhu Lu said in disbelief. Lei Long replied, "That's the truth. I am not his match. Otherwise, why would I bring brother Fang Chen here? I said it. Can you be as strong as your senior brother? If you can, then I could spar with you." "You." Zhu Liu's face flushed red, unable to utter a word. He had a fiery temper but was an honest person. He had not yet thick-skinned enough to admit publicly that he was not as strong as his senior brother. "Young friend, your skills are that good?" Zhang Shanhe asked with surprise. He prided himself on his keen eye for talent. The few disciples he favored were all quite skilled. Yet looking at Fang Chen, he couldn't see how the other skills could surpass Lei Long's. After all, no matter how good your talent is, attaining peak strength requires a lot of time spent training. How good depends on who you compare against. However, I am indeed better than Lei Long, Fang Chen said, scratching his nose. "I just want to find someone to compare my skills with. Master Zhang, given that I saved you, would you spar with me? If your body hasn't recovered yet, we can spar tomorrow instead." Zhang Shan's mouth twitched as he thought this kid was quite earnest, speaking without any politeness. He had quickly used his favor for such a request. But a master should have the demeanor of a master. Zhang Shanhe stroked his beard and said, "Haha, since the young friend wishes to spar, I am not opposed. So let's see how it goes." "Really? That would be great." But where do you think is suitable? Fang Chen asked. Inside the dojo should be fine, Zhang Shanhe replied. Leilong, go call out the dojo staff for a moment. I want to spar with this young brother, he instructed. Yes, Leilong nodded. After he left, Zhang Shanhe smiled and said, Young friend, my Taijin 8 Harmonies fist is typically domineering. If I injure you, it wouldn't be good, so you need to think carefully. Fang Chen replied nonchalantly. It's fine, I'm tough and durable. As long as I can test my strength, it's fine. His basic equipment provided quite a high defense, already akin to light armor. Fang Chen thought, with armor on, do you really think I would get injured? Hearing this, Zhang Shanhe fell silent, while Zhu Lu silently thought, humph, arrogant kid. Even if you can defeat Leilong, you are still not a match for master. He actually wanted to say, if you can win, I would kneel and call you dad. But after thinking about it, he knew he had already made master unhappy, so it was better to say less. Leilong arranged matters swiftly, eager to witness the sparring match between Fang Chen and his master. Though he knew full well his master's martial prowess made victory over Fang Chen effortless, he remained curious. How many moves could Fang Chen endure under his master's hand? Fang Chen and the others arrived at the martial arts hall's designated sparring area. A soft tatami-like floor. Few disciples were present. Only Zhang Shanhe's closest apprentices filled the vast echoing space, rendering it all the more desolate. You strike first. I'll observe your style, Zhang Shanhe said with a gentle smile, stroking his beard as he stepped. Fang Chen paused briefly, then assumed the stance of Wing Chun, without further preparation, his gaze sharpening, as he scanned Zhang Shanhe's posture for any vulnerability. Yet Zhang Shanhe, a master forged through decades of rigorous cultivation, would never expose such an opening. Even as he stood calmly stroking his beard, exuding quiet confidence, not a single flaw betrayed itself. Noting this, Fang Chen hesitated no longer, his toes shot forward like arrows, fists clenched tight. No flourish, no feint. Only raw, unadorned force driving straight ahead. Thud. As Fang Chen's fist blurred into view mere inches from his face, Zhang Shanhe's expression tightened ever so slightly. His hand ceased its gentle motion. Instead, he snapped it forward in a sudden palm strike, fingers locking instantly around Fang Chen's wrist. He had lost. The moment Zhang Shanhe executed that move, every closed-door disciple present understood the outcome. It was Heavenly Net Earthly Web, a signature technique from the Taijin 8 Union Fist. Once the fist was secured, Zhang Shanhe would inevitably follow with a second blow, hammering straight into the opponent's chest to end the bout decisively. Though they had already foreseen the result, none looked down upon Fang Chen. Not even in the slightest. After all, none among them had ever withstood that technique. Zhu Lu sneered coldly, inwardly disdainful. In his mind, this was precisely the inevitable consequence of Fang Chen's audacity in challenging the master. Leilong alone held a different view. He knew Fang Chen's true strength ran far deeper. Thud. Just as anticipated, Zhang Shanhe locked Fang Chen's fist firmly, preventing retreat, while his other arm coiled back and lunged forward like a warhammer aimed squarely at Fang Chen's chest. Young friend, Zhang Shanhe remarked, eyes gleaming with sharp insight, after this strike, you will not rise again. Yet when the blow landed squarely upon Fang Chen's chest, he merely let out a deep resonant shout, wrenched free from Zhang Shanhe's grip, and staggered backward several paces, clutching his chest, unharmed. Fang Chen rubbed his chest lightly and said, Master Zhang, your skill is truly extraordinary, far surpassing Leilong's. I underestimated you just now and paid the price. Zhang Shanhe blinked in astonishment. Young Master Fang Chen, how is your defensive resilience so exceptional? Even iron shirt training couldn't absorb my strike so effortlessly. You stand here as though nothing happened. He was stunned. And so were all his disciples, equally baffled, unable to comprehend how Fang Chen could withstand a direct blow from their master without injury. Of course, had they known Fang Chen wore armor of extraordinary defensive capacity, their shock would have faded. But Fang Chen kept that secret close, offering only a wry chuckle before launching another assault. This time he fought with unwavering focus, fist after fist raining down like an impenetrable tempest. Zhang Shanhe dared not relax. Each blow was met and deflected with precision. Within moments they exchanged over 100 strikes. After absorbing Fang Chen's relentless barrage, Zhang Shanhe felt a flicker of genuine surprise. Though Fang Chen's power and technique lacked supreme refinement, his fluency was astonishing, as if honed since childhood. Defeating Leilong, it seemed, was no idle boast. Conversely, Zhang Shanhe's own strikes vanished into Fang Chen like stones sinking into deep water, leaving no trace, no impact. Frustration simmered, but soon ignited into a spark of exhilarating combat fervor. Though nearing 50, the fire of youth still burned fiercely within his bones. Seeing Fang Chen's uncanny resilience, his mastery of seamless transitions between techniques, and his unshakable composure, Zhang Shanhe instinctively elevated him from student to worthy adversary. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his full strength, Taijin 8 Union Sweep. The 6th round. Zhang Shanha's speed surged. Wind howled around him, his aura swelling with commanding presence, as though a legendary general charging across a battlefield. A familiar disciple gasped, "That's the ultimate essence of the Taijin 8 Union Fist. The master has drawn upon it." Others echoed his shock, scarcely believing their master had been driven to such extremity. Surely Fang Chen must fall now. Startled by the sudden escalation, Fang Chen sensed grave danger, but trusted his armor would hold. He braced himself once more. Yet when Zhang Shanha's twin palms descended, even his reinforced attire failed to fully cushion the impact. Pain flared across his chest. Then, ding! Activating skill Golden Bell Force Field. Duration 60 seconds. At that critical instant, Fang Chen was startled. The armor's ability had triggered autonomously. Before he could process it, Zhang Shanha charged forward with terrifying velocity, like a runaway freight train, and struck his right shoulder with blinding speed. Thud! Fang Chen braced for collapse. But the moment Zhang Shanha's fist met his shoulder, a violent recoil erupted. Zhang Shanha flew backward like a severed kite, crashing hard onto the floor. So formidable! Fang Chen stared astonished as Zhang Shanha lay sprawled. His awe at the Golden Bell force field bordering disbelief. Its power far exceeded his wildest expectations. The disciples recoiled in disbelief, staring dumbfounded at the spectacle. They saw no shimmering barrier. Only their master striking with full force and rebounding violently onto the ground. Could Fang Chen truly be stronger than the master? It seemed impossible. Yet the evidence unfolded before their eyes, growing ever more incomprehensible. Zhang Shanha was the undisputed strongest master in Shanghai City. Yet here stood a young man who had bested him. Impossible. Utterly impossible. The master cannot have fallen. This must be some cruel jest. Zhu Lu shook his head, speechless, refusing to accept reality. Lei Long placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "You saw clearly. Brother Fang Chen has won. Heavens above. I never imagined he'd prevail." Zhu Lu whirled around, fury blazing in his eyes. "You planned this. You deliberately brought him here to humiliate the master." Lei Long scowled. "Don't speak nonsense. I'd never tarnish the master's honor. Besides, how could I possibly know Fang Chen possessed such extraordinary martial prowess?" As they argued, the martial hall's heavy doors swung open, and a graceful young woman stepped inside. "What on earth is going on?" she called out, curious and bright-eyed. But the moment her gaze fell upon the fallen elder, her voice tightened with alarm. "Dad." Her eyes locked onto Fang Chen, burning with accusation. "You knocked my father down, didn't you? You wretched boy. I'll make you pay dearly." Fang Chen, still marveling at his armor's astonishing capability, had just extended a hand to help Zhang Shanha rise. When her sudden furious cry pierced his ears, he turned and saw the beautiful young woman rushing toward him. To his astonishment, she moved with unmistakable martial grace. Her impossibly long, elegant legs lifting high mid-stride, executing a scissor kick with lethal precision. Why attack me on sight?" Fang Chen exclaimed, startled. Thud! The Golden Bell force field remained active, the final second of its minute-long duration still burning brightly. Her assault registered automatically as hostile, and rebounded with brutal efficiency. She struck an invisible wall, then catapulted backward, limbs flailing, destined for a harsh landing. Seeing her about to crash, Fang Chen, though bewildered by her sudden aggression, instinctively reached out, but his reflexes were too swift, intending only to catch her arms. His hands instead clamped tightly onto something altogether unexpected. Her bare shoulders. Zhang Yu had rushed in, seeing her father felled, consumed only by vengeance. Never imagining his body harbored such a strange, impervious energy field, or that he would seize the opportunity to retaliate. She raised her arms to block, only to find him brazenly exploiting the opening. Her chest throbbed sharply beneath his grasp. Indignation surging hot and fierce. Zhang Yu flushed crimson and cried out, "Pervert! Release me this instant!" "Oh!" Fang Chen blinked, then hastily withdrew his hands. Yet Zhang Yu shrieked anew. Instinctively, Fang Chen grabbed again. Zhang Yu seethed. "Why are you still holding me? It hurts." Fang Chen replied, "You screamed. I reacted unconsciously. Perhaps you should just lie down quietly." Thud. Only then did Zhang Yu land, properly and without incident, on the floor. Her rear stung fiercely, her chest ached too. Rising shakily, she fixed Fang Chen with a glare sharp enough to pierce steel. "Who are you, you vulgar brute? How dare you invade our Haitian martial arts hall, and dare strike my father?" She spun toward the stunned disciples and shouted, "Senior brothers, what are you waiting for? Seize him." The disciples exchanged wide-eyed, speechless glances, utterly at a loss. Then Zhang Shanha's voice cut through the tension. "You stand down. This was merely a friendly exchange with young Master Fang Chen. entirely accidental. At that moment Zhang Shanhe coughed lightly, and rose slowly from the floor. Though the fall had appeared dramatic, he knew, deep in his bones, that not a single fiber of his body had been harmed. Yet he had delayed rising. Not from injury but to ponder the nature of that miraculous protective art. Its dominance defied all precedent. "Dad, are you all right?" Zhang Yu asked, relief flooding her voice. Zhang Shanhe brushed dust from his robes, and approached her gently. "My dear girl, I'm perfectly fine." "Then why did you suddenly assault young Master Fang Chen?" Zhang Yu stuck out her tongue. "I saw you lying there. I panicked. No thought. Just pure instinct to avenge you." Zhang Shanhe sighed. "Impulsive child. Apologize to young Master Fang Chen at once." "It's quite all right," Fang Chen waved dismissively. "Just a misunderstanding." "Humph. Just because Dad tells me to apologize doesn't mean I'll obey you so easily. And after you groped me like that, don't dream of receiving a sincere apology." Zhang Yu rolled her eyes. Zhang Shanhe felt embarrassed. "Daughter, what are you saying? We are cultured people, and we should be polite when discussing matters. How can you just go and hit someone without asking?" Zhang Yu stomped her foot in anger. "Dad, I clearly just wanted to avenge you out of filial piety. Besides, I was the one who suffered. I'm an unmarried girl, and someone touched me there. Why should I apologize to him?" Zhang Shanhe thought for a moment and replied reasonably. "What you say makes some sense, but he did it unintentionally. Since he touched you in that way, how about you consider letting him be your boyfriend? What do you think?" "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Yu exclaimed, her face flushed. "I just met him for the first time. Zhang Guanzhu am still a minor." Fang Chen protested at the same time. He was 18 this year, but technically, he wouldn't be considered an adult until 4 months after his 18th birthday. What he said was not a lie. Zhang Yu turned to glance at him. "Are you saying that I look old?" Fang Chen replied speechlessly. "No, why would I care about how old you are? I just wanted to explain. I think even if you were impolite, I accidentally took advantage of you, so let's call it even." After saying this, Fang Chen looked at Zhang Shanhe and said, "Zhang Guanzhu, let's not dwell on this matter any longer." Zhang Shanhe was taken aback, stroked his beard regretfully, and shook his head saying, "Since you all are unwilling, let's just forget about it." Fang Chen's heart sank. He thought to himself, surely not. Looking at this situation, could this old man really have such an idea? Could it be that I am getting more handsome? After shaking his head, Zhang Shanhe waved his hand, signaling Zhang Yu to step aside, and pointed at Fang Chen. "Young friend, since we have already tested our combat, let's discuss some matters in the inner courtyard." "Sure." Fang Chen thought for a moment and replied without hesitation. Zhang Shanhe led Fang Chen out of the martial arts hall. Fang Chen noticed the gazes of the disciples looking at him, filled with admiration and awe. There was also a Zhu Lu staring blankly at him, and he felt a little excited inside as he had just gained 2 points of incense energy. He found that the incense energy generated by these disciples was much higher than that of students, though he didn't know why. But unexpectedly gaining this was also a good thing. After returning to the inner courtyard, Zhang Shanhe sat at one side of the stone table and smiled. "Please sit, young friend." Fang Chen sat down and asked, "Zhang Guanzhu, what do you think of my strength?" Zhang Shanhe replied apologetically, "I apologize for the previous battle. Seeing your remarkable defensive ability, I became excited and wanted to use my full strength." Actually, Fang Chen had been wanting to mock Zhang Shan's conversation with his daughter, but upon hearing this, he thought perhaps he shouldn't. After clearing his throat, Fang Chen said, "Zhang Guanzhu, I won't hold a grudge about this, but I'd like to ask how you would evaluate my strength." Zhang Shanhe looked at Fang Chen with a peculiar expression. "I can see that your martial arts moves are ordinary, but you are very proficient, flowing smoothly without any stiffness. Just this point makes your practical experience surpass that of Lei Long. What's most astonishing is your incredible defensive ability," he added. "Especially that protective technique, even I couldn't break through it. Truly rare. Fang Chen, young friend, I didn't expect you to be such a talented practitioner." Zhang Shanhe paused before continuing. "I just don't know who that person is. With such a powerful protective technique, why didn't they teach you any formidable moves, only letting you learn the Wing Chun martial arts available in the market? Sweat, that person initially said they feared I would be too aggressive, so they taught me a powerful protective technique, saying they weren't afraid of being hit." Fang Chen lied, perfunctorily fearing to raise Zhang Shan's suspicions. "No wonder." Zhang Shanhe stroked his beard. "However, your overall strength is still quite strong, already at the initial stage of the yellow rank, while your defensive ability surpasses that of the mid-yellow rank." Initial stage of the yellow rank. Fang Chen was puzzled. He had heard Lei Long say that he was a top expert. Oh, surely he must also be a top expert. Now, hearing Zhang Shan's words, he couldn't quite understand the meaning. "Didn't that teacher of yours mention this?" Zhang Shanhe was puzzled. In his view, anyone who could teach such a powerful protective technique must be a person of the martial world. Why wouldn't they mention such a thing? But thinking about it, perhaps they didn't want Fang Chen to step into the martial world. No, Zhang Guanzhu, can you tell me? Fang Chen shook his head. Well, I suppose I can. Zhang Shanhe thought for a moment and decided to say, since you have had contact with that teacher, you should know that our Huaxia has many powerful individuals, right? And you have seen dramas and novels knowing that many martial arts sects exist. They are real, and they belong to a social circle known as the martial world. As for the yellow rank, it refers to the strength classification of martial world individuals. Martial world individuals are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, where the highest is the heaven level, and the lowest is the yellow level. Really? Fang Chen was astonished. Zhang Guanzhu, are you saying that my strength is merely the lowest yellow level? You're joking, right? According to what you're saying, wouldn't you be at most a mid-yellow level? In his eyes, Zhang Shanhe was indeed stronger than him, but he had also said that his defensive ability surpassed that of the mid-yellow level. He shouldn't be able to break through his defense, indicating he should be around the mid-yellow level. Cough cough. Zhang Shan's expression turned sour as he admonished. I am not at the mid-yellow level. I have recently made some progress and am almost approaching the late yellow level. You young lad, why do you speak so ungraciously? But how can that be the lowest yellow level? Lei Long said he is a top expert in Zhanghai City. Fang Chen pouted. What he said is also correct, Zhang Shanhe replied. If we categorize based on fighting ability, you are top tier and I am also top tier. After all, there are very few martial world individuals, and most won't be in the city. Even the yellow level I mentioned is quite rare outside major sects, while the mystery level refers to sect elders, the earth level to sect leaders, and the heaven level, as far as I know, there are very few people. So that's the case. By your logic, wouldn't earth-level individuals be like superheroes? Fang Chen asked. Who knows? Such people are rarely seen. In all my years, I've never encountered one. But one thing is certain, whoever can teach you that protective technique is at least a mystery-level expert, Zhang Shanhe said enviously. You are truly fortunate to encounter one. Do the countries know about this? Fang Chen asked suspiciously. Of course. The country also has its own organization of martial world individuals to maintain national balance, Zhang Shanhe replied. So that's how it is. Fang Chen mused, his mind starting to race. If that were the case, Yang, you would definitely inquire about his changes. He could easily relate it to the martial world, claiming he took a pill or learned a secret technique from a martial world individual or even directly became their disciple. However, Fang Chen realized that his previous understanding was flawed. He was not that formidable, which left him somewhat disappointed. But he quickly thought of the strength of the Tianqing gang. Initially, after having a feud with Yang Tianyun, he merely threatened him with leverage and sought ways to strengthen himself. To prevent Yang Tianyun from leveraging the strength of the Tianqing gang, he later practiced Wing Chun, and had Yang Tianyun call the gang members to train with him. While he had the motive to test how effective his Wing Chun was, he also wanted to see how much he differed from the strong individuals of the Tianqing gang. If the gap wasn't too wide, they wouldn't go after him over trivial matters. He wouldn't need to worry about the Tianqing gang turning against him. Yet he never expected Yang Tianyun to bring in someone from the Heixing Martial Arts Hall. At least now he had tested his own skills and realized he was still quite formidable in Zhanghai City. Now, hearing Zhang Shan's words, he felt a bit suspicious about whether the Tianqing gang had martial world individuals. Zhang Guanzhu, what is your relationship with the Tianqing gang? Fang Chen asked. Why do you ask that? Zhang Shanhe glanced at him curiously but replied casually, well, I don't have a close relationship with them. Some members of their knife group came here to learn and then left. They have some connections with my disciples. But after all, a martial arts hall isn't a sect, so I can't impose too many restrictions on them. So I didn't bother with it. Knife group. This was the second time Fang Chen had heard of it. He asked, Zhang Guanzhu, do you know the strength of the knife group? Zhang Shanhe thought for a moment and said, 2 of them can match you evenly and 3 can definitely overpower you. But with your protective technique, they certainly won't be able to break through your defense. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt a sense of caution. Although he claimed to be strong, there still seemed to be a gap between him and the so-called knife group of the Tianqing gang. If they attacked together, he couldn't rely solely on the 1-minute golden bell shield. But fortunately, he also knew that having 3 members of the knife group face him wouldn't guarantee an immediate victory, which was still quite good. Moreover, if he could find a way to further enhance his attack power, he wouldn't need to fear them. Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt a bit envious of the protagonists in novels who all seemed to know top-tier powers and could have them do things for them with just a phone call. However, Fang Chen knew that reality was unlikely. Not to mention that he had no channels to contact them directly. Even if he could, he would have to consider what price he would need to pay to get them to support him and listen to him. Moreover, he needed someone who wouldn't care about the Tianxing gang's existence. Therefore, for now, relying on his own strength was the most dependable. In the future, when he had the capability, he could expand his connections. However, regarding his own strength, Fang Chen now had an idea. Perhaps Wing Chun is good, but seeing Zhang Shan's Taijin Bao fist earlier, it surpassed the ordinary Wing Chun. He believed that learning it should enhance his attack power. Coupled with the abilities and talents of the beginner set, he could become quite formidable. Fang Chen's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement as he looked at Zhang Shanhe. Zhang Shanhe shifted in his chair, slightly feeling uneasy, and said, "Fang Chen, young friend, why are you looking at me like that? It's as if you have your eyes on my daughter." "Ah, Zhang Guanzhu, don't misunderstand. I just wanted to ask if you're interested in having a gifted disciple who is simply a prodigy," Fang Chen said with an eager smile. Fang Chen was unsure of his martial arts aptitude, but with the 10,000 Treasures Cauldron, he felt he far surpassed any prodigy. Calling himself a prodigy now was merely modesty. "What do you want?" Zhang Shanhe stroked his beard. "To introduce a disciple to me." "Yes," Fang Chen smiled. "Well, although I run a martial arts school, accepting a talented disciple isn't out of the question. Preferably someone sharp-witted, not dull like Lei Long and Zhu Lu." Zhang Shanhe nodded. "Then how about me?" Fang Chen pointed at himself with a grin. "You?" Zhang Shanhe exclaimed in surprise. "You want to acknowledge me as your master? Why? I may be stronger than you, but there's no need for me to be your master. I saw that Taijin 8 combination fist technique earlier. It's formidable and I want to learn it." Fang Chen said honestly, "If I become your disciple, you can teach me, right?" "No, no, no, no." Zhang Shanhe shook his head like a drum. "Why not?" Fang Chen asked. "Your martial arts were passed down by that wandering practitioner. You already have a master. If I become your master, and he finds out and comes looking for trouble, what then?" Zhang Shanhe said. "I run a school. As long as you pay and have no major issues with your background, I can take you as a student or even a closed-door disciple if your aptitude is decent. But it's different from how wandering practitioners take disciples. They only recognize one master." "Damn, I didn't know that." Fang Chen instantly regretted lying earlier. If he hadn't, Zhang Shanhe might not have believed him. But if he now claimed the practitioner died after teaching him, would that even work? Fang Chen thought it over and decided it was futile. Zhang Shan's fearful expression made it clear he wouldn't agree. But unwilling to give up, he pressed on seriously, "Master Zhang, if I don't ask you to be my master, can you still teach me the Taijin 8 combination fist?" Zhang Shanhe stroked his beard and said, "Actually, learning it isn't a problem, but..." "But what?" Fang Chen interjected. "It's just that I can't easily teach you. And if you study it alone, you probably won't master it," Zhang Shanhe said with difficulty. "So that's the issue. No problem." Fang Chen patted his chest confidently. "Martial arts aren't something you can learn just by natural talent. If you go down the wrong path, the consequences could be worse than a chi deviation." Zhang Shanhe frowned. "No problem," Fang Chen smiled. "Just give it to me." With the 10,000 Treasures Cauldron, he wasn't afraid of failing to learn. "Well, all right." Zhang Shanhe was a man of his word. Considering how Fang Chen had saved him earlier, handing over a martial arts manual alone wasn't impossible. He walked alone into the inner courtyard house. Minutes later, Fang Chen saw him emerge with a book in hand. The book was thin, no more than a few dozen pages. Zhang Shanhe said, "This is the first 7 forms of the Taijin 8 combination fist. Although I run a school, I hold back some techniques. Regular students only learn the first 6 forms. Closed-door disciples learn the 7th. And true personal disciples learn the 8th form. The technique I demonstrated earlier was the 7th. If you master it, that's fine." "There's an 8th form?" Fang Chen asked. "Yes, but unfortunately even I haven't mastered it," Zhang Shanhe said regretfully. "Keep working on it then." Fang Chen accepted the manual with satisfaction. Though one form was missing, the 7th form Zhang Shanhe had shown was enough to compensate for his lack of skill. Bang, bang. As they spoke, the inner courtyard door rang out. The knocking grew more urgent, and soon with a loud crash, "Zhang, you kicked the door open without ceremony." Zhang Shanhe turned and frowned. "Yue, how many times have I told you to be polite? Doors are opened with hands, not feet." Zhang Yu walked in, pouting, "Dad, I was worried he might harm you." After a moment of speechlessness, Fang Chen couldn't hold back. "Miss, don't talk nonsense. How could I harm your father? I can't even beat him." "Who are you calling miss?" Zhang Yu retorted. "You knocked my dad down earlier. Who knows if you'll do it again?" With that, Zhang Yu turned to Zhang Shanhe. "Dad, it's almost noon. Let's go eat. Since I'm finally back, take me to Weishan residence." "It's noon already. Time flies," Zhang Shanhe said. Young friend Fang Chen, join us for a meal. Noon. Fang Chen was surprised. He hadn't realized it was that late. He quickly said, no thanks. My little sister is home alone. I need to go back and cook. I see. Then you see him out. Zhang Shanha nodded. No need, I can find my way. Fang Chen wanted to avoid this violent girl. It's a matter of courtesy. You drive him or I want take you to eat. Zhang Shanha said. Zhang Yu's smile faded at his words. Glaring at Fang Chen, she said, come with me. I can go alone, Fang Chen said. Let Lei Long take me back. Driving you is tied to my... Zhang Yu bared her teeth. If you keep being so polite, it'll make your life difficult. Seeing Zhang Yu's eager long legs, Fang Chen had no desire to test them. His golden bell shield force field was gone, and he didn't know what would happen if she struck again. More importantly, Zhang Yu would definitely pester him relentlessly. He knew she was capable of that, so he reluctantly nodded. With a roar, Fang Chen got into Zhang Yu's BMW and they set off. Fang Chen sat in silence and Zhang Yu had no interest in asking questions. Fang Chen closed his eyes to rest. But in less than 5 minutes the car stopped. He was surprised to see an SUV blocking their path. A sturdy man got out. He was nearly 6'3", wearing a thick black leather jacket. A true hunk, though his eyes were a bit small. Zhang Yue, I like you. Be my girlfriend. The sturdy man held a bouquet. Oh, a confession. Fang Chen was taken aback, not sure what was happening, but he grinned. Looks like someone actually likes you. He had thought that even a beautiful violent girl like her would scare men off with her skills. What are you laughing at? If you like it, go be his boyfriend. Zhang Yu said irritably. You don't like him? Fang Chen glanced at her oddly. Then why is he still standing in front? What do you mean by that? Zhang Yu glared. Heh. Fang Chen rubbed his nose and chuckled. You know. I can't beat him, Zhang Yu admitted reluctantly. I knew it, Fang Chen thought smugly. He had figured that if she didn't like the guy, she'd have fought him, already not sat in the car fuming. But one thing puzzled him. How can you not beat him? He had seen her speed and striking power before. She was comparable to Lei Long. Maybe a bit weaker, but not by much. Zhang Yu said. His father is the head of the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall. He calls himself a peerless genius. He's 4 years older than me, so it's only natural he's stronger. That's unfortunate. You can't stand him but can't beat him, Fang Chen said sympathetically. I can't stand you either and I can't beat you. Zhang Yu glanced at him. You're no different from him. But then her eyes lit up as she studied Fang Chen with a strange look. What are you looking at? Fang Chen tensed up. Zhang Yu suddenly grabbed his hand and opened the car door. Let's go. Despite her martial arts training, her hand was surprisingly soft and smooth. Fang Chen, not knowing her plan, couldn't help but subtly squeeze it a few more times. You're here. Do you accept me? The sturdy man smiled, happily sniffing the flowers before offering them to the approaching Zhang Yu. These are your favorite blue roses. I spent ages finding them. Daiwang, look who this is. Zhang Yu pointed at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, still confused, smiled and greeted the sturdy man. Good afternoon. Have you eaten? The sturdy man smiled back. Good afternoon. I have. Have you? These two. Zhang Yu stomped her foot in frustration, then pressed her chest against Fang Chen, trapping his arm between two peaks. Do you get it now? Zhang Yu asked. The sturdy man nodded. I get it. And what will you do? Zhang Yu prompted. Beat him up. Zhang Yu laughed. He's my boyfriend, handpicked by my dad. He's really skilled. Can you beat him? Even without hearing more, Fang Chen knew this was a classic trope from novels. He was being used as a fake boyfriend. In such situations, Fang Chen rationally raised his hands. We're innocent. But the sturdy man didn't care about innocence. Fang Chen's hand had touched her chest. There was nothing innocent about it. A fist came swinging. Fang Chen got angry. Couldn't they just talk? Why did they have to resort to violence? They were no different from Lei Long and Zhu Lu. Did these martial artists all have something wrong with their heads, insisting on fighting instead of talking? Fang Chen didn't hold back. As the man charged, he used his swift shoes to step back, then pulled his fist back and thrust it like a spear straight into the man's chest. Bang! The sturdy man grunted, coldly blocking the punch with his hand. But Fang Chen twisted his right hand, sharply shaking off the man's grip, and struck hard at his chest. Zhang Shan's grip was strong and Fang Chen couldn't shake it, but this man's strength was lacking. Then, using his swift shoes to boost speed, Fang Chen circled behind him and landed several consecutive blows. The sturdy man cried out in pain, clutching his kidney as he knelt on the ground. Fang Chen glanced at him, then at Zhang Yue, who wore a smug expression. He felt a bit uncomfortable. Being used as a pawn was infuriating. And since acquiring the 10,000 Treasures Cauldron, Fang Chen's personality had subtly changed. He was bolder and more ruthless. Yang Tianyun Li Feng Mu Hua Hua. These were the best examples. Fang Chen had been in a decent mood, but now he was displeased, especially seeing Zhang Yu's smug face. Without much thought, he leaned in and kissed her on the lips. After the kiss, he was a bit stunned. What had he just done? Fang Chen had been furious earlier, wanting to teach Zhang Yu a lesson, making her understand that she couldn't use him as a shield. Yet impulsively he did something so bold. Daring to kiss this fierce creature, truly a man of great courage. Fang Chen couldn't comprehend how he had mustered such bravery, and in a moment of reckless abandon, he instinctively pushed his tongue inside. It felt quite delightful. At that moment Zhang Yu was utterly stunned, her eyes wide open like never before, fixed firmly on Fang Chen. Her face quickly turned crimson. Do not doubt this was not shyness from Zhang Yue, but rather, she was struggling to breathe. Only then did Fang Chen slowly withdraw, looking at Zhang Yu with a complicated expression. If I said that my earlier actions were merely impulsive and completely unintentional, would you believe me? Being shameless is one thing, but to be shameless to the extent that Fang Chen is, Zhang Yu thought it better to help the world. Zhang Yu's teeth ground together, her small hands balled into fists. She glared at Fang Chen, seething with anger. Fang Chen, you rogue. Today I must stomp on your mouth. Did your father not tell you that a lady should behave gracefully? How can you be so fierce? Fang Chen chuckled awkwardly. Look, it's getting late, I need to head home for dinner. Well, goodbye. With that, Fang Chen darted away at great speed. He had used every last second of his quick shoes. Seeing Fang Chen turn into a puff of smoke, Zhang Yu clenched her fists and shouted, "This isn't over. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a kiss before?" Humph. After shouting, Zhang Yu saw a sturdy man with an expression of pain and regret, scolded him thoroughly, and then hopped into a car. After 2 minutes, the sturdy man, feeling the pain subside, turned back with a semblance of composure. Fang Chen, this isn't over between us either. At this point Fang Chen had already run quite far. He couldn't help but sneeze, thinking how close he had come to being caught by that she-tiger. However, Fang Chen felt that his personality was increasingly uncontrollable. Sometimes he just acted on impulse. After feeling vexed about this, he took a taxi back home. Arriving home at 12, he noticed Fang Yanyu sneakily entering the kitchen, looking around unsure of what she was doing. When Fang Yanyu saw him return, she beamed. "Brother, you're back. I was just thinking that if you didn't return soon, I would have to make instant noodles myself." "Leave the cooking to me," Fang Chen said with a smile. "Brother, have you kissed a girl before?" Fang Yanyu raised her eyebrows slightly. "How did you know?" Fang Chen was somewhat surprised, but then coughed. "You really like to talk nonsense. I was with a man." "A man?" Fang Yanyu struggled to imagine. "So the lip mark on your mouth is from a man?" "A woman," Fang Chen replied decisively. "I knew it. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? Introduce her to me. I want to see if she's prettier than me." "Stop talking nonsense. She isn't even your sister-in-law yet. And even if she isn't as pretty as you, I bet her chest is definitely bigger." "Brother. You? Humph, I won't talk to you anymore." Seeing Fang Yanyu pout, Fang Chen lied. "I'm not teasing you. This isn't from a girlfriend. I just bumped into a girl at a corner, and our lips collided. Did you see the sweat on my forehead? I ran away." Fang Yanyu took a glance and said, "It does look like you were running. But brother, you need to work hard and strive to find a beautiful, gentle sister-in-law." "Oh dear sister, how old are you to be worrying about my affairs?" Fang Chen wiped the lip mark off his mouth. "Now let me go cook for you." "All right, this time you must make several delicious dishes." Fang Yanyu clapped and laughed. Fang Chen nodded and went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. In the kitchen there were still plenty of vegetables and a piece of meat that their parents had bought in the morning. After refining them, Fang Chen directly cooked them and served them on the table. Fang Yanyu was very satisfied with this meal, as the dishes were simply delicious, even better than yesterday's. Fang Chen sat nearby and ate, but he only maintained a normal portion. This was because he feared his sister would be shocked by his appetite. After finishing the meal, Fang Yanyu asked about the noodles. "Brother, I heard you say last night that we're going to set up a noodle stall at the commercial food street tomorrow. Can I go too? I want to help." Fang Chen had no second thoughts. "Yes, I originally planned to bring you. I have some matters to attend to tomorrow afternoon, and with my skills we will definitely be busy. Mom and Dad can't manage alone." "You're boasting." Fang Yanyu rolled her eyes. "You'll understand when you see it." Fang Chen replied confidently. Fang Yanyu said a few more words, and then got up, saying she was going to play with friends. Of course, as a top student, Fang Yanyu had already finished her homework. After finishing his meal, Fang Chen went alone to his bedroom. He did not immediately study how to improve the noodle soup seasoning but wanted to refine the Taijin 8 Harmonies fist. Facing the Tianxin gang and the nation behind Yang Yue, the 18-year-old him always felt that only strength was the most. As he attempted to refine it, his mind displayed the necessary spiritual energy. Seeing that the required energy points for refinement reached 5, Fang Chen was slightly surprised. After all, the Wing Chun fist only required 2.5 energy points during its refinement. But upon reflection he understood that Wing Chun was merely a simple version sold on the market. The true essence could only circulate within the sect. The Taijin 8 Harmonies fist given by Zhang Shanhe was meant for core disciples, so a higher requirement was normal. After refining his clothes and pants he had only 3 energy points left, so he directly refined a portion. Soon his mind was filled with knowledge about the Taijin 8 Harmonies fist. But simultaneously a voice emerged in his mind. You have learned the basic Wing Chun fist and part of the Taijin 8 Harmonies fist. Do you wish to merge them? Merge? What is that? Fang Chen was taken aback. He had yet to fully grasp the Wanbao Ding, so he nodded. But shortly after a message in his mind replied, the Wanbao Ding is severely damaged and urgently requires incense energy for repair. Merging is impossible, please repair and upgrade to intermediate refinement as soon as possible. Seeing that it was not possible, Fang Chen felt a bit disappointed. But he also understood that this merger was related to intermediate refinement. Knowing this, he began practicing several sets of fist techniques in his room to fully familiarize himself with the form. Through continuous practice, he had completely adapted. Afterwards, Fang Chen took the seasoning recipe from the table and began to prepare it himself. Having bought a lot yesterday, he still had some materials at home for him to experiment with. To save money, Fang Chen also didn't use too much each time, just simmering slowly. Once he finished refining, he started to taste the flavor of the broth. Since the materials were all refined, Fang Chen would not waste anything. He drank all the unqualified portions to increase his physical limits. When he reached the 8th batch, having used up all the materials, he had no choice but to go out and spend a few $100 to buy some more, continuing to refine. After completing all experiments, Fang Chen found a seasoning that was the best improvement. It required only about half the biological energy compared to the original, while the taste was nearly identical and even suited their local preferences. Feeling satisfied with this broth, Fang Chen decided not to call it Yangchun noodles anymore. After all, the seasoning had improved, and he decided to name it Tsinghua noodles as it was made from materials refined by the divine tool Wanbao Ding. After confirming the seasoning, he noticed it was already past 4 and planned to take a nap for an hour until his parents returned, allowing them to buy more raw materials. He currently had several thousand in hand, but he needed this money to replenish his physical and spiritual energy, so it was inconvenient to buy materials alone. However, he did not anticipate how much his parents cared about the noodles. Just as he confirmed and walked into the living room, his father and mother rushed in energetically. Fang Chen was taken aback. Dad, Mom, how did you come back so quickly? Fang Chen's father smiled. The workload at the factory is lighter now, and we were worried about you, so we rushed back. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to prepare well since we're going to start selling noodles tomorrow. Fang Chen's mother teased. Your dad was so happy at the factory, he chatted with the supervisor a lot, and after much back and forth they finally allowed us to leave work early today. Fang Chen's father turned back feeling slightly embarrassed. Honey, who told you to say all that? You're already an adult? Why be shy about it? Fang Chen's mother rolled her eyes and asked, Fang Chen, have you finished modifying that noodle broth? Yes, it's done. I'll boil it again now so you can taste the flavor, Fang Chen said with a smile. He knew that although his family was poor, his parents had a harmonious relationship with him and his sister. The situation of poor couples lamenting their poverty had not appeared in their home. Fang Chen returned to the kitchen. Although he had been busy all afternoon, he didn't mind as he had good physical condition. He continued to simmer the previous broth, and then added the noodles, serving it to the living room for his parents. With the rich aroma wafting through the air, Fang Chen's parents, who had been busy all afternoon, couldn't help but feel their stomachs growl. They eagerly devoured the noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Fang Chen hurriedly said, Dad, Mom, don't just focus on eating and quickly tell me how the noodles taste. Fang Chen's father, still wanting more, said, It's good, but compared to last night's Yangchun noodles, I feel like this one has a bit too strong of a fragrance. Aside from that, there aren't any other issues. Fang Chen smiled. If that's the case, there's no... Dad, think about it. When we first set up at the commercial food street, how do we attract customers? Of course, it's through the aroma. When they smell it, they naturally come to us. Fang Chen's father's eyes lit up with surprise. Son, you're absolutely right. I didn't expect you to be so sharp-minded. It seems we can't call the noodles Yangchun noodles. Otherwise, it won't have any character. I suggest we call them Xiang noodles. Fang Chen was speechless and protested. I decided to call it Tsinghua noodles. Fang Chen's father satisfied replied. Son, you also agree with my name, right? Haha, let's call it Xiang noodles. No, I meant to say it's called Immortal Moon noodles, Fang Chen repeated. Don't you think the name sounds wonderful? Mother of my child, since we both agree you have no objections, right? Fang Chen's father said. No. Fang Chen tried to speak, but his father patted his shoulder and asked. But since we're setting up a stall to sell noodles, what exactly do you need for making them? He'll buy it all. We can get the cart and tables, but we don't know what noodle-making supplies are needed. Fine, calling it fragrant noodles is acceptable. Fang Chen said helplessly. He knew his father was being stubborn and had made up his mind. That's more like it, Fang Chen's father said with a satisfied smile. But you still haven't told me what we need. Soup ingredients: oil, salt, soy sauce, a noodle press, and a kneading board. Fang Chen rattled off everything. All right, your mother and I will buy these. We'll figure out how to make the noodles later. Fang Chen's father frowned in thought before nodding. Tell us after you buy them, Fang Chen said. After asking a few more questions, his parents left the house. Seizing the moment, Fang Chen finished the remaining soup and noodles, unwilling to waste such body-enhancing delicacy. After eating, he rested on the living room sofa. When his mental energy recovered by 0.2 points, he saw his parents returning with a large haul accompanied by Fang Yanyu. She examined the items excitedly, as if they were treasures. Fang Chen helped carry the soup ingredients and other supplies inside, leaving the glass cart outside. His parents had been remarkably resourceful. Fang Chen's father said proudly, "See how quickly I got all this." Fang Chen smiled. "You got them fast, but it's already past 6. Let's get busy. I'll prepare the ingredients first, then teach you the noodle making step by step." Fang Chen's father asked curiously. "Why not tell us how to prepare the ingredients? We can handle that. Just instruct us." "Well, can I say it's a secret I can't reveal?" Fang Chen hesitated. "Fine, suit yourself. It's your creation, so I'm not worried you'll stop making it." Fang Chen's father didn't mind. Fang Chen smiled, dragged the soup ingredients into the kitchen, and used biological energy to refine them, spending 1 full energy point. Then he sorted and cut everything, calling his parents over to watch the cooking process and proportions. Fang Yanyu also followed, watching curiously. After finishing the basic tasks, it was nearly 10 o'clock. They had a makeshift lunch for dinner and went to sleep, preparing for the next morning's rush. Fang Chen returned to his room, extracting his remaining mental energy to refine a portion of the Supreme Eightfold Harmony technique. Though small, it was still useful. Then he slept until 5:30 a.m. He didn't use the remaining mental energy immediately, having developed the habit of keeping a reserve for emergencies. He walked out to find his parents already awake, washing up and cooking breakfast. After Fang Chen finished his tasks, Fang Yanyu emerged from her room in pink pajamas, a single strand of hair sticking up from her bangs. She looked adorable, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Morning, big brother," Fang Yanyu yawned. "It's not early. Wash up and eat quickly. We're leaving soon. If you're late, we'll leave without you." Fang Chen chuckled. "Ah!" Fang Yanyu snapped awake and scurried to the bathroom. By the time they set off for the commercial snack street, it was past 6. They arrived at a nearby snack street, surrounded by factories and 2 residential complexes. Mornings usually drew many breakfast-goers. After setting up their stall, Fang Chen noticed the other vendors smiling but hiding hostility in their eyes. They were all competing for customers. As the crowd grew, Fang Chen's father nervously wiped his hands. "Do you think anyone will come to us?" "Don't worry, Dad. Trust my skills," Fang Chen said. "But look, everyone's going to other stalls. No one's coming here." "Haha, today's not a work day, so there aren't many workers. These are regulars. Why would they suddenly come to you?" A neighboring vendor laughed. "So what do we do?" "Well, have no business today," Fang Chen's father said disappointedly. "You're clearly newbies. You see us making money and follow suit. It's useless. Every trade looks easy, but breaking in isn't simple," the vendor said smugly, lighting a cigarette. Just then 2 helpers at his stall called him over. Business was booming. The vendor flicked his ash triumphantly. "Sorry, my stall's too busy. Can't chat now. Got to work." He hummed a tune as he walked back, clearly pleased. This irritated the competitive Fang Chen's father, who saw the vendor's blatant showboating as distasteful. "Wait, something's off," Fang Chen muttered, stroking his chin as he stared ahead. "It's like what, big brother?" Fang Yanyu asked, eyes wide. "I've got it. How stupid of me. We forgot the aroma. Dad, let's make a bowl of noodles now. Once customers smell it, they'll come." Fang Chen realized, as a first-timer, had overlooked this blind spot. In fact, his whole family had missed it. "Right? We all forgot. Let's make noodles," Fang Chen's father exclaimed. That reminder spurred the family into action, all bustling to prepare noodles. The neighboring vendor glanced over after finishing his work, sneering at the empty stall where the Fang family busy. These amateurs had no clue. They could play around all they wanted. This place was tough for newcomers, and an empty stall would only repel customers. The noodles were ready quickly. Not immortal moon noodles, but fragrant noodles. Fang Chen's father set a bowl on the table, its rich aroma wafting around. Fang Chen played the customer sitting down to eat. Leaving a bowl unattended would look odd. Having someone eating made it more natural. The tactic worked brilliantly. Soon a cute little boy tugged an elderly woman's hand. "Grandma, those noodles look delicious. I want some." "All right, let's go there." The elderly woman smiled kindly, leading the boy over. Since the soup and noodles were prepped, they only needed to cook the noodles and add them to the soup. The family managed easily. When the grandmother ordered 2 bowls, Fang Chen's father eagerly agreed and got to work, albeit clumsily. The boy grew impatient, making Fang Chen's father sweat. Fang Chen chuckled quietly. He finished his noodles quickly and watched the grandmother and boy. After a few bites, the boy clapped happily. "Grandma, these noodles are so good. I want to come here again." "All right, dear, you can come whenever you like," the grandmother said. She tried a few bites herself, praising the flavor to Fang Chen's father. Fang Chen's father chuckled. Fang Chen smiled, knowing the first crack had been made. Things should get easier now. Sure enough, with a child and elderly person eating at their stall, other customers' reservations faded, drawn by the irresistible aroma. "So fragrant. How are those noodles so aromatic? Let's try some." "You're right, but I've never seen this stall before." "Who cares? Let's taste and see." Soon 7 or 8 customers sat down, each ordering a bowl. They devoured the noodles with exaggerated relish, as if starving for days. Fang Chen watched silently, relieved his earlier confidence hadn't been misplaced. It was a success. As first-timers, they had limited tables. When more customers arrived, drawn by the others' reactions, the remaining seats filled instantly. Diners couldn't stop praising the noodles, making those waiting even more eager. Some even took their bowls to other stalls to eat, leaving the surrounding vendors stunned. Were the noodles really the vendor who had mocked them was baffled. How were these newcomers suddenly so successful? Glancing at his own half-empty stall, envy and resentment brewed within him. After all, every stall owner craved bustling business. Not only he felt envy and jealousy, but the surrounding vendors shared the same thoughts. They began to secretly mock Fang Chen's family for having no customers, thinking they were naive. However, as they saw the crowd of customers increasing, each one began to feel surprised and confused. When they witnessed the place becoming so packed that there was no room to sit, their hearts were filled with raw envy. What's worse, customers were enjoying their noodles while sitting at their own tables, which made them feel quite uncomfortable. But regardless of their thoughts, Fang Chen's family was now overwhelmed, as they had to continuously cook and serve fragrant noodles to the customers. Only after an hour, when the crowd gradually diminished, did they finally feel relieved. They knew that the flow of customers would be sparse until noon, when it would peak again. Fang Chen sat down, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I expected business to be good, but I didn't anticipate it to be this busy. I'm sweating all over." "Here, brother, I bought you some drinks," Fang Yan said, holding several bottles of beverages. "You're the best, sister," Fang Chen smiled. "Hey son, I must say your predictions are spot on. Being busy is good, it means there is business," Fang Chen's father said as he sat down and took a drink from Fang Yan's offerings. "How much have we made now?" Fang Yan asked. "Let me count, just wait a moment," Fang Chen's mother chuckled as she pulled out a bag of coins. Just as they were counting the money, the earlier vendor, looking displeased, walked over. Fang Chen's father greeted him. "You must be done now. I didn't expect this job to be so hard. I can't help but notice your business is unusually good." "It seems rather abnormal," the vendor said, glaring at them. "We didn't expect it either," Fang Chen's father replied with a smile. "You're not putting anything in your noodles, are you? Otherwise, how could you suddenly have so many customers?" In China, it is rare to use drugs in ordinary snacks, but it has happened before. There was a previous incident where addiction was used to boost customer numbers. When Fang Chen's father heard this, his expression changed. "We have never done such a thing." "What nonsense are you talking about? If you keep making these baseless accusations, I could report you to the police." He understood very well that if this statement got out, they would have no standing here. Who knows? The vendor scoffed coldly. He was in a foul mood due to jealousy, and more importantly, if they continued to set up their stall here, it would surely affect his business. "Dad, don't talk to him. Can't you see he's trying to provoke you? He came over to show off when his business was good, and now that he sees ours thriving, he feels unbalanced. There's no need to engage with such people." Fang Chen stood up. He knew that the surrounding vendors would not treat their family well, since their success impacted their business. However, in business, one must face competition. If someone is trying to provoke and slander Fang Chen truly looks down on that. This vendor, if you really want the police to check, feel free to call them. But let's make a bet first. If there's nothing wrong, you'll pay us 80,000. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? The vendor retorted, are you trying to force me into an agreement? Fang Chen picked up a stone from the ground, crushed it with his hand, and said, no, I just want to clarify things with you. Seeing the stone crumble, the vendor's face changed slightly, realizing this kid was not to be trifled with, and he coldly huffed and walked away. Fang Chen's father frowned and said, Fang Chen, we just got here. It's best not to stir up trouble. This could be bad for our business. Dad, since we're operating here, it's impossible to maintain good relations with them. Everyone wants to make money. It's a competitive relationship. So for those destined to clash, it's better for them to behave and not act recklessly. Fang Chen said with a bitter smile. He knew his father had been working in the factory, where personal relationships mattered and harmony was preferred over conflict. But after thinking for a moment, Fang Chen's father quickly understood this point, nodding slightly without saying anything further. Just then Fang Chen's mother counted the bills and happily said, I've counted it. Can you guess how much we made? Fang Chen's father shifted attention. 200, right? Fang Yan said, 220, I think. Fang Chen, seeing them looking at him, replied with a figure, 470 something. Fang Chen's father doubted, how could it be that much? Fang Chen was right. We made a total of 480. After deducting costs, we can still earn 200. Fang Chen's mother said joyfully. You really called it, Fang Chen's father said in surprise. It was just a coincidence. Fang Chen smiled, noting that his mental capacity had improved along with his memory. He had easily recalled the number of bowls he counted earlier. Fang Chen's father soon became cheerful, realizing they made 200 just in the morning. If they continued until evening, they could easily reach 5 or even 600. That would be equivalent to what he and his wife earned in several years. Fang Yan was also very happy. Seeing his family content made Fang Chen feel gratified. Only the earlier vendor coldly stared at Fang Chen's family. He clearly saw how much cash they had and felt uncomfortable thinking they made so much in just the morning. Moreover, recalling Fang Chen's earlier gaze and words filled him with resentment as he pondered what to do. He stroked his chin and waved to the side. Xiao Wang, don't you have a friend who's a thug? A tall, thin young man approached. Yeah, what's up? The vendor's eyes flickered. Can you call them over? I have something I want to trouble them with. When 11 o'clock arrived, they were about to face the second wave of customer influx. However, Fang Chen had an appointment with Yang Yu and needed to go meet her. He considered skipping it, but knowing Yang Yu was with the government, he realized he had no choice. Dad, Mom, you keep busy here. I have something to take care of, but I'll be back soon. Fang Chen's father paused. What is it? Dad, my brother told me yesterday that I'm supposed to meet a very lovely big sister. Fang Yan said playfully. A girl. Fang Chen's mother's eyes brightened, smiling. That's good, hurry up and go. Fang Chen was somewhat puzzled as he hadn't told Fang Yan what he was going for, but seeing his mother's reaction, he understood. This way he could avoid more questions from them. Fang Chen didn't explain further, bid them farewell, and hurried to the place he had arranged with Yang Yu. He stood under a green tree soon, spotting a red sports car approaching. The sports car stopped in front of him, and a young, beautiful woman stepped out. She was dressed in casual attire with a denim jacket and shorts, looking somewhat mismatched. It was Yang Yu. She smiled and said, so how's the wait? Were you anxious? Fang Chen glanced at her and asked, where are you taking me now? Didn't we agree to go to my house at school? Of course we're heading there. Yang Yu rolled her eyes. What are you, a big guy afraid of me, this weak girl? You? Weak? Fang Chen shook his head skeptically, thought for a moment, and shook his head again. Get in the car. Yang Yu huffed, clearly displeased. Fang Chen, feeling helpless, could only get in the car. As they drove for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a wealthy community. They stopped in front of a white villa and Yang Yu pointed, this is my home. Let's get out. Wow, the country really is wealthy. Fang Chen exclaimed. I'm not part of the country, so stop saying that. Yang Yu shot him a glare, otherwise I'll hand you over to the authorities. Let's go inside, I'm getting hungry. Can you cook? Fang Chen smirked jokingly. He certainly knew Yang Yu was with the government, but she publicly wouldn't dare to admit it. I'm the principal, how could a principal do such a thing? Yang Yu glanced at him and said, can you cook? If you can't after we're done, I'll take you out to eat. Fang Chen was speechless, and asked, do you have ingredients at home? Yes, Yang Yu replied. Then I'll cook, Fang Chen said. Entering Yang Yu's house, he found the villa to be quite nice with beautiful furniture and decor. Yang Yu walked over and immediately sat on the sofa, pointing to the kitchen. It's all your fault. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't be hungry. Now I feel a bit hungry. You prepare the dishes first, then I'll ask you some questions. Fang Chen was speechless again, didn't argue, and walked into the kitchen to start cooking. The kitchen was very clean, clearly indicating she hadn't cooked much. Fang Chen prepared 8 dishes and rice quickly and brought them to the table. He worked fast, surprising Yang Yue, who looked at him and couldn't help but say, "You're quite capable." "Well, let's eat now." Fang Chen smiled. "Let me taste your cooking." Yang Yu picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of meat. After tasting it, her expression shifted slightly, her eyes brightened with delight. "This flavor is surprisingly good. I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking." "It's just decent." Fang Chen chuckled, thinking that this was merely basic refinement. He couldn't imagine what advanced refinement would yield. "Unfortunately, you look a bit ordinary, otherwise you'd be really popular." Yang Yu shook her head. Fang Chen felt awkward and said, "Let's eat quickly, then we can discuss why you called me over." "All right," Yang Yu said, mumbling as she ate. After finishing the meal, Yang Yu took a bottle of beer from the fridge, drank it down, and sighed contentedly. She looked at Fang Chen and said, "That was satisfying, but you've been staring at me, curious about why I asked you to come over, right?" "Yes." Fang Chen rolled his eyes, thinking that's quite an obvious question. Yang Yu smiled and said, "All right, I enjoyed this meal. You stay here for a moment and I'll get something." Fang Chen sat down, puzzled about what it could be. Yang Yu went upstairs and quickly came back down, holding an irregularly shaped black stone that reflected a metallic luster. Yang Yu said, "Hold this stone in your hand and it'll tell you what it is." Fang Chen glanced at her suspiciously, but seeing Yang Yu had no issue, he reached out to take it. However, he found the metal-like stone to be unremarkable. Fang Chen asked, "Is this it?" Yang Yu looked at him in disbelief. That's strange. Why isn't there any reaction?" "Try holding it again." Fang Chen gripped it. Yang Yu frowned deeper. "What's going on? Logically, there should be a reaction." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen vaguely sensed that Yang Yu was concerned about him in relation to the stone, but it seemed he wasn't the one she was focused on. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat relieved. "What's going on? Why is there no reaction at all? Could it be that I was mistaken?" Yang Yu lamented. "Now the boss is really going to be mad at me." The thought of the consequences made her unhappy as she said, "Hey, how could this happen? Logically, there should be a reaction when you hold it." Fang Chen replied, "Don't blame me for the lack of reaction. Now, what do you want to say?" "If there's nothing, I'll be heading back. I have important matters at home." "Wait just a moment longer," Yang Yu hurriedly said. "Let's see if there's a reaction in a few more minutes." However, after a few minutes, nothing happened. Fang Chen set the stone aside, clapped his hands, and prepared to leave. "Stop right there. Your grades have suddenly improved and your physical condition has noticeably enhanced. This is clearly abnormal." Yang Yu said, "It's almost certain that your body has undergone some change." Fang Chen understood he needed to explain himself here. Otherwise, if his grades continued to improve, she would suspect him. To be honest, being watched by government officials wasn't a good thing. Fang Chen said, "Actually, a passing master gave me a pill and taught me some techniques, which is why I've been experiencing these unusual changes. He just told me not to mention it." Yang Yu exclaimed in surprise. "You mean someone from the martial world taught you? So you're a disciple of a martial artist?" Fang Chen lied. "I don't understand what you mean by martial world, but that's the truth and I have no reason to lie." Yang Yu sighed. "Great, I'm really in trouble now. Ugh, I'm going to get scolded." Yang Yu waved her hand in frustration. "Enough, I feel so unlucky today. If you can find your way back, just go. If you don't know how to return, I'll drive you outside. I'll go back by myself. You just sit here slowly. I hope your superior won't scold you." Fang Chen said, glancing at Yang Yu with pity. He could tell that this government official was likely to get reprimanded since her mission had failed. Of course, Fang Chen chose to leave on his own because he saw there was a bus stop right in front of the affluent district. If there hadn't been a bus around, he would have had to take Yang Yu's car back. Once Fang Chen left, Yang Yu anxiously stared at the stone in her hand, when suddenly a figure jumped down from the second floor. The figure was a man in his 40s with short hair, a square face, and sharp eyebrows that conveyed a sense of heroism. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards the door. He asked, "Has Fang Chen, the one you were concerned about, already left?" Yang Yu responded, "Uncle, I'm sorry, it seems I made a mistake again." Yang Yu scratched her head with an apologetic smile. "Why don't you go back and plead with the boss for me, so he won't punish me?" The man called Uncle shook his head in silence, yet his expression was serious. Even though he's not an awakened, since a martial artist is willing to teach him skills and give him pills, it shows that this martial artist values him. Keep an eye on him and see how it goes. "Got it. How is the situation with the boss?" Yang Yu asked weakly. "I'll help you out," Uncle sighed. "Hee, you're the best, Uncle," Yang Yu said joyfully. Fang Chen had no idea there was another person in Yang Yu's villa. After leaving the affluent neighborhood, he took a bus to the commercial snack street. However, when he was about to reach a stall near his home, he found a crowd of people gathered together. It was typical of the Chinese to gather in groups whenever there was commotion. Fang Chen frowned, sensing something was wrong, and quickly pushed his way through the crowd. He saw 6 or 7 poorly dressed thugs, sitting there wielding a stick while his father had sustained minor injuries. Fang Yanyu and his mother were angrily pointing at the thugs while looking worried. "What are you doing?" Fang Chen scolded angrily as he stepped in. The previously arrogant thugs turned to look at him, first stunned, then grinning smugly. One of the thugs said, "Who are you? Didn't you see we're asking for compensation for mental distress?" Fang Chen replied, "The one who's injured is my dad." "Ah, perfect. We found a fly in our bowl here. What do you think we should do? Should we ask for compensation in the thousands?" The thug said excitedly. "Son, don't listen to their nonsense." Fang Chen's father, who was lying on the ground, shouted angrily upon seeing Fang Chen arrive. "These shameless bastards are clearly targeting us." "Brother Fang Yan," you called out worriedly. "Hey, don't think about paying off the debt, otherwise we'll just take your daughter as payment today," the thug said with a smug smile. "You! Shameless!" Fang Yan's face turned pale, her eyes filled with fear. Fang Chen appeared in front of Fang Yanyu, gripping her hand tightly as he glared at the thug, his gaze icy. "You won't leave here in one piece today. Oh, you think you're tough?" The thug sneered, tossing his stick aside. "With your skills, I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson today." "Bring it on," Fang Chen scoffed, glancing at him dismissively. Fang Chen's mother, worried, tried to "Mom, let me handle this." Fang Chen reassured her, his eyes fixed on the thug. Fang Chen stomped hard on the ground and charged forward, aiming a punch at the thug's face because that face was simply too detestable. The thug was taken aback, clearly not expecting Fang Chen to strike so decisively. He tried to raise his hand to retaliate, but Fang Chen was too quick. With a crack, he realized with horror that his nose had been broken. He let out a howl, clutching his bloody nose, and in a mix of fear and rage pointed at Fang Chen. "You dog bastard! How dare you hit my nose? I will make you regret this and force you to kneel and bow." Too much talk. Fang Chen shot him a cold glance, kicking him in the stomach and slamming his head against the ground. Within a few blows, the thug's head was swollen and bloody. Fang Chen coldly looked at him and said, "Do you know? I despise it when others threaten me and my family. Such people are destined for misfortune in front of me." The thug was in so much pain, he couldn't speak, blood covering his eyes, obscuring his view of Fang Chen. Yet he still gritted his teeth in anger as his companions, seeing his miserable fate, let out cries and charged at Fang Chen. Fang Chen disdainfully glanced at them. As they approached, he kicked them all down to the ground, delivering punches to each of them until they couldn't even stand up straight. The previous thug managed to wipe the blood from his eyes, just in time to see all his companions lying on the ground, his expression instantly shifting to one of fear. He hadn't been blinded by blood for long, and now all his friends were down. At that moment, he saw Fang Chen slowly turning around to face him. Now that he saw all his companions on the ground, he was starting to feel afraid. Fang Chen approached him, stepping on his chest, and coldly asked, "We weren't finished talking earlier. Do you dare to cause trouble here again?" My superior is Brother Mountain Wolf. If you continue to do this, I will call for him." The thug stammered, filled with fear, yet he thought he couldn't lose face and mentioned his boss. Fang Chen initially wanted to teach him another lesson because he understood these thugs had to be scared into submission, especially since he would need to go to school tomorrow, and couldn't have any incidents at home without his parents there. However, upon hearing the thug mention Brother Mountain Wolf, he refrained from striking him again, realizing that the thug had connections. With a hint of amusement, Fang Chen said, "You say your superior is Brother Mountain Wolf? Well then go ahead and call him over. I actually have some things I want to discuss with him." The thug was taken aback, not processing the request. Slap. Fang Chen slapped him and said, "Do you understand now?" The thug winced in pain, his expression contorted, and he nodded shakily. But in his heart, he thought, when Brother Mountain Wolf comes with his men, you'll be in trouble. He knelt on the ground, dialing a number. Fang Chen had no interest in listening to him speak, so he walked over to help his father up. At this moment, his father had already been supported up by his mother and sister, looking at Fang Chen with surprise. "How did you suddenly become so capable?" Fang Chen rubbed his nose and said, "An old man who passed by taught me martial arts a while back, but he left and told me not to use my skills unless in danger." "Really?" Fang Chen's dad asked suspiciously. "Really?" Fang Chen replied. "When I wasn't here, they didn't do anything worse to you, right?" "Brother, no. They only just started causing trouble a few minutes before you arrived." Fang Yanyu said. "It felt so good to watch you beat them up. These bullies needed that." Fang Chen's mother worriedly said, "But it seems they have a big thug backing them. Otherwise, we should leave." "Fang Chen, even if you can fight, you can't take on too many people at once." Fang Chen's father said, What's there to fear from these scoundrels? I'll call the police to manage this situation. Fang Chen smiled and said, Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry. I'll take care of this matter, and I'm confident I can handle them, ensuring they won't dare to come back here again. Are you sure about this? Fang Chen's mother asked skeptically. I think we should just call the police. Fang Chen's father hesitated. Fang Chen interrupted their thoughts, saying, I know the so-called boss they are talking about. I believe that once he arrives, this group of thugs will never dare to come to this snack street again. I still think calling the police is better, Fang Chen's father said. Even if the police catch them in a few days, they will come back. If this continues, we really won't be able to run our business. Fang Chen explained, what you said makes sense. Fang Chen's father frowned. So leave this matter to me. You can just sit here and wait for them, Fang Chen said leisurely. Trusting Fang Chen's earlier display of strength and recent changes, his family sat and waited for the thugs to arrive. Fang Yanyu looked at Fang Chen with curiosity and admiration, which made Fang Chen feel a faint surge of... The surrounding stall owners looked at Fang Chen's family with a mix of curiosity and glee, feeling a bit disgruntled that Fang Chen's family had such good business so soon after arriving, secretly wishing for their downfall. Therefore, they had no intention of intervening earlier. However, they noticed that this group of thugs had not left but instead were waiting here. Thinking to themselves, didn't this group hear the earlier threats and taunts? They were going to suffer. Due to the trouble caused by the thugs, they had little business, so they simply watched the drama unfold. The majority of the common folks recognized the thugs nearby, and not wanting to stir up trouble, chose not to dissuade Fang Chen's family, opting instead to observe. One stall owner who had secretly called for help was surprised by Fang Chen's abilities, but upon seeing that they weren't running away, he scoffed coldly, thinking that once the thug boss arrived, he would certainly suffer. After about 10 minutes, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Fang Chen couldn't see if anyone was approaching, but he vaguely heard that the big thug was back with his crew. Fang Chen's parents looked worried, and Fang Yanyu quietly pressed her lips together. Fang Chen tightened his grip on her hand and said, You all just sit here. I'll handle what happens next. Before he could stand up, he heard a dissatisfied voice from a distance, Which ignorant fool dares to lay hands on me? Do they really think I'm easy to bully here? Humph, if you don't kneel before me today, it'll make you regret it. Hey Shan Lang, it's only been a few days since we last met, and your courage has really grown. So do you have enough money this time? Otherwise, I won't let you leave, Fang Chen teased. Damn, which guy dares to talk to me like that? Shan Lang walked over, initially cursing in dissatisfaction, but then he felt the words were familiar. However, upon seeing Fang Chen's appearance, his face changed drastically, his lips trembling. Fang Chen, why are you here? Shan Lang truly felt like he had run into a wall. How could he keep encountering this big demon? Would he never find peace? Fang Chen smiled. Why do you think I'm here? Your subordinates smashed my parents' stall. Shan Lang was frightened. He knew Fang Chen was not easy to deal with, and hearing this made it clear that this matter wouldn't end well. Thinking of Fang Chen's prowess, he immediately shouted backward, Damn it, which fool dared to smash Fang Chen's stall? Do they want to die? Step forward if you have any guts. The thugs were slightly taken aback, and one stepped out confused, asking, Boss, what's going on? He's our boss, but we've never seen him before. Whether you've seen him or not is irrelevant. The key is that I have. Shan Lang said, his face slightly flushed with anger. This slap is a lesson for your rudeness towards Fang Chen. Now apologize to them. Shan Lang, fearful, said, Fang Chen, I had no idea they did this. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have let them run wild. Please let us go. His subordinates exchanged glances, unsure why their boss was so scared. However, some of the thugs who had previously clashed with Fang Chen looked fearful. I'm sorry, one thug said, covering his mouth to apologize. Apologies won't solve this matter. What if I wasn't here and they injured my family? After finishing his laugh, Fang Chen's gaze turned cold. Fang Chen, what do you want me to do? I will definitely comply. Shan Lang was extremely frightened. The dialogue and actions between them left the surrounding stall owners and customers in shock. This boy, who looked no more than 18, was actually the boss of these thugs. His background was too formidable. With that, their expressions shifted from glee to shock, and the stall owner who had instigated things looked increasingly fearful, sensing something ominous. Fang Chen slowly fixed his gaze on one thug, smiling enigmatically, so still feeling arrogant. The thug, seeing his boss so scared, realized this young man was definitely not to be trifled with. Filled with fear, he understood that if he didn't provide a satisfactory answer today, he would truly have no way to leave. The thug hurriedly said, Big brother, I was wrong. I was too impulsive. But I was also called here. A stall owner asked me to come and cause trouble for you. A stall owner asked us to come and cause trouble. Fang Chen paused, frowning. Initially, he wanted to intimidate the thugs so they wouldn't dare to cause trouble again. He did not expect to uncover a deeper plot. Yes, should I point out who that person is? The thug asked, nodding. I want to know who it is. Go ahead. Fang Chen's gaze roamed around the group of stall owners. Everyone he looked at wore an uneasy expression. The thug straightforwardly walked into the crowd and dragged out a stall owner. Despite the stall owner's unwillingness, Fang Chen was surprised it's you. Fang Chen's family was also taken aback, not expecting it to be this person. What's wrong with me? I didn't do anything. This thug is just talking nonsense, the stall owner denied. Big brother, I'm telling the truth. He indeed asked us to come over. Moreover, he even guaranteed that if we succeeded in this matter, he would give us 5,000 yuan and said that the money extorted from you would belong to us. The thug explained urgently. Nonsense, I didn't do anything like that, the stall owner insisted anxiously. If you don't believe me, my friend Wang Jin, who works for you, has my call records. Once checked, it will be confirmed. Furthermore, we met with you beforehand and those stall owners saw it. The thug pointed into the crowd. The stall owner he pointed at shifted his gaze, looking awkward but remained silent. Fang Chen glanced at them and asked lightly, is what this person said true? The stall owners indeed saw this scene. Initially they planned to say they didn't know to avoid trouble. However, fearing that if they lied the thugs would come back for them afterward, they could only nod in fear. The stall owner who had initially spoken to Fang Chen's father turned pale upon seeing them testify against him. With a slap the thug struck him hard and sneered, now do you still dare to talk nonsense? The stall owner was frightened and turned pale, kneeling with a sorrowful face. I was wrong. I acted foolishly. Fang Chen coldly scanned the kneeling stall owner, saying, we didn't offend you, did we? Why resort to such underhanded tactics? The stall owner feared I acted rashly, that's why I did such a thing. Fang Chen sneered, really? I see you still have some ulterior motives, but that's irrelevant. What I detest most is fair business competition yet resorting to treachery behind the scenes. However, considering my parents weren't harmed this time, you will compensate for all the damages to our stall, and you will no longer come here from now on. Otherwise I can have this crowd teach you what it feels like to wish you were dead. This snack street was very busy. If he went elsewhere the stall owner genuinely wouldn't want to leave, but seeing Fang Chen's expression, he had no choice but to nod. Fang Chen said, alright then, go prepare 3,000 yuan. And hurry up and scram. Yes, the stall owner dared not say more and hurried to his stall to get the money. Fang Chen, what about us? Shan Lang smiled awkwardly. What I said counts, and you must bring more money than last time. Come on, take it out. Fang Chen smiled, extending his hand. I welcome you all to come back next time. Shan Lang's lips twitched, reluctantly calling all his brothers together to gather 1,600 yuan for Fang Chen. Then Fang Chen cheerfully welcomed them to leave. The stall owner also handed over 3,000 yuan before leaving in fear. He could see that this guy was truly ruthless, even extorting his own subordinates. Of course, he had been listening to Shan Lang's talk of Big Brother and subconsciously thought he was the leader of this gang. Because of this small detail, whenever the stall owner saw Fang Chen in the future, he would quickly leave the area. After both groups left, Fang Chen's smile gradually faded as he turned to the surrounding crowd and loudly said, the people who engage in such underhanded tactics have left and the thugs are gone. Now we need to talk about our matters. Earlier, when my parents were in trouble, you all just stood by with glee. I can understand as we are not familiar with each other, but there's something I want to say. Fang Chen's gaze suddenly turned cold. If anyone dares to act like him in the future, don't think I'll be as easy to talk to as I am now. I will let the thugs make them experience what it feels like to wish they were dead. A group of stall owners around felt dissatisfied, and a few older ones wanted to speak up in rebuttal, but were silenced by their relatives. Those relatives understood that although this person seemed like a student, he was capable of fighting, and even the thugs were afraid of him. They couldn't afford to provoke him. Moreover, it was just a warning. Besides, they understood that if someone used thugs to target them, they would also feel very displeased. In the end, they realized that it was the fault of that stall owner. Moreover, Fang Chen himself was not easy to provoke, which is why they feared to silence their relatives. After calming down, the older stall owners also understood the situation. They made up their minds not to oppose Fang Chen's family in the future. Seeing them silent, Fang Chen returned to his stall. However, Fang Chen's father furrowed his brow, appearing hesitant, and as if he wanted to say something but held back. Fang Chen asked, Dad, what's wrong? You look like you want to say something. Fang Chen's father looked at him with a complex expression and sighed. It seems there are many things we father and son haven't communicated about, and why that thug leader is so afraid of you. Fang Chen explained, Dad, I know my skills are impressive now. In the past, when I saw him bullying others, I taught him a lesson, which is why he fears me. Fang Chen's father continued to ask, Your reasoning is similar to what I was thinking, but mainly I want to discuss with you, don't you think speaking like that to the surrounding stall owners is a bit too much? Dad, I already made it clear earlier that they are in competition with us. Don't expect them to take care of us. Just like when you were hit earlier, they didn't help at all. When I first arrived and saw their gloating expressions, to be honest, I was very angry, but thinking it over, it's whatever. Moreover, there's one important point. Once they establish a hostile relationship, it seems to me that not only the first stall owner will act like a thug, others may do similar things in the future, like using underhanded tactics. I think instead of that, it's better to warn them first to keep them from having any bad ideas. Besides, I will be going to school tomorrow and can't stay here every day. It will definitely be inconvenient then. Fang Chen's father sighed and said, "You make a valid point. Our business has been thriving too quickly, and they have been operating here for so long, so they must feel unbalanced. If we want to make money, we can't avoid trouble. And your approach might not foster a good relationship with them, but at least the business aspect should be smoother. Dad, as long as you understand. Moreover, we didn't lose anything just now." Fang Chen smiled, revealing the cash in his hand. "There are 4,600 here. 4,600 plus what we made this morning and noon. It's already 5,000 so quickly." Fang Chen's father felt much better. "Dad, don't bring this up anymore. Should we open for business now?" Fang Yan asked. "Yes, of course we should open. Earning 100 more is still 100. Fang Chen's father replied happily. "But Dad, you have an injury on your head." Fang Yan pointed. "This is nothing to worry about." Fang Chen's father wiped the blood from his head. "You all clean up here. I will go to the supermarket to buy a band-aid for Dad. As for this money, I need over 1,000 for a phone, and the 4,000 can be for you, Dad, to keep for tomorrow's materials." Fang Chen took out the money. Fang Chen's father received it and was slightly taken aback when he heard about the phone. Fang Chen explained, "I need a phone to conveniently contact you. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can reach me directly. You little rascal, your dad isn't that useless, needing to rely on you for everything. But go ahead and buy that phone. It will indeed make our communication easier than before." Fang Chen chuckled, taking the money and headed to the supermarket. After finishing, he refined a bit in a secluded spot before returning. After applying the band-aid, Fang Chen's father felt the wound itch almost as if it had healed, but he didn't check it. However, Fang Chen understood that the wound must have healed since it wasn't large initially, and the band-aid was refined, so that kind of small injury shouldn't be a problem. After spending some time making noodles at the snack street with his family, the soup ingredients were running low. Since it wasn't the peak flow of customers, and they needed to prepare for tomorrow, they decided to head back. Fang Chen discussed with his parents in advance, asking them to purchase more materials to have enough stock, ideally enough for 10 to 15 days. Then he intended to go out to buy a phone. Fang Yan insisted on going with her brother, so Fang Chen had no choice but to take her along. They went to a mobile phone store and bought a phone that cost over 1,000. After purchasing, seeing Fang Yan's eager expression, he took out his own money to buy another identical phone. Fang Yan was a bit surprised. "Bro, how do you still have money?" Fang Chen smiled and said, "Of course I have money. With this phone, it's just right for us siblings to have the same brand." Although he only had a bit over 5,000 left, she was his sister. Even though he needed that money for food to improve his physical attributes and mental strength, it paled in comparison to his sister. Fang Yan smiled and said, "All right." Fang Chen's phone was black, while the one he bought for Fang Yan was pink. Then they left the mobile phone store and played around the nearby streets. It was already past 4 when they went to buy the phone, and by the time they finished, it was nearly 8. Fang Chen knew it was getting late, so he pulled Fang Yan to head home. But while walking down a street, Fang Chen turned his head and spotted Wang Linshi at the entrance of a restaurant, but she was not alone. There was a man beside her, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. After enhancing his physique and refining Wing Chun, Fang Chen's senses were heightened, giving him excellent vision. He clearly saw Wang Linshi's cheeks were slightly flushed, her brows knitted, and her expression showed unwillingness as she tried to push the man away, though she seemed weak. Of course, she wasn't entirely without strength, as Fang Chen noticed that the man seemed to be forcefully holding Wang Linshi's hand, not wanting her to break free. Fang Chen frowned slightly, and Fang Yan, sensing something curiously, asked, "Bro, what's wrong?" Fang Chen patted Fang Yan's head. "Sis, you stay here for now. There's someone ahead who is my teacher, and I think she seems to be in some trouble. I'll go check it out first." Fang Yan said, "Oh, then hurry back, it's getting late and Mom and Dad must be worried." Fang Chen nodded and hurried over. He walked up and directly blocked the man in the suit. The man looked excited at first, but when he saw Fang Chen blocking him, he impatiently said, "Get lost, brat, or don't blame me for having my people throw you aside." Fang Chen's face showed slight annoyance, but he didn't speak to him. Turning to Wang Linshi, he asked, "Teacher, what's wrong?" Wang Linshi felt dizzy, her limbs weak, only a bit of clarity allowing her to maintain a shred of consciousness. Hearing this, she struggled to lift her head. Upon seeing Fang Chen, she whispered, "Fang Chen, quickly take me away from this man." Fang Chen's hearing was excellent. Even though her voice was low, he heard it clearly. He understood that this man likely had no relation to his teacher, but was clearly attempting to take advantage of her beauty. Fang Chen extended his hand and said, "Excuse me, could you please step aside? This is my teacher and she doesn't want your assistance." The man's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected this kid to know Wang Linshi or be her student. But after a moment he disdainfully sneered, "I don't care who you are. If you dare reach out your hand again, I'll have my bodyguards break your legs. Get lost." Fang Chen had had enough of this spoiled rich kid reaching out to snatch him. The suited man became furious upon hearing this. His bodyguards were also slightly taken aback realizing Fang Chen was about to move. They rushed forward thinking to deal with Fang Chen. Because Fang Chen looked young they looked down on him, but when they reached out to grab his shoulder they found their hands caught by Fang Chen and couldn't move. They were slightly shocked, casting a surprised glance at Fang Chen realizing this kid was not simple and should not be an ordinary person. They snorted coldly and prepared to use their full strength. But Fang Chen glanced at them with disdain and said, "So weak yet you want to be bodyguards." Fang Chen forcefully pulled their hands back and suddenly struck their stomachs making two loud thuds. The two bodyguards groaned in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching their stomachs and slightly trembling. That last hit made them feel like their intestines were all twisted together. After dealing with them, Fang Chen looked at the spoiled rich kid and said, "Do you still want them to break my legs? If you don't let go, don't blame me for being ruthless with you." The spoiled rich kid was somewhat surprised, but contrary to Fang Chen's expectation, he was not afraid. He remained arrogant, saying, "You little brat, do you think just because you have some skills you can act tough? You only defeated my two bodyguards. What's there to be arrogant about? Let me tell you, I have my eye on this girl, so if you don't want to die, get lost. By the way, my dad is the deputy mayor. Are you scared? I don't care who you are. If you don't listen to me, just get lost." Fang Chen could no longer tolerate this idiot raising his hand to strike his chest fiercely before grabbing his collar and throwing him towards a nearby car. With a loud bang, the rich kid howled as he clutched his chest. Seizing the chance, Fang Chen took Wang Linshi into his arms, feeling her soft skin. Oddly, he had thought Wang Linshi would be incapacitated and had drunk a lot, but he detected no smell of alcohol on her. Wang Linshi weakly whispered, "Fang Chen, quickly. Take me away from here." Fang Chen responded affirmatively and supported her as they walked towards Fang Yen. Since they were a bit far away, Fang Yen didn't hear what was said, but she saw Fang Chen hit someone. Fang Yen exclaimed, "Bro, why did you hit someone again? Those guys are scum and can't be considered human." Fang Yen said, "Oh, then let's go home now." Fang Chen glanced at Wang Linshi beside him, knowing she couldn't go home alone in her condition, and said, "Sis, can you go home by yourself for now? My teacher can't go home alone like this. I want to take her home first." Fang Yen nodded without thinking much and said, "Alright bro, I'll head home first. Come back early. Are you sure you can get home safely by yourself? If not, I can take you to your doorstep first." Fang Chen asked with concern. "Brother, I'm grown up now. Of course I can go home alone. Brother, you're so thoughtful. Just hurry up and take our teacher home." Fang Yen smiled. "Alright," Fang Chen nodded. "But brother, your teacher is really beautiful with a great figure. You're so lucky, unlike our teacher who is older and very rigid in class." Fang Yen said enviously, then teased, "But brother, you mustn't do anything inappropriate with the teacher. Where are you getting these ideas? If you keep talking like this, I might just take your phone away." Fang Chen said impatiently, "I get it, brother. You go take the teacher home." Fang Yen playfully stuck out her tongue. Fang Chen called a taxi for his sister to go home on her own. Then he called for another car and asked Wang Linshi, "Teacher, where do you live? I'll take you home." I live in Yanghu community." Wang Linshi stammered as she spoke. Fang Chen noted this down and instructed the driver to head there as soon as they got in the car. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, smoking a cigarette while glancing back. "Bro, is this your sister or your girlfriend? She looks good but seems a bit drunk." The driver chuckled. Yeah. Since Wang Linshi had come to the school right after graduating from university, she was still quite young and looked youthful. Naturally, no one would think she was a teacher, and Fang Chen didn't want to explain much to the driver. However, the driver clearly had a twisted sense of humor, letting out a lewd laugh. Fang Chen shot a glare at the sleazy driver. When they arrived at their destination, he paid the fare and helped Wang Linshi out of the car. She seemed even weaker than when he first saw her. Fang Chen noticed her body leaning against him, her ample bosom pressing firmly against his back. Fang Chen felt a strange sensation arise in his heart. He slapped his face, reminding himself that she was his teacher, and he shouldn't think inappropriately. He slowly helped her toward the small building where she lived. As they neared the building, Wang Linshi suddenly vomited. Although Fang Chen had sensed it was coming, a bit of it inevitably splashed onto his shoulder. Holding Wang Linshi, he let her vomit slowly while patting her back. Once that was taken care of, he helped Wang Lin-Shi upstairs and into her room, guiding her gently toward the I'm so hot, I'm so hot. Wang Lin-Shi mumbled dazedly, and then she tried to unbutton her clothes. As she wore a simple short coat, when she unbuttoned it a bit, Fang Chen caught a glimpse of her pink bra, and he was taken aback, his heart racing. Fang Chen couldn't make sense of Wang Lin-Shi's behavior, but seeing her undress more wasn't a solution. He thought for a moment and decided to check the kitchen for any ingredients to make a hangover soup. Of course, Fang Chen noticed that there was no smell of alcohol on Wang Lin-Shi, realizing it wasn't just drunkenness. However, he speculated that the hangover soup could help alleviate some other state. In the culinary book he refined, there was a recipe for hangover soup. He took all the ingredients out of the fridge, washed them, and quickly got to work. Once finished, he refined the hangover soup using the Wanbao Ding, which consumed very little spiritual energy, only 0.2 points. Looking at the light pink soup, he tasted it and found it quite good. Then he carried it to feed Wang Lin-Shi. To his surprise, when he entered the living room, he awkwardly discovered that Wang Lin-Shi had taken off most of her clothes, leaving only her underwear. Fang Chen hesitated for a moment before putting the bowl aside and helping her put on her pants and top. After helping Wang Lin-Shi dress, seeing her wanting to undress again, he hurriedly fed her the soup. The effect of the soup, refined by the Wanbao Ding, was remarkable, and the redness on Wang Lin-Shi's face quickly faded. She let out a soft whimper and frowned as she gradually regained consciousness. When she saw Fang Chen, she exclaimed in surprise, "Fang Chen, what are you doing here? And what exactly happened to me?" "Teacher Wang, you finally woke up. Do you remember what happened earlier?" Fang Chen sighed in relief. Wang Lin-Shi tried hard to recall, but when she noticed her disheveled state, she screamed in shock. "Teacher Wang, you took off your clothes on your own. I thought it wasn't appropriate, so I helped you put them on," Fang Chen said, awkwardly scratching his nose. Wang Lin-Shi seemed to remember something. Her face flushed slightly, and she whispered, "It seems I did it Fang Chen shifted the topic. "But Teacher Wang, what exactly happened to you? And what about that man who helped you up earlier?" Upon hearing this, a hint of anger flashed in Wang Lin-Shi's eyes. "That guy is truly a beast in human form," she cursed and then explained. "There's a sponsor at the school who has been trying to get me to accompany him. I was hesitant at first, so I went to the restaurant with him, only intending to drink a beverage and leave. Who would have thought that, after drinking, I felt dizzy and hot, and then I vaguely saw him forcibly dragging me away. Luckily, you came to my rescue. If it weren't for you, At this point, Wang Lin-Shi's complexion turned pale, evidently recalling the possible consequences she could have faced. Fang Chen understood by now that the man must have drugged her drink. He also realized that Zhu Ho was definitely aware of what had happened, yet still acted this way. It seemed he was truly despicable. Wang Lin-Shi understood this as well, gritting her teeth. "They are so despicable and shameless." Fang Chen comforted her. "It's good that you're okay now. I owe you a lot for this," Wang Lin-Shi said gratefully. "If it weren't for you, I might have been in big trouble. But speaking of this Teacher Wang, that man is the son of the deputy mayor. If you suddenly hit him and he wants to cause you trouble, I wouldn't be able to protect you. This is my fault for bringing you trouble." "Don't worry, he can't cause me any trouble," Fang Chen replied with a smile. He wasn't worried. If that guy tried to use his influence, he could call Yang Yu for help. Though it might be because Yang Yu was looking for someone else. No matter what, she would have to help if such scum appeared in the government. If he used his power, Fang Chen wouldn't be afraid. If he comes after you, you must tell me. I'll see if I can find a way to help." Wang Lin, "Teacher Wang, just relax. It's getting late. I should head back. You take care and rest at home," Fang Chen said with a smile, trying to leave. Wait a moment, Wang Lin-Shi noticed a stain on Fang Chen's shoulder, emitting a strong odor. She knew it was caused by her. Fang Chen was taken aback, following her gaze to his shoulder, realizing what she wanted to say. He said, "It's fine. I need to shower at home anyway. I'll wash my clothes then." "Fang Chen, although you are my student, I am very grateful for your help today. It wouldn't be good for you to go home smelling like this. Why don't you take a shower in the bathroom? You'll wash your clothes and dry them quickly," Wang Lin-Shi said apologetically. "No, that's unnecessary," Fang Chen declined. "I'm your teacher," Wang Lin-Shi glared. "You should listen to me." "All right then." Fang Chen relented. He entered Wang Lin-Shi's bathroom. Honestly, it was his first time in a woman's bathroom. After handing over his shirt to Wang Lin-Shi for washing, he took off his clothes and prepared to shower. After a full day of work, he was already covered in sweat and a strange odor. Fang Chen thought that Wang Lin-Shi might have misunderstood, thinking that all the strong odor was caused by her vomit. Fang Chen let out a wry smile as he thought of this, and turned on the shower head to prepare for his bath, while reaching into the cabinet to find shampoo. However, when he opened the cabinet, he discovered that Wang Lin-Shi had placed her lingerie there. Fang Chen glanced at the black lace underwear with a strange expression, and quickly looked away, grabbing the nearby shampoo. He washed quickly, mainly because he could hardly control his reactions down there in this bathroom. He felt it was too uncomfortable. After hastily washing up, he dried himself off, put on his clothes, and walked out. Due to the refining of martial arts along with the improvement in his physique, Fang Chen's body was still quite impressive. Wang Linsher approached and couldn't help but compliment him, then asked, "So did you wash your hair? My shampoo is in the cabinet." "I know, and I already washed it," Fang Chen replied with a smile. "Wait." Wang Linsher suddenly blushed and shot a displeased look at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was taken aback, not understanding what was going on, but he thought of the lingerie inside. He smiled awkwardly, knowing that Wang Linsher must have guessed he had seen those things. Wang Linsher, now blushing, handed Fang Chen his clothes, saying, "Here, your clothes are already dry. Thank you, Teacher Wang." Fang Chen nodded awkwardly. Wang Linsher didn't say anything. Fang Chen felt it was too awkward and said, "Well, Teacher Wang, it's getting late. I think my parents will be urging me to go home, so I'll head back now. If you need anything, just call me." "You go ahead, but I'm the teacher and you're the student. You should be the one to call me if you need anything," Wang Linsher huffed. "It's the same thing," Fang Chen chuckled, but suddenly recalled the deputy mayor's son. He wasn't afraid, but Wang Linsher had no power to fight back. He smiled, since the teacher said that, "Why not give me your number? I happen to have a phone. They'll give you my number, but make sure not to use it in the dorm or during class," Wang Linsher said after some thought. "I want," Fang Chen assured her. Wang Linsher cast a suspicious glance at Fang Chen and said seriously, "You must guarantee that if I find out or if the homeroom teacher discovers you breaking school rules, don't blame me for taking your phone away." Fang Chen was speechless. "Teacher Wang, do you think I'm such a childish person, staring at my phone all day long?" Wang Linsher recalled how Fang Chen had rescued her, and after recalling her earlier embarrassing moments, her face flushed slightly as she chided. "Alright, I know you're not a childish person. Now hand over your phone, and I'll input my number for you. Here." Fang Chen smiled as he took out his phone. Noticing that it was brand new, Wang Linsher realized he must have just bought it today. She entered her number and handed it back to him, saying, "Alright, I've given you my number. Contact me if you need anything later." "Well, I'll take my leave now. Teacher Wang, you should get to bed early." Fang Chen glanced at the note on his phone, which read Wang homeroom teacher, and found it amusing. Wang Linsher, although young, always tried to act much older. Yet, to the students, she appeared rather charming. Wang Linsher followed Fang Chen downstairs, and only returned once he was out of her sight. After leaving, Fang Chen did not head straight home, but instead went to a nearby store to order some dishes, with rice being the main focus and all refined. He planned to head home only after absorbing these to enhance his limits and biological energy. While he was eating, the vice mayor's son, Yin Tianjing, also exited the hospital. As he reached the entrance, he kicked angrily at the ground and noticed a beggar in the distance. Displeased, he ordered his 2 bodyguards to chase the beggar away. Seeing the beggar disappear, Yin Tianjing felt much more relaxed. "Damn it, I'm in a bad mood, and this kind of trash thinks it can pollute my eyes," he added with a glint of coldness in his eyes. "But that brat Fang Chen won't escape my grasp, and as for Wang Linsher, I've set my sights on you. Don't even think of escaping my clutches." The 2 bodyguards behind him exchanged wry smiles, knowing their young master was up to no good again. However, being the vice mayor's son, they felt powerless to intervene. After stating this, Yin Tianjing took out his phone and shouted a few commands. Soon a dozen burly bald men came running. The lead bald man with a long face smiled obsequiously. "Young Master Yin, what do you want us for?" Yin Tianjing disdainfully glanced at him. "Hey bald Wang, you and your bald gang have taken a lot of my money, and I've looked out for you several times, haven't I?" The bald gang is a third-rate gang in Zhanghai City, typical of the kind that can be found in every district. Compared to the Tianqing gang, which controls 2 districts, they are much weaker. Nevertheless, the bald gang boasts over 100 adult men, managing some casinos and nightclubs, making them stand out among third-rate gangs. The leader of the bald gang, called Bald Wang, must maintain some connections in the underworld, and he relies on someone like Yin Tianjing. Bald Wang smiled flatteringly. "Young master, what do you want me to do?" Yin Tianjing replied with a sullen expression. "Did you see the injuries on me?" Bald Wang was taken aback. "I saw them. What's the matter?" Yin Tianjing shouted. "Is this your expression? I was attacked and I want you to help me retaliate. Is there really someone who dares to hit young Master Yin? They must be looking for trouble." Bald Wang was surprised, then contemptuous. "Leave this to me, young master. I'll make sure you're satisfied." "Alright, I'll leave this to you then," Yin Tianjing said. "I'll call a dozen of my best men to take action." Bald Wang replied. "Young master, that person is quite skilled. If we confront him without weapons or against a crowd of skilled people, we might end up suffering ourselves." The bodyguard behind them voiced his concerns. They were all capable fighters, easily handling 2 or 3 thugs at once. Given that Fang Chen could easily suppress them, he was clearly a skilled expert. If they approached carelessly, they would surely be at a disadvantage. You make a valid point. Yin Tianjing nodded. Bald Wang, bring more people with you. All right. I'll summon a dozen of our most elite men, and each will be fully armed. But I'm not sure which brat young master wants us to teach a lesson to. Bald Wang contemplated. I remember he's called Fang Chen, a student from Zhanghai High School. Yin Tianjing recalled. Since he's Wang Linsher's student, he's likely a senior. Here's the plan. You'll go directly to the school tomorrow and beat that guy up thoroughly for me. Yin Tianjing. Bald Wang was startled at the school. There are many students and teachers there. Isn't that inappropriate? Should we wait until he's out of class and sneak into an alley to beat him up? Yin Tianjing replied unhappily. Damn it, it's hard for those seniors to finish school. How long do you want to wait? I want you to beat him up in front of all the students and humiliate him thoroughly. However, you don't need to worry. After you finish, just surrender to the police or wait for them to arrive. Fighting is a trivial matter. Even if it happens at school, I can use my father's connections to sort it out. You'll only be detained for 10 days or half a month. Bald Wang thought for a moment and found it reasonable. With young Master Yin backing them up, why fear ordinary matters? He readily agreed and discussed details with Yin Tianjing. Fang Chen returned home at 9 o'clock. He closed the door behind him and walked into the living room. Dad, Mom, he called out as he entered. Son, you're back. Fang Chen's father looked up and said, I have something to ask you. What is it? Fang Chen asked. What's up with your sister's phone and how do you have money on you? Fang Chen's father asked with concern. I'm not saying you can't have money, but suddenly buying something worth over 1,000, where did that money come from? Fang Chen's fighting ability was quite strong now, and his father was worried. He might turn bad learning to extort protection money. Well, you saw those thugs this afternoon, right? They encountered me before, so I collected their money, which is why they're so scared of me now. Fang Chen explained. Oh, I see. Then it's all good, Fang Chen's father said, relieved. He pointed towards the kitchen and said, I've bought a lot of materials as you suggested, all piled up in the kitchen. You can handle it as you see fit. Let me take a look. Fang Chen nodded slightly. He walked into the kitchen and was startled at the sight. He hadn't expected his parents to buy so many noodle soup ingredients. He smiled wryly, knowing all of these would need refining. But he felt relieved as these ingredients were enough to last half a month. He busied himself in the kitchen refining all the materials, consuming several days' worth of biological energy. After finishing, it was already 9:40. When he stepped out, he shared a few things with his parents. He knew that they had been discussing how to expand their stall and when to officially resign from the factory. Fang Chen inquired closely and learned that his parents had taken 2 days off from the factory this time. However, clearly after the booming business today and the lure of a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, they were confident about the stall and determined to resign. Fang Chen didn't quite understand these matters. After briefly discussing, he noted down his parents' phone numbers and planned to head back to his room to sleep. Fang Chen's parents knew he had school the next day and didn't disturb him. Once back in his room, Fang Chen intended to lie on his bed. He also took out his phone, wanting to play around with it. Fang Chen's family wasn't very well off, so he hadn't asked for a phone before. Now that he suddenly had one, he wanted to try it out. However, after playing for a while, he lost his sense of novelty. Suddenly a thought popped into his mind: what would happen if he refined the phone? Previously he had seen a TV drama called Magical Phone, where the phone had many functions and even turned into a person. Fang Chen felt a little excited, but remembered that he hadn't fully refined the Taijin Beiho skill yet, so he temporarily put the thought aside. After all, the Tianxin gang could come after him at any moment. His priority was to strengthen his abilities. Once he finished this business, he would find a way to refine the phone and see what would happen. Fang Chen extracted the remaining spiritual energy to completely refine the Taijin Beiho skill, and then went straight to sleep. After a night's rest, Fang Chen got up early, had breakfast at home, and planned to head to school. He and Fang Yanyu left home at the same time. On the way, Fang Yanyu curiously asked, "Brother, how long after you sent your teacher home did you come back? I was waiting for you but fell asleep. I came back at 9, but you slept quite early yesterday," Fang Chen replied. "Who told you to be so tired yesterday?" Fang Yanyu said. "But brother, you didn't do anything with your teacher, did you?" Fang Chen knocked lightly on Fang Yanyu's forehead in annoyance. "Don't slander your brother unnecessarily. Focus on your studies, or you might turn into a weirdo with all these thoughts." Fang Yanyu rubbed her head. "I didn't." Fang Chen chatted cheerfully with Fang Yanyu. After turning a street corner, he parted ways with her. After all, middle school and high school were not in the same direction. Before he could reach the school gate, he suddenly felt someone tightly hug him from behind. Turning around, he saw the resentful expression of Chang Pengzi. Fang Chen asked in surprise, "Chang Pengzi, what's with that expression? You haven't looked for me these past few days, not even visiting the study nerd." Chang Pengzi said with a face full of jealousy. "Tell me, have you gone on a date with Zhang Yuxuer again?" "Stop pretending," Chang Fatty said with disbelief. "Believe it or not, let's go. We need to drop our things off at the dorm first," Fang Chen said. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't want to elaborate on the matter, Chang Fatty could only nod helplessly. After they arrived at the dorm and placed their things down with no one else around, Fang Chen took out his phone. Fang Chen pointed to the phone. "Chang Fatty, give me your phone number." Chang Fatty was a bit surprised since he knew Fang Chen's family wasn't wealthy. "My parents opened a noodle stall, and since business is good now, I bought one," Fang Chen replied. "Quickly tell me your phone number." "Oh," Chang Fatty without suspicion teased. "I didn't expect your parents to switch careers." After Chang Fatty gave him his number, they sat in the dorm for a while. Since there were no morning classes on Monday, they weren't in a hurry, as they were going to go directly to the gym for morning exercises. When Chen Mo arrived, Fang Chen also noted down his phone number. It's a bit pitiful that among his friends, only he didn't have a phone. But now it was good. Everyone had phones, making communication much easier. After chatting and joking around, they headed directly to the teaching building. Fang Chen noticed that Wang Lincher seemed to have forgotten about yesterday's events, not looking at him at all in class. However, he felt fine about it until a bell rang signaling that it was time for morning exercises. Even in the college entrance exam class, morning exercises were mandatory. If you asked why, you'd have to ask Yang Yu. He and Chang Fatty walked down the corridor, while a group of robust middle-aged men stood at the school gate. All of them were bald, dressed in black jackets with muscular builds, giving them a rather imposing appearance, and they carried metal rods at their waists. The bald leader looked at the school entrance and said, "Yes, this is the place. Brothers, be ready to act. Now, everyone take out the photo and look at it for a minute." After saying this, he took out a photo himself which showed Fang Chen's face. Yesterday, after Yin Xiao instructed them on these matters, he had obtained Fang Chen's photo with the help of the school principal Zhu Ho. They also knew that Zhu Ho would be near class 9 today. They just needed to find Fang Chen's figure from the crowd wherever Zhu Ho was. After looking at the photo, the bald leader cursed a few times and walked into the school. The school security guards were quite responsible. Seeing them enter, they tried to stop them. But the bald leader didn't care about the security guards. He had no intention of leaving quietly today. As long as he taught Fang Chen a lesson, he could wait in the police station for 10 days or half a month for Yin Xiao to arrange their release. Bam! The bald leader knocked a security guard away and disdainfully said, "Get lost, don't block me from doing my job." On the school playground, nearly half the students had gathered, creating a dark mess. Fang Chen and class 9 stood at the far left, and after arriving they directly stood at the back. Strangely enough, Fang Chen noticed that Zhu Ho was actually following them closely, just a few meters behind. Fang Chen thought that since Zhu Ho seemed to hold a grudge against him, he wouldn't want to look at him. Fang Chen pondered this while Chang Fatty and the others secretly observed Zhu Ho and whispered to Fang Chen. Seeing their demeanor, Zhu Ho coldly snorted, thinking maliciously, "Hey, you little brat, you're feeling proud now. Just wait until the people Yin Xiao sent arrive. Let's see how arrogant you are then." After waiting a few minutes, Zhu Ho saw a group of robust men coming through a passage ahead, and his heart leaped with joy knowing that the people Yin Xiao sent had arrived. However, Zhu Ho didn't dare to show it. Some things were best kept to himself. After realizing this, he snorted again and continued to act like a statue. The bald leader and his crew moved quickly to the playground, partly because they were somewhat scared. After all, with nearly 1,000 students present, it was better to resolve the situation sooner rather than later. Upon arriving, they immediately walked over to Zhu House location. The appearance of the bald leader and his group caused quite a stir among the students and teachers, who were confused about the sudden arrival of such a group. The teachers wanted to intervene, but seeing their intimidating presence, they felt a sense of fear and refrained from acting. This allowed the bald leader and his crew to easily reach class 9. Having looked at Fang Chen's photo for quite a while, and noticing that Zhu Ho was intentionally standing close to Fang Chen, they quickly spotted him. "Fang Chen, today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Everyone else get out of the way," the bald leader shouted, pulling out a metal rod from behind. His 10 or so subordinates also pulled out metal rods and swung them towards Fang Chen. Many students in class 9 screamed in fear and scattered, with the girls being the loudest. Of course, 2 students were excitedly watching the scene unfold. They were Ning Yuan and Sun Jia. Although they had apologized to Fang Chen and were scared of him, it didn't mean they would feel guilty if they saw someone bullying him. At that moment, they were actually hoping that these thugs would give Fang Chen a good beating. Zhu Ho, as the head of the grade, shamelessly yelled as they approached him, calling the police, and ran away. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chen and Chung Fatty were left. Chen Mo and Wang Linshur wanted to help but were stopped by 2 or 3 adult men. "Hey Fang Chen, what have you done? Why are even the thugs from outside coming to school after you?" Chung Fatty exclaimed. "I only did a small thing, but I didn't expect them to send people over so quickly," Fang Chen replied with a slight smile. "You should go stand aside, I'll handle them myself. You don't need me. I'm your good brother and my size could at least shield one person." Chung Fatty, "It's unnecessary. I can handle it alone." Fang Chen shook his head. He didn't expect that the deputy mayor's son would send a group of thugs to school so quickly. He wasn't afraid at all, on the contrary. He felt eager to test the power of the Taijin 8 unified fist. Although a small portion was not fully refined yet, its attacking capability had already surpassed that of Wing Chun. The bald leader charged in without wasting time, cursing as he swung the iron rod in his hand. "You little brat, let's see how I cripple you today." Despite being warned repeatedly the previous night by the 2 bodyguards that Fang Chen was very skilled, and should not be underestimated, the bald leader saw Fang Chen's ordinary student appearance, and still looked down on him. After he swung the rod, he confidently believed that Fang Chen would be unable to move, and he would find a way to cripple him. But as the rod swept through the air, his expression changed slightly because Fang Chen actually reached out and caught the iron rod directly. The bald leader was somewhat surprised and tried to lift the rod to strike again. However, no matter how hard he tried, it didn't budge. "How could this be? My strength is the greatest in the gang, yet I can't even compare to this little brat. How strong could his strength be?" Strictly speaking, Fang Chen's strength was indeed a bit greater than that of the bald leader, but it wasn't enough to render him immobile. This was due to a technique called Five-Finger Golden Mountain from the Taijin 8 unified fist. Fang Chen coldly snorted, directly snatching the bald leader's iron rod, and then raised his foot to kick forward fiercely. Instantly, the bald leader let out a miserable howl, clearly hearing the sound of his right leg breaking. Fang Chen glanced at him, swung the iron rod towards his right and left hands, and after seeing him faint from the pain, prepared to deal with the other 10 or so thugs. The remaining members of the bald gang were all stunned, and even as Fang Chen looked at them for the first time, their eyes clearly showed signs of fear and a desire to flee. But realizing they couldn't escape like this, they shrieked and attempted to rush forward to take down Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't care as they approached. He exerted force with his foot, threw down the iron rod, and swung his fists towards their stomachs. The punching technique of the Taijin 8 unified fist was incredibly domineering. Each punch struck like a hammer, and every member of the bald gang, who fought with Fang Chen, spat out blood and had broken ribs. In just 2 minutes, all the members of the bald gang, who had come, were lying on the ground howling in pain, and looking at Fang Chen with fear in their eyes. The bald leader, regaining a bit of consciousness, saw his subordinates all lying on the ground, while Fang Chen remained unscathed. His heart was filled with disbelief, feeling he must have seen it wrong. It was simply impossible. No, this is impossible. The bald leader couldn't believe it, and when he saw Fang Chen walking towards him, he suddenly felt afraid. He no longer dared to see this seemingly ordinary student as just an ordinary person. Fang Chen was undoubtedly a ruthless master. Fang Chen looked at him and said, "I know who sent you. It's that guy behind you with the 2 bodyguards, right?" The bald leader was shocked. He didn't expect this student to know, and remained so calm, showing no signs of fear or surprise. Fang Chen stepped on the bald leader's hand and said, "Go back and tell him this is just the first lesson. If he tries again, don't blame me for using other methods to deal with him. Of course, if he doesn't believe you, just tell him to prepare more time and gather enough strength before coming to deal with me." Fang Chen's forceful kick made the bald leader scream in pain before passing out. Zhu Ho witnessed the entire incident. Although he didn't hear what Fang Chen said to the bald leader, seeing Fang Chen's impressive skills and ruthless actions made him shiver. He truly began to fear Fang Chen. This little devil didn't seem like a student at all. Not only was he thinking this way, but the surrounding teachers who witnessed the scene were also slightly stunned, their gazes filled with disbelief as they looked at Fang Chen. Most of the teachers didn't know Fang Chen, but seeing him take on more than a dozen thugs, they couldn't believe he was just a student. However, the students present on the playground didn't care about that. Earlier, they were worried about Fang Chen's safety when they saw a group of thugs come after him, while also fearing the thugs. But Fang Chen's perfect lesson made them all excited. Most of the students were actually afraid of these unruly people, and now seeing one of their own defeat them, how could they not feel thrilled? Instantly, all the students in the playground erupted in cheers. In the beginning, there were cheers on the playground, but as soon as a student from Class 9 shouted Fang Chen, it spread like a virus, and more students joined in. "Fang Chen, well done. Fang Chen, well done." The voices were so loud that they drowned out the announcements. Some teachers tried to stop this scene, but it was futile. So many students simply wouldn't listen to them. As the center of attention, Fang Chen was slightly taken aback, unsure why so many students were calling his name, but soon he felt a continuous flow of energy in his mind, reaching a peak of 4 in a brief moment. It was now at 6, and still rising, though it had clearly slowed down significantly. After a moment of thought, Fang Chen suddenly realized it was because he had taken down the thugs and this group of students was excitedly admiring him. Although he felt quite perplexed, he was nonetheless pleased. It was indeed a significant gain. Wow, Fang Chen, I'm truly impressed. I always knew you were formidable, but I didn't expect that these 10 or so burly men with weapons weren't your match. Is this the pinnacle of practicing Wing Chun? Chung Fatty's eyes sparkled. Well, something like that, Fang Chen replied with a wry smile, speaking vaguely. Are you all right? As he spoke to Chung Fatty, Chen Mo and Wang Lincher joined them. Wang Lincher looked at Fang Chen's arms, and seeing no visible injuries said, as long as you're fine it's good. These thugs are quite frightening when they enter the school. Don't worry, teachers. These thugs are no match for me. Fang Chen confidently glanced at the students still gathering around. Many students cast admiring glances at Fang Chen. This was the demeanor of a true expert. Ning Yuan and Sun Jia were mixed in the crowd, their faces displaying regret and shock at Fang Chen's unexpected prowess. With so many thugs being no match for him, they appeared more like a group of clowns, inadvertently enhancing Fang Chen. The crowd's cheers lasted for several minutes. Zhang Yuxu's experimental class, positioned on either side of Class 9, could not see the specifics but only knew that thugs had come to trouble Fang Chen only to be taught a lesson. Initially, Zhang Yuxue was worried about Fang Chen, but seeing the excited shouts on the playground, her concerns vanished, replaced by a smile. She felt that Fang Chen was gaining more fame with every commotion. It appeared that today, he would become a true celebrity at Zhanghai High School. In contrast to her thoughts, Li Feng frowned deep in contemplation. He knew that as long as these thugs weren't particularly foolish, they would understand that causing trouble at school was inconvenient, yet they still came. It seemed they had someone backing them. Could it be that Fang Chen had made some enemies? 20 minutes later, a police car arrived. In fact, after the bald man taught them a lesson, the injured security guard had quickly called the police. Yang Juzhou had been in the police station for over a year, and had gone out on duty more than 10 times, but she had never seen such a scene where a group of thugs stormed a school, only to be beaten to the point of fractures by a student. Seeing the thugs lying on the ground, clutching their stomachs in pain, Yang Juzhou and her colleagues felt speechless. Yang Juzhou glanced at Fang Chen and asked, "Did you do this?" "Yes, I did. They were going to hit me, and I was worried they would hurt me and affect my college entrance exam, so I hit them a bit harder." Fang Chen said, "Officer, I didn't do anything wrong, did I?" He knew that every punch he threw had broken some of their bones. It would take these men at least a month or two to walk normally again. "Are you still scared?" Yang Juzhou shot him a look. "I think they should be the ones afraid of you. Come with us to the police station." "Why do I have to go to the police station?" Fang Chen was taken aback. "Of course you need to give a statement while they will provide their accounts. You don't need to worry. It's just about your conflict with them." "Get in the car," she said. "It'll be fine. Just answer the questions from this officer. Remember to come back to school early." Wang Lincher comforted him from the side. Fang Chen felt speechless. He hadn't expected to have to go to the police station, but he didn't mind and nodded in agreement to get in the car. He walked directly out of the school gate and got into the car. The two policemen who had come to patrol looked at Fang Chen with strange eyes. Yang Juzhou also got in the car and sat beside him. Soon, with a whoosh, the car was on the road. Yang Juzhou kept looking at Fang Chen curiously. Yang Juzhou was very beautiful with fair skin, large eyes, and a great figure, but Fang Chen felt uncomfortable being stared at by such a girl. He turned around and said, "I can't be as handsome as you think, officer. You keep staring at me." "Well, you're not good-looking, but who said that staring at you means you're handsome? I just find you quite peculiar." "Peculiar?" Fang Chen asked, "What's so peculiar about me? I see that your physique isn't strong at all. You're quite thin and weak, and you're only 18, right? Yet how could you defeat those burly men, each of whom suffered fractures? So I think it's strange that someone of your physique can take them down." Yang Juzhou asked intriguingly. "Miss Officer, evaluating a person's fighting ability isn't solely based on physique. Besides, I'm not weak. My physique is actually quite good, it just doesn't show outwardly." Having said that, Fang Chen felt it was pointless to discuss such matters with a police officer, so he stopped talking. "What's wrong? Why did you stop talking?" Yang Juzhou asked, clearly enjoying the conversation. "There's nothing much to say, but I wanted to ask, how long will the statement take?" Fang Chen inquired. "That depends on the specifics. After questioning, we need to verify with both parties. However, once you're done answering, you can leave without any requirement for both sides to verify. Since you've asked now, I'll start asking you right away." Yang Juzhou asked, "Why did they come after you?" "I don't know. I don't even know who they are." Fang Chen. He knew it was the son of the deputy mayor behind this, but he also understood that these men wouldn't reveal that, and saying it himself might not be useful. Moreover, if the police knew it was orchestrated by a powerful family's son, they might intentionally create trouble for him, which would be quite annoying. Even though the likelihood was low, Fang Chen didn't want to take that risk. Really? Yang Zhuzhou asked again. Yes, Fang Chen replied, that's the fact. I'm quite frustrated myself. Then let me ask you some other questions. What's your name? Where do you live? Yang Zhuzhou began asking a series of questions in the car. Fang Chen felt a headache from these questions but answered all of them. However, some of Yang Zhuzhou's questions were quite annoying, like asking how he could fight so well, whether he practiced martial arts, if he had any powerful masters. Fang Chen felt speechless but still managed to chat his way to the police station. Yang Zhuzhou was still the one responsible for his statement, as she directly noted down what needed to be written during the process was quick. It only took half an hour for Yang Zhuzhou to close her notebook, smiling, as she said, I finished asking you. Really? That's it? Can I go back now? Fang Chen asked, a bit pleased. You can go back, but if someone bullies you again, remember to reach out to us, police. Yang Zhuzhou smiled. Alright, Fang Chen readily agreed. Bang! Just as they finished speaking, a sudden gunshot rang out from the police station. Upon hearing the gunfire, both Fang Chen and Yang Zhuzhou's expressions changed slightly. China has very strict gun control. Civilians rarely see guns, let alone inside a police station. How could anyone be shooting here? This was not a good sign. Yang Zhuzhou quickly regained her composure, standing up cautiously. Fang Chen, stay here. I'll go check what's happening. In this office, there were several other officers who also stood up, seriously looking towards the door. Bang! The door was slammed open, and a middle-aged man rushed in, looking anxious and holding a gun. Fang Chen was slightly taken aback, thinking who this criminal could be. What the hell? Shooting in a police station was a death wish. But what Yang Zhuzhou and the other officers said next left him dumbfounded. Captain, put the gun down quickly. Yang Zhuzhou urged in panic. Yes, Captain, put down the gun. It's very dangerous. The officers in the office all looked terrified, carefully trying to persuade him. Fang Chen was utterly confused, not knowing what was happening. What was the police captain doing with a gun pointed at his colleagues? He took a few steps forward, but at that moment the middle-aged man aimed the gun at Fang Chen, saying, don't move. Yang Zhuzhou warned anxiously, Fang Chen, don't move. If the captain really pulls the trigger, it'll be over. Fang Chen was a bit irritated. Is your captain a lunatic? Yang Zhuzhou sighed, he really is a lunatic. Fang Chen felt speechless and asked, can I ask one question? How does a lunatic get a gun and still be allowed to be captain? Yang Zhuzhou sighed, the situation is quite complicated, but for now we should focus on safely resolving this crisis. As they spoke, several officers clearly entered the office from behind the door. Yet the middle-aged man grew increasingly agitated, suddenly pointing the gun at Yang Zhuzhou, shouting, you Wei, why do you follow him when I've treated you so well? Why are you betraying me? Speak. Fang Chen noticed the gun was now aimed at him and Yang Zhuzhou. Yang Zhuzhou carefully tried to mediate, but Fang Chen could see the middle-aged man's expression becoming more impatient, his mental state on edge. Who knew if he would actually pull the trigger? Fang Chen himself had the golden bell shield, so he wasn't afraid of being shot, but Yang Zhuzhou was not in the same situation. Without a second thought, he rushed forward, aiming to seize the gun from the middle-aged man's hand. Seeing this, Yang Zhuzhou shouted anxiously, Fang Chen, don't. Yang Zhuzhou was worried that Fang Chen might get into trouble. Likewise, Fang Chen was concerned that this middle-aged man might indiscriminately fire his gun and hurt Yang Zhuzhou. Seeing Fang Chen suddenly rush towards him, the middle-aged man showed a hint of rage and abruptly fired his gun. With a bang, Fang Chen could clearly feel a great danger rushing towards him. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Although he couldn't see the direction from which the bullet was coming, he bent down instantly midway through his run. As the gunshot passed, he had already wrapped his arms around the middle-aged man's waist, pushing him to the ground with a loud clap and snatching the gun from his hands. Feeling dissatisfied, he deliberately slapped the man twice. Of course, the slapping was purely Fang Chen's way of venting his frustration at encountering a lunatic for no reason. Seeing that Fang Chen was fine, Yang Zhuzhou felt relieved and gently patted her chest. She had a good impression of this young man with impressive skills, and naturally didn't want anything to happen to him, let alone the police station getting involved in such a mess. But seeing how capable Fang Chen was made Yang Zhuzhou even more curious. She rushed over and nervously said, you scared me to death just now. I thought you would get hit by him. Fang Chen, you need to remember you can't be so impulsive when facing someone with a gun. I saw him pointing at both of us. If we didn't find a way to take the gun from him, I would be fine, but you wouldn't be able to dodge the bullet, Fang Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhuzhou was taken aback, her eyes filled with gratitude, as she said, so that's how it is. I really have to thank you. It's nothing, just a small act of consciousness. But how can a lunatic still be a police officer and with a gun in hand? Fang Chen remarked. As he said this, the middle-aged man beneath him was shouting wildly. Fang Chen, annoyed, slapped him directly to knock him out. Yang Juzhou twitched her mouth and said, "Be gentle. After all, he's the son of the chief." "Is that so?" Fang Chen said, somewhat surprised, glancing left and right. "No worries, there aren't any chiefs around here anyway. Let's not talk about that. Is it true that he continues to be a police officer just because his father is the chief, even if he's a lunatic?" Fang Chen asked. "Not exactly. Let me explain the situation to you." Yang Juzhou was a good communicator. She felt it was better to clarify things, so that Fang Chen wouldn't embarrass himself by spreading the story. Yang Juzhou explained, "The person beneath you is called Zhou Xian. He was actually quite good in the department, enthusiastic and dedicated to his work. Even if his father weren't the chief, with his performance he could have easily become a team leader. But the problem arose one night over half a year ago, when he discovered that his wife was having an affair with a police officer in the department. So he went mad." Fang Chen asked suspiciously. Such a betrayal would be unbearable for any man. If there were a surprise child involved, the cuckolded man might become a vengeful god. "You're overthinking it," Yang Juzhou replied, speechless. At that time he was very angry and wanted to confront that colleague. However, that colleague and the team leader's wife teamed up to fight back, resulting in the team leader hitting his head on the ground and getting injured. Later the colleague and the team leader's wife eloped but were hit by a car and died. "No way, what a coincidence," Fang Chen said in surprise. "And over such a matter did it really have to end up like it's just that coincidental? You know, the team leader's father is the chief, and that colleague probably feared the consequences. Who knows what they were thinking at the time?" Yang Juzhou sighed. "But since then, the team leader hasn't been quite right. After 3 months of treatment in the hospital, his condition improved, and we all thought he was fine. Who would have expected such an incident to occur today? However, allowing someone who hasn't fully recovered to be a police officer is still too dangerous," Fang Chen commented. After they finished this conversation, footsteps could be heard at the door, along with a voice saying, "You're right." Fang Chen turned around upon hearing the words, and saw a square-faced man walk in, his hair slightly grayed, dressed in a police uniform. Upon seeing his attire and demeanor, Fang Chen felt he was likely a leader. Hearing the previous comments, he could judge that this was indeed the chief. Yang Juzhou and the surrounding colleagues all called out, "Chief Zhou." Chief Zhou nodded and walked over to see Zhou Xian merely unconscious. A glimmer of relief crossed his eyes as he said to Fang Chen, "Thank you so much. If you hadn't subdued him, I was really afraid he would do something reckless." Chief Zhou had been out handling matters when he heard that his son had a mental breakdown, causing his heart to race. He hurriedly rushed over, and upon seeing someone successfully subdue him without incident, he truly felt relieved. "Chief Zhou, it's nothing. I was just acting in self-defense," Fang Chen said, then suddenly asked Chief Zhou, "What are you going to do with your son from now on? Given his state, I can't let him continue being a police officer. He needs to be sent to the hospital, Chief. And you, from your appearance, you should be a student. Focus on your studies and don't cause trouble. Also, please keep today's incident to yourself. I request this of you." A chief is requesting something from a student. That's quite a favor, Fang Chen thought. Although he was unhappy about the arrangement of letting his son continue as a police officer, he had no complaints about the chief's attitude. After pondering certain matters, Fang Chen said, "Chief Zhou, I have a certain confidence in curing your son's mental illness, but it requires specific experimentation to confirm." Fang Chen thought that if he could cure this lunatic, it would leave Chief Zhou indebted to him. Having a chief support would make handling some matters much simpler, especially since it would provide some assurance to his parents. Chief Zhou, unaware of Fang Chen's abilities, looked at him skeptically and said, "Thank you, student. I appreciate your kindness." Seeing Chief Zhou's decisive rejection, Fang Chen felt a bit disappointed but said nothing. He merely wanted to establish a connection and didn't necessarily need to ask for help. He stood up directly. However, at that moment Yang Juzhou interjected, "Chief Zhou, Fang Chen's skills are extraordinary. He joined the department because he taught a lesson to over a dozen thugs, and just now he dodged bullets to snatch the captain's gun. With his capabilities, what he says should carry some weight." Fang Chen didn't actually dodge bullets. He simply bent down faster. But to others it looked different, especially to the imaginative Yang Juzhou. "Dodged bullets," Chief Zhou said, only then noticing the smell of gunpowder in the air. He looked at Fang Chen in surprise and asked, "Do you really have confidence?" "About 70 to 80%, but I can't be certain," Fang Chen said, unsure if the antipsychotic medication would definitely cure his illness. "Alright, I believe you. If you can cure my son's illness, I, Zhou Tao, will owe you a great favor," Chief Zhou said. As the chief of the police department, he had some capabilities and insight, knowing that there were still capable individuals in society. Given Fang Chen's impressive skills, he suspected there might be powerful people backing him. Seeing that he agreed, Fang Chen said, "Then I'll go outside to fetch some items. Wait for me to come back and take a..." "Sure, no problem," Chief Zhou nodded, suspecting he might be going to find someone powerful behind the scenes. Fang Chen decisively left. He went to a nearby hospital and used his methods to obtain some antipsychotic medication from the psychiatry department. Then he found a place to figure out how to refine it. The antipsychotic pills cost him 0.6 points of mental energy, which made Fang Chen ponder that the mental energy consumed by the brain was greater than that of other parts. The display in his mind reassured him primary antipsychotic pill effective against brain-dead lunatics, but cannot cure brain paralysis. Seems like there's hope, Fang Chen thought with a hint of joy. When he returned to the department, he found that the middle-aged man had already awakened but was tied up with ropes and handcuffs. Yet he was still agitated, shouting and struggling. Chief Zhou looked uneasy and seeing Fang Chen return excitedly approached him and asked, "Student, do you have a solution?" Fang Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I have a pill that can cure mental illness. We just need to observe his reaction after he takes it." He took out a pale white pill. "Then let him try it quickly," Chief Zhou said hopefully. Fang Chen fed Zhou Xian the pill. Zhou Xian's body trembled for a moment, but under everyone's hopeful gaze he gradually calmed down. A few minutes later Zhou Xian opened his eyes in confusion and asked, "What happened to me?" Seeing he was no longer as crazy as before, Chief Zhou felt a surge of excitement. The surrounding colleagues were also thrilled. Chief Zhou asked, "Son, are you alright?" "Dad, why are you asking this? And please untie me." "Let me go," Zhou Xian said. Chief Zhou asked with concern, "Son, do you know what happened to Yuhui?" Zhou Xian's eyes dimmed as he replied, "She has already died." Chief Zhou finally felt at ease upon hearing this. When Zhou Xian left the hospital he appeared normal, but he had insisted that Yuhui was not dead. Now that he heard his son could accept her death, it seemed he had returned to normal. Chief Zhou instructed someone to untie him and looked at Fang Chen with immense gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, student. From now on don't call me Chief Zhou, just call me Uncle Zhou. I see you've had to deal with these thugs, and you might encounter some troubles in the future. While you can handle it, it would be much easier with my help." Chief Zhou is a clever man. Since someone is helping him, it's only right to reciprocate. Therefore he also expressed his attitude. Fang Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhou." Chief Zhou then asked, "Do you have a phone? I'll give you my number. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just call me. If you don't have one, I can buy you one." "No need, I have a phone," Fang Chen said, shaking his head as he took out his phone. "Then I'll give you my number," Chief Zhou said. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks, glancing back at Yang Zhuzhou, but said nothing, merely sizing her up with a look of curiosity. Yang Zhuzhou smiled, saying, "Thank you so much for what happened earlier. If you hadn't been here, the captain might have shot me unexpectedly, and I could have ended up on the ground." "I see, but as I mentioned before, it's no big deal," Fang Chen replied with a smile. "It was just a small effort." "No, I still need to thank you for it." Yang Zhuzhou shook her head. "So I would like to take you out to dinner. Please give me your phone number." "Really, there's no need," Fang Chen replied politely. "I'm serious," Yang Zhuzhou pouted. "As a police officer, I usually don't like formalities." Seeing Yang Zhuzhou's insistence, Fang Chen let out a helpless smile and nodded slightly. After exchanging phone numbers with Yang Zhuzhou, he left the police station. Though she wanted to escort him to school, Fang Chen declined, saying he needed to grab a meal and buy some coffee. Yin Tianzheng sat in his family's independent villa, smugly caressing a beautiful woman. He was in high spirits today, knowing that the brat who dared to hit him must have been knocked down on the playground, and that Bald Wang and his crew had likely broken that brat's bones. He could even imagine the disdainful glances of a group of students around him and the fearful gaze of Wang Linsher. He understood that Wang Linsher could guess it was his doing. The woman giggled. "Young Master Yin, what's making you so happy?" Yin Tianjing smugly replied. "I saw a brat I didn't like, so I had someone beat him up today." The woman mischievously smiled. "Young Master Yin, you're so bad." Yin Tianjing chuckled. "Who am I? I am Yin Tianjing. How can beating someone be considered bad?" At that moment his phone rang. Yin Tianjing proudly waved his phone, saying, "It must be my underling bringing good news." He answered the call on speakerphone, showing off. A voice came from the other end. "Young Master Yin, things have gone wrong. The boss and all the brothers have been taken down by Fang Chen and are now lying in the hospital. Moreover, they have already been caught by the police. Please, Young Master Yin, lend a hand to get them out sooner." The woman had been laughing, but now she looked astonished at Yin Tianjing. Yin Tiansheng's smug smile froze. He doubted he had heard correctly. A Bald Wang had failed to handle this and had ended up in the hospital. "Young Master Yin, this?" The woman hesitated to ask. Smack! Yin Tianjing realized he had boasted too much, and seeing the woman speak, angrily slapped her across the face. "Get lost!" The woman covered her face, wanting to cry, feeling perplexed, but suddenly recalled that Young Master Yin valued his face immensely. He must be very unhappy after being embarrassed in front of her. The woman hurriedly said, "Young Master Yin, I didn't hear that." Smack! "Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost?" Did you think I was an idiot? How could you not have heard? Yin Tianzhang was increasingly annoyed, and after she left sat down angrily. At this moment he heard the other end of the phone still talking. Yin Tianzhang interjected. Things didn't go well, and you want me to pull them out? Not happening. Smack. He threw the phone away, sitting on the sofa angrily cursing his hatred for Fang Chen growing. This guy had made him lose face twice. Meanwhile Fang Chen finished his meal and after buying enough coffee hurried back to school. As he walked down a wide corridor, he saw a group of more than 10 poorly dressed delinquents standing ahead. He felt a bit puzzled but knew that such students often banded together, so he intended to walk past them indifferently. Unexpectedly the group rushed forward, all staring at him. Fang Chen frowned. What do you want? Are you looking for trouble? You saw what happened on the playground, right? If you don't want to get hit, better get lost. The 10 or so students all wore smiles, their eyes gleaming as they fixed their gaze on Fang Chen. One of the students cleared his throat and said, We know, so we want to ask you to be our leader. Yes. We want you to be our leader. We saw you in action on the playground. Your skills were so impressive. If you become our leader, we will definitely be formidable. Please be our leader. Fang Chen was taken aback, surprised that this group had come to ask him to be their leader. Now he looked quite strange. One of the students appeared hopeful. So what do you think, Fang Chen? Have you made up your mind? We all respect you as our leader. Fang Chen didn't think much before replying, No, I have no intention of doing that. As a student he had indeed thought about being a leader but not to lead a group of students. Besides, with the Wanbao Ding in hand, he aimed to become a city or even provincial top scholar. Associating with students to form a gang would be too embarrassing. One of the students persisted. Fang Chen, we are serious about this. Get lost. I'm not interested in playing your leader game. Fang Chen waved his hand, clutching his coffee as he moved forward. The students did not give up. Fang Chen, feeling annoyed, turned back and glared. If anyone follows me again, I'll punch you. Then I'll say you were harassing me. The group of students looked at each other, unsure of what to say, but their steps halted as they stopped advancing. Seeing Fang Chen leave, they sighed but did not give up. How could they easily give up on such a formidable... Fang Chen walked a bit further when he encountered a group of chattering female students ahead. He believed he was somewhat handsome, but he wasn't familiar with this group and assumed they must be up to something. However, before he could sit down, a crowd of female students surrounded him. Without waiting for them to speak, Fang Chen pointed at himself and asked, Are you looking for me? Yes. Many female students giggled. We just wanted to see if you were back. Why did you suddenly come looking for me? Fang Chen was confused. The moves you made on the playground were so cool. You are simply our idol. So we want you to be our... Before they could finish, Fang Chen closed his eyes, nodded, and preemptively said, Boyfriend, right? Well, that... He hadn't finished speaking when the group of female students shook their heads, saying, No. Fang Chen was stunned. Not that. A girl with big eyes giggled, Of course not. You have such a beautiful friend like Zhang Yuxue, how can we compare? Moreover, you definitely wouldn't look at us, so we want you to be our big brother. Okay, Fang Chen's fleeting self-love was completely crushed by them. He thought these female students were looking for him to be their boyfriend, but when he realized they were talking about big brother, he felt awkward. At first he thought it was inappropriate, yet they insisted and Fang Chen could only perfunctorily agree before hastily escaping the encirclement of the female students. After 2 minutes, seeing that they couldn't catch up, he finally stopped. At that moment Cheng Pengzi and Chen Mo also ran out from a side corridor. They looked at Fang Chen with envy and Cheng Pengzi said, Fang Chen, I'm really jealous of you being so popular with a group of female students chasing you. They came to recognize relatives. What romance? Fang Chen rolled his eyes. Recognizing a big brother. That sounds good too. I'm not as lewd as you are, Fang Chen replied speechlessly. So how did you two follow me? Although classes are over, you can't possibly be waiting here for me all this time, right? You don't know, do you? You are now quite famous, a big celebrity in school. Cheng Pengzi chuckled. I'm not as lewd as you are, Fang Chen replied speechlessly. So how did you two follow me? Although classes are over, you can't possibly be waiting here for me all this... But Fang Chen said, What you're saying has nothing to do with my question. Chen Mo adjusted his glasses, saying, It does relate. Cheng Pengzi interjected, Of course it's related. You haven't seen how your posts exploded on the school forum. We only came after seeing someone post about your return to school. Is that so? Fang Chen asked suspiciously. If you don't believe it, take a look for yourself. You have your phone now, go check the school forum, and you'll understand, Cheng Pengzi said. Zhanghai High School has its own online forum, primarily used by the school's prominent figures, or for significant events. Fang Chen had borrowed Cheng Pengzi's phone to look at it, before mainly to check out school beauties. He took out his own phone connected to the internet and logged into the forum. Upon browsing, the top pinned post read, School Martial Arts Master Defeats 18 Arhats. When Fang Chen saw this post, he felt a pang of embarrassment. To say he was a martial arts master was pushing it. How did those bald heads become arhats? He clicked to take a look. It contained some records of the morning exercises, but the writing was brief. In fact, high school students generally knew what happened. The main attraction was the attached pictures, all showing bald thugs lying on the ground, and there were a few side profile shots of Fang Chen. He felt somewhat displeased. The angles of these secretly taken photos were not great. Fang Chen glanced at the comments below the post, filled with compliments about his looks and charm, and people asking to recognize him as their leader. To be honest, reading these compliments made Fang Chen quite pleased. Moreover, he finally understood why the energy from the incense had not dissipated when he left the police station. It was due to the impact of this post. He exited this post and saw another post by a user named Dream Chaser Dragon, saying Fang Chen had returned. Fang Chen guessed this person must be one of those male students. Chung Pongzi pointed smiling, see, you know why we could find out when you came back. At this point, Chung Pongzi enviously remarked, now you're really famous. I see this pinned post won't come down for at least a year, and future students will definitely hear your legend. You'll be a legendary figure in school, far more glorious than the Zhanghai Four Young Masters. The self-proclaimed title of the Four Young Masters of Zhanghai pales in comparison to the fame earned by Fang Chen. Anyone can tell which is more resonant. Not to mention, ordinary students are particularly fond of Fang Chen, a student of humble origins with formidable strength. Chung Fatty couldn't help but excitedly say a few words which lifted Fang Chen's spirits. Just imagine, it would be a proud moment for future juniors to discuss him. Just as they were speaking excitedly, a cough echoed from a distance. They paused, turning around to see Wang Linshur approaching from the path ahead. Hello, Teacher Wang. Hello, Teacher Wang. Chung Fatty and the others quickly put away their lewd smiles and greeted her obediently. Fang Chen smiled and put away his phone. Wang Linshur had sharp eyes. Without even reaching them, she said, no need to hide it, I've already seen the phones in your hands. The school rules prohibit using phones in public places. Why can't you remember that? Teacher Wang, we were just... Chung Fatty was the first to react. With a bitter face, he said, it's a very important matter, we promise we won't do this again next time. Yes, it was just an accident. Fang Chen smiled awkwardly. He had just promised Wang Linshur yesterday but didn't expect to be caught today. Wang Linshur snorted lightly and did not directly say to take their phones away. Instead, she said, since this is your first offense, I won't hold you accountable, but next time don't use your phones in public places. Understood, Fang Chen. Chung Fatty and Chen Mo replied. Fang Chen, come here, I have something. Wang Linshur waved her hand. Chung Fatty nudged Fang Chen, smirking and snickering. Fang Chen rolled his eyes and followed Wang Linshur forward until they stopped under a tree. Fang Chen apologized. I'm really sorry, Teacher Wang, I just accidentally took out my phone. I knew you were just brushing me off, but that's not what I'm asking you about. Wang Linshur asked. After you went to the police station, did that group of thugs mention who was behind them? Teacher Wang, I believe you can guess who is behind them. They wouldn't possibly say. Fang Chen glanced at Wang Linshur. Wang Linshur's expression turned worried. Sai, I do have an answer in mind, but I also hope the police can catch Yin Tianzheng by tracking that group of thugs. They won't say anything. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter much. Don't worry about it, Teacher Wang. He won't cause any trouble, and I'm not afraid of him finding people. You saw this morning how those people could withstand a few moves from me. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Wang Linshur's expression gradually calmed down as she said, do you know that during the morning exercise the incident you caused led several grade directors and many teachers to protest collectively, saying you attracted a lot of thugs to the school, and that the principal should expel you? Is that so? Fang Chen was somewhat surprised. What was the outcome? Strangely enough, the principal didn't care about their reaction at all, saying he wouldn't expel you. If anyone protests again, he'll resign, Wang Linshur said with a strange look. Do you know the principal? Ahem, I do. Fang Chen couldn't help but cough at the thought of Yang Yu's earlier demeanor. What kind of relationship do you have with her, that she protects you like this? Wang Linshur was puzzled. Nothing special, but the principal is quite rational, Fang Chen replied. Don't try to fool me. If you don't want to say, that's fine. Wang Linshur rolled her eyes. You should go back to your two good friends now. It's getting late and the next class is about to start. I also have to get back to work. Seeing Wang Linshur leave, Fang Chen returned to Chung Fatty and the others. Chung Fatty stole a glance at the departing Wang Linshur and quietly asked, Fang Chen, how did Teacher Wang criticize you? Stop worrying about that. Let's go, we have class to attend. Fang Chen lightly tapped his forehead. He first returned to the dorm to drop off his coffee, and then headed back to class 9 with Chung Fatty. Fang Chen realized he had truly become a popular figure. Upon entering, all the classmates cheered, their gazes filled with admiration. To be able to take down over a dozen armed adult men in 2 minutes truly demonstrated remarkable strength. As soon as Fang Chen sat down, some outgoing students gathered around him, making him quite busy, but fortunately class time came quickly. This period was a math class, and Fang Chen sat in his seat lost in thought. Since he understood the math content, it didn't matter whether he listened or not. However, after speaking for over 10 minutes, Su Bin stopped and called Fang Chen to step outside with him. Fang Chen couldn't understand Su Bin's behavior. He knew Su Bin disliked him very much, and since that incident he hadn't seen Su Bin call on him in class. The other students also glanced at Fang Chen, curiously unable to comprehend Su Bin's intentions. But Fang Chen didn't mind and walked out. "Fang Chen, I sincerely apologize for what happened before," Su Bin said, stepping out of the classroom, his facial expression instantly shifting to a friendly smile, as if he were seeing a dear brother. "Teacher Su, let's be straightforward. We don't have a good relationship, so why are you putting on this friendly face?" Fang Chen looked at him suspiciously. Su Bin felt a bit awkward. Under normal circumstances, if Fang Chen spoke to him like this, he would have scolded him. But now he didn't dare. "It's nothing. I just wanted to apologize to you. Let's be harmonious as teacher and student from now on." Now Fang Chen understood Su Bin wanted to mend their relationship. But why was he doing this? Fang Chen was puzzled at first, but suddenly recalled Wang Linqi's words about the principal protecting him. He understood that Su Bin must have known about this and realized that he had a good relationship with the principal, or otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. Although the principal seldom managed affairs, her attitude had always been firm. She had never gone back on her word. Thinking of this, Fang Chen revealed a faint smile. "Teacher Su, is this because of the principal?" Fang Chen's words were very direct, causing Su Bin to awkwardly smile. He averted his gaze and with a grim expression said, "Fang Chen, I had many conflicts with you before. I truly want to apologize now. Please don't tell the principal about this. My family's conditions aren't good, and without this job life would be hard for me." Fang Chen didn't like Su Bin and felt he wasn't fit to be a teacher. He didn't really trust his words. But regardless, Fang Chen wouldn't let his dislike lead him to tell Yang Yu to fire Su Bin. He looked at Su Bin and said, "If you want me not to tell the principal about this, it's simple. During my time at school, don't interfere in my matters and treat students with poor grades equally without using derogatory language. Can you do that?" Su Bin was taken aback, repeatedly stating, no problem, I can do it." "Alright then, I'll head back now," Fang Chen said and walked back into the classroom. Su Bin thought Fang Chen would act a bit more arrogantly, but unexpectedly he reacted so blandly. This was fine, but he couldn't understand why he felt that Fang Chen didn't take him seriously, leading to a sense of defeat. After they entered, Fang Chen returned to his seat. Many students stared at him for a while Su Bin stood at the podium, suddenly declaring that his previous actions were wrong, and that he would no longer discriminate against students with poor grades. Su Bin's words surprised everyone, causing a small uproar. They hadn't expected the annoying math teacher to say such things, but they were quick to link it to Fang Chen's earlier departure. A group of students wondered if Fang Chen had warned teacher Su, or said something leading to this change in behavior. If that were the case, Fang Chen might be a bit too impressive. Once a person becomes remarkable, even their unintentional actions can seem impressive. Fang Chen clearly belonged to this category, and now everyone attributed Su Bin's change to Fang Chen. Fang Chen received a small boost of admiration which left him speechless. Chen Mo adjusted his glasses, curiously inquiring about the matter. Fang Chen didn't want to explain much, and simply replied that it was all teachers us doing. After Su Bin said this, he indeed made a significant change, at least in his attitude. By the end of class, he left the classroom in a huff. Cheng Fatty and the others enthusiastically surrounded Fang Chen, eager to ask about the details. Fang Chen was too lazy to elaborate and directly led them outside, preparing to head to the cafeteria. After this class, it was lunchtime. On the way to the cafeteria, many students, regardless of gender, curiously stared at him, with Fang Chen's rate of turning heads reaching a full 100%. At first Fang Chen felt like a big star, but after multiple instances, he could only smile wryly. This feeling was not very pleasant. He and Cheng Fatty found a spot in the cafeteria after getting their meals. He could only pretend not to see the group of enthusiastic students. Cheng Fatty and the others started off very excited, but after following Fang Chen for a while, they felt it was not as enjoyable and preferred to quietly be ordinary students. After finishing his meal, Fang Chen hurried back to the dormitory, then took some time to visit the small wood. Although he had enough coffee now, he was still worried about his little snake Xiao Hei. It had been 2 days since he last saw it, and more importantly, he wanted to feed Xiao Hei some refined meat. He entered the woods where some troublemakers were still lingering. Fang Chen said a word that made them scatter in fear. Once Fang Chen confirmed there was no one else in the small woods, he approached the spot where Xiao He and the coffee were. Just as a thought arose in his mind, a hissing sound echoed, and a pitch-black little snake crawled out from the grass. Having not seen Xiao He in 2 days, it had transformed, just as its name suggested. The patterns on its back had completely vanished, turning into a solid black. In the sunlight one could see the snake's scales reflecting a cold luster, giving off a completely different aura. In the past, Xiao He resembled a snake, but now it had transformed, appearing more like a ferocious beast draped in serpentine skin. Especially those snake-like eyes, when locked onto you, instilled a chilling sense of dread. Of course, no matter how it changed, it was still a pet refined by Fang Chen, and it wouldn't pose any danger to him. When it saw Fang Chen approaching, Xiao He hissed and quickly slithered onto Fang Chen's shoulder. Fang Chen was somewhat surprised at how fast Xiao He had become, but what astonished him more was the noticeable change in its hind limbs. Having studied biology, he knew that snakes had ancestors with 2 legs which had since evolved, leaving only 2 indistinct small appendages today. However, Xiao He was different. These 2 limbs were much larger than those described in textbooks, and one could clearly notice the difference with a careful look. Fang Chen couldn't help but speculate in his mind, after eating the refined meat. Has Xiao He been evolving continually? Will it eventually grow legs? What would that make it then? As Fang Chen pondered this, Xiao He couldn't help but hiss and flick its tongue. Fang Chen shared a mental connection with it, naturally understanding that Xiao He desired the meat he had refined. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to dwell on it. As long as he allowed Xiao He to keep evolving, he would eventually find out what it was. What about the food you caught? Fang Chen smiled, patting Xiao He's head. Hissing, Xiao He climbed down quickly, slithering into the grass and biting into several small animals. Fang Chen chuckled and used the Wanbao Ding to refine all of them at once. Seeing the refined food, Xiao He was very excited and devoured it eagerly. Soon all the bodies of the refined small animals were consumed by Xiao He, which then quietly sought to sleep. Fang Chen let Xiao He rest in the grass while he returned to the dormitory alone. After taking a nap all afternoon, he went directly to his class in the teaching building. As night fell, the various classes began evening self-study sessions, and Zhang Yuxu's class was no exception. At this moment, a cute girl with 2 ponytails and a black dress walked into the class. Her skin was fair, and when she smiled, 2 small canine teeth showed. "Sister Yuxue, have you gone to find your boyfriend yet?" The girl smiled widely as she approached Zhang Yuxu's desk and hugged her neck. The girl's name was Qiao Yeye, and like Zhang Yuxue, she was a school beauty at Zhanghai High School, although she ranked only 3rd on the school form. The second place was Mu Huahua, not because Qiao Yeye was less beautiful, but because in terms of figure she was not as good as Mu Huahua, who had a much more appealing physique. More importantly, she had a very clever and quirky personality, disliking the group of fans who followed her around. Whenever such people appeared, she would play pranks on them mercilessly. Because of this, her popularity was lower than Mu Huahua's. "Yeye, I don't have a boyfriend, what are you talking about?" Zhang Yuxue rolled her eyes. "Are you trying to fool me? The entire senior year has heard about it. At first I didn't believe it, thinking how could someone named Fang Chen be worthy of you? But today he took out a dozen bald thugs in one go, so it seems he has some merits. If you like him, it could be possible." Xiao Yeye said with a grin. "Yeye, I do know Fang Chen, but am really not his girlfriend. This is all just gossip from school. You shouldn't believe it." Zhang Yuxue replied. "Really?" Xiao Yeye said with a smile. "You better not be lying to me." "Really?" Zhang Yuxue nodded. "Well, as long as he's not Sister Yuxue's boyfriend, it will be much easier for me to go find him." Xiao Ye said. "What are you plotting? I have told you, even though he is not my boyfriend, we at least know each other, so don't pull any funny ideas on him." Zhang Yuxue warned, knowing that Xiao Ye was very clever. "You know my brother, right?" Xiao Ye pouted. After he became an officer in the army, he has been boasting about his skills, saying, "He looks down on people of the same age, and telling me not to find a boyfriend at school because they are all useless. If I want one, I should find someone in the army." I have always disliked what he said and thought he was just bragging. And then, Zhang Yuxue guessed, "So I want to prove that he is just talking big, but unfortunately, there is no one in school who can fight except for Fang." Xiao Ye said happily. "Originally I heard that he was Sister Yuxue's boyfriend, and I hesitated, thinking of coming to tell you, and letting him temporarily pretend to be my boyfriend to fight my brother, and then explain afterward. But now that I hear from Sister Yuxue that he is not your boyfriend, it makes things much easier for me. You're quite clever, but I can't allow that. Your brother is an officer in a special forces unit, so his skills must be impressive. Although Fang Chen can defeat a dozen ruffians, he may not necessarily be a match for your brother. I think it's better to forget it." Zhang Yuxue shook her head. "You still say he is not your boyfriend, yet you protect him like this." Qiao Ye pleaded. "But it's okay. My brother is just bragging. Even if he can fight, he would only be able to defeat a dozen ruffians like Fang Chen. Xiao Ye said a lot, and although Zhang Yuxue initially disagreed seeing that Xiao Ye wanted to go find him, she could only helplessly lead Xiao Ye to the front of class 9 in senior year. Fang Chen was just about to start evening self-study when he heard Zhang Yuxue looking for him at the class door. So he went out directly. Seeing a very cute girl next to Zhang Yuxue, his eyes narrowed, and he suddenly remembered. It's you, you're Xiao Ye smiled, revealing her small canine teeth. Looks like you're quite clever. Fang Chen asked, Zhang School Beauty, why did you bring Xiao Ye here? Zhang Yuxue glared slightly at Xiao Ye then said, I'm really sorry. Mainly she has a request she wants you to help with. Fang Chen readily replied, what is it? As long as I can do it, feel free to ask. So straightforward, Xiao Ye said with a smile. I want you to be my boyfriend. Ah! Fang Chen was taken aback. How could another girl want him to be her boyfriend? His stunned expression made Xiao Ye let out a proud hum. However, Fang Chen quickly shook his head. No, I can't. We're not very familiar and I can't fulfill that request. Feelings cannot be forced. Xiao Ye was somewhat surprised, saying, Hey, I'm at least a school beauty. You don't even want to think about it. Fang Chen replied, I don't like you, what is there to think about? Xiao Ye asked suspiciously, Do you like Sister Yuxue? Fang Chen coughed and remained silent. Xiao Ye understood and looked at Zhang Yuxue with a realization. Zhang Yuxue's face turned slightly red as she explained, Fang Chen, you misunderstood. Ye wants you to pretend to be her boyfriend, mainly to fight her brother and defeat him. Fang Chen found it a bit strange. This was the first time he had heard such a request. But since it was brought up by Zhang Yuxue, he nodded, so that's the case. Although I don't quite understand the reason, it's no problem. I'll just defeat him. Zhang Yuxue expressed her concerns. Fang Chen, her brother, is an officer in the special forces. He's quite skilled, so don't take it lightly. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen realized that her brother was indeed an officer in the special forces, but he still felt confident. He thought to himself that no matter how skilled a special forces officer was, he still smiled and said, No problem. Great, quite confident. Xiao Ye clapped her hands happily. Fang Chen, you must remember to compete with my brother when the time comes. Zhang Yuxue saw Fang Chen remaining confident and decided not to say anything further. So when will this be? Fang Chen asked. The specific time hasn't been set yet, but it should be next month. He comes home once a month. Xiao Ye said. Then let's aim for next month. Fang Chen pondered and said. You just need to let me know when the time comes. Xiao Ye was very pleased with Fang Chen's willingness. Fang Chen continued. Zhang School Beauty, is that all? Zhang Yuxue responded. I'm mainly here for Ye, but I also want to ask about the dozen thugs from this morning. What were they looking for you for? Aren't you in some trouble? If so, I actually have the ability to help you. Fang Chen confidently replied. If you're talking about that, it's just a small issue. I can handle it myself. Zhang Yuxue felt relieved hearing Fang Chen's confidence, saying, Then that's fine. Beep beep beep. After finishing this sentence, the class bell rang. Seeing this, Zhang Yuxue had to say, It's getting late and I need to head back. Fang Chen smiled and said, Alright, you two head back. He returned to class, and because of Xiao Ye, he realized he had gained a bit of worship energy from his classmates. During the following self-study session, nothing went wrong, and Fang Chen steadily waited until class was over before going to his dorm to sleep. The next day at noon, Fang Chen returned early by himself. He sat in the dormitory, first replenishing the refined coffee for the day, then extracting and storing spiritual energy, quietly refining the last bit of content from the Taijin 8 Harmonies fist. Once fully refined, a surge of information suddenly emerged in Fang Chen's mind. Taijin 8 Harmonies fist has been fully refined. The host's attack power has correspondingly increased, and a skill has been acquired, Golden Lion Roar. Golden Lion Roar. Fang Chen had a question arise in his mind as he focused on this information, which revealed, Golden Lion Roar is a special sound wave attack formed from lung, an inner energy capable of stunning targets within 30 meters in front, usable 3 times a day. Fang Chen was delighted. This skill seemed quite powerful. If he encountered an opponent he couldn't defeat in the future, he could easily stun them. Even if he could defeat them, he could use it first to create a stun effect and then sneak attack. After feeling happy, Fang Chen understood that upon refining a certain martial art, he would gain a special additional ability. After refining the Wing Chun fist, his 5 senses were enhanced. Now, having completed the refinement of the Taijin Ba He fist, he acquired a new skill, Golden Lion's Roar. Faced with the sudden acquisition of this ability, Fang Chen felt a surge of impatience, eager to test if he could indeed daze others, and how long the effect would last. However, he had no target at the moment. After a moment of excitement, he decided to wait for a future opportunity to use it. Once he confirmed that he had finished his tasks, Fang Chen had nothing else to do, so He took a nap in his dormitory until the alarm clock rang, prompting him to hurry to his class in the teaching building. Fang Chen stopped on a tree-lined path in front of the teaching building. It wasn't that he didn't want to walk, but that a group of delinquents had blocked his way. Since Fang Chen displayed his skills, these delinquents had been relentlessly following him, always wanting to ask him to be their leader. If it weren't for their apparent sincerity, Fang Chen would have genuinely wanted to knock them down. Yet no matter how sincere they were, he had no interest in being their leader. He simply wasn't interested in being the leader of a group of students. "Why are you here again? Step aside. I've said it many times already." Fang Chen frowned and said, "I will not be your leader. Brother Fang Chen, just consider our persistence and be our leader, all right? Besides, you should have some followers at school to handle things for you, right?" One of the students pleaded. Not interested, Fang Chen shook his head. However, the group of delinquents remained undeterred. Seeing that they still wouldn't move aside, Fang Chen frowned, feeling agitated and unable to resist the urge to take action. Just as he tightened his fists, the thought of the Golden Lion's roar skill suddenly crossed his mind and an idea formed. He had been troubled by the lack of a target to test the skill on, and here was a perfect opportunity with someone willing to be a free target. Fang Chen fixed his gaze on them, revealing a satisfied smile. "Brother Fang Chen, are you thinking of being our leader?" exclaimed one of the delinquents, surprised. Seeing Fang Chen smile, they felt moved by their persistence. "How about we make a bet?" Fang Chen suggested. "If you win, I'll be your leader." "What kind of bet?" the other students asked in unison. "I'll shout at you. If none of you fall to the ground, then I will be your leader. But if you faint, you cannot ask me to be your leader anymore. And if you say anything else, you are not a man." "What do you think?" Fang Chen asked. "Sure, no problem." The group of delinquents whispered among themselves before nodding. In their eyes, Fang Chen was skilled, but they thought, how scary could a shout really be? Could it be stronger than a tiger's roar? They were not afraid, each filled with confidence, as if they were already certain Fang Chen would become their leader. "All right, you just stand here," Fang Chen said with a smile. He took a few steps back, ensuring he was 15 meters away, and declared, "I'm going to shout now, get ready." "We're ready. You can start now," cheered the group of delinquents. They were clever. Even though they didn't believe Fang Chen's ability could make them faint, they still plugged their ears with their fingers. "I'm starting now," Fang Chen said, silently activating the Golden Lion's roar and letting out a shout. He felt a powerful energy surging in his lungs and throat, which he expelled forward as he opened his mouth. Roar. Like a fierce tiger unleashed, the roar shook the heavens. The ground 30 meters in front of Fang Chen trembled as gravel rolled back and the grass and leaves rustled. The faces of the delinquents became wrinkled from the force, and their expressions twisted in pain. The delinquents believed Fang Chen's roar would at most be ear-piercing and uncomfortable. They did not expect it to be like a tiger's roar, even more powerful than an ordinary one. They felt a tightness in their chests and their vision blurred. Thud. One by one, the delinquents couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, gasping. Fang Chen ceased his roar and, seeing them lying on the ground, hurried over to them. After confirming they had merely fainted, he smiled with satisfaction. He found this ability quite impressive, especially as it caused area damage. After waiting a few minutes, seeing that the delinquents seemed close to waking up, he began to rouse them. The delinquents scrambled to get up from the ground. "So you've lost? You can't ask me to be your leader anymore," Fang Chen stated. "Brother Fang Chen." "This?" a few delinquents hesitated to say. They were astonished by Fang Chen's impressive ability, realizing that just the sound of his shout had knocked them out. If only they could learn the skill, it would be fantastic. However, they had already agreed to the bet. Backing out would mean being a coward. The delinquents were quite prideful. How could they admit to being cowards? "Enough said, you've lost. If you say anything else, you're a coward. I despise those who don't keep their word," Fang Chen insisted. With a flick of his hands, he walked ahead, saying, "Don't follow me." He also realized that this group had contributed some spiritual energy to him, as their admiration and envy were palpable. Fang Chen was able to catch his breath, and he had also gathered a good amount of spiritual energy. Fang Chen was able to catch his breath, and he had also gathered a good amount of spiritual energy. He wanted to refine his phone, but was surprised to find that the energy cost was too high, reaching a staggering 10 points. This was even higher than that of the Wing Chun fist and the Taijin Bahi fist. However, Fang Chen was even more eager to see the results of refining his phone, planning to save up a batch of spiritual energy before refining it. On Thursday afternoon, the last class was English. After teaching for 30 minutes, Wang Lincher stopped and looked at Fang Chen, saying, "Fang Chen, come out for a moment. I need to discuss the details of tomorrow's competition at the gym with you." "Oh," Fang Chen replied. He stepped outside and saw Chun Wei standing there with a document in hand. "Hello, Teacher Chen." "Fang Chen, how are you?" Are you looking forward to the competition? Chunwei smiled. I'm looking forward to that 10,000 yuan. Is the competition tomorrow? Yes, well, set off tomorrow morning. Here's a document for you to fill out, Chunwei said. Fang Chen took it and filled it out quickly before Chunwei exchanged a few more words and left. Wang Linshi continued. Make sure to wake up a bit earlier tomorrow. I've heard that you and Chunwei will be taking a separate school bus to the gym. Also, the end-of-month exams are scheduled for next Monday and Tuesday, with results to be revealed on Thursday. You need to prepare, she added. Don't worry, Teacher Wang, I'll do fine on the exams, Fang Chen replied confidently. Just don't mess it up. Wang Linshi rolled her eyes and said. And remember to put in the effort during the race to bring back a championship. Absolutely, Fang Chen replied with a grin. Fang Chen woke up early on Friday, rising at 6 o'clock. Since he had mentioned it yesterday, he let Chang Pengzi and the others train by themselves. He arrived at the office early. Chunwei had already come in feeling particularly joyful and excited as he knew Fang Chen's results were excellent, and would surely secure both the city and provincial championships. Fang Chen, let's go. We're taking the principal's bus to the gym. The food is already in the bus, Chunwei said. Okay. Fang Chen nodded. Once they boarded the school bus, it set off. Inside there was a set of sportswear which Fang Chen changed into while also grabbing some breakfast. By the way, he asked, Teacher Chan, which gym are we going to? Zhanghai City has 9 districts with, Chunwei replied. We are going to Dongjiang Gym. Fang Chen inquired. Is that the gym where the big star Lin Yuxian once performed? Chunwei responded, yes. Fang Chen thought to himself. I didn't expect it to be that gym. It seems the government is taking this seriously. I should keep a low profile. Lin Yuxian is a well-known star in Huaxia, and her concerts are always packed. When she held a concert in Zhanghai City, it was at Dongjiang Gym, considering the large fan base. Dongjiang is known for its size and capacity. The school competition is funded by the government, and since they chose Dongjiang Gym for the city competition, it represents their seriousness. 2 hours later, they arrived at Dongjiang Gym. The gym's design resembles a bird's nest, albeit on a smaller scale capable of accommodating thousands. Although it was just a city sprint competition, Fang Chen noticed many people at the gym as they descended from the bus along with rows of school buses in front. Seeing this, Chunwei introduced, this time athletes from 12 high schools across the city are participating along with other events. For now, let's head inside and take a seat. Okay. Fang Chen nodded. They walked into the gym and headed straight to the working area. Since there was a discus event before the sprint, Fang Chen had to rest in a corner of the field, while Teacher Chan went off to chat with teachers from other schools. Hey cousin, what are you doing here? A voice came from Fang Chen's right side. He had been keeping his eyes closed but slightly opened them upon hearing the voice. Turning to look, he saw a tall, burly boy approaching, who was half a head taller than him. Fang Chen recognized him as his cousin Xiao Mu. Though they were relatives, their relationship wasn't good. When they were younger, Xiao Mu often bullied his sister, and Fang Chen had once given Xiao Mu a beating for it. Of course, Xiao Mu was quite frail back then. It was uncertain whether it was due to that incident, but Xiao Mu grew increasingly strong afterward, and their families had become affluent, leading to no contact between them since. I'm here for the sprint, Fang Chen replied indifferently. After all, they were relatives. Despite their bad relationship, he felt the need to greet him. Haha, is your school really so short on people that they sent you to compete in the sprint? Xiao Mu laughed disdainfully. Look at yourself, can you even run fast? Of course I can run fast, Fang Chen replied, uninterested in engaging further. Fang Chen finished speaking and stood up, wanting to leave. He did not want to linger beside an annoying fly. Xiao Mu, seeing Fang Chen's indifferent demeanor and his intention to leave, felt a surge of anger. He was a person who valued his pride greatly. After being knocked down by Fang Chen in his childhood, he continuously trained his body until he reached his current state, because he did not want such an incident to happen again. Later, his family's circumstances improved greatly, and his interactions with Fang Chen became less frequent. However, the incident of being knocked down by Fang Chen became a thorn in Xiao Mu's heart. Once he had wanted to take revenge on Fang Chen for the past grievances. But through Ning Yuan in his class, he learned that Fang Chen was different now. Now he completely resembled a loser with poor physical fitness and average grades, merely a background character in the class. Xiao Mu did not expect Fang Chen to turn into that kind of person. While he looked down on him, he gradually forgot about him. But when he saw Fang Chen today, memories of the past surfaced, especially Fang Chen's arrogance and indifference, which made him recall things even more clearly. Oh, why do you want to leave? Let me tell you, I will definitely be in the top 3 in this sprint competition. As for you, just take the honor of coming in last and waddle back to school. Xiao Mu scoffed disdainfully. Sorry, I'm only interested in first place. Fang Chen replied calmly. First. Xiao Mu paused then burst out laughing. Don't think I don't know what you were like in high school. Poor grades, bad physique, and you think you can get first place. You really enjoy telling jokes. Fang Chen did not expect Xiao Mu to have looked into his situation, but clearly this information was somewhat outdated. He had no intention of staying here and planned to leave. However, Xiao Mu clearly seized the opportunity and wanted to annoy him. He quickly shouted for him to stop and jumped in front of him looking eager to mock. Xiao Mu had always held a grudge about the childhood incident. Although Fang Chen had become a waste now, he was too lazy to take revenge personally. But if he was in front of him, it was different. Get out of the way. Fang Chen frowned. I want hee, do you think you can still knock me down like in childhood? Now I can take you down with just one hand. Xiao Mu confidently gestured with his hands. He had worked hard to build his muscles in order to take revenge on Fang Chen. Fang Chen was just about to make a move, when at that moment a tall boy walked over from a distance towering over Xiao Mu by half a head. Xiao Mu, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you, the tall boy said in a deep voice. Chun Xiao, you were looking for me. I'll be right there. Xiao Mu turned his head and saw it was Chun Yang smiling obsequiously. Chun Yang was a student from the same school, and he was also the direct superior of his father. Chun Yang nodded slightly and turned to ask, who is he? He, my cousin. Xiao Mu laughed. I really don't know what their school was thinking actually sending him to participate in the competition. Don't they fear coming in last? His physique is indeed lacking, Chun Yang remarked after taking a glance. Generally those who often run need to consume a lot of meat, their bodies are typically strong and robust. But Fang Chen's strength was more subdued. He looked quite thin from the outside. His family is very poor and can't afford meat, resulting in such a sickly appearance. Xiao Mu sneered. I was just thinking of advising him to give up and go back to school to avoid embarrassment. Chun Yang looked surprised, understanding that there was a conflict between these cousins. He remained silent, only nodding. Even if I'm thin, I once knocked you down with this body when we were kids. You're truly a waste who loves to prattle on, constantly mocking me. Do you really think you're capable? Fang Chen snorted coldly. He knew that Xiao Mu's family was very snobbish and selfish. They once snatched candy from his sister when they were children. Now that their family was doing well, they never visited his family. Hearing him say such things now clearly showed his narrow-mindedness, always remembering the grievances from childhood. Fang Chen did not want to deal with such a person, but hearing him insult his family, he felt it necessary to retort. Xiao Mu's heartache stemmed from being knocked down by Fang Chen in childhood, and he was very afraid of others knowing about it. Upon hearing this, his entire face slightly changed. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Mu said angrily, noticing Chun Yang beside him. Chun Yang looked surprised and asked, is there such a thing? He's just talking nonsense, Xiao Mu defended, glaring at Fang Chen with rage. If you say that again, don't blame me for being your cousin. I'll directly knock you down. Not coming means you're a dog. Fang Chen laughed. Alright, I'm going to. Xiao Mu gritted his teeth, wanting to rush over, but Chun Yang stopped him, saying, don't go over. Fighting will get you disqualified. Hearing this, Xiao Mu hesitated and did not move. Dog, I don't have time to play with you. Fang Chen waved his hand and left. Xiao Mu was stunned, realizing that not taking action right now was indeed like a dog. He felt angry and wanted to curse, but Fang Chen was already far away. Fang Chen walked ahead for a while and encountered Teacher Chun Wei, who was returning. Teacher Chun Wei had a smile on his face, appearing quite pleased. Upon seeing Fang Chen, he exclaimed, Fang Chen, I was just looking for you and here you are. What's the matter? Fang Chen asked. I was chatting with teachers from the neighboring schools. They said that in this competition Chen Yang will come in first, Yang Qingfeng second, and Xiao Mu third. That's the most likely ranking. Chun Wei said. I definitely disagreed, so I said you would surely take first place. They didn't believe it, and later we made a bet, each of us putting in half a month's salary. 8 teachers total is 16,000 yuan. You must win. You bet on me. Fang Chen asked in surprise. Sorry, I was also pressured by them, Chun Wei said apologetically. How much do I get? Fang Chen asked. Chun Wei paused, then said with a smile. I almost forgot you run for the prize money. So I'll take 6,000 and you'll take 10,000. Alright, no problem. Fang Chen replied cheerfully. If I participate in provincial competitions in the future, Teacher Chun Wei, please bet on me like this again, and the split will remain the same. Chun Wei was speechless. After more than 10 minutes, most schools had gathered their students. At the location of Zhonggao Second High School, a four-eyed bald teacher said, Chun Yang Xiao Mu, you must secure a spot in the top 3. Chun Yang asked, Teacher, what's going on? The bald teacher replied, I made a bet with Teacher Chun from Zhonghai High School. He said his student Fang Chen would definitely take first place while I bet with other teachers that you would come in first. Therefore I put in half a month's salary as a stake, so you must perform well. Fang Chen really? Xiao Mu scoffed. Teacher, that Fang Chen can't run fast at all, he's bound to lose. That would be the best outcome. The bald teacher smiled. You all prepare, the competition will start soon. 5 minutes later they each went to draw lots for the competition. There were 24 students from 12 schools and Fang Chen School originally had 2 slots. However, the Education Bureau deducted 1 slot and gave it to another school. After they drew lots, they were divided into 4 groups with 6 people in each group to compete. A total of 3 rounds would be held. In the first round the top 3 would advance to the next round divided into 2 groups and likewise the top 3 from each group would advance. Thus the final round would have 6 people competing for the top 3 results. Of course, only the first place would receive a prize of 10,000 yuan, while the other top finishers would only get priority admission to sports universities. Fang Chen drew lots and was placed in a different group from Qiao Mu and Chen Yang. He did not use his speed shoes abilities, nor did he exert himself fully yet he easily won the first round. Chen Wei quickly ran over saying, Fang Chen, well done. Rest for 10 minutes. The second round is next. Fang Chen nodded, ahu. Fang Chen and his group rested while the bald teacher and several other teachers quietly approached Fang Chen's group. Upon checking his results they each expressed their disdain. Xiao Mu and Chen Yang were initially stunned to see him advance, but upon seeing the results they realized he was not impressive and slower than them. They began to look down on him. This guy is just lucky, Xiao Mu scoffed. Haha, Xiao Mu, you're absolutely right. This person's results really aren't anything special. The bald teacher said confidently, next it will be easy for you to win against him. After the bald teacher finished speaking, he walked over to where Chen Wei was. The bald teacher smiled and said, Teacher Chen, congratulations on your student advancing to the second round. Chen Wei smiled back. Thank you, I also congratulate you. Both of my students perform well in sports. Advancing is a simple matter, but your student is struggling to pass. The bald teacher said with a laugh, prepare to lose. We'll know the results after the competition. Chen Wei replied calmly. Although he saw Fang Chen's results were only average, he did not worry. Because at school he knew that Fang Chen's true strength was comparable to that of a national champion. Winning a city-level championship would be an easy task. As for why he hadn't run very fast, Chen Wei guessed that he probably did not intend to exert himself fully. The bald teacher was slightly taken aback, feeling suspicious. Why did Chen Wei seem completely unperturbed, instead exuding confidence? Could it be that he really had a chance? But he quickly dismissed that thought. The bald teacher did not show it, externally smiling slightly and saying, Then we'll see how they compete. I'm going back now. Goodbye, Chen Wei waved. Fang Chen had been coldly observing from the side, sneering inwardly. This bald teacher's character was similar to Qiao Mu's, or rather very much like Su Bin. There are 3 minutes left, it all depends on you, Chen Wei said. Don't worry, teacher, Fang Chen replied. When will we continue drawing lots? Soon, Fang Chen said. They drew lots for the second round. Fang Chen was fortunate, or rather he happened to draw into the same group as Xiao Mu. He was number 3 and Xiao Mu was number 4. They stood on the same line ready for the competition. Xiao Mu sneered coldly. Oh cousin, it seems we are quite fated to be in the same team. Rest assured, in consideration of you being my cousin, I'll let you win by slowing down. Just make sure to catch up to me. Fang Chen smiled and replied. Likewise, I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. Xiao Mu was taken aback, and after reacting he disdainfully laughed, arrogant. Xiao Mu refused to believe that Fang Chen could outrun him. He trusted the information Ning Yuan had given him before as well as the data Fang Chen had just produced during the run. Get ready! At that moment the referee shouted. Xiao Mu let out a smug laugh and assumed a running stance. Fang Chen on the side didn't look at him, his gaze fixed solely on the finish line. At the sound of the gunshot everyone started running. It must be said that the contestants selected from the schools were all quick in both spirit and reaction. At the start they all took off almost simultaneously. But soon a gap began to show among the runners. Yang Qingfeng, Fang Chen, Xiao Mu and another boy with a crew cut took the lead. Let's speed up a bit, Fang Chen thought to himself. As long as he didn't use his full strength or the speed-enhancing shoes he shouldn't attract too much attention. Having made up his mind, he immediately accelerated. He quickly overtook Xiao Mu, who was beside him, and sensed the distance between them widening. Xiao Mu, initially brimming with confidence, was startled to see Fang Chen clinging to him, but he believed he could surpass him. However, when he saw Fang Chen's speed increasing, he found it almost unbelievable. Wasn't his performance just now quite mediocre? How could he be running so fast now? No way, how can he run this fast? Xiao Mu felt a mix of resentment and panic, afraid of losing to Fang Chen. But no matter how hard he gritted his teeth and pushed himself, the gap between him and Fang Chen only grew wider. After 10 seconds, everyone was nearing the finish line with Fang Chen in the lead. Just as everyone expected him to cross the line, he suddenly stopped and waved his hand behind him. The running contestants were momentarily stunned, unsure of what he was doing. But seeing a glimmer of hope, they all sprinted with renewed effort. Only Kayoma's face flushed with shame and anger. While others didn't understand what was happening, he knew clearly that Fang Chen was mocking the big talk he had made earlier. With that thought, Kayoma's composure wavered. His foot slipped and his body lost balance. With a thud, he fell flat on the ground. "My ankle!" Xiaomu cried out in pain. No way. Fang Chen was taken aback, as it all happened too quickly in less than a second. He had only just stopped when Xiaomu tumbled to the ground. After a moment of stunned silence, he quickly stepped forward as two other boys had already crossed the finish line. The top three are decided. The referee recorded the times. He then asked Fang Chen and Yang Qingfeng for their information to prepare for the next round. Xiaomu got up from the ground, his face filled with disbelief and regret. "How did I not even make it into the top three?" he lamented. He looked up and saw Fang Chen walking away from the referee. Thinking of what had just happened, he stormed over angrily. Fang Chen saw Xiaomu blocking his way and asked, "What do you want?" "I'm going back to rest." "It's you, all your fault," Xiaomu said indignantly. "If you hadn't been standing there in front, I wouldn't have gotten so angry and fallen, missing out on the top three." "That's a funny thing to say. You fell on your own, who's to blame? And I even waited for you a bit," Fang Chen sneered. "Besides, didn't you say you were guaranteed a top three finish? Now you didn't even make it to the final round. You bastard." Xiaomu ground his teeth in rage and threw a punch. Slap. Fang Chen quickly slapped him across the face, then grabbed his fist, immobilizing him. Xiaomu suddenly felt the burning pain on his cheek. He was stunned, not expecting Fang Chen's slap to be so fast. What surprised him even more was that his thrown punch was firmly gripped by Fang Chen, and he couldn't pull it free. Just how strong was this Fang Chen? Seeing Kayoma's face redden as he strained, Fang Chen sneered. "What's wrong? Did you really think you could beat me? You? How do you have such strength?" Xiaomu asked incredulously. "Sometimes strength isn't about appearance. As for now, I need to rest. I don't have time to play with you." Fang Chen pushed him hard. Xiaomu landed on the ground with a thud. As Chen Yang had said earlier, fighting during the competition would lead to disqualification. Fang Chen was still hoping to win the 20,000 yuan prize, so he had no interest in fighting with Xiaomu. In his eyes, Xiaomu was just a buzzing fly. "Fang Chen, you?" Xiaomu got up from the ground, gritting his teeth. Seeing that Fang Chen had already walked away, he felt a surge of impulse to go after him and beat him up. But remembering Fang Chen's strength, he felt a flicker of fear and dared not approach. He couldn't understand how Fang Chen could be so powerful. Slap. Chen Yang suddenly patted him on the shoulder and asked with a frown, "What's wrong with you? Standing here like an idiot?" He had seen Xiaomu fall to the ground and then get up only to stand there dumbly. Xiaomu shuddered, turned around, and seeing it was Chen Yang said, Nothing. So, what place did you get? And was that Fang Chen eliminated?" Chen Yang asked casually. In his view, although Xiaomu wasn't as good as him, making it past the second round should have been easy. As for Fang Chen, he didn't consider him a threat. Xiaomu suddenly looked embarrassed, unable to speak. "What's wrong?" Chen Yang had a bad feeling. "I didn't win. That Fang Chen cheated." Xiaomu recounted the incident with shame and anger. Of course, he omitted the part where he had insulted Fang Chen beforehand. Chen Yang looked incredulous and asked, "Are you saying he's that fast?" Xiaomu, annoyed by Chen Yang's expression, said, "His speed is about the same as Yang Qingfeng's, but he stood in front of the finish line and distracted me. That's not too bad. Leave the next round to me." Chen Yang still had confidence. They returned to their rest area. When the bald teacher heard the result, he was surprised, but seeing Chen Yang's confidence, he felt reassured. He didn't believe Chen Yang would lose. As for Fang Chen's side, Chen Wei was equally confident that Fang Chen would win first place. Soon the third round began. Unlike the first two rounds, the third round had noticeably more spectators and a few journalists were taking photos. After all, winning a city-level sprint championship was worth reporting. The physical education teachers from various schools gathered at the finish line, including Xiaomu and the bald teacher. However, because of Kayoma's failure, the bald teacher's treatment of him was noticeably cooler. "Now get ready," the referee announced loudly. The remaining 6 contestants stepped up to the starting line. Fang Chen was in lane 5 and lane 6 was Yang Qingfeng, who had been beside him earlier. Yang Qingfeng was a tall, sturdy man with dark skin but very white teeth. He smiled and said, My friend, don't do what you did just now. If you stop before the finish line again, someone else might take the championship. Fang Chen was taken aback then smiled. Okay. Yang Qingfeng chuckled. Let's all get ready now. Everyone assumed their starting positions. At the finish line, the bald teacher said smugly, Teacher Chun Wei, I really didn't expect your student to make it to the final round, but it looks like his chances of taking first place are very slim. Well, see the results. I have confidence, Chun Wei replied confidently. Humph. The bald teacher laughed skeptically, thinking that when the results came in, Chen Wei would realize he was talking big. Bang! The sharp sound rang out and all the contestants started running. The contestants in the final round were all very fast. Although Fang Chen wanted to stay low-key, he couldn't afford to be careless. Even without using the speed-enhancing shoes, he still put in 90% of his effort. 90% effort would be enough to win the city championship. The race lasted only about 10 seconds. Fang Chen sprinted to the finish line in one go. The outcome was quickly decided. First place, Jianghai High School student Fang Chen. When the referee announced it over the loudspeaker, Chen Yang, who had crossed the finish line second, was stunned. Fang Chen took first place. How could he run so fast? Most importantly, he hadn't won first place himself. The thought filled him with bitterness. His teacher was equally unwilling, his mouth agape in disbelief even now. He hadn't expected Chen Yang to not take first place. It was completely illogical. He had checked the records of previous city champions. Chen Yang could have broken them all. If all went well, Chen Yang should have been first. But now that Fang Chen had taken it, haha, what's wrong? Don't look so down. Remember, a bet is a bet. I'll go inform the other teachers, Chun Wei said, patting the bald teacher's shoulder, savoring his stunned expression. Humph. The bald teacher snorted coldly. He glared at Xiaomu and said, Xiaomu, didn't you say Fang Chen wasn't fast? How did he end up first? You've really made me lose face. Although he had been confident Chen Yang would win if Xiaomu hadn't spoken nonsense, he wouldn't have bragged to Chen Wei and ended up losing and looking even more foolish. Teacher. Xiaomu was at a loss for words. How was he supposed to know Fang Chen could run that fast? The bald teacher walked away coldly. He glanced back and saw a gloomy-looking Chen Yang, but Chen Yang ignored him, brushing past him. Xiaomu didn't dare speak to Chen Yang at that moment either. He saw Fang Chen surrounded by a group of journalists being photographed and interviewed. All of this made Xiaomu feel extremely bitter. Because of what Ning Yuan had said before, Xiaomu had always thought Fang Chen was a loser. Now seeing him so brilliant, the contrast was even more stark. In regret and pain, he kicked a pebble on the ground and walked away in the opposite direction. But after a few dozen steps, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Someone was shouting, "Thief! Thief!" Xiaomu was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized what was happening. Crowded places were always hotspots for thieves, as it was easy to blend in and find targets. Move, move! Xiaomu saw a thief in a black jacket charging toward him. He froze. The thief, clearly a repeat offender, knew that a strong student like him might try to stop him, so he suddenly pulled a gleaming dagger from his jacket. Xiaomu had indeed thought of stopping him, but at the sight of the dagger, he immediately cowered, squatting on the ground and covering his head. The thief saw Xiaomu crouching down with his hands on his head, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he felt quite pleased with himself. He knew that this type of student appeared sturdy, but was actually timid. A little scare would render them too frightened to confront him. He gripped the glinting dagger tightly, trying to dash past him. At that moment, Fang Chen was facing several reporters who were eager to interview him. This was his first interview and he felt a bit nervous. Student, we have seen your scores, which have broken previous records. This achievement ranks you among the top 10 in the province. What are your thoughts on this? You run so fast. You must have been training hard. Do you intend to attend a sports university and pursue a career in sports? Your athletic results are excellent. Do you have a specific sports university in mind? Hearing their rapid-fire questions, Fang Chen felt momentarily lost about which one to answer. He had no choice but to respond collectively. Dear reporters, I will answer together. I don't have any particularly strong feelings about this, but I am happy. As for attending a sports university or pursuing a career in sports, I do not like it, nor do I plan to participate. Oh really? Why don't you want to go to a sports university? Your athletic results are outstanding, and you could have a promising career in sports. Attending a regular university after the entrance exams seems like a waste of your talent. Many reporters expressed their confusion, but Fang Chen certainly wouldn't tell them about his Wanbao Ding, so he simply said, because I have a dream, and I will not reveal it until I achieve success. The reporters exchanged glances, unsure how to proceed with their questions. Just then a commotion erupted. Many shouted, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" Fang Chen turned to see a figure running in the His vision was keen, and he quickly discerned that it was a thief wielding a knife. Fang Chen hadn't expected there to be a thief here, but without a second thought he ran after him. Upon seeing him run, all the reporters were momentarily stunned, instinctively following him. "Stop right there!" Fang Chen shouted. The thief and Xiao Mu were taken aback, evidently not expecting Fang Chen to intervene. However, Xiao Mu dared not look up, fearing to attract the attention of the thief, who had just run past. A single blow from him could be fatal. The thief was confused, unable to comprehend why anyone would dare block his path, especially with a knife in hand. He threatened, "Get out of my way or I'll stab you. If you have the guts, come and stab me." After a brief chuckle, Fang Chen suddenly stepped forward, his hand flashing like lightning to seize the thief by the neck. The thief was momentarily stunned, shocked by how quickly Fang Chen had reacted. Just as he attempted to swing his knife with a swift motion, Fang Chen lifted him by his collar and slammed him down hard onto the ground. The back of the thief's head struck the ground, sending a jolt of pain through him, causing him to scream in agony and lose much of his strength. Fang Chen then decisively stepped onto his chest, further robbing him of his remaining power. Seeing the thief with a knife had awakened Fang Chen's innate sense of justice, prompting him to help, much like when he witnessed Zhang Yuxue being bullied by a ruffian. With a crack, he subdued the thief, only to be met with the sound of cameras snapping behind him. Fang Chen turned to see a throng of reporters eagerly photographing him. He truly hadn't expected this group of reporters to be so fast. He had hardly arrived before they caught up with him. These reporters were quick to follow as they recognized that Fang Chen was about to teach the thief a lesson, knowing it would make for a great story. City-level sprint champion Axe heroically bravely confronting a knife-wielding thief. What a fantastic headline. Wow, that was an incredible move. Please allow us. The reporters chimed in excitedly. Fang Chen hadn't anticipated their eagerness for more questions. He forced a smile and managed to say a few words. Please don't take photos." Just then he heard a voice behind him. He turned to see Xiao Mu covering his face, shaking his head in protest, but the reporters paid him no heed, continuing to snap pictures. Fang Chen recalled that Xiao Mu had been crouched on the ground, too afraid to look at the thief. Hearing the clicking of the cameras, Xiao Mu felt his heart shatter. He knew his embarrassing moment would likely spread throughout Zhanghai City. He covered his face, trying to plead with them not to take pictures, but the reporters disregarded his words. Realizing that his protests were futile, he decided to leave. However, just before he departed, he glared at Fang Chen with rage, saying, "Fang Chen, I hate you." Faced with Xiao Mu's resentful gaze as he left, Fang Chen felt somewhat speechless. Could he really be blamed for this? Later, the owner of the stolen item arrived. A beautiful girl in her 20s, who repeatedly thanked Fang Chen. The thief was escorted away by the stadium security, preparing to be taken to the police station. After dealing with the reporters, Fang Chen prepared to receive his award. The municipal sports stadium hosted 8 events, with winners called up one by one to receive their awards. Only the first place received a cash prize. The others only received certificates and trophies, along with priority access to prestigious sports universities. Fang Chen and Yang Qingfeng were among the last to go up. Fang Chen stepped onto the highest podium, while Chen Yang grudgingly ascended the second podium, and Yang Qingfeng took the third. Yang Qingfeng smiled and said, "My friend, you are incredibly fast. You will soon be competing at the provincial level. I hope you achieve great results." "Indeed, I will do my best to secure a good result," Fang Chen replied with a smile. After they finished speaking, a female host from the awarding committee handed them their trophies and certificates. Fang Chen received a golden trophy shaped like a foot and a certificate similar to those from the school. "Please hold your trophies and pose for a photo together," the female host instructed. Fang Chen could only raise his trophy and smile for the camera. While they were receiving their awards, Chen Wei and a group of teachers joined them in a nearby office at the stadium. Come on. We bet we pay. We are all teachers here, a hand over the money." Chen Wei cheerfully waved. The 8 teachers collectively shot him a glance, their expressions filled with regret and confusion. They had never anticipated that Chen Wei student would win. The most frustrated among them was the bald teacher who had previously boasted. Little did he know he would be slapped in the face. Now, seeing Chen Wei reaching out for money, he scoffed coldly and fell silent. Feeling embarrassed, he thought it would be even more humiliating to pay first, so he chose to remain silent. The atmosphere in the room became awkward, but fortunately they were all educators and didn't want to lose face. Though 2,000 yuan was half a month's salary, it wasn't enough to warrant such embarrassment. Once one teacher handed over the money, the others followed suit. One teacher remarked, "Chen Wei, you were lucky this time." "Hee, this isn't luck, it's skill. I have great confidence in my student," Chen Wei replied with a smile. "And now I'd like to propose another bet. How about it?" "What bet?" The 8 teachers looked at him quizzically, as if he were a gambler. I bet that my student Fang Chen will win first place in the provincial sprint championship. Are you willing to continue betting with the same stakes? The teachers initially doubted him, just winning at the city level was impressive enough. Could he really secure the provincial title? Only those who have trained as sprinters since childhood could win at the provincial level. It required talent, nutrition, training methods, and time. Could Fang Chen surpass them? Are we betting or not? Chun Wei pressed. They were skeptical, but Chun Wei's confidence was contagious. Moreover, Fang Chen's current performance ranked him in the top 10. If he did win, they would have lost twice, which would be quite embarrassing. After much deliberation, they decided it wasn't worth the risk of losing face over 2,000 yuan. They shook their heads and exited the office. Chun Wei felt a bit disappointed seeing none of them took the bait. He wondered if they had realized how fast Fang Chen was. However, this time Fang Chen had been relatively low-key and hadn't gone all out. Chun Wei lamented that if they had been willing to bet, he would have pocketed an additional 6,000 yuan. But the outcome was still somewhat disappointing. Fortunately, he had still won 16,000 yuan, of which he would receive 6,000. Chun Wei exited the office and made his way to the rest area. At that moment, Fang Chen had returned from the awards podium and was sitting down drinking mineral water. Chun Wei walked over with a cheerful demeanor, pulling out 10,000 yuan. Fang Chen, this is for you. Seeing the thick stack of cash, Fang Chen smiled as he accepted it, saying, Thank you, Teacher Chen. No need for thanks. You earned this with your own ability, Chun Wei replied with a smile. As for the 10,000 yuan prize, it will be given directly to the school by the organizers, and will be distributed to you immediately upon your return to school. Understood. Fang Chen nodded. Fang Chen knew that the direction of refining depended on the characteristics of the refining material. After refining the knowledge from books, he would quickly master it. However, what kind of thing would a certificate become after refining? No matter how Fang Chen thought, he couldn't figure it out. Thus he decided to experiment to see what kind of effect it would have. Fang Chen silently contemplated the refining process, and soon his mind indicated that he needed 1 point of spiritual energy to proceed with the refinement. Although Fang Chen didn't possess a lot of spiritual energy at the moment, he could still spare 1 point. Refine. After confirming, the certificate in his hand quickly appeared in the mysterious space. Soon it vanished from the flames, and the certificate in his hand abruptly transformed into a small badge. The badge was square, only palm-sized, with a layer of snow white on the surface and for big characters in the middle. Elite proof. What is this thing? Fang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Information displayed in his mind. Elite proof. The holder of this proof, whenever they exhibit bravery, can showcase it. Special outstanding performances will induce a slight worship effect in bystanders, leading them to believe the holder is elite. Furthermore, there is a certain chance of love at first sight with women lasting for 1 month. Elite proof. Fang Chen felt a bit confused, but upon reflection he realized that the purpose of awarding certificates was to certify outstanding individuals in certain fields. Certificates, badges, trophies. All of these are the same. Fang Chen finally understood. He looked at the elite proof in his hand, touched it, and thought it wasn't too surprising, so he put it back in his pocket. However, recalling the last introduction that mentioned a certain chance of love at first sight driven by a man's nature, he patted his pocket, confirming that this elite proof was unlikely to be lost. Having spent a point of spiritual energy on the certificate, Fang Chen didn't plan to refine the trophy. He wanted to take the trophy home to show his parents, as it was every child's hope to prove themselves in front of their parents. After driving for more than an hour, the car stopped at a restaurant. Chun Wei turned around and said, Fang Chen, let's eat now. I got it. Fang Chen stood up and walked from the back to the front. The two of them and the driver all got out, preparing to go into the restaurant to eat. Chun Wei insisted that this meal was on him, but Fang Chen felt embarrassed and insisted that they each pay 500. Chun Wei initially wanted to insist to gain favor in front of Fang Chen, but seeing Fang Chen's determination, they had to settle on that agreement. After ordering about 10 dishes at the counter, they went upstairs, preparing to eat in a private room. However, as they walked down the second-floor corridor, Fang Chen heard voices arguing from a private room ahead. He found the voices familiar, resembling Yang Qingfeng's. He hurried over and saw that it was indeed Yang Qingfeng, accompanied by a young girl who looked about 13 or 14 years old. There were also 7 or 8 poorly dressed ruffians who were leering at them in a mocking manner. Yang Qingfeng looked very angry while the young girl was crying. Although Fang Chen had known Yang Qingfeng for a short time, he still had a very good impression of him. Seeing him in trouble here, Fang Chen had no reason not to help. Fang Chen walked over and greeted, Yang Qingfeng, it seems we meet again. What a coincidence. Fang Chen, what are you doing here? Yang Qingfeng asked in surprise. I came to eat. Oh, what happened? Are you in trouble? Fang Chen asked with a smile. A bit, but it's none of your business, you should leave quickly. Yang Qingfeng hinted. Wait, a ruffian shouted. Since your friend is here, how can you just leave like that? Yeah. You never paid us protection fees at school, and you even encouraged other students not to pay, which has caused us significant losses. The green-haired ruffian said. Hurry up and hand over the protection fee. If you don't hand it over, well, make your friend pay. You bastards, Yang Qingfeng cursed angrily. Fang Chen listened on the side and had already understood what was happening. This group of ruffians should be specifically targeting students for protection fees, but Yang Qingfeng refused to comply and encouraged other students, so they harbored intense resentment towards him. They just never had the opportunity to retaliate until today. After understanding, Fang Chen looked at the ruffian who spoke. You said I have to pay protection fees. If you think you have the ability, come at me. As he spoke, Chun Wei and the driver came in. Chun Wei wanted to persuade, but Fang Chen shook his head to indicate it was fine. A few ruffians became angry, feeling that Fang Chen was completely looking down on them. After understanding, Fang Chen looked at the ruffian who spoke. You said I have to pay protection fees. If you think you have the ability. However, it was of no use. Fang Chen's right hand hooked around and directly grabbed that wrist, then he twisted it with a crack, causing the ruffian to scream in pain. Bang! After Fang Chen kicked like a whip, the ruffian fell to his knees, pale with sweat dripping continuously. The others were stunned, not expecting Fang Chen to be this powerful. But they were very angry. Fang Chen was slapping their faces, and one by one they rushed over, wanting to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Bang 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 bang. Fang Chen directly used a few moves from Wing Chun to take them down, the entire process taking less than 2 minutes. Seeing them groaning on the ground, Fang Chen pulled the leader of the ruffians and asked, So how is it? Do you still dare to hit people? The ruffian wanted to say something tough, but seeing Fang Chen's fist, he fearfully shook his head. I don't dare. I won't dare anymore. Fang Chen was very satisfied with his attitude. At this moment, Chun Wei was stunned, not expecting Fang Chen to be this skilled. But more surprised were Yang Qingfeng and the young girl. After his initial shock, Yang Qingfeng happily said, Thank you so much, brother Fang Chen. I didn't expect you to be this capable. The young girl was very angry at the ruffians. Seeing Fang Chen's impressive skills, she suddenly found him very handsome and felt a sense of security. The young girl sweetly said, Big brother, you are so handsome. Are you my brother's friend? Yes, Fang Chen replied, realizing that this young girl was Yang Qingfeng's sister. Information increased the worship effect of the girl in front of you, while also triggering the love at first sight effect. Fang Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing the information in his mind. Love at first sight. He looked at the young girl whose eyes were fixed on him. To be fair, aside from her slightly dark skin, the young girl with the ponytail was quite pretty. But no matter what, she was only 13 or 14 years old. Big brother, where do you live? The young girl hurriedly asked. Fang Chen hesitated. Yang Qingfeng, being clever, interrupted, saying, Brother Fang Chen, this is my sister Yang Qingye. She talks a bit too much. I hope you don't mind her questions. It's fine. I see you all sitting here without eating, so why don't we go eat together? Fang Chen invited. Okay then. Yang Qingfeng thought for a moment and agreed readily. What about these bad guys? Yang Qingye pointed at the ruffians lying on the ground. Leave these to me. I can make sure they won't come out for a while. They probably won't cause trouble again in the future, Fang Chen said. Really? Yang Qingfeng asked. I know some people at the police station, Fang Chen replied. Thank you so much. Yang Qingfeng's eyes brightened. If that's the case, our school will be rid of a major troublemaker. Fang Chen took out his phone and called Yang Zhuzhou. In fact, calling Director Zhou would be most effective, but Fang Chen knew that for situations like this there was no need to bother Director Zhou. Just a word to Yang Zhuzhou would suffice. He believed she would handle these guys well. Fang Chen called, Is this Officer Yang? Yang Zhuzhou said, Is this Fang Chen? Why are you calling me at this time? Fang Chen smiled. Mainly, I encountered a few ruffians who were bullying my friend. I wanted to ask you to arrest them. Yang Zhuzhou replied briskly, No problem, just give me the address. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone and invited Yang Qingfeng and the others to sit in the same private room. After sitting down, Fang Chen asked, Yang Qingfeng, why didn't you come to school on the school bus? Yang Qingfeng laughed. I originally wanted to go directly back to school, but I didn't expect my sister to follow me, so I had no choice but to come out to eat first and then take her to school. Fang Chen nodded. So that's how it is. Big brother, do you have a girlfriend? Yang Qingye asked hopefully. If an ordinary person asked, it would only seem like a girl's gossip. But Fang Chen was very clear that based on the earlier love at first sight, Yang Qingye was most likely interested in him. He liked girls, but it was impossible to like someone so young. Fang Chen intended to evade the question. He said, I do a girl about my age. Chun Wei sitting on the side remained silent, but upon hearing this, he suddenly understood. It seemed the rumors at school were true. Zhang Yuxue was indeed Fang Chen's girlfriend. How wonderful it was to have a beautiful school belle as a girlfriend. At that moment Fang Chen silently gained 0.2 points of incense energy. They chatted and laughed for a while, but although Yang Qingye didn't want to give up, Fang Chen completely gave her no opportunity. After 20 minutes of eating, the police car arrived. Officer Yang Jujo, looking heroic, walked in and glanced around asking, Where are they? Fang Chen stood up and said, They're tied up in the next room. They are very annoying, specifically targeting students for protection fees. I hope Officer Yang will punish them. Yang Jujo smiled, No problem. They'll handle these minor issues. But I must say I need to treat you to a meal as thanks. You better have time to call me sometime soon, so I can invite you, understand? Seeing Yang Jujo say this, Fang Chen had no choice but to nod in agreement. Soon Yang Jujo left with a group of disgruntled ruffians. Chun Wei cast an envious glance at Fang Chen. Unlike ordinary girls, a professional like Officer Yang Jujo had a significant impact on someone like Chun Wei. Seeing Fang Chen acquainted with such a beautiful police officer, as well as the beautiful school belle, and the homeroom teacher being the flower among the teachers, Chun Wei was truly envious to death. Facing Chun Wei's envious gaze, Fang Chen felt somewhat perplexed. Why was the teacher looking at him like that? Noticing Chun Wei remained silent, he simply shook his head and decided not to dwell on it. Let him be, envy is envy. Overall the meal was quite enjoyable. They ate a total of 1,000 yuan. After finishing they planned to part ways and head to their respective destinations. Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, Yang Qingfeng held his sister's hand and smiled, saying, Thank you so much, Fang Chen and this teacher Chun. Chun Wei chuckled, saying, It has nothing to do with me. All of this is thanks to Fang Chen. I'm merely a spectator. Fang Chen smiled and replied, It's just a small effort. How can you say it's just a small effort? You not only saved my sister and me but also spared our school from a great calamity. Yang Qingfeng remarked, If the people at our school knew about this, they would surely be very grateful to you. Wait a minute, Fang Chen suddenly remembered and said, You can tell them that Fang Chen is the one who defeated them, and I have connections in the Public Security Bureau too. In any case, the more impressive you make it sound, the better. Fang Chen thought that if Yang Qingfeng told this story when he returned to school, it would surely earn him great admiration, leading to a substantial influx of spiritual energy. Yang Qingfeng's expression was odd, but after glancing at Fang Chen he smiled and said, Sure, I'll definitely convey that. Fang Chen chuckled. That would be quite troublesome. Fang Chen's self-praise left both Chun Wei and Yang Qingfeng speechless, while Yang Qingye felt differently. She thought it was only natural for Fang Chen to be so impressive. He should speak the truth. Yang Qingye sweetly said, Brother Fang Chen, when are you coming over to play with me? Fang Chen awkwardly smiled. I'll definitely come when I have time. Earlier at the dining table, Fang Chen had already heard Yang Qingye mention her home address, and which school she attended. Well then we should get going. Yang Qingfeng took Yang Qingye's hand, ready to leave. But I wanted to say more. Yang Qingye reluctantly followed Yang Qingfeng. Chun Wei looked on enviously and sighed. Youth is truly wonderful. Your charm with the ladies is truly remarkable. He indeed felt envy, as Fang Chen could even charm a child of 10. Ahem, teacher Chun, let's get in the car and head back to school. Fang Chen rolled his eyes and said, All right, Chun Wei replied. They boarded the school bus, ready to head back to school. However, it seemed Fang Chen was particularly unlucky today. Just 5 or 6 minutes into the ride, the bus broke down. The entire school bus came to a halt on the road. They had no choice but to get off. Chun Wei, feeling frustrated, said, This is the first outing of the year, and we ended up in this predicament. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, was evidently experienced and calmly said, Yes, the bus is definitely broken. Fortunately, there's a repair shop nearby. They'll call someone to come fix it. But we can't head back to school right now, Fang Chen said. Then let's find a way to call someone, Chun Wei replied. Chun Wei shook his head, saying, Repairing the bus won't be a quick fix. This matter is best left to me and old Xing. You should find a way to get a taxi back to school. After all, we can't delay your studies. Well, Fang Chen pondered for a moment and agreed. All right, you both come back soon. Just as Chun Wei said staying here wouldn't help, it was better to return to school as soon as possible. Moreover, he thought that leaving this place would allow him to casually go to a restaurant and eat something to refine and enhance his physical limits. After leaving, he immediately extracted biological energy and went to a nearby restaurant to eat. By the time he filled his refining limit, Fang Chen had returned to school. On the way back to school, he sensed a sudden increase in the continuous flow of spiritual energy. He was somewhat curious, upon returning to class 9, Chang Pengzi immediately tried to pull him into an embrace, but unfortunately, he couldn't manage it. Chang Pengzi had to say, "You little brat are really impressive. Not only did you win first place, but you also made it to the newspapers and news." Fang Chen was taken aback. "How did you know about this?" "You didn't know." Chang Pengzi sneaked a glance outside the classroom, pulled out his phone and said, "Take a look at the forum. The pinned post is the video of you on the news." "Really?" Fang Chen was suspicious. The video was filmed around noon, and it was only about 4 o'clock now. How could it have been broadcasted so quickly? When he opened the post, it was indeed a video of him being interviewed by a reporter. Moreover, there were also clips of him catching a thief and Xiao Mu squatting on the ground. Fang Chen muttered to himself, "They really broadcasted it quickly." At the same time, he understood how the spiritual energy had come about. Chang Pengzi chuckled. "This tall guy is really amusing. He was so scared that he didn't even dare. But do you know him? I felt like he said something to you before he left." "Yeah, he's my cousin Fang." "Your cousin?" Chang Pengzi looked surprised. "How come I've never seen him before?" "We don't have a good relationship, or our families haven't interacted much lately," Fang Chen explained. "Oh, I see," Chang Pengzi said, suddenly enlightened. "Let's not talk about that. Class is about to start. Put your phone away." Lest Teacher Wang sees it and takes it away for real, Fang Chen said. I know, Chang Pengzi replied dismissively. "What are the odds she would catch me using my phone?" Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Fang Chen chose not to say anything further, merely smiling. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already Sunday evening. In the past 2 days, the atmosphere at school had been somewhat tense as the end-of-month exams were approaching. Many people took it seriously, but Fang Chen felt very confident. He continued his routine as usual and went to the small woods on the playground every day. After refining several small animals' corpses, he fed them to Little Black. Hiss! Little Black greedily swallowed the food and squinted in satisfaction. During these days, Little Black kept eating and refining its food. Fang Chen also noticed that its 2 back legs were becoming more pronounced now. Even from a distance, one could notice those 2 little legs. Unfortunately, it still couldn't walk, and Fang Chen estimated that it would need at least another half-month before it could walk using its little legs. However, Fang Chen was still patient. After finishing feeding Little Black, he left the small woods. Sunday evening self-study was still quite relaxed, especially today. They first went to the classroom and moved all their books from their desks back to their dorms. Then they brought some books and materials for tomorrow's exam back to the classroom. During self-study, the teacher sat at the podium reading quietly, while the students busily focused on their work. Fang Chen didn't feel like studying. In fact, several of his materials had already been completely refined, so there was nothing to read. But he wasn't idle either, as Chen Mo kept asking him questions about various subjects. Fang Chen patiently explained. Soon it was the last class, and Wang Linshi, after allowing everyone to continue self-study, called Fang Chen out. The moonlight on Sunday night was beautiful, with a sky full of stars, and the moon was big and round. After taking a deep breath of the fresh air, Wang Linshi said, "Fang Chen, first of all, congratulations on winning the city championship. Regarding the 10,000 yuan prize, the approval has been finalized in the principal's office these past few days. Now it's in my hands. Do you want me to give it to your parents, or would you prefer to take it yourself?" "Just give me half for now." Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, the initial 7,000 yuan had dwindled to less than 3,000 by now. If this continued, it would only decrease further. He truly needed enough funds to continue his eating habits. Wang Linshi paused, not expecting Fang Chen to say that, but quickly replied, "All right, well, do it your way. Just wait here for a moment," Wang Linshi said before heading to the office and quickly returning with a stack of cash. "Here's 5,000 yuan. Take it for now, and remember to keep it in your locker. Each dormitory has its own lockers, and as for the locks, they are brought by each family to store private items." Fang Chen accepted the money, nodding in acknowledgement. Wang Linshi continued smiling. "Do you still remember the bet you made with me?" Fang Chen replied, "Of course I remember." "Well, it's good that you remember. Tomorrow is the end-of-month exam, and if you don't place in the top 3, you definitely can't say anything about it afterward," Wang Linshi stated. "I've already agreed to this bet. You can be assured that I won't go back on my word," Fang Chen confidently said. "Moreover, I believe I can definitely achieve a top 3 ranking in this exam." "All right then," Wang Linshi said proudly. "We'll see the results in the next couple of days." "Yeah, you can return to class now," Wang Linshi said. "By the way, has that Yin Xiao been bothering you again?" Fang Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Has he been bothering you again?" Wang Linshi replied, "It's strange. He hasn't come to harass me these past few days. If he does come to bother you, remember to tell me," Fang Chen said before walking back into the classroom. Wang Lincher was taken aback, smiled, and thought how could a student be so audacious, but for some reason she felt very safe. Back in the classroom, Fang Chen continued explaining the book's content to Chen Mo, and when class was over they all agreed to return to the dorm. Under the moonlight they walked towards the dorm, feeling a slight chill around them. The next day arrived quickly and they got up early. Chen Mo, clearly focused on the exam, rose especially early, sitting at the desk with an English review material. Chang Pengzi yawned and said nonchalantly, "Bookworm, why are you studying so seriously? The exam is almost here." Chen Mo rolled his eyes. "Learning a bit more is always better," Chen Mo replied. Fang Chen looked at them speechlessly, knowing that these two buddies of his had very different attitudes towards studying. Of course he understood Chang Pengzi didn't mean any harm. However, their family backgrounds had varied considerably. Chen Mo's family was just average, slightly better than his own. But Chang Pengzi's family was well off with their own business, so whether he studied or not he would inherit the family business, and thus his family didn't place much importance on his grades. At this moment Fang Chen said, "Chang Pengzi is right, it's getting late. Let's head to the cafeteria first." Chen Mo noticed that it was indeed getting late, and that teacher Wang had asked them to arrive at the classroom earlier. Reluctantly he packed away his books and prepared to head to the cafeteria with Fang Chen and the others. After eating their fill in the cafeteria they headed straight to class 9. By this time most of the students had already arrived. Currently the students in class 9 were basically divided into two types. One group wanted to read more books while they had the chance, and the other group was chatting and laughing with friends. After Fang Chen sat down it wasn't long before Wang Lincher arrived at the podium. Today she was dressed in a black lady's suit. "Alright, today we have a baseline test. I will now distribute the seating list for the exam. I hope you can all achieve good results this time." Wang Lincher finished speaking and distributed the list. At the end of the month, the exam seating was randomized for all students, allowing them to sit according to their scores in various exam rooms. After Fang Chen received his list and found out which exam room he was in, he showed the list to Chen Mo. Seeing that they had finished looking, Wang Lincher said, "During this exam pay attention to a few points. For example, your English multiple choice questions are not very good. Think more carefully about the next questions, and also..." She pointed out several high-achieving students in the class, highlighting their shortcomings to make them more cautious. As she continued, Wang Lincher glanced at Fang Chen and said, "And you, Fang Chen, your grades have improved significantly recently. To be honest, you are now the best student in the class, but you still have some shortcomings." Shortcomings? Fang Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Wang Lincher to mention him, and more importantly, he felt that he didn't have any shortcomings at the moment. Although achieving a perfect score was impossible, getting a very high score was definitely not an issue. Wang Lincher replied impatiently, "Yes, that is your shortcoming. Your grades are good, but do you know that your handwriting is too ugly? Clearly your grades have improved so much, but why hasn't your handwriting improved? This will deduct points from your overall score, which is a disadvantage during the exam, do you understand? My handwriting is ugly." Fang Chen was speechless. He didn't expect Wang Lincher to mention this matter. To be honest, he didn't think his handwriting was ugly. It was just a bit messy. Upon hearing this, all the classmates burst into laughter, finding it very amusing. Fang Chen was indifferent but still nodded and said, "Teacher Wang, I understand. In this exam I will definitely take my time to write nicely, striving for a beautiful presentation." Wang Lincher said, "I'm not joking with you. You must remember this. Otherwise you won't make it into the top 3. Yes, I will pay attention to my handwriting." Fang Chen nodded. Since Wang Lincher pointed out his ugly handwriting, he would write more neatly. Moreover, he had some ideas on how to improve his handwriting. According to the refining characteristics, as long as he refined the ballpoint pen, Fang Chen believed his handwriting would look. After waiting for half an hour, the school broadcast bell rang, signaling all exam candidates to head to the exam rooms. Wang Lincher also prompted everyone to get moving. Due to his average performance, Fang Chen's exam seating was neither high nor low. Once he entered, he directly sat down and waited for the exam to begin. Arriving early, there were only 2 or 3 people in the exam room. Seeing this, Fang Chen looked at the ballpoint pen in his hand. He decided to take the opportunity to refine it. Refine? Fang Chen silently thought. Soon the ballpoint pen was refined. The original pen was a mix of ordinary black and purple, looking quite unremarkable. But now, after refinement, its surface resembled crystal casting, and its shape was somewhat like a brush. Information emerged in Fang Chen's mind. Beginner auto pen featuring 18 font styles, such as Kai and Song, which will automatically determine the appropriate font, based on the situation, ensuring beautiful writing. As expected, after refinement, this pen indeed excelled in typography. Moreover, the design of the pen was very attractive. After 5 minutes, all the students in the class had arrived and were seated. In front of Fang Chen sat a female student with a cute fringe. She had an average appearance, but her smile was lovely. Noticing the pen in Fang Chen's hand, she smiled and asked, "Where did you buy this pen, classmate? It's really beautiful. This is handmade by my friend." Fang Chen replied with a smile. He certainly couldn't say that it was a unique pen that couldn't be bought elsewhere. "I see. Who is your friend? Could you ask them to make one for me? I can pay for it." The female student refused to give up and continued asking, "It doesn't matter if the price is a bit high." She thought the pen was beautiful and wanted to have one for herself. With this pen, she would have something to talk about in her social circle. Unfortunately, Fang Chen had no interest in helping others refine a pen. He awkwardly replied, "I'm really sorry. My friend doesn't make money from this. They only made this pen for me because they owed me a favor." He awkwardly replied, "I'm really sorry. My friend doesn't make money from this. They only made this pen for me because they owed me a favor." Fang Chen also fell silent. Beep beep. The school bell rang. Two middle-aged teachers walked in with a stack of exam papers. They wore stern expressions and directly distributed the papers. Only when passing by Fang Chen did one of the teachers show a friendly smile. Fang Chen was slightly taken aback, wondering if this teacher recognized him. The smiling teacher was surnamed Wang, a math teacher from class 8 who had protested with Director Zhu to the principal, trying to get Fang Chen, a troublemaker, expelled. However, the principal's firm stance made them realize that Fang Chen was not an ordinary student. He had a solid background, and they didn't have the authority to expel him. Understanding this, teacher Wang dared not show off in front of Fang Chen, hence the smile upon encountering him. Fang Chen was unaware of this and picked up his pen to start writing. The first exam was math, which posed no difficulty for Fang Chen. However, he noticed that as he held the pen to write down numbers, it felt as if something was guiding his hand. This feeling was very relaxed and pleasant, and the handwriting produced was quite beautiful and neat, pleasing to the eye. "I didn't expect the effect of this pen to be so significant," Fang Chen murmured. "If I had known, I would have refined one earlier." Previously, Fang Chen didn't care how his writing looked as long as he answered the questions correctly. But now it seemed that having a refined pen was indeed beneficial, as it felt so comfortable to write with it. After half an hour, Fang Chen completed all the questions. "I didn't expect the effect of this pen to be so significant," Fang Chen murmured. "If I had known, I would have refined one." He had heard Subin mention Fang Chen's remarkable progress, stating that his grades were now comparable to those of the experiment. Teacher Wang was skeptical, and seeing Fang Chen finish so quickly raised his curiosity even more, as even students from the experimental class couldn't write this fast. He walked over to take a look, and was somewhat surprised by Fang Chen's exam paper. The handwriting was truly beautiful. Additionally, just by glancing at the first page, most of the answers were correct. Fang Chen asked, "Teacher, what's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing," Teacher Wang replied with a smile. "Your handwriting is really nice and the answers are correct. Fang Chen, you truly are impressive." "Not really," Fang Chen replied, feeling a bit baffled. Teacher Wang returned to his seat after taking a look. However, a male student sitting next to Fang Chen had a strange expression. He had just heard the teacher say that Fang Chen's answers were mostly correct and began to plot something. "Hey, hey," he quietly called out. "What's up?" Fang Chen turned his head to see a tall male student with a bit of a bad boy vibe quietly asking him, "Let me see your answers and I'll give you $100 after the exam." The male student said softly, "I'm not interested." Fang Chen laughed. $100? You really underestimate me." Seeing Fang Chen refuse, the male student was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly got angry and said, "Hey, I know Wang Wu and Zhao Jin. If you don't want to get beaten later, just show me your paper. I told you I'm not interested, and to be honest, I'm not afraid of those two you mentioned. If you have the guts, go ahead and call them over." Fang Chen replied nonchalantly. "You?" The male student's expression darkened. At that moment, a boy with a pockmarked face sitting in front turned around and said, "Hey, do you want to die? Do you know who he is?" Fang Chen. "Fang Chen? How would I know who that is?" The bad boy rolled his eyes. "I just know he dares not listen to me. The playground incident on Monday, you know?" The pockmarked student said, "Morning exercises." The bad boy initially dismissed it, but soon looked shocked and said, "You mean he's that Fang Chen?" Fang Chen's reputation had spread throughout the school, but not everyone recognized his face. Generally, any student who had logged onto the school forum would have seen Fang Chen's appearance. However, the bad boy had no interest in the school forum. Now he was scared. A master who could take on a dozen bald men was not someone he could handle. Thinking about how he had just tried to scare Fang Chen, using someone else's name, the bad boy couldn't sit still. He stammered, "Fang Chen, I really apologize. I didn't recognize the mountain. Please forget what I just said." Fang Chen didn't expect the student in front of him to recognize him, but upon hearing him utter his name, the bad boy became this frightened. Fang Chen could only say, "Just know that it's good. If I find out you threaten others again, you'd better be careful not to suffer the consequences." "I definitely won't, I promise I won't dare again." The bad boy apologized in a cold sweat. He certainly wouldn't offend someone like Fang Chen over a minor act of cheating. That would be a sign of insanity. After this incident, the bad boy remained very quiet. After sitting for a while, feeling bored, Fang Chen approached the podium and said to Teacher Wang, "Excuse me, I've finished writing. Can I submit my paper early and leave now? There are regulations for ordinary exams. Regardless of whether you finish or not, you must remain seated in the examination room and cannot leave. This is to prevent anyone from secretly leaving to pass answers to others in the room. However, regulations are not absolute. If you have a stomachache or are unwell, as long as you finish writing, you can submit your paper and leave." Fang Chen was not sick, but he had connections. After all, he was backed by the most powerful figure in the school. Teacher Wang just stared in a daze with a kind smile, saying, "No problem, you can submit your paper to me, and you can go, but you can't speak loudly in the school corridor or others are taking the exam." "Okay, I understand." Fang Chen nodded. He took his tools from the desk and left the classroom. The delinquent boy next to him was envious, but he once again confirmed that this Fang Chen was too impressive. Even the teacher had to show him respect. The girl sitting in front of Fang Chen was also somewhat dazed, but she was more disappointed about her beautiful crystal pen. Upon exiting the teaching building, Fang Chen intended to take a nap in the dormitory, since there was only a math exam in the morning. However, the dormitory door was locked and the life teacher wouldn't let him in. Fang Chen had no choice but to take this time to go to the small forest and feed the refined food to Xiaohei. Moreover, he could take a nap on the grass. But the small forest was clearly lively at this time. When Fang Chen entered, he found 5 or 6 men already there. Among them was a familiar face, Li Feng, who was directing a group of boys to search for something in the surrounding bushes. Fang Chen was curious and asked, "What are you looking for here?" "Fang Chen, what are you doing here?" Li Feng was taken aback. The other boys recognized Fang Chen and knew he was formidable, skilled in combat. But they did not show particular awe. After all, their leader Li Feng was the son of a major corporation. Fang Chen asked, "Why haven't you asked how you ended up here?" "There is a snake here," Li Feng replied angrily. Fang Chen remarked, "This small forest is quite large and flourishing. It's not surprising to find a snake. I was bitten by a snake last time, so I want to catch and kill that snake," Li Feng replied with resentment. Fang Chen remembered that Li Feng seemed to be in a hurry to go to the hospital last Friday. He was speechless, not expecting Li Feng to hold such a grudge over being bitten by a snake. Although he did not quite understand why Li Feng was still searching for something that happened a week ago, Fang Chen realized that if he continued looking, they might indeed find Xiaohei. Fang Chen knew that with Xiaohei's capabilities, even 5 students would not pose a threat, let alone 15. But the troublesome part was that Xiaohei's hind legs were becoming increasingly noticeable. If they were discovered and attracted media attention, it would be problematic. "It's just a snake bite. Why are you so scared? That snake might have run away by now." Fang Chen yawned, saying, "I'm feeling a bit sleepy. You guys should stop looking here." "What do you mean by that?" Li Feng's expression turned sour. "Nothing, but if you're still here, I might get rough with you." Fang Chen said, "If you don't want things to get rough, you should leave." "Are you threatening me?" Li Feng asked. "No, I'm just stating a fact. If you don't leave, I'll get rough with you," Fang Chen said bluntly. Fang Chen was well aware that Li Feng would not dare to attack him, for he had a strong backing. Even if they fought, Li Feng and his subordinates were no match for him. "Leave." Li Feng gritted his teeth and angrily walked away. His subordinates were stunned, unable to understand why Li Feng had chosen to leave. Clearly Fang Chen had said some harsh words. Unless Fang Chen was very strong, how could he make Li Feng, one of the 4 young masters, submit? Thinking of this, Li Feng's subordinates were filled with shock and disbelief. They had not expected Fang Chen to be not only skilled, but also equally formidable in terms of background. Otherwise, how could Li Feng possibly retreat? They were astonished, but still followed Li Feng as he left. After they departed, Fang Chen went to the back of a patch of grass and waved his hand. Hiss! Xiaohei crawled out from inside. With the addition of hind legs, Xiaohei's crawling posture looked somewhat strange. Fang Chen cautioned, "From now on you need to avoid getting too close to people. If you get close, just retreat. If anyone searches, leave this place directly." After refinement, Xiaohei's intelligence was very high, especially as it continued to evolve. Moreover, Fang Chen and Xiaohei shared a deep bond. Xiaohei nodded with a hiss and turned his head to pull out a few small animal carcasses from the bushes. Fang Chen smiled, saying, "You're such a greedy little thing." After refining the small animal carcasses, he tossed them to Xiaohei to eat. Then he took out his phone, set an alarm for 11:30, and directly extracted a small amount of spiritual energy to sleep on the grass. When the alarm rang, Fang Chen got up and prepared to go to the cafeteria. He sat in his usual spot. Chen Mo and Cheng Pengzi arrived one after the other. Cheng Pengzi looked indifferent, but Chen Mo was very serious. He asked Fang Chen many questions about the exam topics, and after receiving answers similar to his own, he felt relieved knowing he had done well. Cheng Pengzi noticed this and pouted. Time passed and 2 days went by quickly. They soon finished their exams and returned to a normal school routine. Of course, this meant they were learning normally but could not attend classes. Many teachers were busy with administrative affairs, and usually the physical education teacher took over the classes. In Fang Chen's class was Chen Wei. Although Chen Wei claimed to be substituting, he was actually there to chat. After entering, he moved to sit beside Fang Chen. Of course, Chen Wei also quietly told Fang Chen that he saw Fang Chen's math score was 114. Fang Chen felt speechless upon hearing this score. It was just 1 point short of full marks. However, Chen Wei did not think the same. He understood why Fang Chen did not choose to attend a sports university. With this score, Fang Chen could certainly get into a prestigious university. The other students in class 9 did not pay attention to this. They only felt that Fang Chen was doing exceptionally well. Even the teacher came specifically to chat with him. When Thursday arrived, the school finally returned to normal. Many teachers resumed their classes, however today, most of the teachers were distributing exam papers. Some were happy and some were gloomy. Those who performed well were delighted while those with poor scores felt unhappy. Fang Chen clearly belonged to the third category. Although he had done well, he was calm and confident. During this English class, Fang Chen went up to get his English exam paper. This time he scored 144. After receiving the paper, Fang Chen smiled and asked Teacher Wang, "How did I do? I should be in the top 3 of my grade, right? I must say I really didn't expect you to achieve such a good score." Wang Lincher smiled and replied, "You scored high in both math and English. Did I make it to the top 3? Fang Chen asked. "That's still unclear for now, as a few subjects have yet to be tallied, but you can be certain you're in the top 10 of your grade," Wang Lincher replied. "I see. Well, you can go down now. The scores will be posted tonight," Wang Lincher said with a smile. Wang Lincher was not in a bad mood. Winning or losing was something to celebrate for her. If Fang Chen won, he would have to obediently attend classes at the school. If he lost, it would mean his current scores were excellent and getting into a prestigious university was guaranteed. Fang Chen nodded and then left. His desk mate Chen Mo also did fairly well this time, scoring 118. That placed him among the top 10 in the class. As for He Xin, she scored 120, Sun Jia got 119, and Gong Yangyang scored 130. Soon by evening, He Xin took out a score sheet and posted it at the classroom door. As the scores were posted, they immediately attracted the attention of all the students. Not long after, a crowd surrounded the area. Seeing that the scores had come out, Fang Chen and Chen Mo wanted to move closer to check the scores and rankings. Before they could get close, they heard a group of students erupting in cheers. At this moment, Fang Chen also noticed the incense energy that had been increasing slowly suddenly surged dramatically. It had increased by a full 2. For energy points. What an impressive score, first in the ordinary grade. Fang Chen is amazing, he can fight, and now his scores are so good. Is this even a score a human can achieve? Fang Chen did not approach but could tell from their discussions how well he had performed. Chen Mo was taken aback and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you're first in the grade." "Not at all, let's go take a look." Fang Chen walked over. After he approached all the students he encountered, automatically stepped aside, their eyes filled with admiration. They truly admired Fang Chen, now believing him to be capable of anything. He Xian glanced over her eyes, showing a hint of something unusual. Fang Chen then directly looked at the science scores and rankings. Upon seeing the results, Fang Chen realized he had only lost 20 points overall. "Truly impressive," Chen Mo remarked with admiration. "It's alright. I didn't expect to score first directly. I thought I would be third," Fang Chen said. In fact, Fang Chen was somewhat surprised. He thought he would only make it to the top 3. Chen Mo said, "You're being modest." Fang Chen smiled. "Your score is not bad either. 8th in the class, 50 in the grade. That's far from you. What are you two being modest about? Your scores are way higher than mine. Look at my score in the bottom of the class," Cheng Pengzi said with a grimace. "You don't care about this score anyway. What does it matter?" Fang Chen rolled his eyes. "That's true," Cheng Pengzi chuckled. "Let's go check the blackboard in the front corridor," Chen Mo suggested. "Every time there's an exam, they post the top 100 in both science and liberal arts for the regular grade and experimental class. Fang Chen, since you did so well this time, I think you should be among the top few overall." Right, who knows, maybe even first." "Then, let's go take a look now." Fang Chen thought for a moment and said he genuinely wanted to see his overall ranking in the school. It was settled. Fang Chen and Chen Mo along with another person left class 9 to check the bulletin board. The bulletin board was located to the left of their classroom, featuring a large blackboard that displayed the rankings from each large-scale exam. Before Fang Chen and the others arrived, They could already see a dense crowd gathered around the bulletin board. So many people, Chang Pengzi exclaimed in surprise. Of course many people are concerned about their results now, Chun Mo replied. Let's get a little closer to take a look, Fang Chen suggested. As they approached they could barely make out the rankings on the board. Fang Chen spotted his ranking shockingly placed second in the science category. This meant that Fang Chen ranked second overall in the entire grade. He felt a bit pleased inside, but there was not much surprise as he had anticipated being among the top few. However, he still admired the student in first place who had only lost 10 points. It was truly impressive. Coincidentally, Fang Chen saw that the student right above him was Zhang Yuxue, who scored 6 points lower. Chang Pengzi excitedly shouted, Hey look Fang Chen, you're in second place. I see it, stop shaking me. Fang Chen replied, feeling a little uncomfortable. Chang Pengzi laughed. I'm just so excited to see my friend's great results. Idiot Chun Mo rolled his eyes. Their conversation caught the attention of a group of students nearby. When they heard the name Fang Chen, many students looked over. Is that Fang Chen? He looks similar to the photo, but I can't believe he's that capable. His score is so high. He actually ranked second. This is bad for the perennial top student Wen Xuxing. He might lose his top position. How is that possible? Wen Xuxing has been number 1 for years. What is Fang Chen compared to him? But he is still quite impressive. They murmured among themselves with expressions ranging from envy to jealousy to disdain. Regardless, this attention brought Fang Chen a lot of recognition. Chang Pengzi noticed the gazes from the group of students. You're a big star now, Fang Chen. Many students from the experimental classes usually look down on others, but now they can only admire you, he said, patting Fang Chen. Meanwhile, in class 1, Zhang Yuxue was correcting her mistakes when Qiao Ye arrived at her class. Sister Yuxue, Qiao Ye said sweetly as she sat down. What's up? Zhang Yuxue glanced up and asked, Do you have something to tell me? Let's go check the rankings, Qiao Ye suggested. Staying in class is so boring. You're interested in the rankings? Zhang Yuxue asked. You don't seem like the type to care about that. Isn't it just to join in on the excitement? Plus, aren't you curious about your ranking? There's nothing to see. I looked at the experimental class rankings. I'm second. So I must be second in the entire grade as well, Zhang Yuxue replied. The top 10 rankings have always belonged to the experimental classes. No ordinary class has ever made it. Knowing that she ranked second in her experimental class, Zhang Yuxue assumed she must be second overall. Qiao Ye, not believing her, said, Maybe this year is different. Zhang Yuxue responded, What could be different? Come on, join me for a walk. It's so boring here. Qiao Ye pleaded, pulling Zhang Yuxue's hand. Seeing no other option, Zhang Yuxue sighed. Fine, let's go take a look. They arrived at the bulletin board where many people were talking. As they approached, Qiao Ye exclaimed, Hey Fang Chen, why are you here? Are you checking your results too? You guys are here too, Fang Chen replied, slightly surprised. Yeah, I'm accompanying Zhang Yuxue to check the rankings. Your results should be good, right? You must have placed in the top 100. Indeed, Fang Chen smiled. I'm in the top 30 in the entire grade. Qiao Ye said proudly. Since you hit my brother, I can teach you a thing or two later. Zhang Yuxue shot her a glare and said, Fang Chen, I'm sorry, Ye just likes to talk nonsense. It's fine, Fang Chen replied. What was your ranking? Zhang Yuxue asked. Second, Fang Chen said. Second. Zhang Yuxue was taken aback. She had checked Fang Chen's information before and knew he had average scores. Even if he had improved, significantly placing within the top 100 was quite impressive. But second, how was that possible? You're bragging. How could you be second? It's clearly Sister Yuxue who is second, Qiao Ye huffed. However, after seeing the ranking on the bulletin board, Qiao Ye suddenly exclaimed, Second place. Second. Zhang Yuxue looked over in confusion and said in astonishment, You really are second. She had not expected Fang Chen's ranking to be so high. Zhang Yuxue said, I really didn't think your results would be this good. It's not bad, Fang Chen smiled. Fang Chen, you're in trouble now. You've taken Sister Yuxue's second place, and she's definitely not going to be happy with you. Qiao Ye pouted. What are you talking about? Zhang Yuxue said, not amused. I'm truly sorry, Fang Chen replied, taken aback. But Zhang School Beauty, this way we can attend the same university, right? When Fang Chen initially asked Zhang Yuxue which university she planned to attend, she had mentioned it, but didn't think much of it as she didn't believe Fang Chen could get into the same school. But now seeing his results, Zhang Yuxue realized Fang Chen had that capability. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she said, You do have this ability. So we're going to be university alumni now, Fang Chen smiled. Oh, so you have this ambition. It seems you really have feelings for my sister Yuxue, Qiao Ye teased. Yaya, stop talking nonsense, Zhang Yushue said irritably. Fang Chen, I'm leaving with Yaya now. I wanted to say more. Xiao Yaya was pulled away by Zhang Yushue. Cheng Pengzi, who had been silent, finally spoke up saying, Fang Chen, you're quite impressive. You're really forceful when it comes to girls. Even Zhang School Beauty is embarrassed. Don't say nonsense either, Fang Chen replied, patting Cheng Pengzi's belly. He understood that Zhang Yushue's reactions indicated that she didn't dislike him. Rather, she held some goodwill towards him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have acted that way. Once they returned to class, they directly began their evening study session. Time passed until the last English class. Wang Linshi entered smiling as she said, First, I want to congratulate everyone. Class 9 has successfully ranked second among the ordinary grades, just 1 point short of first place's average score. If you all work hard next time, the title of the top ordinary class will be yours. Clapping erupted as all the students cheered. Being students of Class 9, this was their collective identity, and seeing Class 9 achieve honor made them naturally happy. After saying a few words, Wang Linshi provided feedback on all the students. Then she looked at Fang Chen and said, Aside from what I have mentioned, I also want to congratulate Fang Chen for achieving first place in the ordinary grades and an outstanding second place overall. This is the first time in 8 years that a student from an ordinary class has reached second place in the entire school. Now let's give Fang Chen a round of applause with our warmest cheers. Thunderous applause erupted. All the eager gazes of the students turned towards Fang Chen. They were deeply impressed. Second in the entire school and the only student from an ordinary class in 8 years to achieve such a ranking. Fang Chen was a bit dazed, primarily stunned by the applause. Chanimo quietly nudged him and said, You should express something now. Oh, Fang Chen realized that everyone's gaze was on him. Wang Linshi was also looking at him. Fang Chen stood up and said, Thank you all for your applause. To be honest, I'm quite surprised, but I also expected it. Next time I will strive for first place, so all the students will know that the best in the entire grade is from Class 9 and our average score will also be the highest among ordinary classes. Good. Well said, Fang Chen, you just focus on taking first place overall, and we'll aim for first place among ordinary classes to show everyone how excellent Class 9 is. We can achieve this, the next month depends on you, Fang Chen. Everyone was moved by Fang Chen's spirit and chimed in. Wang Linshi, seeing their emotions stirred, clapped in delight and said, Great, what Fang Chen said was very good. However, I also hope that you're not just saying this. In the coming days, everyone needs to be prepared to strive for success. And Fang Chen, come out with me. Wang Linshi instructed. Okay. Fang Chen nodded. Standing outside in the corridor, Wang Linshi recalled an embarrassing incident that happened in that dark corner, and felt her face flush. But she quickly composed herself and said, First, congratulations. I want to say that your bet was successful. Then, Teacher Wang, does this mean I can skip school from now on? Fang Chen laughed. As promised, you can skip school in the future, but you need to wait until next week. Wang Linshi replied. No problem, Fang Chen agreed. And if there are any school activities like sprinting or anything, you must come. I will call you, so remember. Of course, that's no problem, Fang Chen said. I won't be completely absent. I'll come by often when I have time. Now that you say this, I'm relieved, Wang Linshi said. But I really didn't expect you to make such great progress with such an unusual method. Are you interested in sharing this with the students in class? Well, this method only suits me. If other students try to learn it, it might backfire. Fang Chen rubbed his nose. All right then, Wang Linshi said, disappointed. Let's head back to class now. Okay. Fang Chen returned to the classroom and sat down. He felt quite good, as winning this bet meant he would have plenty of free time. During the last remaining moments of the self-study class, Wang Linshi allowed them to read some books on their own. Fang Chen took out his English test paper, preparing to strengthen his weaknesses. Wang Linshi did not finish explaining the test paper in the morning, but she had already distributed the correct answers. Fang Chen glanced at the correct answers, and could basically deduce where he went wrong. Moreover, based on his shortcomings, he found some study materials and related content for refinement. In just 10 minutes, he elevated his understanding of English. Fang Chen believed that if he were to take a test of this level again, he should be able to achieve full marks. Thus their class ended. With the ringing of the bell, they each returned to their dormitory. Fang Chen and Chen Mo were fine, but Cheng Pengzi, upon returning to the dormitory, was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins, cheering loudly. Fang Chen said, Hey you fatso, what are you shouting about? Be careful, if you keep shouting like this, the dorm supervisor might come and trouble us. Don't you know why I am so happy? Cheng Pengzi replied. No. Fang Chen shook his head. Today is Thursday and tomorrow is Friday. After that we can go home and relax. Haha, that's right, Cheng Pengzi said excitedly. And tomorrow afternoon, there will definitely be an award ceremony at school. which means we only have to attend half a day of classes tomorrow. You have a point. Fang Chen nodded. After every major exam, the school would commend outstanding achievements. However, for the first year of high school awards were only given at midterms and finals, while for the third year awards were given after every monthly examination to motivate students. Hey, tomorrow you can show off, Chang Pengzi chuckled. But how about coming to my house this weekend? Not going. Fang Chen replied. I have something to do. No way are you going to date Zhang Xiaohua again. Chang Pengzi remarked. You friendless guy. Who said it's a date? I have my own matters to attend to. Fang Chen rolled his eyes. After seeing Chang Pengzi still looking forlorn, Fang Chen added, I'll visit your house when I have time, alright. Chang Pengzi said okay, but you bookworm must come to my house when you have time or I will be angry. Chen Mo nodded, placing his book aside, intending to sneak a read later. The other roommates looked on enviously, knowing that Fang Chen, Chen Mo, and Cheng Lan were a true iron triangle, their bond so strong it seemed beyond that of normal friends. Just as they finished speaking, the dorm supervisor indeed arrived. The supervisor expressed dissatisfaction with a few words, while Chang Pengzi appeared unbothered. Soon all the students in the dormitory fell asleep. Fang Chen lay on his bed extracting spiritual energy and fell asleep. He was in a deep sleep. However, tonight was somewhat different. Beep. The 30 points of incense energy were fully charged. The spirit of the Wanbao Ding temporarily awakened to perform basic data display repairs. While Fang Chen was asleep, he suddenly found himself in a black space. Where is this? Fang Chen looked around in surprise. No need to look around, this is your dream. A voice echoed from the surroundings. Who are you? Fang Chen asked in astonishment. Don't you recognize me? A cheerful voice appeared around him. I don't know, Fang Chen replied. I am the spirit of the Wanbao Ding. You've been using the Wanbao Ding, and you still don't know who I am. After Fang Chen spoke, a tiny purple humanoid spirit appeared before him, resembling himself. Only a pair of wings emerged from his back, surrounded by a faint glow. Fang Chen recalled being struck by the Wanbao Ding, and hearing about a spirit named Wanbao in his mind. He swallowed and asked, Are you the spirit of the Wanbao Ding? Aren't you supposed to be asleep? Why are you suddenly able to speak and even appear in my dream? Back then I couldn't speak due to the lack of incense energy, but you collected 30 points of incense energy these days, which is enough for me to awaken for 2 minutes. I woke up now to tell you a few things and to fix some display functions. You should know that the data display indeed it is not fully displayed, Fang Chen responded. Well, 30 points of incense energy are enough to complete these small tasks. What do you want to tell me? Fang Chen asked. I want to tell you that you need to gather 500 points of incense energy quickly. This way you can perform a basic repair on the Wanbao Ding, and it will no longer be in a state of imminent collapse. Moreover, you will gain the ability to refine original objects a second time, merge objects, and open up a small space. A second refinement, merging, a small space. Hearing these 3 abilities, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. The ability to strengthen and refine objects is indeed wonderful. The ability to merge originally refined objects is even more impressive. Space for storage. Need I say more? This is undoubtedly a good ability. Fang Chen became excited but felt a headache when he heard about needing 500 points of incense energy. This is no small number. Wanbao continued, I don't care whether you find it difficult or not, but you must gather it quickly. Otherwise the Wanbao Ding will naturally be destroyed in 4 months. How is that possible? Fang Chen said in shock. But after he spoke, the Wanbao before him suddenly shattered into stardust. He also fainted back to sleep. In the morning, speckles of sunlight fell onto the sheets. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and immediately sat up to look around. Seeing that the surroundings were very quiet, Fang Chen felt a bit strange. Was he dreaming? No, it didn't feel like a dream at all. Usually, as long as he stored enough spiritual energy, he slept soundly and never dreamed. He checked his information and found that the incense energy had completely disappeared. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised because last night's dream was real. If that's the case, as long as he reaches intermediate refinement, he will gain the abilities of second refinement, merging and opening a small space. However, Fang Chen soon began to worry. If he could not gather 500 points of incense energy within 4 months, and the Wanbao Ding broke, everything he had would be gone. No, I must gather 500 points of incense energy. Fang Chen knew that this would be difficult, but he had to succeed because there was no turning back. After getting up, Fang Chen taught Chang Pengzi and the others Wing Chun as usual before heading to the cafeteria. Afterwards, he went to class. With the pressure of gathering 500 points of incense energy, Fang Chen decided to strengthen himself quickly and obtain enough incense energy as soon as possible. Therefore, he directly fell asleep in class. He was not worried that the teacher would wake him up because with Yang Yu's previous strong backing, the teachers at school knew that he had the principal to protect him. Just as Fang Chen expected, the teacher looked at him with a strange gaze at first, then said nothing further. Throughout the entire morning, Fang Chen slept soundly. Of course, this act of ignoring the teacher while sleeping in class earned him 0.5 points of incense energy. In the cafeteria, Chung Pongzi gave a thumbs up. Impressive. I didn't expect you to sleep so soundly and so audaciously. Come on, you're just talking nonsense. Fang Chen rolled his eyes. Chung Pongzi chuckled. I'm just admiring you. This afternoon will be comfortable. We can chat at the back. Fang Chen knew Chung Pongzi was referring to the awards ceremony. Of course, the ceremony was not a whole afternoon affair. After all, it primarily concerned the third-year students and wouldn't take that long. The first class in the afternoon still had to be attended normally, but after class Wang Lincher hurried over. Hey, you all hurry up and move the chairs to the playground. We are gonna hold an event. Got it. Everyone began to move. Soon Fang Chen and Chung Pongzi arrived at the playground. The sky was very blue today, and when Fang Chen stood up and looked far away, he saw a sea of heads. When he saw the crowd, he was slightly taken aback because he saw Yang Yu sitting at the front. This was indeed a rare sight. Hey, Fang Chen, sit down. Wang Lincher said from the side. Oh. Fang Chen sat down. When they announced the first place in physics and the second overall, they will call you up to receive the award. You remember that, right? Fang Chen's physics was the top of the third year with full marks. Fang Chen nodded and said, yeah, I know. The entire third year had gathered, and naturally there was some chattering, but as soon as the principal began to speak, everyone quieted down. Because the principal was too beautiful, all the students held their breath and watched. Yang Yu stood up and said a few opening remarks before pausing for a moment, and saying, without further ado, I assume you all find it unoriginal. Let's directly start the award ceremony for the outstanding students. Sweat, it's really her style, Fang Chen said with a sweat. Clearly being beautiful has its benefits. Yang Yu's laid-back style. 1. A lot of praise from students who remarked on how different she was. Soon the head of the year, Zhu Ho, began announcing the top students in each subject. The first place in both science and humanities was for students to step forward and receive certificates and thick reward booklets from the head. However, as Fang Chen went up, he clearly felt Zhu Ho glaring at him with resentment. Fang Chen, seeing him gripping the certificate tightly, said, hey, if you don't let go, I'm going to loudly call you a pig. You? Zhu Ho said angrily. Humph, just take it. Fang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking Zhu Ho was too petty, still holding a grudge against him. When he returned, Chung Pongzi looked at the certificate enviously, saying, I've never received this award. Chen Mo rolled his eyes and said, you will never get it in your lifetime. Fang Chen didn't care what they said, because he gradually felt the incense energy being transmitted to him. To be honest, ever since he became known at school, Fang Chen could obtain weak incense energy at all times. He hardly let the Wanbao Ding prompt him, only watching the data grow. When such a situation occurred, the growth was usually significantly more. After all the top students were awarded, Zhu Ho stood up and said some useless words. Then he began to announce the top 3 students in overall scores. Zhu Ho said loudly, first place. When Xuxing come up, second place Fang Chen come up, third place Zhang Yuxue come up. Hearing this, Fang Chen walked through the crowd and stepped forward. He noticed that Zhang Yuxue went up before him along with a boy who looked rather scruffy. The boy is considered messy due to his disheveled hair. He also wears thick glasses. Fang Chen knows he is a once-you star with the surname One, and his elders with great foresight named him after the star. In fact, although this once-you star does not pay much attention to personal cleanliness, his grades are exceptional. After Fang Chen followed him, he stood in front and smiled, saying, Zhang Xiaohua, good afternoon. Zhang Yuxue said, keep your voice down, many students are watching. Fang Chen replied, I know, don't worry, my voice is very quiet. By the way, I need your phone number later. Zhang Yuxue asked, why do you need it? The specifics are a bit complicated. I'll tell you after school. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said. The two whispered to each other, which made once-you star feel impatient or perhaps jealous. Although once-you star's appearance and family background are average, he possesses an innate sense of superiority due to his good grades. Moreover, he also likes Zhang Yuxue. After all, which boy doesn't admire her? However, he has always been shy and self-conscious, afraid to confess his feelings. Yet he relishes the moment of receiving awards, feeling proud of himself, especially with Zhang Yuxue by his side. It seems as if they were a golden couple. However, today an unfamiliar man appeared out of nowhere. This man was chatting with Zhang Yuxue with a grin, rumored to be her boyfriend. Realizing this, once-you star let out a cold snort of jealousy and said, don't talk. Got it, just had a few things to say. I finished now. Fang Chen glanced at him and didn't intend to say more. Fang Chen, don't get too cocky. You only came in second, once-you star said with jealousy. Seeing his bad attitude, Fang Chen felt somewhat puzzled. But he smiled and said, next time I won't settle for second place, I'll strive for first. Once-you star's expression slightly changed. I won't let you have first place and you don't deserve it. Well, see, when the time comes. Fang Chen smiled. He merely wanted to tease once you star. As for first place, he truly wanted to secure it, otherwise how could he compete for spiritual energy? Once you star despised Fang Chen, yet ultimately gave a cold snort knowing he was not strong enough to defeat Fang Chen, and could only suppress his anger. Now Principal Yang Yu will present the awards. Zhu Ho said loudly. All the students turned their gaze toward Yang Yu. Yang Yu gracefully stood up, taking the certificate in hand and walking toward Fang Chen and the others. This is yours. Yang Yu handed it to Once You Star. Her words were succinct and she looked as if she would rather not be doing this. However, Once You Star was still very excited, his gaze eager. The reason was simple: Yang Yu was both sexy and beautiful. He felt a small sense of pride as his good grades allowed him to be closer to Zhang Xiaohua and Principal Yang. They were both stunning beauties. Yet his pride did not last long. This is yours, Fang Chen. Yang Yu took out the certificate and said, you're really impressive. That thing has great effects and you scored second. So do you want to aim for first place next time? Principal Yang Yu, let's keep it low-key, Fang Chen said. Help. Last time Fang Chen had told Yang Yu that he had assistance from people in the martial world, who taught him techniques and provided him with elixirs. It seems Yang Yu believed him. However, her openly stating it now made him feel quite awkward. Yang Yu threw a flirtatious glance and said with annoyance, oh, you little rascal, can you still be low-key? Yang Yu chatted and laughed with Fang Chen, showing no signs of concealment. All the students in the school saw this. Fang Chen also gained a bit of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Once You Star stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to believe that Fang Chen had such a good relationship with the beautiful principal. He felt a pang of jealousy. What was up with this Fang Chen? He had a school flower girlfriend. He had a beautiful homeroom teacher. Now he was getting along famously with the beautiful principal. Moreover, he seemed to be more popular than himself. Could he still have fun? People are always jealous, especially towards unfamiliar peers who suddenly appear. In school and work it is always the same. Once You Star was soon deeply defeated by Fang Chen's good fortune. This had once been his favorite moment, but now it was the hardest time for him. Alright, you continue with the awards. Don't talk anymore. Humph, I'm talking to this beautiful principal and you're getting annoyed. Yang Yu rolled her eyes. She handed the last certificate to Zhang Yuxue and then left. Following this, all the students clapped loudly under Zhu Hao's guidance, creating a thunderous applause. Zhang Yuxue said oddly, just how close are you with Yang Yu? Why do I see you two so intimate? Seeing those two talking, she felt a discomfort in her heart. Fang Chen naturally knew there was a hint of displeasure in Zhang Yuxue's words. But he also knew how to respond, smiling. What's wrong, are you jealous? I'm not. Zhang Yuxue blushed and hurriedly said, you two are really enough. Once You Star was nearly going mad, showing affection like this is not okay. After the awards ceremony, school was soon over. This time Fang Chen decided to boldly head to the cement road in front of the girls' dormitory. He had agreed with Zhang Yuxue to ask for her phone number, and to casually tell her what was going on with him. Standing in front of the dormitory, he naturally caught the attention of some girls. Look, it's Fang Chen. Wow, although his looks are average, I find him quite impressive. His grades are great. What's he doing here? You don't understand, Zhang Xiaohua is in our building. A group of girls around giggled, secretly occasionally casting admiring glances at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was now a figure of note in the school. Naturally, he attracted the admiration of girls. However, hearing them say, he looked average truly made Fang Chen feel annoyed. While compliments are nice, why must they add that? He touched his face thinking, when can I refine some cosmetics to make myself look more handsome? Fang Chen, what's this about wanting my phone number? Just as he was thinking, Zhang Yuxue had already walked over. She looked somewhat uneasy. Clearly, this was the first time she was talking to Fang Chen in front of the dormitory. Fang Chen said, because I won't be at school next week. I told the teacher that I would study outside for the month leading up to the college entrance examination. Unless there's an exam or some matter, I will only come to school if needed. You mentioned needing help with Xiao Yeye. You might not be able to reach me, so I need your phone number. Zhang Yuxue was taken aback. You won't be coming to school? Fang Chen replied, yes, studying outside will help me improve my grades. Alright then, Zhang Yuxue nodded. She found it strange but did not ask further. She gave her phone number to Fang Chen, during which some passing girls naturally made comments about them being a couple. Zhang Yuxue felt a bit helpless. She held some affection for Fang Chen, but that didn't mean she liked him. She had tried to explain this before, but no one believed her. Under normal circumstances, she shouldn't have interacted with Fang Chen. But he truly was a good friend and Zhang Yuxue didn't want to cut off contact over such superficial matters. Thus the situation turned into what it is now. They became rumored boyfriends. Zhang Yuxue didn't express her annoyance about this. Fang Chen also wouldn't unnecessarily say they should interact less to avoid gossip. On the contrary, he was quite pleased. because over time Zhang Yuxue felt a subconscious belief that their relationship was different from that of ordinary friends. After getting her phone number, Fang Chen smiled and left. He went back with Cheng Pengzi and the others, during which Cheng Pengzi expressed some envious remarks. Initially Fang Chen intended to head straight home, but Cheng Pengzi forcibly dragged him and Chen Mo to his house. In his house, Fang Chen only played a few rounds of League of Legends before returning home. Due to the enhancement of his mental strength and senses, Fang Chen's reaction speed was quick. Normally average at the game, he surprisingly achieved MVP today, dominating the opposing team with Nidalee. This deeply impressed Cheng Pengzi, who clearly valued gaming more than studying. When Fang Chen returned home, he found his parents and sister in the living room. His parents were busy with something while his sister was doing homework. Upon seeing Fang Chen return, his father smiled and said, "Fang Chen, you're back. I heard you won first place in the city sprint and first in your grade, right?" "It's the first in the ordinary grade, second in the senior year," Fang Chen clarified. "It's the same," his father said with a smile. "Brother, let's see the trophy and certificate," Fang Yu said cheerfully. Fang Chen took out the trophy and certificate. His father and mother smiled happily upon seeing them. A day prior, Wang Linshi had informed them about Fang Chen's award. Initially they found it hard to believe, but after questioning him several times they confirmed that it was indeed true. On that day they wanted to call Fang Chen to congratulate him, but held back, choosing only to celebrate privately. They were very happy because Fang Chen achieving this result meant he could surely get into a top university. "Not bad, not bad, not bad." Fang Chen's father repeated "not bad" 3 times. "Fang Chen, your grades are good now, but the teacher also told me you don't plan on going to school anymore. Will this affect your grades?" Fang Chen's mother asked. Fang Chen's father put down the trophy and said, "Your mother is right. If your grades drop, it would be terrible." Wang Linshi explained the situation regarding Fang Chen not attending school. "You can rest assured, we'll see the grades later. Besides, I truly think I am more suited to studying outside," Fang Chen thought. If it were the old Fang Chen saying this, his father would have chased him away with a broom for saying such things. But now it was different. Fang Chen's consecutive awards, and his different behavior lately made his father gradually believe him. After a moment of thought, Fang Chen's father said, "You're older now. If you think it's fine, then let's do it this way. But for the end-of-month exam you must achieve the same results as now. I assure you there will be no problem, and I will show you a very high score in the college entrance examination," Fang Chen said confidently. "Well then, I look forward to my son's performance," Fang Chen's father said with satisfaction. "You performed very well this time, winning an award and coming first. Your mother and I will prepare a delicious meal for you tonight. We are going out to buy groceries now, or you and Yen you can rest at home." "We are leaving, or you two be quiet," Fang Chen's mother said with a smile. "Wait a moment. How are the ingredients for the noodle soup? Are they enough?" Fang Chen asked. His father's expression darkened slightly before smiling. "The ingredients you left behind are quite sufficient, but they are just about enough for today. But I bought a new batch of ingredients yesterday." "Then leave the next batch of ingredients to me," Fang Chen said. "All right, your mother and I will head out." Fang Chen's parents left the living room. Fang Chen wanted to go to the kitchen to refine a portion of the noodle soup ingredients, but Fang Yu peeked in curiously. Fang Chen turned and said, "What are you doing, sis? Why are you looking around like that? You look like a thief. Did you do something bad?" Fang Yu pouted and said, "Brother, someone as kind-hearted as me could never do anything bad. I just have something I want to tell you." Fang Chen smiled and asked, "What do you want to say?" "It's about the noodle stand," Fang Yu said with a worried expression. "In the 2 weeks you were away, initially Mom and Dad were very happy because business was great, but this week they have returned with heavy hearts. A few days ago I overheard them chatting in the living room. I knew they were in trouble." "What trouble?" Fang Chen asked with a frown. "Mom and Dad's stand has encountered the city management, and someone hinted they want the ingredients for our noodle soup," Fang Yu said with a worried expression. "In the 2 weeks you were away, initially Mom and Dad were very happy because business was great, but this week they have returned with heavy..." Fang Chen's previous performance at the snack street gave Fang Yu a sense of security. After learning about the situation, she wanted her brother to take action. "There is such a thing," Fang Chen said, frowning in thought. "The city management in Huaxia has significant power relating to planning, traffic order, business administration, municipal affairs, public utilities, urban water conservation management, parking management, landscaping, and environmental protection. Therefore, many common people are afraid of the city management. However, the regulation at the snack street is relatively lenient. No permits are required as long as there is no littering and the food is fine." Fang Chen nodded and said, "Leave this matter to me." "Brother, do you really have a solution?" Fang Yu asked. "Of course I do," Fang Chen replied. "I know Director Zhou, I believe that just one word from him will resolve the issue. Although the City Management Bureau and the Public Security Bureau are two separate administrative bodies, the Public Security Bureau has no authority over the City Management Bureau. However, it is common for officials in Huaxia to overstep their boundaries, especially for minor matters like this. Having a director intervene should suffice. I trust you, brother, Fang Yen, you said with a smile. You are truly impressive. Fang Chen chuckled, ruffled Fang Yen's hair, and went to the kitchen to refine the noodle soup ingredients. Halfway through refining the ingredients, Fang Chen's parents returned. He didn't ask them anything right away, but waited until the dishes were served, and they were halfway through eating before asking, Mom and Dad, has the city management been looking for you? The dining table fell silent. Fang Chen's father said, Did Yen Yu tell you? Fang Chen replied, Yes, she has mentioned it. Well, I won't hide it from you. These guys are too despicable. Fang Chen's father said, A few days ago, a bespectacled man with a buzz cut came to the stand offering to buy the secret recipe for 2,000 yuan. I refused, and since then, a bunch of city management has come to hang around at the stand. Fang Chen was taken aback and sneered coldly. 2,000 yuan, nicely put as a purchase, but bluntly speaking, it was simply a way to bribe. He knew that even offering 20 yuan for the recipe was already a significant profit, let alone 2,000. It seems the mastermind behind this is that bespectacled man directing the city management, Fang Chen said. Yes, I know too, but there's nothing we can do about it. Fang Chen's father said helplessly. Let me handle it tomorrow, Fang Chen said. You? No, you mustn't resort to violence. Fang Chen's father shook his head in surprise. Do I look like someone who would only resort to violence? Fang Chen said gloomily. Yes, Fang Chen's father replied. All right, I promise I won't resort to violence tomorrow, but I will make them regret it. Fang Chen said confidently. Why are you so sure? Fang Chen's father asked. I know someone who can handle this matter, Fang Chen replied. I see, Fang Chen's father said, realizing that if Fang Chen had contacts in the city management, he could sit down and talk it over. However, Fang Chen's father was curious about how his son made that connection. But seeing Fang Chen eating, he tactfully refrained from asking. After dinner, Fang Chen continued refining the ingredients and brewed a portion of noodle soup before going to bed. When he woke up early the next morning, he freshened up and prepared to go out with his parents to set up the stand, while Fang Yen requested to join. Upon arriving at the snack street, they quickly set up their stand. The aroma of fragrant noodles attracted a large number of customers. Soon all the tables were filled. Fang Chen and the others were extremely busy, and during the hustle he heard customers expressing a desire for more flavors of noodles. Fang Chen also thought that only making one type would be too monotonous. When he had time, he planned to try making a few other types of noodles. Before he knew it, it was already 8:30, but there was still a small peak in customer flow. There were still quite a few customers at the stand. However, at this moment 5 or 6 law enforcement officers approached. Fang Chen noticed the city management coming and fixed his gaze on them. After the law enforcement officers arrived, they didn't say anything but wandered around Fang Chen's stand, then started shouting to check if there were any issues with the noodle soup. Their commotion caused many customers to leave early, and no one else wanted to come. Fang Chen's stand became desolate. Fang Chen's father approached and said, Comrades, causing this disturbance isn't a solution. I won't sell the secret recipe for the noodle soup, but I kindly ask you not to linger here. Who said we came to buy the secret recipe for the noodle soup? We're here to check the hygiene here, said a man with raised eyebrows. Fang Chen coldly sneered, knowing full well that the bespectacled man was the mastermind behind these law enforcement officers. He walked over and patted his father's shoulder. Fang Chen said, You know that person, right? What benefits did he give you to keep harassing our family? Fang Chen's father's expression slightly changed. The group of law enforcement officers was momentarily stunned, taken aback by Fang Chen's straightforwardness. The man with raised eyebrows coldly laughed. Who are you? Don't slander us law enforcement officers. Who said we know any other person? Actually, anyone with discerning eyes could tell they were connected to the low-price acquisition, but as long as they didn't say it, who could be sure of them? Fang Chen also smiled. I understand now. The man with raised eyebrows said. As long as you understand, hurry up. We need to check your stand for cleanliness. Fang Chen asked, What is your name? The man with raised eyebrows replied, My name is Sun Zong Y. Do you want to report me? Fang Chen ignored him and called Director Zhou. Fang Chen said, Uncle Zhou, I need your assistance with something. Director Zhou, surprised to receive a call from Fang Chen, quickly asked with a smile. Fang Chen, what is it? Fang Chen said, There is a person colluding with a group of law enforcement officers trying to discreetly acquire my family's noodle soup recipe, and they have been harassing us for a long time. Could you say something to the City Management Bureau? Director Zhou said, "Such a thing is a disgrace to the country. Who is the leader behind this?" "His name is Sun Zong," Fang Chen replied. "All right, I will speak with their superior. Just wait. Once I get to the bottom of this, I will investigate this matter immediately." "Thank you, Uncle Zhou," Fang Chen said. "It's nothing, just a small matter," Director Zhou replied. Fang Chen hung up the phone. Sun Zong scoffed. "Oh, calling for help, huh?" Fang Chen straightforwardly replied. "No, I'm reporting you." Sun Zong laughed, reporting. "Which department are you reporting to?" Fang Chen said, "The Public Security Bureau." Sun Zong laughed. "But we are not governed by the Public Security Bureau. What good will your report do?" His colleagues burst into laughter. Fang Chen's father felt his face flush, or everyone knew that the city management was independent and not under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau. However, soon Sun Zong's phone rang. Sun Zong was startled, not understanding why someone would call at this time. Fang Chen smiled and said, "Answer the phone." Sun Zong had a bad premonition but still answered the call. "What are you doing? Colluding with others to do such things? Do you understand how big of a mess this will be if it gets out?" The voice on the other end scolded. "Director Yang, what's wrong with me?" Sun Zong's face turned pale. The caller was Deputy Director Yang from the city management. "Haha, you don't know. The Public Security Bureau's Director Zhou just told me, and he said you are right at the scene." Deputy Director Yang scolded. "You mean?" Sun Zong looked at Fang Chen in shock. His voice was loud and his colleagues all stared at Fang Chen in astonishment. "Reporting to the Public Security Bureau." Didn't Fang Chen just say that this seemingly student-like boy actually knew the director of the Public Security Bureau? Now their expressions turned uneasy. Although the City Management Bureau wasn't under the Public Security Bureau, they were still officials. As long as a few words were said, the higher-ups would definitely make things difficult for them. Now their expressions turned bitter, especially Sun Zong, whose face changed multiple times. "I don't care, just handle it yourself." After saying that, Deputy Director Yang hung up the phone. Beep. Sun Zong heard the call end and was momentarily stunned, mouth agape. But soon he wore a bitter expression and pleaded, "Friend, I was wrong just now. Please pretend I didn't say anything." Fang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Sorry, my memory is quite good. I remember everything clearly from just now. How could I forget so easily?" Sun Zong knew that if Fang Chen did not forgive him, Deputy Director Yang would definitely fire him. At that point, he would lose his secure job. He begged, repeatedly pleading for Fang Chen to forgive him. However, Fang Chen remained silent, simply sitting with a smile that suggested he had not heard a word. Sun Zong spoke until his mouth was dry, almost kneeling on the ground. His group of colleagues looked miserable, continuously apologizing behind him. If Sun Zong were to be fired, they would not fare any better. The onlookers around were stunned, surprised by Fang Chen's formidable background. They had just seen a group of arrogant law enforcement officers, but upon seeing Fang Chen finish his phone call, they all wilted, nodding and begging for mercy. This meant that this young man was quite powerful. Fang Chen's parents were equally astonished. When they heard Fang Chen mention someone, they thought he meant someone from the Urban Management Bureau, not realizing it was a figure from the Public Security Bureau, and such a prominent one at that. Just a phone call had them begging for mercy. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Fang Chen. At that moment, they felt they could hardly recognize their own son. "Awesome, brother," Fang Yan said, joyfully clenching her small fist. Their thoughts converged into a surge of spiritual energy, which Fang Chen effortlessly accepted. Then, seeing them still apologizing, Fang Chen spoke. "You really are foolish, or do you think this matter can be resolved just by an apology?" Then, seeing them still apologizing, Fang Chen spoke. "You really are foolish, or do you think this matter can—" Fang Chen sighed. "Why are you so foolish, unable to understand that the source of this matter is the one who sent you here? Just tell me who that person is." "He." Sun Zong was taken aback, recalling something. However, he hesitated. "It seems you don't want to say so. Forget it. I will have Director Zhou handle this matter seriously." Fang Chen said. No, I will say it." Sun Zong said, his face turning pale with fear. "He is the owner of Lijiang Restaurant, a relative of one of our department heads, and has some connections in this area. He contacted us after he learned about your secret recipe." "The owner of Lijiang Restaurant?" Fang Chen frowned, pondering. "Please provide me with some specific information about him." After Sun Zong finished speaking, Fang Chen realized that this owner was named Zhang Fucai and had some background. After nodding, he called Director Zhou. Director Zhou said, "Are you referring to Zhang Fucai from Lijiang Restaurant?" Fang Chen asked, "Director Zhou, do you know him?" Director Zhou replied, "Don't mind it. I just went there with colleagues to eat before and exchanged a few words. But knowing him makes it easier. Wait a moment, I will call him to give him a heads up." He will personally apologize to you. Fang Chen said. Thank you, Director Zhou. After hanging up, he noticed Sun Zong and his colleagues staring at him anxiously. Fang Chen waved his hand and said, let's consider this matter settled. If I find out you come to do such things again, do not blame me for not giving you a chance to beg for mercy. Yes, we understand. We didn't know you had such a background. We won't dare to do this again next time. After a brief exchange, the law enforcement officers left with their tails between their legs. Son, what background does the person you know have to make them so afraid? Once they had left, Fang Chen's father inquired. Yes, they helped with such a big matter. We need to treat them well, Fang Chen's mother added. I know the director of the Public Security Bureau. I helped him with something in the past. Now asking him for this small favor is no problem, Fang Chen explained with a smile. The director? Fang Chen's father was taken aback. He was just an ordinary worker. The most prominent individuals he had met in his life were the factory director and a department head. He had never encountered a director. He never expected that his son would have such a close relationship with the director of the Public Security Bureau. At this moment, Fang Chen's father looked at him with newfound respect. So now that this matter is resolved, can we resume normal operations? Fang Chen's mother asked. Fang Chen replied with a smile. This matter isn't completely settled yet. Zhang Fucai hasn't come out yet, so it can't be considered resolved. Fang Chen's mother was taken aback, not understanding, but quickly realized who the surname Zhang referred to. Just 20 minutes later, a chubby man in a white shirt rushed over with a buzz cut and wearing black-framed glasses. He nervously approached Fang Chen's family stall and immediately began to apologize in a panic, saying, I'm sorry, it was all my fault. I failed to recognize your importance. Please do not punish me. Fang Chen's parents were stunned, unable to comprehend why this initially overbearing person was now so obsequious. However, they soon understood after realizing that Fang Chen knew the director of the Public Security Bureau. Fang Chen's father scoffed. Now you know to come begging for mercy. Zhang Fucai looked aggrieved. When he initially came here to eat, he realized that if he marketed this dish, it would surely be a financial windfall. Eventually, he might even open branches across the country instead of just being confined to this location. So he had his sights set on it. However, seeing that this family was poor and only ran a stall, he had intended to trick them into selling the secret recipe for a very low price. Who would have thought that their background was so impressive, with connections to the director of the Public Security Bureau, and that Director Zhou's call made it quite clear. He was a businessman, facing a family with such a background. There was no thought of offending them. Fang Chen said, Stop with the empty words. How do you intend to compensate? Zhang Fucai was taken aback, not expecting this young man to be so direct. He extended his hand, saying, I will compensate 2,000 yuan. Fang Chen sneered. 2,000 yuan? Are you trying to buy the recipe for the noodle soup? Zhang Fucai wiped sweat from his forehead, shaking his head. No, I wouldn't dare to ask for the recipe for the noodle soup. I'm just apologizing. How about I offer 30,000 yuan? 100,000 yuan? Fang Chen stated firmly. He had considered this figure. Although Director Zhou was helping, the matter could not truly escalate. If it did, it would surely result in negative news for the Urban Management Bureau. At that point, Director Zhou would definitely be blamed. Fang Chen was clear about this. He merely wanted to warn this group of people. As for the 100,000 yuan, he believed it would cause Zhang Fucai some pain. After all, such a stingy person was not wealthy, and losing 100,000 yuan would surely hurt. Alright, Zhang Fucai sighed in pain, reluctantly taking out 100,000 yuan in cash from the car parked in front. It was clear he had already planned to pay compensation. I hope you do not make such mistakes again next time, Fang Chen said. I certainly won't, Zhang Fucai replied. You may leave now, Fang Chen said coldly. Zhang Fucai wiped his sweat and left pained. Only after he departed did Fang Chen smile and say, Mom, Dad, we earned another 100,000 yuan today. Fang Chen's father said somewhat angrily. He did make a mistake, but aren't we extorting him? We should have the police arrest him. Fang Chen was taken aback, recalling that his father had some inherent principles of justice. He smiled wryly and said, Dad, if I didn't know the director, he would really force us to hand over the noodle soup recipe, and they wouldn't have any sympathy for us. Asking for 100,000 yuan is merely a gesture of goodwill. I wouldn't truly report him. If the Urban Management Bureau's misconduct were to be exposed, it would cause embarrassment for the director. Alright, son has a point, Fang Chen's mother said, rolling her eyes. That fat furried man is so despicable. It's quite normal to pay 100,000 now. Besides, if he hadn't come to harm us, how could he compensate? And now that we have 100,000 yuan, we need not worry about the school fees for Yan and Fang Chen. Well, Fang Chen's father hesitated and said, That makes sense, but we can't keep all the money. We have to give half to Director Zhou. He helped us after all. No need for that, Fang Chen replied. He wouldn't accept, as that would be considered bribery. However, I do need to keep 10,000 for convenience. Convenience? Fang Chen's father asked. I can't say. It's a secret, Fang Chen replied. All right then. Fang Chen's father decided not to ask more questions this time, and felt relieved, or with 100,000 yuan in hand, they need not fear future large expenses. Let's resume normal operations now, Fang Chen said with a smile. After handling this matter, the surrounding diners realized the true power of Fang Chen's family understanding that this stall was different. They returned to their seats to eat. Meanwhile, a group of stall owners around were even more thankful that they had no other thoughts during this time, otherwise they might not be able to set up stalls here. After working through noon, they felt somewhat hungry. After each eating a bowl of noodles, they planned to take a break and wait for the evening peak. As for the evening, they intended to return home a bit earlier. Fang Chen took this opportunity to go out. He first indulged in a hearty meal to replenish today's energy levels, then headed to the supermarket to buy a book on noodle ingredients. In the morning, he felt that the customer's words made sense. Just one type of fragrant noodle was too monotonous. No matter how delicious it would eventually become boring over time. At this point, he should make several other types of noodles. Fang Chen also wanted to take advantage of this time to make a few more types of noodles for variety, while also busying himself with matters related to spiritual energy. After all, he had to accumulate 500 points of spiritual energy within 4 months. Otherwise, the Wanbao Ding would shatter. After refining the noodle cookbook bought from the supermarket, his mind was filled with 5 new methods of making noodles. He quickly selected 2 types of noodles based on the taste preferences of the people in Jianghaishi. One was Dan Dan noodles, and the other was Zhajiang noodles. After making his decision, he directly bought the ingredients for the noodles and started cooking in the kitchen. He worked quickly, finishing both bowls of noodles in just over 10 minutes. As he savored the rich aroma, Fang Chen ate both bowls of noodles. Naturally, they tasted excellent. However, like when making fragrant noodles, he still needed to further improve the ingredients of the soup-based recipe, striving to minimize the biological energy required for each bowl of noodles. Fang Chen has a goal to make his family's situation wealthy. Although he has received a windfall of over 100,000 after acquiring the Wanbao Ding, he understands that this is not stable income, merely a stroke of luck. Without these strokes of luck, there would be no income in the future, let alone 100,000 to change his family's fate. This wealth can only be said to cover the expenses of his and his sister's education. To truly improve his family's situation, he needs more wealth and a stable source of income. Currently, the noodle stall is quite good, providing a stable income of over 15,000 a month. Before finding a new way to make money, Fang Chen does not plan to give up the noodle stall. Therefore, he needs to put some effort into it to ensure the business is thriving. He knows that relying solely on fragrant noodles cannot stabilize the business, as customers will get tired of eating the same thing repeatedly. Hence, he needs to offer a variety of noodles. Moreover, Fang Chen has an idea to upgrade the noodle stall into a noodle restaurant. This would significantly boost his income. However, he knows that sourcing materials is currently a problem. He cannot provide them himself, or if he does, he will have no biological energy left. Of course, Fang Chen has an idea in mind to refine the seeds of these noodle soup materials. According to his speculation, the seeds might grow into the refined ingredients. But this requires enough space-time and manpower to oversee. He even suspects that if these refined ingredients are exceptional, someone might try to snatch them away, and he would need to keep a close watch then. He knows the timing is not ripe yet, so he temporarily lets his parents take care of the noodle stall. Once the time is right, he will expand it into a noodle shop. For now, he will slowly gather different types of noodles, starting with Dan Dan noodles and Zhajiang noodles. However, Fang Chen does not plan to write down the noodle soup materials just yet, saving that for the evening. At this moment, he has another task to accomplish. That is to gather 500 units of incense energy within 4 months, as the Wanbao Ding will automatically shatter if he fails to do so. Incense energy comes from feelings of admiration, surprise, and gratitude. Fang Chen has thought of a way to obtain incense energy, challenging disciples at martial arts schools. Those disciples will quickly generate incense energy, and according to what Wanbao said, the stronger and more determined the body, the more incense energy they produce. Of course, there are other methods, but Fang Chen plans to take them one at a time. After finding the martial arts schools, he will explore other methods. Regarding the martial arts schools, he only knows that he cannot defeat Zhang Shanhe at the moment. Fortunately, Zhang Shanhe is the strongest in the Jianghai City Martial Arts School, so he should be able to defeat the weaker masters. However, for the strengths and weaknesses of the martial arts schools, Fang Chen still needs to inquire from Zhang Shanhe. After tidying up at home, he hurried to the Heixing Martial Arts School. "Who are you?" Are you here to join the martial arts school? A staff member blocked Fang Chen's way. I am looking for Master Zhang, Fang Chen replied. Looking for the master? The staff member was taken aback and shook his head saying, Our master usually does not see anyone unless you have some credentials. This? Fang Chen was momentarily speechless. He indeed had none. At the time he met Master Zhang, he was just an ordinary disciple, and these regular staff members had never seen him. Fang Chen felt a bit troubled until he suddenly spotted a sturdy man behind him. Fang Chen joyfully called out, Lei Long am here. Fang Chen, what are you doing here? Lei Long asked with surprise, his eyes lighting up as he walked over. Lei Long, do you know him? The staff member inquired. Yes, he is a friend of the master and also my friend. You can leave now, Lei Long replied. The staff member looked at Fang Chen with surprise, clearly not expecting his background to be so impressive, having a friendship with the master. He obediently left. Lei Long asked, Fang Chen, what brings you here? Fang Chen replied, I have something to discuss with your master. Is he around? Yes, Lei Long said. He just happens to be in the backyard. You can go check it out. Fang Chen responded, okay. With Lei Long leading the way, Fang Chen quickly entered the backyard. Zhang Shanhe was wearing a white training outfit practicing a slow set of boxing techniques. Upon seeing Fang Chen enter, his eyes brightened as he said, Young friend Fang Chen, it's been a while. What brings you here? Master Zhang, I have something I would like to ask of you, Fang Chen said with a smile. Please sit down first, Zhang Shanhe replied, stroking his beard and smiling. Make yourself comfortable. The two sat at a stone table while Lei Long tactfully left. I would like to ask Master Zhang if you know which masters in Zhanghai City are quite weak. Fang Chen inquired. Why do you want to know that? Zhang Shanhe asked with curiosity. I want to challenge them, Fang Chen replied. Challenge them? Zhang Shanhe looked at him strangely. Why would you want to do that? When did you develop such an interest? I have my reasons, Fang Chen said. Could it be that some Jianghu person has found you and assigned you this task? Zhang Shanhe asked, pleased as he stroked his beard. Am I right? Fang Chen was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Shanhe to think so. But it was indeed a good excuse. Fang Chen smiled and said, Master Zhang, you are truly clever. You guessed that correctly. Zhang Shanhe chuckled, saying, If that is the case, you should be able to defeat 2 out of the 18 martial arts schools in Zhanghai City. Only 2? Fang Chen asked. Just 2? How much incense energy could that possibly yield? What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Zhang Shanhe replied. Your strength is decent, but those who can run a martial arts school are all experts. It would be difficult for you to defeat them, and the most important thing is that your offense isn't strong enough. Your defense may keep you from losing, but it won't lead to victory. What if I learned your Taijin Behiquan? Fang Chen pondered and said, You learned it? Zhang Shanhe exclaimed in surprise. You're not joking, are you? Yes, really, but I only know the first few moves, Fang Chen replied. To say that he had learned the final move would be too ostentatious and hard to believe. Thus he only mentioned that he learned the initial moves. Although it was exaggerated, it could still be described as a prodigious talent. Show me what you've got, Zhang Shanhe said seriously. All right, Fang Chen nodded. He stood up and performed a full set of Taijin Behiquan. Every movement from striking to withdrawing his fists flowed seamlessly, as if he had practiced for decades. After Fang Chen finished, he asked, How was that, Master Zhang? Incredible. Unbelievable. Zhang Shanhe said incredulously, stroking his beard. What do you think? Fang Chen asked. You are simply an extraordinary prodigy. I have only taught you this for half a month and you managed to master the techniques so proficiently. No wonder that Jianghu person was willing to take you as a disciple. If you hadn't been taken under his wing, I would have wanted to take you as my disciple myself. He am quite the genius, aren't I? Fang Chen chuckled to himself. With the Wanbao Ding refining, no martial art can pose a challenge to him. Since you can practice so proficiently, I believe you should be able to handle 9 schools without issue. The remaining 2 should be about equal to you, Zhang Shanhe judged. But this is just my guess. The specifics still need to be tested in actual combat. Master Zhang, with your words, I feel much more relaxed now. Fang Chen said. Could you write down their addresses for me? No problem, Zhang Shanhe said readily. One more thing. If I use your techniques in battle, will it bring you any negative effects? Fang Chen had a good impression of Zhang Shanhe, and did not want to drag him into trouble over such matters. No worries. As long as the strength of my Haisheng martial arts school is intact, they won't dare say anything. Just be a bit more courteous, Zhang Shanhe replied. All right, Fang Chen nodded. After Zhang Shanhe finished writing, Fang Chen tucked the note away, ready to challenge other martial arts schools. He estimated that he could challenge a few schools that afternoon. However, just as he stepped out, he was taken aback by the sight of Zhang Yu entering. "What are you doing here? What are you doing back?" Fang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Yu looked at Fang Chen with astonishment. The two stared at each other for a full 10 seconds before Zhang Yu indignantly said, "You're not getting away today. I'll make you pay for touching me. Wait a minute." As Zhang Yu approached, Fang Chen immediately closed his eyes and extended his right hand, trying to block her attack. Why is it so soft?" Fang Chen was puzzled and cautiously opened one eye only to find that Zhang Yu had not dodged at all, and was standing there directly in his path. His height allowed his hand to reach her ample chest. Zhang Yu looked at Fang Chen in surprise, not expecting him to dare take advantage of her. Her face flushed as she said, You dare to take advantage of me? You're dead meat." Fang Chen awkwardly replied, "I truly didn't mean it, can you believe me?" "Believe you? No way." Zhang Yu threw a punch like the wind. Fang Chen immediately bent down, wrapping his arms around her waist, and tossed her aside. Ouch! Zhang Yu was thrown to the side, her bottom aching terribly. She painfully rubbed her rear and stood up only to find that Fang Chen had vanished. Zhang Yu gritted her teeth and said, "Fang Chen, you bastard. The next time I see you, I will make you pay." What are you doing here?" A few seconds later, hearing the commotion, Zhang Shanhe walked out. "Dad, why is Fang Chen here?" Zhang Yu said, annoyed. "He is here on business. Why are you sitting on the ground?" "What?" Zhang Shanhe asked. Zhang Yu's face turned red as she wanted to speak, but was too shy to say it. Finally she huffed, "He hit me." "What? He hit you?" Zhang Shanhe was shocked. Soon after, his expression darkened as he said, "He actually dared to hit you. Dad will stand up for you." Zhang Shanhe held Fang Chen in high regard, having just been astonished by his talent. But if he bullied his daughter, he would not let anyone go, no matter who it was. "Dad, it's not that serious." Seeing her father so angry, Zhang Yu hurriedly tried to console him. Fang Chen got into a taxi, following the address given by Zhang Shanhe, soon arriving at a place called Kangji Martial Arts School. This was the one Zhang Shanhe said had the weakest master. Fang Chen intended to start with the weakest.